3 rings were forged for the elven kings who dwell beneath the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords within their stone halls, and 9 for mortal men whose fate is death. 1 ring was made for the Dark Lord upon his shadowed throne in the land of Mordor, where darkness gathers. This 1 ring holds dominion over all others, the power to find them, to gather them, and to bind them in darkness within that same shadowed land. This narrative continues the 3rd volume of the epic. The initial tale, The Fellowship of the Ring, revealed how the wizard Gandalf learned that a simple hobbit named Frodo Baggins held the 1 ring, the master of all rings of power. It followed Frodo and his friends as they fled the peaceful Shire, hunted by the terrifying Black Riders from Mordor. With the crucial aid of Aragorn, a ranger from the north, they faced grave dangers before finding refuge in Rivendell at the House of Elrond. There a great council was convened. It was decided the ring must be destroyed, and Frodo accepted the burden as ring-bearer. A fellowship was formed to aid his quest, to journey into the very heart of the enemy's realm, to the fiery Mount Doom in Mordor, where the ring could be unmade. This company included Aragorn and Boromir of Gondor for men, Legolas of the woodland realm for the elves, Gimli from the lonely mountain for the dwarves, and the hobbits Frodo, his loyal gardener Samwise, and his young cousins Merry and Pippin. Gandalf the Grey completed their number traveling in secrecy. From Rivendell, the fellowship was thwarted by winter at the high pass of Caradhras. Gandalf then led them through a hidden door into the immense and ancient mines of Moria, seeking a path under the mountains. In those dark depths, during a confrontation with a Balrog, a demon of the ancient world, Gandalf was lost, falling into a fathomless chasm. Aragorn, whose lineage as the hidden heir to the kings of old was now laid bare, took command. He guided the company from Moria's eastern gate, through the fair elvish woods of Lothlorien, and down the broad river Anduin, until they reached the thunderous falls of Rhoros. All the while a growing unease settled upon them, a sense of being watched by unseen eyes. They knew the wretched creature Gollum, once the ring's owner and still consumed by desire for it, was dogging their step. At the falls, a critical choice lay before them: to turn east toward the grim land of Mordor, to journey south with Boromir, to bolster the defenses of Minas Tirith, Gondor's great city, or to separate their paths. When Boromir understood that Frodo was steadfast in his grim purpose to enter the enemy's domain, a desperate madness took him. In a moment of rash passion, he tried to wrest the ring from the hobbit by force, a betrayal born of despair and a misguided hope to save his people. The 1st volume concluded with Boromir succumbing to the ring's temptation, the flight of Frodo and Samwise into the unknown, and the fellowship's shattering under an assault by orcs loyal to both Mordor's Dark Lord and the traitor Saruman of Isengard. The ring-bearer's mission appeared doomed from the start. This 2nd part, comprising books 3 and 4, entitled The Two Towers, follows the scattered companions in the wake of the fellowship's end. Book 3 details Boromir's redemption in death and his river funeral at the falls of Rhoros. It tells of Merry and Pippin's capture by orcs who carried them across the plains of Rohan toward Isengard, and of the relentless chase by Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. Their pursuit was interrupted by the arrival of the riders of Rohan. A mounted force under Marshal Eomer cornered the orcs at the edge of Fangorn Forest and cut them down, though the hobbits managed to slip away into the ancient wood. There they encountered Treebeard the Ent, the hidden guardian of that place, and in his company saw the awakening of the Ent's long-dormant wrath and their grim march upon Isengard. Meanwhile, Aragorn and his companions crossed paths with Eomer returning from the fray. He granted them horses, and they pressed on to Fangorn. While fruitlessly searching for the hobbits among the trees, they had a miraculous reunion with Gandalf, returned from the abyss, now the White Rider, though still clad in grey. With him, they rode across Rohan to the hall of King Theoden. There, Gandalf broke the enchantments clouding the old king's mind, freeing him from the poisonous influence of his counselor Wormtongue, Saruman's hidden agent. Riding forth with the king and his host, they joined the fierce and costly defense at the Hornburg. After the battle, Gandalf led them to Isengard, only to find the mighty fortress already in ruins, toppled by the Ents, with Saruman and Wormtongue trapped in the unassailable tower of Orthanc. In a tense confrontation at the tower's base, Saruman spurned any chance for mercy. Gandalf stripped him of his rank and shattered his staff, leaving him a prisoner under the watchful eyes of the Ents. In a fit of rage, Wormtongue hurled a stone from a high window, which missed Gandalf and was retrieved by Pippin. This object was no ordinary rock, but one of the lost Palantiri, the Seeing Stones of old. Later that night, Pippin's curiosity overcame him. He stole the stone and gazed into it, inadvertently revealing himself to the ever-watchful eye of Sauron. The book closes under a shadow, as a Nazgul, a ringwraith upon a winged beast, swept over the plains of Rohan, a harbinger of the coming storm. Gandalf entrusted the Palantir to Aragorn, and taking the chastened Pippin, rode with haste toward Minas Tirith. Book 4 shifts focus to the lonely journey of Frodo and Sam, stranded in the desolate crags of Emyn Muil. It recounts their difficult escape from those hills and how they were tracked down by the wretched creature Smeagol, whom they knew as Gollum. Through patience, Frodo managed to tame Gollum's twisted nature and briefly bridle his malice, compelling him to act as their guide through the treacherous dead marshes and the scarred lands leading to the Morannon, the Black Gate into Mordor from the north. Finding that entrance impassable, Frodo reluctantly agreed to Gollum's suggestion of a secret way far to the south, through the mountains of shadow that formed Mordor's western wall. On that southward trek, they were captured by a patrol of Gondorian rangers led by Faramir, Boromir's brother. Faramir learned of their desperate quest, but unlike his brother, he mastered the ring's temptation and allowed them to continue. He did, however, send them forward with a grave warning about their intended route, Cirith Ungol, the Spider's Pass, a place of utter dread, hinting that Gollum's guidance was not entirely truthful. As they reached the crossroads and turned toward the ghastly vale of Minas Morgul, an immense darkness poured out from Mordor, swallowing the land in shadow. This was the signal for Sauron to unleash his first great army, commanded by the Lord of the Nazgul. The War of the Ring had begun. Guided by Gollum, the Hobbits took a hidden path to bypass the city of Minas Morgul, moving through the deepening gloom until they stood at last before the ascent to Cirith Ungol. Gollum's treachery reached its peak as he tried to lead them into Shelob's lair, hoping the great spider would finish them. Samwise's courage thwarted that plan, driving Gollum back and injuring the monstrous guardian. The second part closes with Samwise facing an impossible decision. Frodo lies motionless. Poisoned by Shelob's sting, the quest appears over. Sam must either accept defeat or go on alone. He finally takes the ring, resolved to continue this seemingly doomed mission. Just as he prepares to enter Mordor, orcs swarm from Minas Morgul and the tower of Cirith Ungol above the pass. Using the ring's power to hide, Sam overhears the orcs arguing and discovers Frodo is not dead, only paralyzed. He races after them, but they have already carried Frodo through a tunnel toward the tower's rear gate. The gate slams shut with a final, chilling clang, and Sam collapses in despair before it. This third and final part will recount the clashing plans of Gandalf and Sauron, building toward the ultimate crisis and the downfall of the Great Shadow. The story now turns back to the unfolding war in the West. Book 5. Chapter 1, Minas Tirith. Peering out from beneath Gandalf's cloak, Pippin was unsure if he was truly awake or still trapped in the long, rushing dream that had begun with their desperate ride. The dark landscape streamed past, the wind a constant roar in his ears. He could see only the spinning stars, and to his right, the immense black shapes of southern mountains sliding by against the night sky. Sleepily, he tried to piece together the stages of their journey, but his memory was foggy. There had been that first breakneck ride without stopping, then at dawn a glimpse of faint gold light as they reached a silent town and a vast, empty house upon a hill. They had barely found shelter there when the winged shadow passed over again, and men cowered in terror. Yet Gandalf had murmured reassurances to him, and he had slept fitfully in a corner, weary but restless, vaguely aware of voices and movement as Gandalf issued commands. Then more riding, always riding through the night. Was this the second or the third night since he had gazed into the Palantir? That horrible memory jolted him fully awake, and a shiver went through him. The wind now seemed to carry threatening whispers. A light flared in the sky, a blaze of yellow behind dark shapes. Pippin flinched back, frightened, wondering what terrible land Gandalf was taking him to. He rubbed his eyes and saw it was only the moon, nearly full, climbing above the eastern hills. So the night was still young, and the dark journey would last for hours more. He shifted and spoke. "Where are we, Gandalf?" "In the realm of Gondor," the wizard replied. "The land of Anorion is still passing by." For a time there was only the sound of the wind. Then Pippin suddenly cried out, grabbing Gandalf's cloak. "What's that? Look, fire! Red fire! Are there dragons here? Look, another one!" In answer, Gandalf shouted to his horse. "On Shadowfax! We must hurry! Time is running out! See, the beacons of Gondor are lit, calling for help! War has begun! Look, the fire on Amon Dîn and flame on Eilenach! Now they race westward, Nardol, Ereles, Minrimmon, Calenhad, and Halifirion on the very edge of Rohan." But Shadowfax checked his pace, slowing to a walk before raising his head with a piercing neigh. From the darkness came answering calls, and soon the drumming of hooves was heard as 3 riders swept past like phantoms in the moonlight and disappeared toward the west. Then Shadowfax gathered his strength and leaped forward, and the night swallowed them once more like a rushing gale. Pippin felt his eyelids growing heavy once more, barely registering Gandalf's words as the wizard spoke of Gondor's traditions. He described how the city's ruler had ordered signal fires constructed on the peaks of distant hills along the edges of the vast mountain chain. Outposts were kept at these high places, stocked with rested horses, always prepared to. He pondered Frodo's fate. Was his friend already within the borders of that terrible land, or had he perished? Unbeknownst to him, far away, Frodo also watched that same moon dip below the shadow of Gondor before the dawn. Pippin awoke to the murmur of unfamiliar voices. Another day concealed and a night of hard travel had slipped away. The dim light of early morning surrounded them, a cold grey haze clinging to the earth. Shadowfax stood nearby, his coat damp with effort, yet he carried his head high, showing no trace of fatigue. Several tall, cloaked figures stood near the horse, and behind them, shrouded in mist, rose a formidable stone barrier. It appeared partly broken down, but even in the pre-dawn quiet, Pippin could hear the urgent sounds of work, the rhythmic pounding of hammers, the scrape of tools, and the groan of cartwheels. The dull glow of torches and lanterns pierced the fog in scattered points. Gandalf was in conversation with the men blocking the path, and Pippin, listening, realized he was the topic. "Indeed we know you, Mithrandir," said their leader. "You know the words that open the 7 gates and may proceed. But this one with you is unknown to us. What is he? Some dwarf from the northern ranges. We desire no unknown folk in our country now, unless they are proven warriors in whose loyalty and strength we can place our trust." "I will answer for him before the throne of the steward himself," stated Gandalf, "and courage is not measured in feet and inches. He has endured more conflict and danger than you have, Ingold, though you tower over him. He comes now from the battle at Isengard, bearing news of it, and is weary to the bone, else I would rouse him. His name is Peregrine, and his heart is stout." "A man?" asked Ingold skeptically, drawing a few chuckles from the others. "A man!" cried Pippin, now fully awake and sitting up. "Certainly not. I am a hobbit, and no more courageous than I am tall, except now and then when there's no other choice. Do not let Gandalf's tales mislead you." "Many who have performed mighty acts might say the same," Ingold replied. "But what, pray tell, is a hobbit?" "A halfling," Gandalf answered. Seeing the astonishment on the guards' faces, he added quickly, "No, not the one spoken of in verse and rumor. "Not that one, but a kinsman of his." "Yes, and I travelled with him," Pippin said, a sudden memory of Boromir's kindness surfacing through his fatigue. "Boromir of your city was in our company. He rescued me from a peril in the northern wastes, and in the end he gave his life holding back many enemies to protect me." "Enough," Gandalf said, his tone firm. "Such sorrowful news ought first to reach the father's ears." "It has been foreseen in part," said Ingold, his voice grave, "for there have been ominous signs here in recent days. But go now with haste. The Lord of the White City will be anxious to speak with any who bring fresh word of his son, whether he be man or—" "Hobbit," Pippin finished, a new-found resolve steadying his voice. "I can promise your lord little service, but what strength I have I will give in memory of the brave Boromir." "Go in safety," said Ingold. The men stepped aside, clearing a path for Shadowfax, who trotted forward through a narrow opening in the ancient wall. "May your words offer wise guidance to Denethor in this dark hour, and to all of us, Mithrandir," Ingold called out. "Yet you arrive bearing news of sorrow and peril, as is your reputation." "Because I appear only when my aid is truly required," Gandalf replied. "As for guidance, I tell you now that you have delayed too long in mending the Pelennor wall. Your greatest shield against the coming tempest will be bravery and the sliver of hope I carry with me, for my tidings are not all grim. So set aside your masonry tools and ready your blades. The work will be complete before nightfall," said Ingold. "This final section was left for last precisely because it faces toward our allies in Rohan, making it the least threatened. Have you any word of them? Do you believe they will answer our call?" "They will come," Gandalf assured him. "Yet remember, they have already bled in battles meant to guard your flank. No path now leads truly to safety. Stay watchful." Had Gandalf Stormcrow not been abroad, you would have witnessed an enemy host pouring from Anorien instead of Rohan's riders, and you still might keep your eyes open and do not rest. With that, Gandalf moved beyond the great Ramas Echor, the massive outer wall constructed by Gondor's people with immense toil after Ithilien was lost to the enemy's shadow. Stretching over 30 miles, it enclosed the Pelennor fields, those fertile townlands spilling down in gentle slopes and terraces toward the Anduin's deep channels. At its farthest point, northeast from the city's great gate, the wall stood 12 miles distant, built high and formidable upon a stern embankment overlooking the river flats. Here, a fortified causeway bore the road from Osgiliath's crossings, passing through a heavily guarded gate between twin towers. To the southeast, the wall drew much closer, a mere 3 miles from the city, where the Anduins swept a broad curve around the hills of Emin Arnon before turning sharply westward. At this very brink rose the wall, below which lay the quays of the Harland, receiving vessels from the southern fiefs. These fields were prosperous, with vast ploughed lands and countless orchards. Homesteads dotted the landscape, complete with kilns, granaries, pens, and barns, while numerous streams trickled from the highlands down to the great river. Still, the farmers and herdsmen dwelling here were few. Most of Gondor's population resided within the city's 7 tiers, or in the mountain valleys of Lossarnach, or further south in Fair Lebenin, land of the 5 swift rivers. There lived a sturdy folk between the peaks and the sea, counted among Gondor's men, though their lineage was mixed. Among them were shorter, darker people, whose ancestors hailed from forgotten tribes who dwelled in the hills' shadows during the dark years before the kings came. Further still, in the great fief of Belfalis, Prince Imrahil ruled from his sea-washed castle at Dol Amroth, a man of noble lineage whose people were tall and proud, with eyes the color of a stormy sea. After riding some while, the dawn light began to strengthen in the sky, and Pippin stirred from his thoughts. To his left stretched a sea of mist, climbing toward a grim shadow in the east. But to his right mighty mountains lifted their heads, marching from the west until they halted abruptly, as if the river had long ago shattered a colossal barrier, carving a vast valley destined to become a stage for strife in ages to come. And there, where the white mountains of Ered Nimrais reached their end. He saw, just as Gandalf had foretold, the dark bulk of Mount Mindoluin, the deep violet shadows in its high valleys, and its lofty face brightening in the new day. Upon the mountain's jutting spur lay the guarded city, its 7 concentric walls appearing not as structures raised by mortal hands, but as if ancient giants had carved them from the very bedrock of the world. As Peregrine Took watched, the stone shifted from somber grey to a radiant white, touched with the first blush of dawn. Then the sun broke over the eastern peaks, and a single spear of light struck the city's face. Pippin gasped, for the tower of Ecthelion, soaring from the highest circle, gleamed against the sky like a spike of pearl and silver. Its pinnacle flashed as if made of crystal, and white banners unfurled from its heights, snapping in the morning wind. A clear, ringing call, like silver trumpets, echoed down from that great height. So it was that Gandalf and the hobbit approached the great gate of Gondor as the sun rose. The massive iron doors groaned open before them. "Mithrandir, Mithrandir," voices cried from within. "Now we know the storm is truly near. It is already upon you," Gandalf answered, his tone brooking no delay. "I have ridden upon its very winds. Let me pass. I must go to your Lord Denethor while his rule endures. Whatever is to come, the Gondor you have known is at its end. Now let me through." The men fell back at the authority in his voice, though they stared in wonder at the small figure riding before him and the magnificent horse he rode. The people of the city seldom used horses, and such a steed was a rare sight in their streets, save for the messengers of their lord. Some murmured, "Is that not one of the great horses of the king of Rohan? Perhaps the Rohirrim will soon ride to our aid." But Shadowfax paced onward, proud and unperturbed, ascending the long, winding road. The design of Minas Tirith was a marvel of defense, built upon 7 levels, each dug into the hillside and girded by its own wall and gate. These gates were not aligned. The great gate in the outermost wall faced east, but the next was set toward the south, and the third toward the north, weaving the ascending road back and forth across the hill's face. Each time the road crossed the line of the primary gate, it entered an arched tunnel cut through a massive knife-edged spur of rock, a colossal bastion that split all the city's circles save the first. This stone prow, sharp as a ship's keel, rose from the wide court behind the gate, climbing to the very summit of the city, crowned with battlements from that high place. Those in the citadel could peer down, like sailors on some mountainous vessel, to the gate 700 feet below. The entrance to the citadel itself was carved into the mountain's heart, facing east. From there, a long lamp-lit ramp climbed to the 7th and final gate, leading at last to the high court and the place of the fountain before the White Tower. The tower stood fair and formidable, 300 feet from base to pinnacle, where the banner of the stewards flew 1,000 feet above the plains. It was a fortress that seemed impregnable, so long as defenders held its walls. The only conceivable vulnerability lay behind, where a daring foe might scale the lower slopes of Mount Mindoluin to reach the narrow shoulder connecting the mountain to the Hill of Guard. Yet even that approach was barred by mighty ramparts, rising to the height of the 5th wall and running right to the cliff's edge. And in that lofty, silent space between mountain and tower stood the silent houses and domed tombs of kings and lords long departed, a city of the dead keeping watch over the living. Pippin stared in awe at the immense stone city, grander and more magnificent than anything he could have imagined. It was larger and more formidable than Isengard, and infinitely more lovely. Yet, in truth, it was slowly crumbling with each passing year, and now held less than half the people who could have lived there comfortably. As they moved through each street, he saw great houses and courtyards, their doors and arched gates inscribed with elegant letters in ancient, unfamiliar scripts, names, he supposed, of noble families and lords who once called these places home. Now, however, they stood hushed and empty, with no sound of footsteps on the broad walkways, no voices echoing in the halls, and no faces peering from the vacant windows. Eventually, they emerged from the shade into the sunlight at the seventh gate, where the warm sun shining beyond the river, just as it did in the glades of Ithilien, where Frodo walked, bathed the smooth walls and sturdy pillars, and the great arch whose keystone was carved into the regal image of a crowned head. Gandalf got down from his horse, for no steed was permitted within the citadel, and Shadowfax allowed himself to be led away at his master's gentle command. The gate guards were clad in black, their helmets of an unusual design, tall and high-crowned, with long cheek guards fitted snugly to the face, and above them the white wings of seabirds were set. These helms shimmered with a silvery flame, for they were crafted of mithril precious heirlooms from a glorious past. On their black surcoats was embroidered in white a tree in snow-like blossom beneath a silver crown and many pointed stars. This was the garb of Elendil's heirs, worn now in all of Gondor only by these citadel guards before the court of the fountain, where the white tree had once grown. It seemed news of their arrival had preceded them, for they were let in at once, silently and without challenge. Gandalf moved swiftly across the white paved courtyard. A gentle fountain sparkled there in the morning light, surrounded by a bright green lawn, but at its center, leaning over the pool, stood a dead tree, and the dripping water fell mournfully from its bare, broken branches back into the clear basin. Pippin caught sight of it as he hurried after Gandalf. It struck him as profoundly sad, and he puzzled over why this lifeless tree remained in a place where everything else was so carefully maintained. 7 stars and 7 stones and 1 white tree. The words Gandalf had whispered earlier returned to him. Then, suddenly, he stood before the doors of the great hall under the gleaming tower. Following the wizard past the tall, silent door wardens, he stepped into the cool, echoing dimness of the stone house. They proceeded along a long, empty paved corridor, and as they walked, Gandalf spoke quietly to Pippin. "Mind your tongue, Master Peregrine. This is not the moment for hobbit cheek. Theoden is a good-hearted old soul. Denethor is different, proud and shrewd, a man of far older lineage and greater authority, though he is not named king. He will direct most of his speech to you and ask you many questions, since you can tell him of his son Boromir. He loved him deeply, perhaps too much, especially because they were so unalike. But hiding behind that affection, he will believe it simpler to learn what he wants from you rather than from me. Do not offer more than necessary, and keep silent regarding Frodo's quest. I will address that when the time is right, and do not speak of Aragorn unless you are forced to." "Why not? What's the matter with Strider?" Pippin whispered back. "He intended to come here, didn't he? And he'll probably turn up himself before long." Perhaps, Gandalf replied. "Though if he does come, it will likely be in a manner no one anticipates, not even Denethor. That would be for the best. At the very least, he should arrive without any announcement from us." Gandalf came to a stop in front of a tall door made of polished metal. "Master Pippin, there is no moment now to teach you the long tale of Gondor. It would have served you better to have studied it in your youth, while you were still climbing trees and skipping lessons in the Shire's woods. Do as I say. When bearing word of an heir's death to a powerful lord, it is hardly prudent to dwell on the arrival of someone who, should he appear, would assert a claim to the throne." "Is that clear enough for you? The throne?" Pippin asked, astonished. "Indeed," Gandalf replied. "If you have journeyed all these days with your ears shut and your thoughts asleep, rouse them now." He rapped upon the door. It swung inward, though no hand was seen to move it. Pippin gazed into a vast hall. Light came from tall, recessed windows along the broad aisles on either side, beyond the rows of immense pillars that held up the roof. These were monoliths of black marble, rising to great capitals carved with strange figures of beasts and leaves. High above in the shadows, the wide vaults gleamed with a dull gold hue. The floor was polished stone, shining white, inlaid with flowing designs of many colors. No tapestries, no woven hangings or wooden works adorned that long, solemn space. Instead, between the pillars stood a silent assembly of tall statues carved from cold stone. Suddenly, Pippin was reminded of the carved cliffs of the Argonath, and a deep awe settled upon him as he looked down that avenue of long-dead kings. At the far end, upon a high dais of many steps, stood a lofty throne under a canopy of marble shaped like a crowned helm. Upon the wall behind it was carved an image of a flowering tree set with gems, but the throne sat empty. At the dais's foot, upon the lowest broad step, was a plain stone chair, black and unadorned. There sat an old man, staring down at his lap. In his hand was a white rod tipped with gold. He did not look up. With solemn steps they crossed the long floor toward him, halting 3 paces from his footstool. Then Gandalf spoke. "Hail, Lord and Steward of Minas Tirith, Denethor, son of Ecthelion. I have come with counsel and tidings in this dark hour." The old man then lifted his gaze. Pippin saw his carved face, its proud bones and skin like ivory, the long curved nose between dark, deep-set eyes. The sight reminded him less of Boromir and more of Aragorn. "Dark the hour indeed," said the old man, "and at such times you are accustomed to arrive Mithrandir. Yet though all signs warn that Gondor's doom approaches, that outer darkness is now less to me than my own inner shadow. Word reached me that you bring one who saw my son die. Is this he?" "It is," said Gandalf. "One of the pair. The other remains with Theoden of Rohan, and may follow. Halflings they are, as you see, yet this is not the one of whom the prophecies told." "Still a halfling," Denethor said grimly, "and little affection do I hold for that name, since those ill-omened words came to disturb our counsels and drew my son away on that desperate quest to his death. My Boromir, how we need you now. Faramir ought to have gone in his place." "He would have gone," Gandalf said. "Do not be unjust in your sorrow. Boromir claimed the quest and would allow no other to take it. He was a commanding man, one who took what he wished. I travelled far with him and came to know his mind well. But you speak of his death. You had word of it before our arrival." "I received this," Denethor answered. Setting his rod aside, he lifted from his lap the object he had been contemplating. In each hand he held up a half of a great horn, split clean through the middle, a wild ox horn bound with silver. "That is the horn Boromir always carried," Pippin cried out. "True," said Denethor, "and in my time I bore it, as did each firstborn son of our house, back into the lost years before the failing of the kings, since Vorondil, father of Mardil, hunted the wild cattle of Arar on the distant plains of Rhun." A bitter smile touched his lips as he added, "A fine legacy, a broken horn and a broken line. The sound reached me 13 days past, a faint and broken echo upon the northern wind, carried down by the river. Its voice is stilled forever." He fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Then his dark eyes fixed upon Pippin. "What have you to say to this, halfling?" 13 days, Pippin repeated softly, his voice trembling. "Yes, that would be right. I was there when he sounded the call, but no aid arrived, only more of the orc legions." "Indeed?" Denethor studied the hobbit's face intently. "You witnessed this? Then speak plainly. Why was there no answer to his horn? And how is it that you lived to stand here, while he, a warrior of such renown, fell before mere orcs?" A flush of indignation drove the fear from Pippin's heart. "Even the greatest warrior can be brought down by a single arrow," he declared. "Boromir was struck by many. The last I saw, he leaned against a great tree, drawing a black feathered shaft from his side. Then darkness took me, and I was captured. I know nothing more of his end, but I hold his memory in high honor, for his courage was boundless. He gave his life defending my cousin Merry and me when we were ambushed in the woods by the Dark Lord's forces. Though he was overcome, my debt to him remained." Pippin met the steward's gaze squarely then, a stubborn pride rising in him, chafing against the cold doubt in the old lord's tone. "A halfling from the distant shire may seem a poor vessel for service to so mighty a lord," he said. Yet such as it is, I offer it freely in repayment of that debt." With a quick movement, he swept back his grey cloak and drew his short sword, laying it at Denethor's feet. A faint wintry smile touched the steward's lips, like the last pale light of a cold sunset. He inclined his head and extended his hand, setting the fragments of the horn aside. "Give me the blade." Pippin lifted it and offered the hilt. Denethor examined it closely. "Where did you come by this?" "The craft is ancient. This was forged by the men of the north in a forgotten age. It was found in the old burial mounds that border my homeland," Pippin answered. "Only shadow and malice dwell there now, and I would not speak further of that place." "It seems strange fortunes follow you," Denethor observed. "Once more, appearance proves a poor guide to the substance of a being, even a halfling. I accept your offer. You are not cowed by harsh words, and you speak with a courtesy that is unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome here in the south. In the times ahead, we shall have need of all who bear goodwill, whether great or small. Now swear your oath to me." "Take the hilt," Gandalf urged quietly. "Repeat the Lord's words if your mind is set." "It is," said Pippin. Denethor placed the sword across his knees. Pippin laid his hand upon its hilt and repeated the solemn vow after the steward. "Here do I pledge my faith and service to Gondor and to the Lord and Steward of this realm. To speak and to keep silent, to act and to forbear, to come and to go, in want or in wealth, in peace or in conflict, in life or in death, from this hour forth until my Lord releases me, or death claims me, or the world itself is unmade. So say I, Peregrine, son of Paladin, of the Shire of the Halflings. And this I hear Denethor, son of Ecthelion, Lord of Gondor, steward of the High King," the old man responded, his voice grave. "I shall not forget it, nor fail to honor what is given, loyalty with regard, courage with esteem, and betrayal with retribution." Pippin took back his sword and sheathed it. "Now," said Denethor, "here is my first command. Speak, and hold nothing back. Relate to me your entire story, and take care to remember all you can of Boromir, my son. Sit and begin." As he spoke, he struck a small silver bell beside his chair. At once, attendants emerged. Pippin realized they had been standing unseen in alcoves by the door since his arrival. "Bring wine and food and seats for my guests," Denethor ordered. "Ensure we are not disturbed for 1 hour." To Gandalf he added, "It is all the time I can spare. Many other cares demand my attention. There are matters of greater weight, it would appear, though to me they feel less urgent. Perhaps we may speak further when the day is done, and sooner, I should hope," Gandalf replied. "I did not ride here from Isengard, a journey of 150 leagues with the wind's own haste, merely to present you with one small soldier, however polite. Does it mean nothing that Théoden has won a mighty battle, that Isengard lies in ruin, and that I have shattered the staff of Saruman? It means a great deal. Yet I already know enough of these events to shape my own plans against the threat from the east." Denethor turned his shadowed gaze upon Gandalf, and in that moment Pippin sensed a resemblance between the two. He felt the tension stretching between them like a smouldering line of fire that might at any instant blaze to life. Indeed, Denethor looked more like some grand sorcerer than Gandalf did, more regal, more striking, and more formidable, and older. Still, by some sense deeper than sight, Pippin grasped that Gandalf held the greater strength and the profounder wisdom, a majesty that was hidden beneath his weathered guise, and he was older, immeasurably older. How much older, Pippin wondered, struck by the oddness of never having considered it before. Treebeard had spoken of wizards, yet even then Pippin had not truly counted Gandalf among them. What was Gandalf? In what distant age and land had he entered the world, and when might he depart it? His thoughts scattered as he saw that Denethor and Gandalf still held each other's eyes, as though each were reading the other's mind. But it was Denethor who first looked away. "Yes," he said, "for though the Seeing Stones are lost, or so it is claimed, the lords of Gondor are gifted with sight sharper than lesser men, and many tidings still find their way to us. But now, sit." Attendants brought forth a carved chair, and a low stool, while another carried a tray bearing a silver pitcher, cups, and pale cakes. Pippin sat, yet he could not tear his eyes from the stern lord. Had it been real, or only his fancy, that when Denethor spoke of the stones, a sudden flicker of his glance had fallen upon Pippin's own face? "Now tell me your tale, my liege," said Denethor, his tone caught between courtesy and mockery. "For the words of one my son held so dear will be most welcome." Pippin would always remember that hour in the vast hall beneath the piercing scrutiny of the Lord of Gondor, his sharp questions striking like little daggers, all while Pippin remained keenly aware of Gandalf beside him, watching, listening, and, so Pippin felt, restraining a mounting anger and impatience. When the hour finally ended and Denethor struck the gong once more, Pippin felt utterly drained. "It can't be past 9 o'clock," he thought. "Right now I could eat 3 breakfasts, one after another." "Escort Lord Mithrandir to the chambers made ready for him," said Denethor. "His companion may stay with him for now, if he wishes, but let it be known that I have now taken his oath into my service. He shall be called Peregrine, son of Paladin, and taught the secondary passwords. Send word to the captains that they are to attend me here as soon as may be after the 3rd hour has sounded. And you, my Lord Mithrandir, may also come whenever you will. No one shall bar your way to me at any hour, save during my own brief times of rest. Let your anger at an old man's stubbornness fade, and then return to give me counsel." "Stubbornness," said Gandalf. "No, my lord. When you become a doddering fool, you will perish. You can even wear your grief as a mantle. Do you imagine I fail to see your aim in questioning for a full hour the one who knows the least, while I am made to sit and watch? If you see it, then let that satisfy you," Denethor returned. "Pride becomes folly when it scorns aid and guidance in time of need, yet you dispense such gifts according to your own designs. Still, the Lord of Gondor is not to be made a pawn in the plans of others, however noble their intent. To him there is no greater purpose in the world as it stands than the good of Gondor, and the rule of this land, my lord, is mine alone, unless the king should ever return." "Unless the king should return?" Gandalf replied. "Well, Lord Steward, your duty is to preserve a kingdom against that day, which few now expect to see. In that duty you shall have whatever aid you choose to request. Yet hear this, the rule of no realm is mine, not Gondor nor any other, great or small. But all worthy things now in peril. Those are my charge. For my part, I shall not fail in my task, even if Gondor falls, so long as anything survives this night that may yet grow fair or bear fruit in days to come. I, too, am a steward. Did you not know with that?" He turned and left the hall, Pippin hurrying to keep pace. Gandalf spoke not a word to him as they walked. Their guide led them from the great doors across the court of the fountain, and down a narrow lane between high stone buildings. After several turns, they reached a house near the citadel's northern wall, close to the spur connecting the hill to the mountain. Inside, up a broad carved stair to the first floor above the street, they were shown to a pleasant room, airy and bright, hung with plain drapes of a soft gold sheen. It was simply furnished, a small table, 2 chairs, and a bench. On either side were curtained alcoves with well-appointed beds, washing basins, and ewers. 3 tall, narrow windows faced north over the great sweep of the Anduin, still veiled in mist, toward the distant Emyn Muil and Rauros. Pippin had to climb onto the bench to peer over the deep stone sill. "Are you cross with me, Gandalf?" he asked, once their guide had departed. "I truly did my best." "You did indeed," said Gandalf, and he suddenly laughed. He came and stood beside the hobbit, an arm about his shoulders, gazing out the window. Pippin looked with some surprise at the face now near his own, for the laugh had sounded light and cheerful. Yet in the wizard's face he saw at first only traces of care and grief. Looking closer, he sensed beneath it all a deep well of joy, a fountain of mirth enough to make a whole kingdom laugh if it were ever set free. "You did your very best," Gandalf said, "and I hope it will be long before you find yourself caught between 2 such stern old men again. Still, The Lord of Gondor learned more from you than you might realize, Pippin. You could not conceal that Boromir did not lead the company from Moria, nor that one of high honor was journeying to Minas Tirith, bearing a famed sword. Here in Gondor, men dwell much on the tales of elder days. Denethor has pondered long over the rhyme and the words Isildur's bane since Boromir left. He is not like other men of this age, Pippin. Whatever his lineage, by some chance the blood of Westernesse runs truer in him and in his son Faramir than it did in Boromir, whom he loved most. His sight is long. If he turns his will to it, he can perceive much in the minds of others, even those far away. It is hard to mislead him, and perilous to attempt it. Remember that, for you are now sworn to his service. I do not know what moved your heart to pledge yourself so, but it was bravely done. I did not stand in your way, for a generous act should not be quenched by cautious advice. It moved him, I dare say, and suited his pride besides, and at least you may now go where you wish in Minas Tirith, when your duties allow. For there is another side to this. You are under his command now, and he will remember. Stay vigilant. He grew quiet for a moment, a weary sigh escaping him. There's little use dwelling on what the future holds. If anything, the days ahead promise to be darker than this one, for a long while to come. My own power to alter that course is spent. The board is set, the pieces are in motion. One piece I long to locate is Faramir, Denethor's heir. I doubt he remains in the city, yet I've had no chance to seek tidings. I must leave you, Pippin. This council of lords awaits, and I must glean what intelligence I can. But the enemy holds the initiative, and is poised to reveal his full strategy, and often the pawns upon the board witness as much of the game as any other piece. Peregrine, son of Paladin, soldier of Gondor. Keep your blade ready. Gandalf moved to the door, pausing as he grasped the handle. My time is short, he said. Grant me a kindness when you venture out, before you seek your rest, if your weariness allows it. Go and find Shadowfax, and see to his comfort in these stables. The folk here are gentle with animals, for their hearts are good and their minds are wise, yet their husbandry of horses lacks a certain touch. With that, Gandalf departed. Almost at once the clear, high note of a bell rang out from a citadel tower. It sounded 3 times, a silver vibration in the morning air, then fell silent, the 3rd hour after sunrise. After a moment, Pippin stepped out, descending the stair to survey the street. The sun shone warmly now, casting long, sharp shadows from the towers and high houses toward the west. High above, the peak of Mount Mindoluin rose, its summit a white crown against the blue. Soldiers moved through the city's ways with purpose, as if the bell's stroke signaled a changing of the guard. 9 o'clock back in the Shire, Pippin mused aloud. Just right for a fine breakfast by an open window with the spring sun streaming in. How I could do with a proper breakfast. Do these people even have such a thing? Or have I missed it entirely? And when is dinner served here, and where does one find it? Soon he spotted a man approaching from the citadel's heart, dressed in black and white. Feeling a pang of solitude, Pippin resolved to greet him as he passed, but the man saved him the trouble, walking directly up to him. "You are Peregrine the Halfling?" he asked. "Word is you have sworn service to our lord and the city. You are welcome here." He extended his hand, and Pippin shook it. "I am Beregond, son of Baranor. My duties are light this morning, and I was sent to instruct you in the passwords, and to answer, no doubt, the many questions you must have. For my own part, I would learn from you as well. Never before has a halfling walked in this land. Though rumors have reached us, our tales speak little of your kind, and you are a companion of Mithrandir. Do you know him well?" "Well enough," Pippin replied. "I've known of him all my life, which isn't very long, mind you. Lately, I've journeyed many leagues at his side. But he is like a vast book, and I've scarcely turned more than a page or two. Still, I likely know him as well as most, save a very few. Aragorn was the only one in our fellowship, I believe, who truly understood him." "Aragorn," said Beregond. "Who might that be?" "Oh," Pippin fumbled, "he was a man who travelled with our company. I believe he is in Rohan now. So you have seen Rohan, Beregond said. There is much I would ask of that land as well, for we pin what slender hopes we have upon its people. But I forget my task, which was first to address your own inquiries. What would you wish to know, Master Peregrine? Well, if it's not too bold, Pippin began, a rather urgent matter on my mind just now is, well, the question of breakfast and all that. What I mean to say is, when are the meals here? If you take my meaning, and where might the dining hall be, assuming there is one? And the inns, I looked, as we rode in, but didn't spy a single one, though my spirits were buoyed by the hope of a good ale, once we reached the homes of such wise and courteous folk. Beregond regarded him with a solemn expression. You've clearly been on campaign before, he observed. They say soldiers in the field are always thinking of their next meal, though I've never travelled far myself. So you haven't eaten today? In a manner of speaking, I have, Pippin replied. Your lord was kind enough to offer a cup of wine and a few white cakes, but he made me earn them with a solid hour of questioning. That sort of work builds an appetite. Beregond chuckled. We say that small men can accomplish great things at the table. But you've broken your fast with as much honor as any man here in the citadel. This is a fortress on a war footing. We rise before the sun, take a bite in the grey dawn, and report for duty at first light. But don't look so dismayed. He laughed again at Pippin's expression. Those with heavy duties take a little something to revive themselves mid-morning. Then there's a noon meal, or later if duty calls, and finally the day meal near sunset, where men find what cheer they can. Come, let's stretch our legs then, find some refreshment. We'll eat on the battlement and enjoy this fine morning. Wait a moment, said Pippin, his cheeks colouring. My hunger, or my greed if you prefer, made me forget. Gandalf, Mithrandir to you, asked me to check on his horse, Shadowfax, a magnificent steed of Rohan, and from what I hear the king's pride before he gifted him to Mithrandir for his service. I believe the wizard loves that animal more than he does many people. If Gandalf's goodwill matters to this city, you'll show Shadowfax every honor, more kindness than you've shown this hobbit. If you can manage it. Hobbit, asked Beregond. That's what we call ourselves, said Pippin. I'm pleased to know it, Beregond said. Now I can say that a strange accent doesn't spoil fair speech, and hobbits are a courteous folk. But come, introduce me to this remarkable horse. I have a fondness for animals, and we see too few of them in this city of stone. My folk are from the mountain valleys, and before that, Ithilien. But don't worry, it will be a brief visit, just a polite call, and then we're off to the butteries. Pippin discovered Shadowfax had been comfortably stabled and well cared for. In the sixth circle, outside the citadel walls, stood tidy stables housing a few swift horses, near the quarters of the Lord's errand riders, messengers ever ready to carry urgent orders from Denethor or his captains. At present, all mounts and riders were abroad. Shadowfax whinnied and turned his head as Pippin entered. "Good morning," Pippin said. "Gandalf will come as soon as he can. He's occupied, but he sends his regards, and I'm to see that you're well and resting, I hope, after your long travels." Shadowfax tossed his head and stamped a hoof, yet he permitted Beregond to gently handle his head and stroke his powerful flanks. "He looks ready for a race, not like he just finished a long journey," Beregond remarked. "So strong and proud. Where is his tack? It ought to be splendid." "Nothing is splendid enough for him," Pippin answered. "He won't wear any. If he agrees to carry you, he will. If not, no bit, bridle, whip, or strap will master him. Farewell for now, Shadowfax. Be patient. Battle is coming." Shadowfax raised his head and let out a neigh so powerful the stables seemed to tremble, and both covered their ears. Seeing his manger was full, they took their leave. "Now for our own manger," said Beregond, leading Pippin back to the citadel and to a door on the north side of the great tower. They descended a long, cool stairway into a broad, lamp-lit passage. Hatches were set in the side walls, and one stood open. "This is the storehouse and buttery for my company of the guard," Beregond explained. He called through the hatch, "Greetings, Targon. It's still early," Beregond said. "But we have a new arrival the Lord has welcomed into his company. He's ridden a great distance with little to sustain him, and he's put in a hard morning's work. He needs a meal. Let's see what you can spare." They were given bread, butter, cheese, and apples, the final apples from the winter stores, their skins wrinkled, but the fruit inside still firm and sweet. There was also a leather flask of fresh ale, along with wooden plates and cups. They packed everything into a wicker basket and returned to the sunlight. Beregond led Pippin to the eastern edge of the broad, projecting battlement, where an embrasure in the wall offered a stone seat beneath its ledge. From this perch, they could gaze out across the waking world. As they ate and drank, their conversation drifted from the customs of Gondor to the ways of the Shire and the strange lands Pippin had traveled. With each tale, Beregond grew more astonished, watching the hobbit with increasing wonder, sometimes swinging his short legs as he sat, sometimes standing on tiptoe on the seat to peer over the ledge at the country below. "I won't pretend otherwise, Master Peregrine," Beregond admitted. "To our eyes, you appear scarcely older than one of our children, a boy of maybe 9 years. And yet you've faced dangers and witnessed wonders that few of our seasoned elders could claim. I had thought it was merely our Lord's fancy to take on a noble page, as the kings of legend were said to do, but I see now I was mistaken, and I ask your pardon for my foolishness." "Granted," Pippin replied, "though you aren't entirely wrong. By the reckoning of my own folk, I'm still little more than a lad, and it will be 4 more years before I come of age, as we say in the Shire. But never mind about me. Come, look out there, and tell me what I'm seeing." The sun climbed higher, burning away the mists that had filled the valley below. The last remnants drifted just overhead now, like shreds of white cloud, caught on a briskling east wind that snapped and tugged at the flags and white standards atop the citadel. Far below, perhaps 15 miles as the eye could measure, the great river gleamed, a shifting ribbon of grey light. It emerged from the northwest, then curved in a wide arc south and west, until it vanished into a distant shimmer, beyond which, 50 leagues away, lay the sea. Pippin could see the whole Pelennor spread out before him, dotted into the distance with farmsteads, low walls, barns, and sheds, though no cattle or other animals were in sight. Many roads and paths crisscrossed the green fields, busy with movement, lines of wagons rolling toward the great gate, and others heading out. Now and then a rider would gallop up, leap from the saddle, and hurry into the city. But most of the traffic flowed along the main highway, which turned south, and then, sweeping more sharply than the river, skirted the hills and soon passed from view. It was a broad, well-paved road, with a wide green riding track along its eastern edge and a wall beyond it. Horsemen galloped back and forth along the track, yet the road itself seemed clogged with large covered wagons all heading south. Before long, however, Pippin discerned the order within the apparent chaos. The wagons moved in 3 distinct lines. One line moved swiftly, drawn by horses. Another proceeded more slowly, consisting of great wagons with brightly colored coverings, pulled by oxen, and along the western rim of the road trudged many smaller carts hauled by men. "That is the road to the vales of Tumladen and Lossarnach, and to the mountain villages, and on to Lebenin," Beregond explained. "Those are the last of the wagons, carrying away to safety the elderly, the children, and the women who must accompany them. They must all be beyond the gate, with the road cleared for a league by noon." "Those were the orders," he sighed. "It is a grim necessity. Few, I fear, of those now parted will ever see each other again." The city had always felt short on children, but now there were none left except for a few brave young men who refused to leave, hoping to find some purpose here. My own boy is among them. A quiet fell between them. Pippin's eyes strained toward the east, half expecting to see waves of orcs flooding the plains. "What is that down there?" he asked, pointing toward a bend in the great Anduin River. "Is that another town or something else?" "It was a city once," Beregond replied, "the heart of Gondor, while this place was merely its stronghold. Those are the ruins of Osgiliath, straddling both banks of the Anduin. Our enemies captured and burned it long ago. We reclaimed it when Lord Denethor was young, not to live in, but to hold as an outpost and rebuild the bridge for our troops. Then came the fell riders from Minas Morgul. The Black Riders? Pippin's eyes widened, an old dread stirring inside him. Yes, they were black, Beregond said, studying him. I see you know something of them, though you've never mentioned them in your stories. I know of them, Pippin murmured, but I won't speak of them now. Not here, not so close. He trailed off, lifting his gaze across the river. Everything before him seemed swallowed by a looming, menacing shadow. Maybe they were mountains, hazy and distant on the horizon, or just a wall of cloud, but beyond that lay a deeper, thickening gloom. As he watched, it appeared to slowly swell and climb, as if to choke the last of the sunlight. So near to Mordor, Beregond said softly. Yes, there it lies. We rarely speak its name, yet we've always lived in its sight. Sometimes the shadow feels faint and far off. Other times it's close and heavy. Now it grows darker, and so does our fear. Less than a year ago, the Fell Riders retook the river crossings. We lost many good soldiers that day. It was Boromir who finally pushed the enemy back from this western shore, and we still hold the nearer half of Osgiliath for now. But we expect another assault there soon, perhaps the main blow of the coming war. When? Pippin pressed. Can you guess? I saw the beacons 2 nights ago, and the messengers riding hard. Gandalf said it meant war had begun. He was in such a rush then. But now everything feels still. That stillness is because everything is prepared, Beregond answered. It's the deep breath before the plunge. Then why light the beacons when you did? If you wait until you're besieged, it's too late to call for help, Beregond said. But I don't know the Lord's counsel, nor his captain's plans. They have their ways of gathering news. Lord Denethor is different from other men. His sight reaches far. Some say that late at night, alone in his high chamber, he turns his thought here and there and can glimpse threads of what is to come, that he even dares to wrestle with the mind of the enemy. It has aged him before his time. Whatever the truth, my lord Faramir is now across the river on some dangerous task, and he may have sent word. But if you ask me what sparked the beacons, I'd say it was the news from Lebenin that evening. A great fleet approaches the mouths of the Anduin, ships manned by the corsairs of Umbar from the south. They no longer fear Gondor's strength. They've allied with the enemy and now strike hard in his service. This attack will pull away the aid we hoped for from Lebenin and Belfalas, where our people are strong and many. It makes us look all the more to the north, to Rohan, and all the more grateful for the news of victory you bring. He paused, rising to his feet, and swept his gaze across the horizon, north, east, and south. The events at Isengard show us we are tangled in a vast, deliberate scheme. This is no mere skirmish at the river crossings, no raid launched from Ithilien or Anorion, no simple ambush or plunder. This is a great war, long in the making, and we are only one piece upon the board, whatever our pride may whisper. Word reaches us of movements far in the east, beyond the inland sea, of stirrings in the north within Mirkwood and beyond, and of forces gathering in the south in Harad. Now every kingdom will be tested to endure or to crumble beneath the shadow. Yet we hold this honor, Master Peregrine. We bear the fiercest brunt of the Dark Lord's hatred, a hatred that has traveled across the ages and over the deepest seas here. The hammer will fall hardest. That is why Mithrandir came to us in such urgency. For if we should fall, who then remains to stand? Tell me, Master Peregrine, do you see any hope that we might endure? Pippin gave no reply. His eyes moved over the towering walls, the proud banners snapping in the wind, the sun hanging bright in the sky, then dropped to the gathering darkness in the east. He thought of the shadow's long reach, the orcs lurking in wood and mountain, the betrayal at Isengard, the spies with their wicked gaze, and the black riders who had even invaded the quiet lanes of the Shire. And he remembered the winged horror, the Nazgul, A shudder passed through him, and hope felt thin and brittle. At that very instant, the sunlight flickered and dimmed as if a dark wing had swept before it. Almost beyond hearing, he caught a cry, high, distant, faint, yet heart-stopping, cruel and cold. He went pale and pressed back against the stone. "What was that?" asked Beregond. "Did you feel it too?" "Yes," Pippin whispered. "It is an omen of our fall, the shadow of doom, a fell rider of the air." "The shadow of doom," Beregond echoed softly. "I fear Minas Tirith will not hold. Darkness comes. It feels as though the warmth is being drawn from my very blood." For a while they sat in silence, heads bowed. Then Pippin looked up abruptly. The sun still shone, the banners still fluttered in the breeze. He gave himself a shake. "It has passed," he said firmly. "No, I will not surrender to despair." Gandalf fell and returned to stand with us. "We may yet endure, even if only on one leg, or at the very least, remain kneeling but unbroken." "Well spoken," cried Beregond, springing up and pacing. "No, though all things must end in time, Gondor shall not perish yet, not even if the walls are stormed by a reckless enemy who piles the dead before them. There are other strongholds, secret paths into the mountains. Hope and memory will live on in some hidden valley where the grass stays green." "Still, I wish it were over, for good or ill," Pippin admitted. "I am no warrior. I shrink from the very thought of battle. But waiting here on the edge, unable to escape, is the worst torment. This day already feels endless. I would be easier if we were not forced to stand idle, watching, unable to strike the first blow. In Rohan, no blow would have been struck at all, I think, had Gandalf not spurred them to action." "Ah, there you touch the wound that pains many of us," said Beregond. "But matters may shift when Faramir returns. He is bold, bolder than most realize, for in these times men are slow to believe a captain can be both wise in law and song, as he is, and yet decisive and hardy in the field. Such is Faramir, less impulsive than Boromir, but no less determined. Still, what can he truly do? We cannot storm the mountains of that dark realm. Our reach is shortened. We cannot strike until an enemy comes within it. But when they do," he struck his sword hilt, "our hand will be heavy." Pippin watched him, tall, proud, and noble, like all the men he had met in this land, with a fierce light in his eyes at the thought of battle. A strange, grim energy seemed to radiate from him, the kind that emerges not from love of fighting, but from the will to protect what remains of home. He felt his own hand was weightless, almost insubstantial, yet he kept the thought to himself. "A pawn, Gandalf called me? Maybe so, but it feels like I've been placed on entirely the wrong game." Their conversation carried on until the sun stood directly overhead, when the noon bells abruptly sounded throughout the citadel, signaling a shift in activity, as everyone not on watch headed for their midday meal. "Will you join me?" Beregond asked. "You're welcome at my table today. I'm not sure which company you'll be assigned to, or if the steward will keep you in his personal service, but you'll find a friendly reception, and it's a good idea to meet as many of the men as you can, while there's still a chance." "I'd be happy to," Pippin replied, a note of melancholy in his voice. "Truthfully, I've been feeling rather alone. I left my closest friend back in Rohan, and since then I've had no one to share a proper conversation or a jest with. Do you think I might actually join your company? Are you the captain? If you are, you could enlist me or put in a good word." "No, not at all," Beregond said with a laugh. "I hold no captain's rank. I have no special office, title, or lordship, just a simple soldier in the 3rd Company of the Citadel Guard. But Master Peregrine, even to be a guardsman of the Tower of Gondor, is considered a worthy station here in the city. Such men are held in high honor throughout the land." "Well, that's far above my own standing," said Pippin. "Take me back to our quarters, and if Gandalf isn't there, I'll go wherever you like as your guest." Gandalf was not at their lodging and had left no word, so Pippin accompanied Beregond and was introduced to the men of the 3rd Company. It appeared Beregond gained as much esteem from the introduction as his guest did, for Pippin was received with genuine warmth. There had already been considerable talk in the citadel about Mithrandir's companion and his lengthy private audience with the steward. Whispers even claimed a prince of the Halflings had journeyed from the north to pledge loyalty to Gondor, bringing with him a host of 5,000 swords. Another rumor suggested that when the riders arrived from Rohan, each would have a Halfling warrior riding behind him, small in stature perhaps, but fierce in battle. Though Pippin regretfully had to dispel these hopeful exaggerations, he couldn't shake the elevated status they afforded him. The men found it only fitting for one who had been a friend to Boromir and was held in esteem by Lord Denethor. They thanked him for visiting them, listened intently to his words and tales of distant lands, and kept his plate full and his mug topped with ale as long as he desired. His sole difficulty, really, was remembering Gandalf's counsel to be cautious and to restrain his naturally free-talking hobbit nature, especially among such friendly company. Eventually, Baragon stood up. "I must take my leave for now," he said. "I have duties until sunset, as do most here, I expect. But if you're feeling lonely, as you mentioned, you might appreciate a cheerful guide to show you around the city. My son would be delighted to accompany you. He's a good lad, if I may say so. If that suits you, go down to the lowest circle and ask for the old guest house on Lampright Street. You'll find him there with other boys who are staying in the city. There might even be something worth seeing down by the great gate before it's shut for the evening." Baragon departed, and soon after the others followed. The day remained clear, though a haze was beginning to gather, and it was unseasonably warm for March, even this far south. Pippin felt drowsy, but the empty rooms seemed dreary, so he decided to go out and wander the city. He first took a few tidbits he had saved to Shadowfax, which the horse accepted gracefully, though he clearly lacked for nothing. Then Pippin set off, descending through many winding streets. As he walked, people stared openly to his face. Men were solemnly polite, offering the Gondorian salute with a bowed head and hands upon the breast. But behind him he could hear many exclamations as those outside called to others indoors to come and look at the Prince of the Halflings, the companion of Mithrandir. Many used words in a language other than the common speech, and it wasn't long before Pippin learned what was meant by Ernil Iferianath, and understood that his new title had raced ahead of him through the street. Pippin finally reached the lowest and widest circle of the city, guided through arched lanes and smooth-paved alleys until he was pointed toward the Lampright Street, a broad avenue leading straight to the great gate. There stood the old guest house, a large structure of time-worn grey stone with two wings stretching back from the road. Between them lay a narrow strip of green lawn, and behind it rose the main building, its many windows overlooking a pillared porch and a short flight of stone steps descending to the grass. A few boys were playing between the pillars, the first children Pippin had noticed in Minas Tirith, and he paused to watch them. Soon, one lad spotted him and called out, darting across the lawn into the street, with several others following. The boy planted himself before Pippin, studying him with open curiosity. "Hello there," said the youth. "Where are you from? You're new to the city." "I was a stranger," Pippin replied, "but they tell me I've become a man of Gondor now." "Oh, come now," laughed the boy. "Then we're all men here. But how old are you, and what's your name? I'm already 10, and I'll soon be 5 feet tall. I'm taller than you are, but then my father's a guard, one of the tallest. What does your father do?" "Which question should I answer first?" said Pippin. "My father farms the fields around Whitwell, near Tuckborough in the Shire. I'm nearly 29, so I have you there in years, even if I stand only 4 feet tall and don't expect to grow any taller, only perhaps a little wider." 29, the boy whistled. "Why, you're ancient, as old as my uncle Iollas still," he added with a hopeful grin. "I bet I could stand you on your head or put you flat on your back." "Perhaps you could, if I allowed it," Pippin answered, chuckling. "And perhaps I could do the same to you. We know a trick or two of wrestling where I come from, a little country where, I'll have you know, I'm thought uncommonly big and strong. I've never let anyone stand me on my head, mind you. So if it came to a match, and there was no other way, I might be forced to finish you off. You see, when you're older, you'll learn people aren't always what they appear. You might take me for some soft, easy stranger, but let me warn you, I am not. I am a halfling, tough, bold, and thoroughly wicked. Pippin screwed his face into such a fierce scowl that the boy took a step back, but then he returned, fists clenched and eyes gleaming with challenge. No, Pippin laughed, his expression softening at once. And don't believe everything strangers claim about themselves either. I'm no warrior. Still, it would be more polite if the challenger gave his name first. The boy drew himself up proudly. I am Bergil, son of Beregond of the Guards. I thought as much, said Pippin. You look just like him. I know your father. He sent me to find you. Then why didn't you say so straight away? Bergil exclaimed, and a sudden worry shadowed his face. Don't tell me he's changed his mind and means to send me off with the women and children. But no, the last wagons have already left. His message isn't that bad, though it may not be entirely good either, Pippin said. He suggested that if you'd rather not try to stand me on my head, you might show me around the city for a while and keep me from feeling too lonely. I could tell you some stories of distant lands in return. Bergil clapped his hands, laughing with relief. All's well, then, he cried. Come on, we were about to go to the gate to watch. We'll go now. What's happening there? The captains of the outlands are expected up the south road before sunset. Come with us and you'll see. Bergil turned out to be excellent company, the best Pippin had known since parting from Merry, and soon they were chatting and laughing freely as they moved through the streets, paying no mind to the curious looks cast their way. Before long they joined a crowd flowing toward the great gate. There, Pippin's standing rose considerably in Bergil's eyes, for when he gave his name and the password, the guards saluted and let him pass, and even allowed him to bring his young companion along. Well, now that is something, said Bergil, impressed. We boys can't go past the gate alone anymore. Now we'll get a proper view. Beyond the gate, a crowd of men lined the edge of the road and the vast paved square where all the paths to Minas Tirith converged. Every gaze was fixed southward, and soon a low rumble spread through the onlookers. Look at the dust over there. They're arriving. Pippin and Bergil squeezed through to the front of the gathering and waited. Distant horns sounded, and the roar of acclaim swept toward them like a rising gale. Then a clear trumpet blast cut the air, and all around them voices erupted. "Forlong, Forlong," Pippin heard the chant. "What are they saying?" he asked. "Forlong has arrived," Bergil answered, a grin spreading across his face. "Old Forlong the Fat, Lord of Losanach. That's where my grandfather lives. Look, here he comes, good old Forlong." At the front of the column came a sturdy, thick-legged horse, and upon it sat a man of immense breadth and shoulders, aged and grey-bearded, yet clad in mail with a black helm, holding a long, weighty spear. Behind him marched a proud, road-worn line of men, well armed and bearing great battle-axes. Their faces were stern, and they were shorter and darker skinned than any men Pippin had yet seen in Gondor. "Forlong," the crowd shouted. "True heart, true friend, Forlong." But after the men of Lossarnac had passed, the murmurs began again. "So few, 200? What good are they? We expected 10 times that number. That's the ill news of the Black Fleet, then. They're sending only a fraction of their strength. Still, every sword helps." And so the companies kept coming. Each hailed and cheered as they moved through the gate. Men from the outlands marching to defend the city of Gondor in its dark hour, yet always too few, always falling short of what hope had wished or desperate need demanded. From the Ringlow Vale came men behind their lord's son, Dervarin, striding on foot, 300. From the highlands of Morthond, the great Blackroot Vale, came tall Duinhir with his sons, Duilin and Derufin, and 500 bowmen. From the distant Langstrand of Anfalas came a long line of men of many kinds, hunters, herdsmen, villagers, poorly equipped, save for the household of their lord, Galaskil. From Laomedon came a handful of grim hillmen without a captain. From the Ether came fisherfolk, 100 or more, spared from the ship. Herluin the Fair came from the green hills of Pinneth Gelin, with 300 brave men clad in green. And last, and proudest of all, came Imrahil, prince of Dol Amroth, kinsman to the Lord, with gilded banners displaying his token of the ship and the silver swan, leading a company of knights in full armor on grey horses. Behind them marched 700 men at arms, tall as lords, grey-eyed and dark-haired, singing as they advanced. And that was all, fewer than 3,000 in total. No more would come. Their shouts and the tramp of their boots moved into the city and faded. The watchers stood quiet for a time. Dust lingered in the still air, for the wind had fallen, and the evening felt thick and close. The hour for closing the gate was near, and the red sun had slipped behind Mount Mindoluin. Shadows lengthened across the city. Pippin glanced upward, and the sky seemed to have turned a sickly ashen grey, as if a great pall of dust and smoke hung above them, muting the light. Yet in the west the dying sun had ignited the haze, and now Mindoluin stood stark and black against a burning, smouldering horizon streaked with glowing embers. "A fair day, ending in wrath," he murmured, almost forgetting the boy beside him. "It will indeed, if I'm not back before the sundown bells," said Bergil. "Come, hear the trumpet. The gate is closing, hand in hand." They hurried back into the city, the last to cross before the great gate swung shut. As they reached the lamplight street, all the bells in the towers began to toll. Deep and solemn, lights flickered to life in countless windows, and from the houses and quarters of the soldiers, along the walls, the sound of singing drifted out. "Farewell for now," said Bergil. "Give my greetings to my father and thank him for lending me your company. Please come back soon, I implore you. In this moment I almost wish for peace, for then we could have shared such joyful times. We might have travelled to Lossarnach, to the home of my grandfather. It is a wonderful place in spring, when the woods and meadows are overflowing with blossoms. Yet I hold hope that we may still journey there together one day. Our Lord will never be defeated, and my father possesses great courage. Farewell, and may you return safely." They said their goodbyes, and Pippin made his way quickly back to the citadel. The distance felt immense, and he grew both warm and ravenously hungry as night fell swiftly, a deep and starless dark enveloping the world. He arrived late for the evening meal in the mess hall, where Beregond welcomed him warmly, seating him nearby to hear word of his son. Once the meal was done, Pippin lingered briefly before excusing himself, for a peculiar and heavy sadness had settled upon him, and he now longed deeply to see Gandalf once more. "Can you manage the path back?" Beregond asked at the doorway of the small hall on the citadel's northern side. "It is a pitch-black night, made even darker by the orders to dim all lights within the city, with none permitted to shine from the wall. I also have news of another command. You are to be summoned before Lord Denethor early tomorrow. I suspect you will not be assigned to the 3rd Company after all. Still, let us hope our paths cross again. Farewell, and may you rest well." His quarters were dark, illuminated only by a single small lantern on the table. Gandalf was absent. The gloom pressed even more heavily on Pippin's spirit. He climbed onto a bench to gaze out the window, but it was like staring into a pot of ink. Giving up, he closed the shutter and went to his bed. For a time he lay listening for any sound of the wizard's return before slipping into a fitful sleep. He was awakened in the night by a light and saw that Gandalf had returned, pacing back and forth in the main room beyond his alcove's curtain. Candles burned on the table among scattered parchment scrolls. Pippin heard the wizard sigh and murmur to himself, "When will Faramir return?" "Hello there," Pippin said, poking his head around the curtain. "I'd begun to think you'd forgotten me entirely. I'm very glad you're back. It has felt like an endless day, but the night will be far too brief," Gandalf replied. "I have returned here because I must have a little solitude and quiet. You should sleep in a proper bed while the chance remains. At sunrise, I am to take you to Lord Denethor once more. No, Forgive me when the summons arrives, not at sunrise. The darkness has now begun. There will be no dawn. Chapter 2. The Passing of the Grey Company. Gandalf had departed, and the sound of Shadowfax's hoofbeats had faded into the night by the time Merry returned to Aragorn. He carried only a light pack, having lost his own at Parth Galen. All he possessed were a few practical items gathered from the ruins of Isengard. Hasufel was already saddled and ready. Legolas and Gimli stood nearby with their horse, so 4 of our original company still remain together, said Aragorn. We shall ride on as one, yet we will not travel alone as I first expected. The king is now resolved to depart immediately. Since the appearance of the winged shadow, he wishes to reach the hills under the concealment of darkness. And then, where do we go? Asked Legolas. I cannot yet say for certain, Aragorn answered. As for the king, he will ride to the muster he commanded at Edoras 4 nights hence. There, I believe, he will receive news of the war, and the riders of Rohan will turn toward Minas Tirith. But for my own path, and for any who choose to ride with me, count me as one, cried Legolas. And Gimli goes with him, declared the dwarf. Well, for my part, said Aragorn, the way ahead is unclear. I, too, must go down to Minas Tirith, yet the precise road is hidden from me. An hour long foreseen now draws near. Do not leave me behind, said Merry. I have not been of great service so far, but I do not wish to be set aside like stored luggage, only to be fetched when everything is finished. I doubt the riders have much desire to be burdened with me now, although the king did say I was to sit beside him in his hall some day and tell him all about the Shire. Yes, said Aragorn, and I believe your road now lies with him, Merry. Yet do not expect joy in the conclusion. I fear it will be a long time before King Theoden rests easily again in the golden hall of Meduseld. Many hopes may falter in this harsh season. Soon the company was prepared to leave, 24 horses in all, with Gimli seated behind Legolas, and Merry riding before Aragorn. They set off at a swift pace through the darkness. Not long after passing the ancient burial mounds near the fords of Isen, a rider hurried forward from the back of their column. My lord, he addressed the king, there are horsemen behind us. I believed I heard them as we crossed the river. Now we are certain. They are gaining on us, riding fast. Theoden immediately ordered a halt. The riders wheeled their horses and readied their spears. Aragorn dismounted, helped Merry down, and then drew his sword, taking a position beside the king's stirrup. Eomer and his attendant galloped back to investigate the rear. Merry felt utterly useless, more like excess luggage than ever, and he worried about what role he could possibly play if a battle began. What if the king's small guard was surrounded and defeated, and he alone slipped away into the night, lost and helpless in the vast, unfamiliar plains of Rohan? That's no good at all, he told himself firmly. He tightened his belt and gripped his own sword hilt. The waning moon vanished behind a large, swift-moving cloud, then emerged clearly once more. In that moment, they all heard the drumming of hooves and saw dark forms speeding along the path from the fords. Moonlight flashed coldly on the tips of spears. It was impossible to count the pursuers, but they appeared at least as numerous as the king's own escort. When they were about 50 yards away, Eomer shouted, "Halt! Identify yourselves! Who rides through Rohan?" The approaching riders reined in sharply. A tense quiet fell, broken only by the wind. Then, in the pale light, a single horseman was seen dismounting and walking forward slowly. He raised a hand, palm open, in a gesture of peace. It looked pale against the gloom. The men of Rohan kept their weapons ready. The stranger halted 10 paces away, a tall, shadowy figure. His voice, clear and carrying, broke the silence. "Rohan. Did you say Rohan? That is a welcome sound. We have come a great distance in haste, searching for that very land." "You have found it," replied Eomer. "You entered it when you crossed the fords. But this is the realm of King Theoden. No one rides here without his permission. Who are you, and what is your urgent business?" "I'm Halbarad Dunedain, a ranger of the north," the man declared. "We seek Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and we heard he was in Rohan." "And you have found him as well," cried Aragorn, handing his reins to Merry. He strode forward and clasped the newcomer in a firm embrace. "Halbarad, this is a joy I least expected." Merry let out a long, relieved breath. His mind had raced with fears of a final ambush by Saruman, a trap for the king, while his guard was so small. It seemed, however, that he would not have to die defending Théoden, at least not on this night. He slid his sword back into its sheath. "All is well," Aragorn said, turning back to the others. "These are kinsmen of mine from the distant north, but their purpose and their number Halbarad will tell us." "I bring 30 with me," said Halbarad. "They are all of our people who could be assembled quickly. The brothers Elladan and Elrohir have also ridden with us, for they wish to join the fight. We rode with all possible speed once word of your need reached us." Aragorn looked puzzled. "But I did not send for you, except in my thoughts. My mind has often turned to you, especially tonight, yet I dispatched no message. But enough of this, such questions must wait. You find us riding in peril and great haste. Join us now, if the king grants his leave." King Théoden was heartened by this turn. "It is well indeed," he said, his voice firm with renewed resolve. "If these warriors share even a fraction of your spirit, Lord Aragorn, then 30 such men represent a force beyond mere numbers," came the reply. The company moved on, and for a time Aragorn rode beside the Dunedain. After exchanging news from the northern and southern lands, Elrohir drew close to him. "A word from my father," he said, his voice low. "Time grows thin. If speed is your necessity, do not forget the paths of the dead." "My days have always felt too brief for all I must accomplish," Aragorn answered, a shadow crossing his features. "Yet my need will be dire indeed before I walk that road." "That test may come sooner than you think," Elrohir murmured. "But let us not speak further of such dark matters here in the open." Aragorn then turned to Halbarad, noting the tall, cloth-wrapped staff he carried instead of a spear. "What do you bear for me, kinsman?" Halbarad's expression softened. "A gift from the Lady of Rivendell, crafted in secret over many long hours. She also bids me say, the hour is late. Either our hope dawns, or all light fades. Therefore I send what I have made. Farewell, Elfstone." In that moment Aragorn understood. "Now I see it," he said quietly. "Keep it safe for me a while longer." He turned his gaze northward, beneath the cold brilliance of the stars, and fell into a silence that lasted the remainder of the night's journey. Dawn was pale in the east when they finally rode up from the Deeping Combe and returned to the Hornburg, where a brief rest and council awaited. Merry slept until Legolas and Gimli roused him. "The sun is already high," said Legolas. "Everyone else is astir. Come, sleepyhead, and see this place while you have the chance." 3 nights passed. A great battle was fought here, Gimli added eagerly, a glint of pride in his eye. "Legolas and I had a contest, which I won by a single orc. Come, I'll show you where it happened. And the caves, merry caves of absolute marvel." "Should we explore them, Legolas?" "Not now," the elf replied. "Do not diminish wonder with haste. I have promised to return here with you when a day of peace returns. But noon approaches, and I hear we eat then depart." Merry rose, yawning. His scant sleep left him weary and low-spirited. He missed Pippin sorely, and felt himself a mere burden, while others made urgent plans he scarcely grasped. "Where is Aragorn?" he asked. "In a high room of the keep," said Legolas. "I doubt he has rested or slept. He went there hours ago, saying he must ponder deep things. Only Halbarad is with him. Some weight of doubt or care hangs upon him." "These newcomers are a grim lot," observed Gimli, as they walked toward the broken gate. "Sturdy and noble they are, making the riders of Rohan seem like youths beside them. Their faces are stern, worn like wind-beaten stone, much like Aragorn's own, and they speak little. But like Aragorn, they are gracious when they do speak," Legolas noted. "And have you observed the brothers, Elladan and Elrohir? Their attire is less somber, and they are as fair and valiant as lords of the elves, which is no surprise, for they are the sons of Elrond of Rivendell. Why have they come?" "Did you hear?" asked Merry, fastening his grey cloak about his shoulders as they stepped out. "They answered a call, as you heard," said Gimli. "Word reached Rivendell. Aragorn has need of his kin. Let the Dúnedain ride to him in Rohan, though who sent the message is now uncertain. I would guess Gandalf, Galadriel, I think," Legolas corrected gently. "Did she not speak through Gandalf of the Grey Company riding from the north?" "Ah, yes, you have it right," Gimli conceded. "The Lady of the Golden Wood. She perceives the deepest thoughts and longings of the heart. Why didn't we wish for some of our own kin to come, Legolas?" Legolas paused by the gate, his gaze drifting north and east, a shadow of concern crossing his fair features. "I doubt any would answer such a call," he replied quietly. "They have no reason to ride to a distant war when conflict already treads upon their own land." For a time the three friends walked side by side, discussing the various twists of the recent battle. They moved down from the shattered gate, past the fresh mounds that dotted the green field beside the road, until they reached Helm's Dyke and looked out over the Coombe. The Death Down stood stark and grim against the sky, while the earth bore the deep, chaotic scars of the Huorn's passage. Dunlendings and men from the Burg's garrison were busy along the dyke, in the fields, and around the damaged walls, yet a heavy quiet lay over all, a valley utterly spent, resting in the wake of a tempest. Turning back, they joined others for the midday meal in the hall of the Hornburg. King Theoden was already present, and upon their entry he called Merry over, having a place set beside him. "It is not how I would have it," Theoden said, his voice carrying a note of regret. "This is a far cry from my fair hall in Edoras, and your friend is absent who ought to be here as well. Yet it may be long indeed before you and I sit together at the high table in Meduseld. There will be little time for feasting once I return. So come now, eat and drink, and let us share words while we can. After you shall ride with me." "May I truly?" Merry exclaimed, both surprised and overjoyed. The kindness in the king's words warmed him more than he could say. "I fear I've mostly been underfoot," he stammered, "but I would gladly do anything within my power, you know." "I do not doubt it," said the king. "I have ordered a sure-footed hill pony prepared for you. He will carry you as swiftly as any horse along the paths we must take, for I mean to ride from the Burg by mountain trails, not across the open plain, coming to Edoras by way of Dunharrow, where the Lady Éowyn awaits us. You shall be my esquire, if you accept. Éomer, is there any gear of war here that might suit my sword thane?" "We have no great armories in this place, lord," Éomer answered. "Perhaps a light helm could be found to fit him, but we have neither mail nor sword for one of his stature." "But I have a sword," said Merry, slipping from his seat. He drew his small, gleaming blade from its black sheath, suddenly overcome with a fierce loyalty for this aged king. He dropped to one knee, took Theoden's hand, and kissed it. "May I lay the sword of Meriadoc of the Shire upon your lap? King Theoden," he cried, "accept my service, if you will." "Gladly I accept it," the king declared. He placed his long weathered hands upon the hobbit's brown curls and spoke a blessing. "Rise now, Meriadoc, esquire of Rohan in the household of Meduseld. Take up your sword and bear it toward good fortune. You shall be as a father to me," said Merry, his voice thick with emotion. For a little while Theoden replied gently. They conversed as they ate until Éomer broke in. "The hour we set for departure approaches, lord. Shall I have the horn sounded? But where is Aragorn? His place remains empty, and he has not eaten." "We shall make ready to ride," Theoden decided, "but send word to Lord Aragorn that the time is near." The king, with his guard and Merry beside him, left the gate of the Burg and descended to where the riders were gathering on the green. Many were already in the saddle. It would be a sizable company, for the king was leaving only a minimal garrison behind, and all who could be spared were riding to the muster at Edoras. 1,000 spears had already departed under cover of darkness, yet still some 500 more, mostly men from the fields and valleys of the Westfold, would accompany the king now. Set slightly apart, The rangers sat in silent, disciplined ranks, armed with spear, bow, and sword, their dark grey cloaks drawn close, hoods cast over helm and head. The horses were sturdy and held themselves with dignity, though their coats were shaggy and unkempt. Among them stood one without a rider, Aragorn's own steed brought from the distant north, called Rohirrim. No glint of precious metal or fine ornament could be seen on their gear. The riders themselves bore no emblem save for a silver brooch, fashioned like a star with many rays, fastening each cloak upon the left shoulder. King Theoden climbed onto his great horse, Snowmane, and Merry settled beside him on his pony, Stibba. Soon Éomer emerged from the gate, accompanied by Aragorn and Halbarad, who carried a long staff wrapped tightly in black cloth. With them came two tall figures, neither young nor old, the sons of Elrond, so alike that few could distinguish one from the other. Their hair was dark, their eyes grey, and their faces bore the fair, ageless look of the elves. They wore shining mail beneath cloaks of pale silver grey. Behind them walked Legolas and Gimli. Yet Merry's gaze lingered only on Aragorn, so profound was the transformation in him, as though years had settled upon his shoulders in a single night. His expression was stern, his complexion ashen and worn. "My mind is uneasy, Lord," Aragorn said, standing near the king's mount. "I have heard troubling whispers and glimpsed dangers yet unseen. After long reflection, I fear my course must alter. Tell me, Theoden, you ride now for Dunharrow. How long until you arrive?" "It is past noon by a full hour," Éomer replied. "If the strength of Rohan is to be gathered, we can make no greater speed. We shall reach the hold before nightfall on the third day. The moon will then be waning, and the muster the king ordered will take place the morning after." Aragorn fell quiet a moment. "3 days," he murmured, "and the gathering of Rohan's host will have only just begun. Yet I see it cannot be hurried." He lifted his head, and a resolve seemed to settle over him, easing the worry on his face. "Then, with your leave, Lord, I must choose a new path for myself and my kin. Our road must now be ridden openly. The time for secrecy is done. I will turn east by the swiftest route and take the paths of the dead." "The paths of the dead," Theoden exclaimed, and a tremor passed through him. "Why name such a place?" Éomer turned to stare at Aragorn, and Merry noticed the nearby riders grow pale at the words. "If those paths exist in truth," Theoden continued, "their entrance lies near Dunharrow, but no living man may pass through it." "Alas, Aragorn, my friend," said Éomer, "I had hoped we might ride to battle side by side. But if you seek the paths of the dead, then here we part, and it is unlikely we shall ever meet again beneath the sun." "Still, that is the road I will take," Aragorn answered. "Yet I tell you, Éomer, we may meet once more in battle, even if all the armies of Mordor stand between." "You will follow your will, Lord Aragorn," said Theoden. "Perhaps it is your fate to walk roads others dare not tread. This parting saddens me, and I feel weakened by it. But now I must take the mountain paths and delay no longer. Farewell." "Farewell, Lord," Aragorn replied. "Ride now to great renown. Farewell, Merry. I leave you in good hands, better than we dared hope when we tracked the orcs to Fangorn. Legolas and Gimli, I trust, will still hunt alongside me, but we will not forget you." "Goodbye," said Merry. He could think of nothing else to say. He felt terribly small, confused, and weighed down by all this grim talk. More than ever, he missed Pippin's irrepressible cheer. The riders were prepared, their horses growing restless. He wished they would just begin and have it done with. Then Theoden spoke to Éomer, who raised his hand and called out a command. At that signal, the company set forward. They crossed the dike and descended into the coombe, then turned sharply eastward, following a trail that wound along the foothills for nearly a mile before bending south. Vanishing once more among the hills, Aragorn guided his horse to the edge of the dike, his gaze fixed on the distant figures of the king's riders as they dwindled down the long coombe. He finally turned to Halbarad beside him, a weight in his voice. "3 whom I hold dear ride yonder, and the smallest among them is no less significant. He rides toward a future he cannot foresee, yet I believe he would not turn back even if he could. The folk of the Shire are a small people, yet their worth is immense, Halbarad replied. They remain largely unaware of the long vigilance we have kept along their quiet borders, but I bear no resentment for that labor. Our destinies are now irrevocably intertwined, Aragorn said, a note of sorrow touching his words. And yet, here we must part ways, but first I need some food, and then we too must make haste. Legolas, Gimli, walk with me. We must talk as I eat. They returned together to the fortress, but once inside the hall, Aragorn sat for a long while in silence at the table, the others respecting his quiet until it grew heavy. Come now, Legolas urged gently. Share your thoughts and find some relief. Shake off this gloom. What has transpired since we returned to this stern place at dawn? A struggle far more taxing for me than the battle upon the Hornburg, Aragorn confessed, his eyes grave. I have gazed into the Orthanc stone, my friends. You dared to look into that cursed wizard's device, Gimli exclaimed, his face a mask of fear and disbelief. Tell me you did not speak to him. Even Gandalf feared such a confrontation.
You forget who stands before you,
Aragorn said, his tone sharp and his eyes flashing. Then his expression softened, the sternness melting into a profound weariness, as of one who has borne a sleepless burden for many nights. Peace, Gimli. I'm the stone's rightful master. I had both the authority, and I judged the fortitude to use it. The right is undeniable, the strength was sufficient, but only just. He took a long, steadying breath. It was a cruel contest, and the exhaustion lingers. I spoke no word to him. In the end, I bent the stone to my will, and that alone will be a bitter draught for him to swallow. And he saw me. Yes, he beheld me, Master Gimli, though not as you see me now. If that sight grants him any advantage, then I have erred, yet I think not. To learn that I live and walk this earth was, I believe, a blow to his very core, a truth hidden from him until this moment. The spies of Orthanc could not pierce King Theoden's guard, but Sauron has never forgotten Isildur or the sword of Elendil. Now, at the pinnacle of his designs, the heir and the sword are revealed, for I showed him the blade remade. For all his power, he is not beyond fear. Indeed, doubt is a constant gnawing within him. Yet his dominion is vast, Gimli countered, and now he will surely strike with greater speed. A reckless blow often misses its mark, Aragorn replied. We can no longer wait for our enemy to make his move. We must press him. When I mastered the stone, I gleaned much. A grave danger approaches Gondor from the southern regions, unforeseen and ready to divert great strength from the defense of Minas Tirith. If it is not met with haste, I fear the city will fall within 10 days. Then it seems it must fall, said Gimli, despair creeping into his voice. What aid can we possibly send, and how could it arrive in time? Since I have no aid to send, I must go myself, Aragorn stated. But only one path through the mountains can bring me to the coastlands before all is lost. That path is the paths of the dead. The paths of the dead, Gimli cried. A grim name indeed, and one that chills the hearts of the Rohirrim, as I witnessed. Can the living tread such a road and survive? And even if you succeed, what can so few hope to achieve against the might of Mordor? No living man has used that road since the Rohirrim came to these lands. Aragorn answered, for it is shut to them. But in this hour of darkness, the heir of Isildur may pass, if he possesses the courage. Listen now. The message brought by Elrond's sons from Rivendell, where lore is deepest, was clear. Aragorn was to recall the seer's prophecy and the paths of the dead. Legolas asked what those words were. Aragorn recited the vision of Malbeth the seer, spoken in the time of Arvedui, the final king of Fornost. A long shadow stretches across the land, wings of darkness reaching westward. The tower shudders, doom draws near to the tombs of kings. The dead are stirring, for the hour of the Oathbreakers is at hand. They will gather once more at the stone of Eric, and hear a horn's call echoing through the hills. But whose horn will it be? Who shall summon them from the grey twilight? that forgotten folk, the heir of the one to whom they swore their oath, driven by need. He will come from the north and pass through the door to the paths of the dead." Gimli muttered that such paths sounded dark, though no darker than the riddling verses. Aragorn replied that if the dwarf wished to understand, he should join him on that very road, though he took it not gladly, but from necessity. He asked for their free choice, warning of toil, great fear, and perhaps worse. Gimli declared he would go even onto those paths, to whatever end. Legolas stated he would come as well, for he held no fear of the dead. With a grim humor, Gimli added that he hoped the forgotten people had not forgotten how to fight, or else their visit seemed pointless. Aragorn said that would be known if they reached Erech, but the broken oath was to fight Sauron, and fight they must to fulfill it. He then told the tale of the black stone at Erech, said to have been brought from Númenor by Isildur. Upon it, the king of the mountains swore allegiance to him at the founding of Gondor. Yet, when Sauron's power grew again, Isildur called these men to honor their vow, and they refused, for they had once worshipped the Dark Lord. Isildur laid a curse upon their king, and his folk. They would find no rest until their oath was fulfilled. This war would span uncounted years, and they would be summoned once more before the end. They fled Isildur's wrath, hid in mountain fastnesses, dwindled away, and left a terror of the sleepless dead about the hill of Erech. That was the road Aragorn must take, for he had no living men to aid him. Suddenly he stood, his voice ringing. "Come," he cried, drawing his sword so it gleamed in the dim hall, "to the stone of Erech. I seek the paths of the dead. Let those who will follow me." Without a word, Legolas and Gimli rose and followed him out. On the green waited the silent hooded rangers. Mounting their horses, with Aragorn upon Rohirrim, they heard Halbarad sound a great horn that echoed through Helm's Deep. Then they thundered down the Coombe, a sight that left the men on the walls staring in wonder. While King Theoden took slower paths through the hills, this grey company sped across the plain. By the next afternoon they reached Idorus, pausing only briefly before riding up the valley to Dunharrow as night fell. There the Lady Éowyn greeted them, heartened by the sight of the mighty Dúnedain and Elrond's fair sons, though her gaze lingered longest on Aragorn, a silent testament to the hope he carried and the dread road ahead. As they shared supper, she listened to the full tale of events since King Theoden's departure, having received only hurried reports before, when they spoke of the fierce battle at Helm's Deep, the overwhelming defeat of their enemies, and the glorious charge led by Theoden and his knights. Her eyes gleamed with a fierce pride. Finally she told them, "My lords, you are weary. Rest here tonight as best we can arrange, and tomorrow you shall have finer quarters." Aragorn replied, "Do not trouble yourself for our comfort, my lady. A place to sleep tonight and a meal at dawn will suffice. My errand will not wait. We must depart at first light." She smiled faintly. "It was a gracious deed, then, to ride so far from your path, to bring news to Éowyn, and to speak with her in this remote place." "Any man would deem such a journey worthwhile," said Aragorn. "Yet, truthfully, I could not have come here unless the road I am bound to take also led me to Dunharrow." Her expression cooled. "Then you are lost, lord. No road runs east or south from Harrowdale. Your best course is to turn back." "I am not lost," he answered calmly. "I walked these lands before you were born to bring them beauty. There is a road out of this valley, and I will take it. Tomorrow I ride the paths of the dead." She stared at him as if struck, her face going pale. A long silence fell over the company. "Aragorn," she said at last, her voice low, "is your purpose then to seek death? That is all you will find on that road. The dead do not permit the living to pass." "Perhaps they will permit me," he said. "Yet I will dare it, for no other path will serve my need." "This is madness," she insisted, a desperate edge entering her tone. "Here are men of valor and skill. You should lead them to war, where their strength is needed, not into darkness. I implore you, stay and ride with my brother. You would gladden all our hearts and make our hope burn brighter." "It is not madness," he answered. "I walk a destined path. Those who ride with me do so by their own choice. If any wish now to remain and fight alongside the Rohirrim, they may, but I will take the paths of the dead, even if I must go alone." No more was said. They finished their meal in a heavy silence, her gaze fixed on Aragorn, her inner turmoil plain to all. In time they rose, thanked the lady for her hospitality, and retired. As Aragorn reached the tent he was to share with Legolas and Gimli, and his companions entered, Éowyn followed him out into the night. She called his name. He turned to see her like a pale shimmer, clad in white, her eyes blazing. "Aragorn," she asked, "why must you take this fatal road?" "Because there is no other choice," he said. "Only by this road can I see any hope of playing my part in the war against the Dark Lord. I do not seek out peril, Éowyn. If I followed my own heart, I would be wandering now in the fair valley of Rivendell, far in the north." She was silent for a moment, weighing his words. Then, abruptly, she placed her hand on his arm. "You are a stern and determined lord," she said, "and thus do men earn their fame." She hesitated, her grip tightening slightly. "If you must go, then let me ride with you. I am tired of hiding in these hills. I wish to meet danger and battle face to face."
"Your duty lies with your people," he answered gently. "Too often I have heard of duty," she cried out, the frustration she had long buried now breaking through. "Am I not of the house of Eorl? I am a shield maiden, not a nursemaid. I have waited upon the hesitant long enough. Now that they seem to hesitate no more, may I not at last live as I choose?" "Few can choose their path and still keep their honor," he replied.
"But as for you, lady, did you not willingly accept the responsibility to rule your people until your lord's return? If you had not been chosen, then some other leader would have been placed here in your stead, and he could not abandon his duty, whether he wished to or not. Must I always be the one chosen?" she replied, with sharp sorrow. "Must I forever remain when the riders leave to guard the home while they earn glory, and to prepare the hearth and meal upon their return?" "A day may soon arrive," he answered, "when no one returns. Then courage will be required without any hope of fame, for no songs will recall the acts done in the final defense of all you hold dear." "Yet those acts will be no less brave for being unsung," she responded. "All your speech only means this: you are a woman, and your place is within the house. But after the men have perished with honor on the field, you then have permission to burn with the house, since the men will have no further use for it. Yet I am of the line of Eorl, no mere keeper of the hall. I can ride, and I can wield a sword, and I fear neither suffering nor the end." "What is it you fear, my lady?" he asked. "A cage," she said. "To remain behind bars until habit and years make them familiar, until every opportunity for worthy action has slipped away, beyond recovery or even longing. And yet you advise me against taking the path I have chosen, because it is full of danger." "One may still offer counsel to another," she answered. "I do not urge you to flee from peril, but to ride to war where your blade might earn both renown and triumph. I would not watch something noble and fine thrown away without cause." "Nor would I," he said. "And so I tell you, lady, remain here, for you have no cause to journey south. Neither do the others who ride with you. They go only because they will not be parted from you, because they love you." Then she turned and was gone into the darkness. When the first grey light touched the sky, but the sun had not yet cleared the high eastern peaks, Aragorn prepared to leave. His companions were already mounted, and as he moved to spring into the saddle, the Lady Éowyn came to bid them farewell. She was dressed as a rider, a sword at her side. In her hands she carried a cup. She lifted it to her lips and drank a little, wishing them a swift and safe journey. Then she offered the cup to Aragorn. He drank from it and said, "Farewell, Lady of Rohan. I drink to the fortune of your house, and to you, and to all your people. Tell your brother that beyond the shadows we may meet once more." To Gimli and Legolas, standing nearby, it seemed then that she wept, and in one so stern and proud, that sight was especially sorrowful. But she spoke again. "Aragorn, will you go?" I will, he replied. Then will you not allow me to ride with your company, as I have begged? I cannot, lady, he said, for I could not grant that without permission from the king and from your brother, and they will not return before tomorrow. Yet now I count every hour, every moment. Farewell, then, she sank to her knees, whispering, I beg you. No, lady, he answered, and taking her hand, he raised her up. He kissed her hand, then leaped into the saddle and rode away without looking back. Only those who knew him best, riding close, could see the grief he carried. But Éowyn stood motionless as if carved from stone, her hands clenched at her sides, watching until they passed into the gloom beneath the black haunted mountain, where the door of the dead lay hidden. When they had vanished from sight, she turned, stumbling like one blinded, and went back to her chambers. None of her people witnessed this parting, for they kept hidden in dread and would not emerge until full daylight, after the reckless strangers had gone. Some muttered, They are spirits of the elves. Let them go where they belong, into the dark places, and never return. These are evil times. The light remained pale and grey as they rode on, for the sun had not yet risen over the dark ridges of the haunted mountain ahead. A deep dread settled upon them as they passed between the rows of ancient standing stones and entered the dim hold. Beneath the oppressive shadow of ancient trees, whose darkness even Legolas found difficult to bear, the companions discovered a cleft at the base of the mountain. Directly in their path loomed a solitary, massive stone like a warning finger of fate. A deep chill settled in Gimli's veins, but his companions remained silent, his words seeming to die upon the damp bed of fir needles beneath them. Their horses balked at the ominous stone, refusing to go forward until the riders dismounted and carefully led them around it. Thus they pressed onward, deeper into the narrow valley, until they faced a sheer cliff of rock. Set within it was the dark door, yawning before them like the very mouth of night. Faded symbols were carved above its broad arch, too worn to decipher, and a palpable sense of dread seeped from the opening like a cold mist. The company came to a halt, and there was not one among them whose spirit did not falter, save perhaps for Legolas of the elves, for whom the shades of men held no terror. "This is a door of ill omen," said Halbarad, his voice low. "My death waits beyond it. Still, I will dare to cross its threshold, though no horse will enter. Yet we must enter, and so the horses must come as well," Aragorn replied, his tone resolute. "For if we ever emerge from this darkness, many long miles await us on the other side. Every moment lost here brings the victory of Sauron closer. Follow me." Then Aragorn took the lead, and such was the force of his will in that hour that all the Dunedain and their mounts followed without hesitation. Indeed, the loyalty of the rangers' horses was so profound that they were willing to brave even the horror of the door, so long as their masters walked beside them with steady hearts. But Arod, the horse from Rohan, stood firm in refusal, trembling and sweating with a fear pitiful to behold. Then Legolas gently placed his hands over the horse's eyes and sang a few soft words into the gloom, until at last Arod allowed himself to be led, and Legolas passed within, and there stood Gimli the dwarf, utterly alone. His knees trembled, and he grew angry with himself. "Here is a turn of events indeed," he muttered. "An elf will willingly go underground, while a dwarf hesitates." With that, he forced himself forward. Yet it felt as though he dragged feet of lead across the threshold, and immediately a blindness fell upon him, even upon Gimli, son of Glúin, who had walked without fear in many deep places of the world. Aragorn had brought torches from Dunharrow, and now he went ahead holding one high. Elladan followed at the rear with another, and Gimli, stumbling behind, struggled to keep up. He could see nothing but the faint, dancing torch flames. Yet whenever the company paused, there seemed to be an endless whispering all around him, a murmur in some unknown tongue he had never heard before. Nothing attacked them, nor barred their way, but steadily the dwarf's fear grew as they advanced, most of all because he knew now there could be no retreat. All the paths behind seemed filled with an unseen host following in the dark. So time slipped away, unmeasured, until Gimli beheld a sight he would ever after be reluctant to remember. The road felt wide as far as he could tell, but suddenly the company entered a vast empty space where walls no longer rose on either side. A crushing dread weighed upon him so heavily he could scarcely move. Off to the left, something glimmered faintly as Aragorn's torch drew near. Aragorn halted and moved to investigate. "Does he feel no fear at all?" Gimli whispered to himself. In any other cave, Gimli Gloin's son would have been the first to run toward the gleam of gold. But not here. Let it lie. Despite his misgivings, he drew closer and saw Aragorn kneeling, while Elladan held both torches aloft. Before them lay the bones of a great warrior. He had been clad in mail, and his armor remained remarkably intact, for the cavern's air was dry as dust. His hauberk was traced with gilt. His belt was fashioned of gold and garnets, and upon his bony head, lying face down on the stone, rested a helm richly adorned with gold. He lay crumpled against the far wall of the cavern. As they could now see before a stone door that was shut fast, the bones of his fingers were still wedged into its seams. Beside him rested a chipped and shattered blade, as though he had struck at the unyielding rock in a final, hopeless fury. Aragorn did not disturb him, but after a long and silent look, he stood and let out a heavy breath. "Here the flowers of Cymbalmine shall never bloom, not until the ending of the world," he said softly. 9 barrows and 7 now grow green with grass, yet all these long years he has lain at a threshold he could not open. Where does it lead? What drove him to seek it? That knowledge is lost. He raised his voice then, turning to address the whispering dark behind them. "But that is not my quest. Guard your treasures and your secrets in the accursed years. We ask only for passage. Let us go by, and then you may follow. I call you to the stone of Erech." No reply came, only a silence more terrible than the whispers that had preceded it. Then a cold gust swept through, snuffing the torches so they could not be lit again. Of the time that followed, whether an hour or many, Gimli later recalled little. The others pressed forward, but he lagged at the rear, haunted by a groping dread that seemed always on the verge of clutching him. A murmur like the rustle of countless feet echoed in his wake. He staggered on until he was nearly crawling, certain he could bear no more. He must either find a way out or turn and dash back in madness to meet the fear behind. Abruptly, he caught the clear chime of flowing water, sharp and real as a pebble dropped into a shadowed dream. Light grew, and behold, the company passed under another high, broad arch, with a thin stream trickling out beside them. Beyond, a road fell steeply away between cliffs, so sheer they cut like knives against the distant sky. The chasm was so deep and narrow the sky showed dark overhead, where faint stars already glimmered. Yet, as Gimli later learned, sunset was still 2 hours off on the very day they had left Dunharrow. To his senses, then, it might have been twilight in some far future year, or in another world entirely. Remounting, Gimli drew alongside Legolas. They rode in single file as evening deepened into a rich blue dusk, and still the fear trailed them. When Legolas turned to speak, the dwarf saw a bright, hard glitter in the elf's eyes. Behind them rode Elladan, last of the company, but not the last upon that descending road. "The dead follow us," said Legolas. "I see shapes of men and horses, and banners pale as tattered cloud, and spears like a thicket in a misty winter night. The dead are following. Yes, they ride behind. They have been summoned," Elladan answered. At last the company emerged from the ravine as suddenly as if stepping from a crack in a wall. Before them stretched the uplands of a broad valley, and the stream beside them fell with a cold chatter over many cascades. "Where in all Middle-earth are we?" Gimli asked. Elladan replied, "We have come down from the springs of the Morthond, the long cold river that finds the sea which washes the walls of Dol Amroth. You will not wonder hereafter how it earned its name. Men call it Black Root." The vale of the Morthond formed a great bay that pressed against the southern faces of the mountains. Its slopes were clad in grass, though now all was grey, for the sun had set, and far below the lights of homesteads twinkled in the gathering dark. The land was fertile and well peopled. Then Aragorn cried out without turning, so all could hear, "Friends, set aside your weariness. Ride now, ride. We must reach the stone of Erech before this day is gone, and the way is still long." So, without a backward glance, they rode across the high fields, until they came to a bridge over the swelling torrent, and found a road leading down into the country. As they advanced, lights were extinguished in every home and village. Doors slammed shut, and those caught outside cried out in terror, scattering like panicked animals. The same desperate shout echoed through the deepening gloom. "The King of the Dead, he is upon us." Distant bells tolled a warning, and all living souls fled from Aragorn's path. The grey company rode with relentless speed like hunters on a final chase, their horses staggering from exhaustion. Then, near midnight, in a darkness as profound as mountain caverns, they reached the hill of Erech. A deep-seated dread of the dead had long clung to this place and its barren fields. At its summit stood a black stone, perfectly round like a giant sphere, as tall as a man, but half buried in the earth. It appeared otherworldly, as if it had fallen from the heavens, a belief held by some. Yet those who remembered the old tales of Westerness claimed it was brought from the ruins of Númenor and placed here by Isildur himself. The local folk never dared approach it, nor would they live nearby, believing it a gathering place for shadow men who would crowd around the stone in fearful times, whispering in the dark. The company halted by the stone in the dead of night. Elrohir handed Aragorn a silver horn, which he sounded. To those nearby, it seemed an echo of answering horns reverberated from distant unseen caves. Though they heard nothing else, they felt the presence of a vast host encircling the hill, and a chill wind like the breath of ghosts swept down from the mountains. Aragorn dismounted and stood by the stone, calling out in a powerful voice, "Oath-breakers, why have you come?" A voice answered from the night, seeming to drift from a great distance, "To fulfill our oath and find peace." Aragorn declared, "The hour is finally here. I go now to Pelargir upon the Anduin, and you shall follow. When this land is cleansed of Sauron's servants, I will deem the oath fulfilled, and you shall have your peace and be released forever. For I am Elisar, Isildur's heir of Gondor." He then commanded Halbarad to unfurl the great standard he had carried. It was black, and any emblem upon it was lost in the gloom. A heavy silence fell, unbroken by whisper or sigh for the rest of that long night. The company made camp beside the stone, but sleep was scarce, hemmed in as they were by the dread of the shadows. At the first cold, pale light of dawn, Aragorn rose immediately and led them onward into a journey of extreme haste and exhaustion, the most grueling any of them had known save for Aragorn alone. Only his unwavering will drove them forward. No ordinary men could have withstood it, save the Dúnedain of the north, and with them Gimli the dwarf and Legolas the elf. They crossed Tarlang's neck into Limedon, the shadow host pressing close behind them, their advance preceded by terror, until they reached Callambel upon the Cyril. The sun sank behind them like spilled blood beyond the distant Pinath Gelin. They found the township and the fords of the Cyril abandoned, for many had gone to war, and the rest had fled to the hills at the rumor of the King of the Dead's approach. The following day brought no true dawn, and the grey company rode on into the oppressive darkness of the storm of Mordor, vanishing from mortal sight. Yet the dead followed. Now all roads converged eastward toward the gathering war and the advance of the shadow. Even as Pippin stood at the city's great gate, watching the Prince of Dol Amroth arrive with his banners, the King of Rohan descended from the hills. The day was fading. In the sun's last rays, the riders cast long, sharp shadows that stretched out ahead of them. Darkness had already settled beneath the whispering fir forests that covered the steep mountain slopes. The king rode slowly as the day drew to a close. Soon the trail curved around a massive bare shoulder of stone and descended into the shadowy quiet of sighing trees. Down they went in a long, winding line. When they finally reached the base of the gorge, evening had filled the deep places. The sun had vanished. Twilight rested upon the waterfall. All day, far below them, a leaping stream had rushed down from the high pass behind, carving its narrow path between pine-covered walls. Now it flowed through a stony gateway and out into a broader valley. The riders followed it, and suddenly Harrowdale stretched before them, filled with the sound of rushing water in the fading light. There the white waters of the Snowbourne, joined by a smaller stream, raced and foamed over stones, down toward Edoras and the green hills and plains beyond. To the right, at the head of the great valley, the mighty Starkhorn rose above its vast buttresses, wrapped in cloud. Yet its jagged peak, robed in eternal snow, gleamed high above the world, touched with blue shadow in the east and stained red by the sunset in the west. Merry gazed in wonder at this strange land, of which he had heard many tales during their long journey. It felt like a world without sky, where his eyes, through dim gulfs of shadowy air, saw only rising slopes, great walls of stone behind greater walls, and frowning cliffs wreathed in mist. For a moment he sat half dreaming, listening to the rush of water, the whisper of dark trees, the distant crack of stone, and the vast waiting silence that lay behind every sound. He had always loved mountains, or at least loved the idea of them, standing tall on the edges of stories from far away, but now he felt crushed by the unbearable weight of Middle-earth itself. He yearned to shut out this immense world and find a quiet room beside a fire. He was exhausted. Though they had ridden slowly, they had taken very little rest. For nearly 3 weary days he had jogged up and down over mountain passes, through long valleys, and across countless streams. Sometimes, where the path widened, he had ridden beside the king, unaware that many of the riders smiled to see the pair together, the hobbit on his shaggy little grey pony, and the Lord of Rohan on his great white horse. On those occasions he had talked with Théoden, sharing stories of his home and the doings of the Shire folk, or listening in turn to tales of the Mark and its mighty heroes of old. But most of the time, especially on this final day, Merry had ridden alone just behind the king, silent, trying to make sense of the slow, resonant speech of Rohan that he heard the men behind him using. It was a language where many words seemed familiar, though spoken more richly and forcefully than in the Shire, yet he couldn't piece them together into meaning. Now and then a rider would lift his voice in a stirring song, and Merry felt his heart leap, even though he didn't understand the words. All the same, he had felt lonely, and never more so than now as the day ended. He wondered where in all this strange world Pippin might be, and what would become of Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. Then, like a cold touch upon his heart, he thought of Frodo and Sam. "I'm forgetting them," he scolded himself, "and yet they're more important than all the rest of us. I came to help them, but now they must be hundreds of miles away, if they're even still alive." He shivered. "Harrowdale at last," said Éomer. "Our journey is nearly over." They came to a stop. The paths leading out of the narrow gorge fell away steeply. Only a glimpse, as through a tall window, could be caught of the great valley below in the deepening gloom. A single small light twinkled beside the river. "This journey may be done," said Théoden, "but I have far yet to go." 2 nights passed. The moon was full, and at dawn I ride to Edoras for the gathering of the mark. "Yet, if you would heed my advice," Éomer said quietly, "you would return here afterward and remain until the war is decided, for good or ill." Théoden smiled, but it was a smile with iron in it. "No, my son, for I will name you so. Do not whisper the cautious words of Wormtongue to these old ears." He straightened in his saddle, gazing back at the column of his riders melting into the twilight. "It feels as if years have passed in the days since I rode west, yet I will never rely on a crutch again. If the war is lost, what use is a king skulking in the hills? And if it is won, what sorrow is there in falling if my last breath is spent in the fight? But let us speak no more of this. Tonight I shall rest in the hold of Dunharrow. We have this one evening of peace remaining. Ride on. As dusk deepened, they descended into the valley. Here the Snowbourne ran close to the western slopes, and soon the path brought them to a shallow ford, where water chuckled over stones. The crossing was guarded. As the king drew near, many men rose from the shadows of the rocks, and seeing him, they shouted with joyful voices, "King Theoden! The king of the Mark returns!" A long horn call sounded, echoing down the vale. Other horns answered, and lights flickered to life across the river. Then, from high above, a great chorus of trumpets erupted, seeming to rise from some hidden hollow, blending their notes into a single, mighty voice that rolled and beat against the stone walls. Thus the king came back victorious from the west to Dunharrow, under the shadow of the White Mountains. He found the gathered strength of his people already waiting. Captains had ridden to meet him at the ford with messages from Gandalf as soon as his approach was known. Dunhir, chieftain of Harrowdale, led them. "At dawn 3 days ago, Lord," he said, "Shadowfax came like a wind from the west to Edoras, and Gandalf brought word of your victory to gladden us, but he also bore your command to hasten the gathering of the riders." And then came the winged shadow. "The winged shadow?" said Theoden. "We saw it as well, but that was deep in the night before Gandalf departed." "Perhaps, Lord," answered Dunhir. "Yet the same, or another like it, a flying darkness in the shape of a monstrous bird, passed over Edoras that very morning, and all men were stricken with dread. For it swooped low upon Meduseld, almost to the roof beam, and a cry came from it that froze our hearts. It was then Gandalf counselled us not to muster in the open fields, but to meet you here in the valley under the mountains. And he urged us to light no more fires or lanterns than sheer necessity required. So we have done. Gandalf spoke with a command that brooked no question. We trust this meets your will. Nothing of that evil has been seen here in Harrowdale." "It is well," Theoden said. "I ride now to the hold there. Before I rest, I will meet the marshals and captains. Send them to me as soon as they are able." The road now ran eastward straight across the valley, which here was scarcely half a mile wide. Rough grasslands, grey in the failing light, stretched on all sides, but ahead on the far slope, Merry saw a looming wall of rock, a last spur of the great Starkhorn, split by the river in ancient times. Across every open space was a great host of men. Some crowded the roadside, calling out gladly to the king and the riders from the west, but behind, reaching into the distance, were orderly rows of tents and shelters, lines of tethered horses, great stores of arms, and stacks of spears standing like a bristling forest of young trees. The entire assembly was sinking into shadow, and though a chill wind blew down from the heights, not a single lantern glimmered, and no fires were kindled. The watchman, heavily cloaked, moved restlessly back and forth. Merry tried to count the riders, but the deepening twilight made it impossible. It seemed to him a vast host, stretching into the thousands. As the king's company moved beneath the shadow of the eastern cliff, the path began its ascent, and Merry stared in awe. He was traveling upon a road unlike any he had known, an ancient work of hands from an age lost to memory. It coiled upward like a serpent, carved directly into the mountainside. Steep as a staircase, it doubled back upon itself again and again. While horses and wagons could manage the climb, no enemy could assail it from below if defenders held the heights above. At every bend stood great statues, carved in the likeness of men. They were massive and crude, sitting cross-legged with stumpy arms folded over broad bellies. Time had worn the features from many, leaving only dark eye sockets that seemed to watch the passers-by with a silent sorrow. The riders paid them little mind, calling them the Pukul men, and seeing no power left in them among the trees. That path led to the black Dimholt wood under the mountain, the threat of a single stone pillar and the shadow of a forbidden door. This was dark Dunharrow, built by people whose name and purpose were forgotten. Was it a fortress, a temple, or a tomb? None in Rohan could say. They toiled here in an age before ships ever reached the western shores or the city of Gondor was raised. Now they were gone, leaving only the old Pukul men at the turns of the road. Merry studied the lines of stones. They were blackened and worn, some leaning, some fallen, like rows of ancient hungry teeth. He felt a chill, hoping the king would not venture into the darkness beyond them. He noticed then the clusters of tents and booths lining the stony way, all set well back from the trees, as if shying away from them toward the cliff's edge. Most were on the right, where the field was wider. On the left was a smaller camp, centered around a tall pavilion. From this side a rider now came forth to meet them, and the king's company turned from the road. As they neared, Merry saw the rider was a woman, her long braids gleaming in the twilight. Yet she wore a helm and was clad as a warrior to the waist, girded with a sword. "Hail, Lord of the Mark!" she cried. "My heart rejoices to see you return." "And you, Éowyn," said Theoden, "is all well with you?" "All is well," she replied, though Merry thought her tone told a different story. He would have guessed she had been crying, if such a thing seemed possible for one with so stern a countenance. "All is well. The journey was long and weary for our people, torn so suddenly from their homes. There were harsh words, for it has been many years since war has forced us from our green fields, yet there has been no true wrongdoing. Everything is now in order, as you see. Your lodging is prepared, for I received full tidings of your journey and knew the very hour of your arrival." "So Aragorn has come," said Uma. "Does he remain here?" "No, he is gone," answered Éowyn, turning her face toward the mountains, standing dark against the eastern and southern sky. "Where did he go?" asked Eoma. "I do not know," she said. "He came by night and rode away yesterday morning before the sun had cleared the peaks. He is gone." "You are troubled, daughter," said Theoden. "What has come to pass? Tell me, did he speak of that road?" He gestured toward the darkening lines of standing stones that led toward the Dwimmerberg. "Of the paths of the dead?" "Yes, my lord," said Éowyn. "And he has entered the shadow from which none return. I could not turn him from his path. He is gone." "Then our roads have parted," said Éomer, his voice grim. "He is lost to us. We must ride on without him, and our hope grows thin." They moved slowly through the short heather and the upland grass, speaking no further, until they reached the king's pavilion. There Merry discovered all had been made ready, and he himself had not been overlooked. A small tent was pitched for him beside the king's own quarters. He sat there alone as men came and went, entering to speak with the king and take counsel. Night fell, and the half-seen heads of the mountains to the west were crowned with stars, but the east lay dark and featureless. The marching stones faded slowly from view, yet beyond them, blacker than the surrounding gloom, loomed the vast, crouching shadow of the Dwimmerberg. "The paths of the dead," he whispered to the empty air. "What can it mean? They have all left me now. Each has gone to some grim fate, Gandalf and Pippin to war in the east, Sam and Frodo to Mordor, and Strider, Legolas, and Gimli to the paths of the dead. My own turn will come soon enough, I expect. I wonder what they are discussing, and what the king intends to do. For now, I must go where he goes." In the middle of these dark musings, he was suddenly struck by the fact that he was terribly hungry. He rose, thinking to see if anyone else in this strange camp felt the same. But at that instant a trumpet sounded, and a man approached, the king's esquire, summoning him to attend at the king's table. Within the pavilion was a smaller space, curtained off with embroidered hangings and strewn with furs. There, at a modest table, sat Theoden with Eomer and Éowyn, and Dunhere, the lord of Harrowdale. Merry took his place beside the king's stool and served him, until at length the old king, emerging from deep thought, turned to him and smiled. "Come, Master Meriadoc," he said, "you shall not stand. You shall sit here beside me for as long as I remain in my own lands, and lighten my heart with your talk." A place was made for the hobbit at the king's left hand, yet no one asked for any tale. There was little conversation, and for the most part they ate and drank in a heavy silence. Finally, gathering his courage, Merry voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. Twice now, my lord, I have heard mention of the paths of the dead, he began. What are they? And where has Strider, I mean Lord Aragorn, where has he gone? The king sighed deeply, but no one answered until Eomer spoke at last. We do not know, and our hearts are heavy for it, he said. But as for the paths of the dead, you have yourself walked upon their first steps. I speak no ill omen. The road we climbed is the approach to the door there in the dim hold. Yet no one truly knows what lies beyond that threshold, Theoden replied. Still, there are old tales, rarely spoken now, that offer a glimpse. If the legends passed down through the house of Eorl hold truth, then the door beneath Dwemerberg opens to a hidden path running under the mountain, leading to some lost and forgotten end. But no one has dared to seek its secrets since Brego's son Baldur crossed that threshold and vanished from the world of men. He made a reckless vow as he drank from the hallowing horn at the feast for new-built Meduseld, and he never came to claim the high seat that was his birthright. It is said the dead men from the dark years guard that passage, allowing no living soul to reach their hidden halls. Yet sometimes they themselves are seen slipping from the door like shadows, moving down the stony road. When this happens, the people of Harrowdale lock their doors, shroud their windows, and live in fear. But the dead emerge only seldom, and in times of great unrest or approaching doom. Yet in Harrowdale, Éowyn added quietly, they say that on a moonless night not long ago, a great host in strange garb passed by. None knew their origin, but they went up the stony road and faded into the hill, as if keeping some ancient appointment. Then why would Aragorn choose that path? Merry asked. Do you know nothing that might explain it? Unless he shared words with you as a friend that we have not heard, said Éomer, no one among the living can now guess his purpose. He seemed greatly changed to me since I first saw him in the king's house. Éowyn murmured, grimmer, older, almost fey, as one whom the dead might summon. Perhaps he was summoned, Théoden said gravely, and my heart tells me I shall not look upon him again. Yet he is a kingly man, marked by high destiny. Find some comfort in this, daughter, for I see you grieve for this guest. It is told that when the Eorlingas came from the north and journeyed up the Snowbourn, seeking strong refuge, Brego and his son Baldur climbed the stair of the hold and stood before the door. Upon the threshold sat an ancient man, beyond any guessing of years. Once tall and regal, he was now withered like old stone. So still they took him for rock, until they moved to pass him by and enter. Then a voice, as if rising from the earth itself, spoke to their astonishment in the common tongue. The way is shut. They halted and saw then that he still lived, though his gaze did not meet theirs. The way is shut. The voice repeated. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it until the time comes. The way is shut. And when Baldur asked, when will that time be, he received no answer, for the old man died in that very hour, falling forward upon his fate. No other knowledge of the mountain's ancient dwellers have our folk ever gained. Yet perhaps the foretold hour has arrived at last, and Aragorn may pass. But how is any man to know if that hour has come, except by daring the door? Éomer countered, his tone shifting from grim respect to sharp frustration. And that is a road I would not take, even if all the hosts of Mordor stood before me, and I had no other shelter. Must we go hunting for terrors beneath the ground when there are more than enough above? War is upon us, and this is no time for haunted quests. He stopped, for just then a noise rose outside, a man's voice calling Théoden's name, followed by the challenge of the guards. Soon after, the captain of the guard pushed the curtain aside. A man is here, my lord, he announced, a messenger from Gondor. He begs to come before you immediately. Bring him in, Théoden commanded. A tall figure entered, and Merry stifled a gasp for an instant. It seemed as if Boromir had returned from the dead. Then he realized it was not Boromir, but a stranger who bore a striking resemblance, tall, grey-eyed, and proud, as if of the same noble line. The man was dressed as a rider, a dark green cloak draped over a coat of fine chainmail, and upon the front of his helm gleamed a small silver star. In his hand he held a single arrow, its feathers black and its steel tip painted a vivid red. Kneeling, he offered the arrow to King Theoden. "Hail, Lord of the Riders of Rohan, friend of Gondor," he declared. "I am Hurgon, messenger of Denethor, and I bring you this token of war. Gondor's need is grave. Many times the Rohirrim have aided us, but now Lord Denethor begs for every warrior you can muster, and with all the speed you can manage, lest our city fall forever." "The Red Arrow!" Theoden exclaimed, taking it as one who receives a summons long dreaded. His hand shook slightly. "In all my reign, this arrow has not reached the mark. Has it truly come to this? And what force does Lord Denethor believe I can bring?" "That, Lord, you know best," Hurgon replied. "Yet soon Minas Tirith may be encircled. Unless your strength can break a siege laid by many armies, Denethor judges that the might of the Rohirrim would serve better within his walls than beyond them. Yet he knows we are a people who fight from horseback in open land, and that our riders are scattered. Time is needed to gather them. Is it not so, Hurgon, that the Lord of Minas Tirith understands more than his words convey? We are already at war, as you may have seen. We are not wholly unprepared. Gandalf the Grey has been among us, and even now we muster for battle in the east. What my lord knows or guesses of these matters I cannot say," answered Hurgon. "But our plight is desperate. He issues no command, only pleads that you remember the old friendship and oaths sworn long ago, and act for the good of all. Word reaches us that kings from the east ride to serve Mordor. From the north to Dagorlad there is skirmish and rumor of war. In the south the Haradrim advance, and fear grips our coasts, so that little aid will come from there. You must make haste, for before the walls of Minas Tirith the fate of this age will be decided. If the tide is not stemmed there, it will wash over all the fair fields of Rohan, and even this stronghold among the hills will offer no refuge." "Dark news," said Theoden, "though not entirely unexpected. But tell Denethor that even if Rohan itself faced no threat, we would still ride to his aid. Yet we have suffered heavy losses battling the traitor Saruman, and we must still guard our northern and eastern borders, as his own tidings make clear. The Dark Lord now wields such power that he might engage us before the city and still strike with force beyond the river, past the very gate of kings." He paused. Then his tone shifted from grim caution to resolute defiance. "Enough of cautious counsel. We will come. The Wapontek was set for tomorrow. Once all is ordered, we ride. Once I might have sent 10,000 spears sweeping across the plains to dismay your foes. Now I fear it will be fewer, for I cannot leave my strongholds undefended. Yet at least 6,000 shall ride behind me. Tell Denethor that in this hour the King of the Mark himself will go down into the land of Gondor, though he may not ride back. But the road is long, and both man and horse must reach its end with strength enough to fight. It may be a week from tomorrow's dawn before you hear the cry of the sons of Eol coming from the north." "A week?" Hurgon said, a trace of despair in his voice. "If it must be so, then it must. But in 7 days you may find only broken walls, unless some unforeseen help arrives. Yet you might at least disrupt the orcs and the swarthy men from their revelry in the White Tower." "That much we shall certainly do," replied Theoden. "Yet I am newly returned from battle and a lengthy road, and I must now seek rest. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow you shall witness the gathering of Rohan's strength, and depart both heartened by the sight and quickened by the repose. Morning light brings the wisest counsel, and the night often alters a man's mind." With that the king rose, and all others followed. "Go now, each of you to your beds," he declared, "and sleep soundly. And you, Master Meriadoc, I have no further need of you this evening, but be prepared to answer my summons as soon as the sun climbs the sky." "I shall be ready," said Merry, "even if you command me to ride with you upon the paths of the dead." "Speak not such ill-omened words," the king exclaimed, "for more than one road may rightly bear that grim title. Yet I did not say I would bid you ride with me on any path at all. A good night to you. I will not be left behind only to be fetched upon your return, Merry insisted. I will not be left. I simply will not. Murmuring this refrain to himself, he finally drifted into sleep within his tent. He was roused by a man shaking him roughly. "Awake, awake, Master Holbittler," the voice cried, and slowly Merry emerged from profound dreams to sit up with a jolt. It still appeared pitch dark, he noted. "What is it?" he asked. "The king summons you, but the sun has not yet risen," said Merry. "No, and it will not rise today, Master Holbittler, nor ever again, one might fear, beneath this shroud. Yet time does not halt, even if the sun is lost. Make haste." Throwing on some garments, Merry peered outside. The world was growing dark. The very air seemed tinged with brown, and everything appeared black and grey and devoid of shadow. A profound stillness lay upon the land. No distinct cloud shapes were visible, save perhaps far off to the west, where the farthest creeping tendrils of the immense gloom still advanced and a faint, sickly light seeped through. Overhead loomed a heavy, sombre, and featureless ceiling, and the light seemed not to be strengthening, but failing utterly. Merry saw many people standing about, gazing upward and muttering. All their faces were ashen and sorrowful, and some were plainly afraid. With a heavy heart he went to the king. Hurgon, the rider from Gondor, was already there, and beside him now stood another man, similar in appearance and dress, but shorter and broader. As Merry entered, this man was addressing the king. "It comes from Mordor, my lord," he said. "It began last evening at sunset. From the hills in your realm's eastfold, I watched it ascend and creep across the heavens, and all through the night as I rode it pursued, devouring the stars. Now the great cloud hangs over all the lands between here and the mountains of shadow, and it thickens by the hour. The war has already begun. For a time the king sat in silence. Finally he spoke. "So we come to it at last," he said, his voice steady but grave. "The great battle of our age, in which many things will perish, yet at least there is no further cause for concealment. We shall ride the direct path and the open road with all possible speed. The muster will commence immediately, and wait for no straggler. Tell me, is your store in Minas Tirith sufficient? For if we must ride now in desperate haste, we must travel light, carrying only enough meal and water to sustain us until the fighting begins." "We have vast stores long prepared," answered Hurgon. "Ride now as swiftly and as unburdened as you can. Then summon the heralds," Eomer commanded Theoden. "Let the riders be assembled." Eomer departed, and soon the trumpets sounded within the hold, answered by many others from the plains below. Yet their voices no longer rang clear and bold as they had seemed to Merry the night before. They sounded dull and grating in the oppressive air, blaring with a grim foreboding. The king turned to Merry. "I am going to war, Master Meriadoc," he stated. "Soon I shall take the road. I release you from my service, though not from my friendship. You will remain here, and if you wish you may serve the Lady Éowyn, who will rule my people in my absence." "But my lord," Merry stammered, feeling a sudden, sharp loneliness at the thought of being left, "I pledged you my sword. I cannot bear the thought of being left behind like this, King Theoden. All my companions have ridden to war, and I would feel nothing but shame to remain here while they fight." "Yet we ride upon tall and swift horses," Theoden replied, "and brave as your spirit is, you cannot mount such creatures." "Then strap me to the back of one, or let me cling to a stirrup, anything," Merry pleaded. "It is a long road to run, but run I shall if I must, even if I wear my feet to the bone and arrive weeks after the battle is done." A smile touched Theoden's lips. "I would sooner carry you with me upon Snowmane than allow that," he said. "At the very least you shall ride with me as far as Edoras and behold the Golden Hall, for that is the path I take." "Stibber can carry you that far. The true ride will not begin until we reach the open plains." Then Éowyn stood. "Come, Meriadoc," she said. "I will show you what has been made ready for you." They walked out together between the tents. Aragorn asked, "But one thing of me," Éowyn told him as they went. that you should be equipped for battle. I have done what I could to honor his wish, for my own heart warns me you will have need of arms before the end." She led Mary to a tent among the king's guard, where an armorer brought forth a small helm, a round shield, and other pieces. "We have no mail to fit you," said Éowyn, "nor time to forge a proper hauberk. But here is a sturdy leather jerkin, a belt, and a knife. You already carry a sword." Mary bowed. The lady then showed him the shield, crafted like the one given to Gimli, marked with the emblem of the white horse. "Take these things," she said, "and may they bring you fortune. Farewell for now, Master Meriadoc. Perhaps you and I will meet again." And so, beneath a darkening sky, the king of the Mark prepared to lead his riders eastward. Hearts were heavy, and fear lingered in the shadows. Yet they were a steadfast people, loyal to their lord, and little weeping or complaint could be heard, not even from the camp within the hold where the women, children, and elders of Edoras waited. Doom loomed over them, but they met it in silence. 2 swift hours slipped by, and now the king sat upon his white horse, gleaming in the twilight. He appeared proud and tall, though the hair beneath his helm was white as winter frost, and many took heart to see him unbowed and fearless. There upon the wide flats beside the rushing river were arrayed nearly 5,500 fully armed riders, with hundreds more men leading spare horses lightly laden. A single trumpet call pierced the air. The king raised his hand, and silently the host of the Mark began to move. At the front rode 12 of the king's household guard, riders of great renown. The king followed, with Éomer at his right. He had bid Éowyn farewell up in the hold, a memory that weighed upon him. Yet now he turned his thoughts to the road ahead. Behind him, Merry rode upon Stibba among the messengers of Gondor, followed by 12 more of the king's guard. They passed down the long lines of waiting men, faces stern and resolute. But near the end of the column, one rider looked up, his gaze sharp upon the hobbit. A young man, Merry thought, slighter in build than the others. He caught the flash of clear grey eyes and felt a sudden chill, for it was the face of one who had forsaken hope and now rode in search of death. On they went down the grey road beside the stone-strewn Snowbourne, through the hamlets of Underharrow and Upbourne, where women watched from darkened doorways with sorrowful eyes. And so without horn, harp, or song, the great ride into the east began, a ride that would echo in the songs of Rohan for generations to come. In the dim light of early morning, they rode from the shadowed refuge of Dunharrow. Thengel's son, with his captains and loyal riders, made his way to Edoras. The ancient halls of the Mark Wardens were shrouded in a deep, unnatural mist, their golden timbers swallowed by the gloom. There he bid a solemn farewell to his free people, to the hearth and high seat, and to the hallowed places where he had long feasted in brighter days. The king rode forth then, leaving fear behind him with fate laid out upon the road ahead. He kept his fealty. The oaths he had sworn were now to be fulfilled. So King Theoden rode east. For 5 nights and days the Eorlingers pressed onward through the Foldy and the Fenmarch and the ancient Firion wood. 6,000 spears journeyed toward Sunlending, to Mundburg, the mighty beneath Mount Mindaluin, that sea king's city in the southern realm, now beleaguered by foes and encircled with fire. It was doom that drove them onward. Darkness slowly took them, horse and horseman alike, until the distant sound of hoofbeats faded into silence, or so the old songs say. He arrived at Edoras under a deepening gloom, though the hour was only noon. His halt there was brief, just long enough to add 60 late-coming riders to his host. After a swift meal, he prepared to depart once more, offering his esquire a kind farewell. Yet Merry pleaded with him one final time not to be left behind. "This is no road for a steed like Stibba, as I have told you," Theoden said, "and in the great battle we expect upon the fields of Gondor. What would you do, Master Meriadoc? You are sworn as my sword thane, and your heart is greater than your stature, but what place is there for you there? Who can say what might happen? Mary answered. But, my lord, why accept my service if not to let me stand at your side? I would not have the song say only that I was ever left behind when the horns were calling. I accepted you to keep you safe, Theoden replied, and so that you would obey my command. No rider can bear you as an extra burden. Were the battle before my own gates, perhaps a minstrel might sing of your deeds. But Mundburg, where Denethor rules, lies over 100 leagues distant. I will say no more. Merry bowed, his heart heavy, and walked away to stare at the lines of mounted men. The companies were making final preparations, tightening girths, checking saddles, speaking softly to their horses. Some glanced uneasily at the oppressive, lowering sky. Unnoticed, a rider approached and spoke softly into the hobbit's ear. Where there's a will, a way is often found, or so we say in the Mark, he whispered. I believe I have found such a way for you. Merry looked up and saw the young rider he had noticed earlier that morning. You wish to go where the Lord of the Mark goes? I can see it plain on your face. I do, said Merry. Then you shall come with me, the rider answered. I will bear you before me, hidden under my cloak, until we are far from here, and this gloom grows deeper still. Such steadfast will should not be refused. Speak of this to no one else, but come now. Thank you, Merry exclaimed. Thank you, sir, though I do not know your name. Do you not? The rider said softly. Then you may call me Dernhelm. And so it happened that when the king's host set out, Meriadoc the hobbit was seated before Dernhelm upon the great grey steed Windfola, who bore the light burden easily, for Dernhelm was slender and light of frame. They rode on into the gathering shadow. That night they camped where the willow thickets grew thick, where the snow-born river flowed into the Entwash, 12 leagues east of Edoras. Then onward again through the Foldy and into the Fenmarch, where to their right great oak woods climbed the hillsides under the dark slopes of Haliphirion by the borders of Gondor. To their left, heavy mists clung to the marshes fed by the many mouths of the Entwash. As they rode, troubling rumors began to spread word from lone wild riders of foes assailing the eastern borders, of orc hosts marching in the wold of Rohan. Ride on, cried Eomer. It is too late to turn aside now. The fens must guard our flank. We need haste above all, ride on. And so King Theoden left his own realm behind him. Mile by mile the long road unwound, and the great beacon hills marched slowly past. Calenhad, Minrimon, Erilaz, and Nardol, their silent summits watching the host pass below. The fires of hope had been extinguished. Across the lands a grey stillness settled, and the deepening shadow ahead made every heart grow weary. Chapter 4. The Siege of Gondor. Gandalf woke Pippin. Candles burned in their room. As the windows let in only a dull, oppressive light, the air felt thick, like a storm was gathering. "How late is it?" Pippin asked with a yawn. "Past 2 in the morning," Gandalf replied. "Time to rise and make yourself ready. You are called to the Lord of the City to receive your duties. Is breakfast included?" "Hardly. I've arranged what you'll get until midday. Provisions are distributed by command now." Pippin eyed the meagre loaf and what seemed a pitiful scrape of butter set beside a cup of watery milk. "Why did you bring me to this place?" he muttered. "You know the reason perfectly well," said Gandalf. "To keep you from trouble. If you find it disagreeable, recall that you earned this post yourself." Pippin fell silent. Soon he was following Gandalf once more down the chilly passage to the Tower Hall. There sat Denethor in a murky gloom, reminding Pippin of a patient, aged spider. He appeared not to have stirred since their last meeting. He motioned Gandalf to sit, but left Pippin standing unnoticed for a time. At last the steward turned to him. "Well, Master Peregrine, I trust you found yesterday both instructive and agreeable, though I suspect our fare here is leaner than you might prefer." Pippin felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that much of what he'd said and done was already known to the Lord, and even his private thoughts were partly guessed. He stayed quiet. "What would you offer in my service?" "I assumed, sir, you would tell me my tasks." I shall, once I discern your aptitudes, Denethor said, and I may learn that quickest if you remain at my side. My chamber esquire has requested duty at an outpost, so you shall fill his role for now. You will attend me, run messages, and speak with me if war and council grant a moment's peace. Do you sing? I do, said Pippin. Well enough for my own folk, that is. But we have no songs suited to grand halls or dark times, my lord. Our tunes seldom touch on anything fiercer than a gale or a downpour. Most of mine are meant for laughter, or they celebrate good food and drink naturally. And why should such songs be unfit for my halls, or for an hour such as this? We, who have long dwelled under the shadow, might take comfort in echoes from a land untouched by it. Then we may believe our watch has not been in vain, even if it has gone unthanked. Pippin's spirits fell. The idea of singing any shire tune for the Lord of Minas Tirith was unappealing, especially the humorous ones he knew best. They felt far too simple and countryish for such a solemn place. Yet he was granted a reprieve for the moment. No song was demanded. Denethor turned to Gandalf, inquiring about the Rohirrim, their plans and the standing of Eomer, the king's nephew. Pippin was amazed by how much the steward seemed to know of a distant people, though it must have been years, he thought, since Denethor last journeyed beyond the city walls. After a while, Denethor gestured to Pippin and sent him away again. Go to the citadel's armories, he instructed. There you will find the livery and gear of the tower. It has been prepared since yesterday's order. Return when you are properly clad. It was just as he said. Before long, Pippin stood dressed in unfamiliar attire of black and silver. He wore a small mail shirt, its rings perhaps of steel but dark as polished jet, a tall helm adorned with little raven wings on the sides, and centered with a silver star, and over the mail a short black surcoat embroidered on the chest with the silver emblem of the tree. His old garments were neatly stored away, though he was allowed to keep the grey cloak from Lothlorien, only he couldn't wear it while on duty. Had he realized it, he would have seen he truly looked like the Prince of the Halflings, a title some had given him. Yet the thought made him uneasy. A deepening gloom pressed upon his mood. The day remained dark and dim from sunless morning to evening, the heavy shadow thickening until every heart in the city felt burdened. High above, a vast cloud crept slowly westward from the black land, swallowing the light, carried on a wind of war, but down below the air hung still and stifling, as if the whole valley of the Anduin was holding its breath, waiting for some devastating storm to break. Near the 11th hour, finally freed from his duties for a time, Pippin went out to find something to eat and drink, hoping to lift his heavy heart and make the endless waiting more bearable. In the mess halls he ran into Beregond once more, who had just returned from an errand across the Pelennor to the guard towers on the causeway. They walked out together to the walls. Pippin felt trapped indoors, even within the great citadel, and needed fresh air. They settled side by side in the same embrasure where they had shared a meal and conversation the previous day, gazing eastward. It was the hour of sunset, yet the great pall of shadow had spread far into the west. Only as the sun finally dipped into the sea did it manage a brief farewell gleam before night took over, much like the glimpse Frodo had seen at the crossroads, touching the head of the fallen king. But no such light reached the fields of the Pelennor under the shadow of Mindoluin. They lay brown and desolate. To Pippin, it already felt like years since he had sat there before, in what seemed a half-forgotten time when he was still just a hobbit, a carefree wanderer lightly touched by the dangers he'd faced. Now he was a small soldier in a city bracing for a great assault, dressed in the proud yet solemn gear of the Tower of Guard. Under different circumstances, he might have been pleased with his new attire, but he knew this was no game. He was in deadly earnest, serving a stern master amid the gravest peril. The chainmail was a burden, and the helmet felt heavy on his head. He had tossed his cloak aside on the stone seat. Turning his weary eyes from the darkening fields below, he yawned and then sighed deeply. "Worn out by the day?" Beregond asked. "Yes," Pippin replied. "Very much so, tired from all the idleness and waiting. I've been kicking my heels outside my master's chamber for hours while he debates with Gandalf, the prince, and other important folk. And I'm not accustomed, Master Beauregond, to waiting hungry while others eat. It's a hard trial for a hobbit that you probably think I should feel the honor more keenly. But what good is such honor? Honestly, what good are food and drink under this creeping shadow? What does it all mean? Even the air feels thick and brown. Do you often get such gloom when the wind comes from the east? No, said Beregond. This is no natural weather of the world. It's some trick of his malice, some foul vapor from the mountain of fire that he sends to darken hearts and cloud counsel. And it works too. I wish Lord Faramir would return. He would not lose heart. But now, who can say if he'll ever come back across the river, out of that darkness? Yes, Pippin agreed. Gandalf is worried as well. I think he was disappointed not to find Faramir here. And where has Gandalf gone himself? He left the Lord's council before the noon meal, and not in the best of moods, it seemed to me. Maybe he senses bad news coming. Suddenly, as they spoke, they were struck silent, frozen like stones made only to listen. Pippin hunched down, hands pressed to his ears, but Beregond, who had been gazing out from the battlement as he spoke of Faramir, stayed rigid, eyes wide and staring into the distance. Pippin recognized that chilling scream. It was the same sound he'd heard years before in the Shire's marshy fens. But now it was magnified by malice, a blade of despair aimed straight at the heart. Beregond finally spoke, his voice strained. They're here, he managed. Find your nerve and look. Terrible things are moving down there. With dread, Pippin pulled himself up to the parapet and gazed out. The Pelennor fields stretched below, a vague expanse fading toward the distant line of the great river. But now, sweeping across that gloom like shadows of an early night, he saw 5 shapes in the lower sky, monstrous and bird-like, more terrible than carrion birds and larger than eagles, radiating pure cruelty. They dove close, almost within range of the wall's bows, then swung away again. "Black Riders!" Pippin whispered. "Black Riders of the sky! But look, Beregond!" he shouted. "They're searching for something, you can tell by how they circle and dive, always toward that same spot. And can you see something moving on the ground? Small, dark shapes, men on horses, 4 or 5 of them. Oh, I can't bear it! Gandalf! Gandalf, help us!" Another drawn-out shriek rose and fell. Pippin stumbled back from the wall, gasping like a cornered creature. Through that awful cry, faint and far off, he heard the clear sound of a trumpet climbing from below, ending on a sustained high note. "Faramir," Beregond cried. "That is Lord Faramir's call. Brave spirit! But how can he hope to reach the gate if these hellish hawks carry more than fear? Yet look, they press on. They might make it. No, the horses are panicking. The men are thrown. They're running on foot. Wait, one is still mounted. He's turning back for the others. That must be the captain. He can control both beast and man. Ah, one of those foul creatures is diving straight for him. Help! Will no one ride out Faramir with that?" Beregond turned and sprinted away into the dim passage, ashamed of his own fear, while a guard of the citadel thought first of the captain he revered. Pippin forced himself up and looked out again. Just then he caught a glimmer of white and silver approaching from the north like a tiny star descending onto the shadowed field. It moved with arrowy speed, growing as it came, racing toward the 4 men struggling toward the gate. To Pippin, a pale radiance seemed to flow from it, pushing back the dense shadows. As it drew nearer, he almost fancied he heard, echoing against the stone, a mighty voice calling out, "Gandalf," he yelled. "Gandalf, he always appears when the night is blackest. Onward ride, White Rider Gandalf." He shouted madly, like a spectator at a desperate race, cheering a runner who needs no urging. But now the dark, swooping shapes took note of the newcomer. One wheeled toward him, yet Pippin saw the rider raise a hand, and a spear of white light shot upward. The Nazgul loosed a long, wavering cry and veered off. The other four faltered, then climbed in swift spirals and fled eastward, melting into the brooding clouds. Over the Pelennor, the gloom seemed to lift a little. Pippin kept watching. He saw the horseman and the white rider meet and pause, waiting for the men on foot. Soldiers now hurried out from the city toward them. Soon the whole group passed from view beneath the outer walls, and Pippin knew they were entering the gate. Sensing they would come straight to the tower and the steward, he rushed to the citadel entrance. There he was met by many others who had witnessed the chase and the rescue from the high walls. Before long, a tumult rose from the streets of the lower circles, with cheering and shouts of Faramir and Mithrandir. Soon Pippin saw torchlight, and followed by a crowd, two riders approaching slowly, one in white, though now his glow was dimmed, pale in the dusk, as if his fire was banked or hidden. The other was dark-clad, his head bowed low. They got off their horses, and as stable hands led Shadowfax and the other mount away, they approached the guard at the gate. Gandalf walked with a firm step, his grey cloak thrown back, a simmering light still in his eyes. The other man, dressed entirely in green, moved slowly with a slight unsteadiness, like someone exhausted or injured. As they passed under the lamp in the gate arch, Pippin pushed forward for a better look. When he saw Faramir's pale face, his breath caught. It was the face of someone who had faced a great terror or sorrow, had overcome it, and now stood in calm control. Proud and solemn, Faramir paused to speak to the guard, and Pippin, studying him, was struck by how much he resembled his brother Boromir, a man Pippin had liked immediately, drawn to his noble yet gentle bearing. But for Faramir, Pippin felt a sudden, unfamiliar stirring in his heart. Here was a man who carried a lofty dignity, similar to what Aragorn sometimes showed, though perhaps not as towering, yet also less distant and unpredictable. A kingly man, born in a later age, yet marked by the wisdom and melancholy of the elder folk. Now Pippin understood why Beregond had spoken his name with such affection. This was a captain men would follow, a captain he himself would follow, even under the threat of dark wings. "Faramir!" he shouted along with the others. "Faramir!" Hearing this unusual voice amid the clamor of the city's men, Faramir turned and looked down, his expression one of astonishment. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "A halfling, and in the livery of the tower. How?" But Gandalf moved to his side and spoke. "He came with me from the halfling's homeland," he said. "He is with me, yet we should not delay here. There is much to discuss and much to be done, and you are weary. He will come along with us. In fact, he must, for unless he forgets his new duties more readily than I forget mine, he is expected to attend his lord again before the hour is out. Come, Pippin, follow us." Eventually they reached the private chamber of the city's lord. Deep chairs were arranged around a charcoal brazier. Wine was brought, and there Pippin, almost unnoticed, stood behind Denethor's chair. His own tiredness faded as he listened intently to everything being said. After Faramir had taken some white bread and a drink of wine, he sat in a low chair at his father's left. A little apart on the other side, Gandalf sat in a carved wooden chair. At first he seemed to be asleep. Faramir began by recounting only the mission he had been sent on 10 days earlier, bringing news from Ithilien and telling of the enemy's movements and those of his allies. He described the fight on the road, where the men of Harad and their great beast were defeated, a captain reporting familiar matters of border conflict to his commander, details that now felt trivial and stripped of their glory. Then, abruptly, Faramir looked at Pippin. "But now we come to stranger things," he said, "for this is not the first halfling I have seen step out of northern tales into the southern land." At that, Gandalf sat upright and gripped the arms of his chair, though he said nothing, and with a glance he silenced the exclamation on Pippin's lips. Denethor observed their faces and gave a slow nod, as if confirming he had already guessed much of what was coming. While the others sat in silent stillness, Faramir told his story, his gaze mostly fixed on Gandalf, though now and then it drifted to Pippin, as though to remind himself of others he had encountered. As the tale unfolded of meeting Frodo and his servant, and of the events at Henneth Annwn, Pippin noticed Gandalf's hands trembling where they clutched the carved wood. They looked pale and very old, and suddenly, with a jolt of fear, Pippin realized that Gandalf himself was disturbed, even afraid. The air in the room grew thick and heavy. Finally, as Faramir recounted his farewell to the travelers and their decision to head for Cirith Ungol, his tone grew somber. He shook his head with a heavy sigh. Gandalf leaped to his feet. "Cirith Ungol? The Morgul Vale?" he demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. "The timing, Faramir? When did you leave them? When would they arrive at that cursed place?" "I said my goodbyes to them early in the morning, 2 days past," Faramir replied. "From that point, it is a journey of 15 leagues straight south to the valley of the Morgul Duin. Even then they would remain 5 leagues west of the accursed tower. Traveling at their best speed, they could not have reached it before today, and it is possible they have not arrived at all. I understand your fear, Mithrandir. Yet this gathering darkness is not of their making. It began last evening, and all of Ithilien lay under its shadow through the night. It is plain to me that the enemy has long prepared this strike against us, and its hour was fixed well before the travelers departed from my care." Gandalf strode back and forth across the room. "The morning 2 days ago, nearly 3 days of travel. What was the distance from your parting point?" 25 leagues as the crow flies," Faramir answered. "I could make no greater haste last night. I was at Caer Andros, the long island we hold in the river to the north for defense, where horses are kept on the near shore. As the darkness deepened, I knew speed was essential, so I rode from there with 3 others who could also be mounted. The remainder of my company I sent south to reinforce the garrison at the Osgiliath crossings. I hope I have not erred in this," he glanced toward his father. "Erred?" Denethor cried, his eyes flashing. "Why do you ask me? The men were under your command. Or do you seek my judgment on all your actions? You are meek in my presence, yet it has been long since you altered your own course on my advice. Listen, you have spoken cleverly, as is your habit. But have I not watched your eyes seeking Mithrandir, wondering if you spoke well or said too much? He has long held your loyalty in his keeping. My son, your father, is aged, but not yet a fool. I can still see and hear as I ever could, and little of what you have hinted at or left unspoken remains hidden from me now. I know the answers to many riddles. Alas, alas for Boromir. If my actions have displeased you, father," Faramir said quietly, a new weariness in his voice as he recalled the heavy rain that had slowed his own return. "I only wish I had known your counsel before the weight of such a grave decision was laid upon me." "Would knowing it have changed your mind?" Denethor retorted. "I think not. I know you too well. Always you strive to seem noble and generous, like the kings of legend, gracious and kind. Such virtues suit one of high birth when he rules in power and peace. But in desperate times, gentleness can be repaid with death." "So be it," said Faramir. "So be it," Denethor shouted. "But not with your death alone, Lord Faramir, with the death of your father also, and of all your people, whom it is now your duty to protect since Boromir is gone." "Do you mean," Faramir asked, his voice steady but strained, "that you wish our fates had been reversed?" "Yes, I do wish that," Denethor declared. "For Boromir was ever loyal to me, and no wizard student. He would have remembered his father's need. He would not have thrown away what chance provided. He would have brought to me a gift of great power." For a moment, Faramir's composure broke. "I would ask you, father, to recall why it was I who was in Ithilien, and not he. On at least one recent occasion your counsel did prevail. It was the ruling lord of the city who assigned that errand to him." "Do not stir the bitterness in the cup I have mixed for myself," Denethor said, his anger giving way to a bleak and hollow grief. "Have I not tasted it upon my tongue many nights now, sensing that worse still lay in the dregs, as now I find to be true? Would that it were otherwise, would that this burden had come to me. Find no comfort in that thought." Gandalf interjected, his tone shifting from grave concern to a sharp, almost sarcastic clarity. "In no world would Boromir have brought it to you. He is dead and died with honor. Let him rest in peace. But you are fooling yourself, Denethor. He would have reached for this thing, and in taking it he would have been utterly undone. He would have claimed it for himself, and had he come back, you would not have recognized your son." Denethor's expression hardened into ice. "You found Boromir less easily swayed. Is that not so?" he murmured. "Yet I, his father, tell you he would have delivered it to me. You may be clever, Mithrandir, but for all your cunning you do not possess all knowledge. There are paths of counsel that lie neither in a wizard's scheming nor a fool's recklessness. In this affair I hold more insight and understanding than you credit." "And what does your wisdom advise?" asked Gandalf. "Enough to see two follies that must be shunned. To wield this object is deadly. To dispatch it now, in the care of a heedless halfling, into the very realm of the enemy, as you have done, and as my son did, that is madness. And what would the Lord Denethor have done? Neither. But most certainly he would not have staked this thing on a gamble beyond all but a fool's desperate wish, risking our complete destruction should the enemy reclaim what was lost. No, it should have been guarded, concealed in darkness and depth, not employed, I say, save at the final extremity of need, but placed beyond his reach, unless by a victory so absolute that what followed would no longer trouble us, being beyond life's cares. You think, as is your habit, my lord, only of Gondor," Gandalf replied. "But there are other people and other lives yet to be lived, and time still remains. For my part, I pity even his slaves, and to whom shall other men turn for aid, if Gondor falls?" Denethor retorted, "If I held this thing now within the deepest vaults of this fortress, we would not tremble in dread beneath this gathering shadow, fearing the worst, and our counsels would be clear. If you do not trust me to withstand the trial, then you do not yet know me. Yet I do not trust you," Gandalf said plainly. "Had I done so, I might have sent this thing here to your keeping and spared myself and others much grief. And now, hearing your words, I trust you even less, no more than I did Boromir. Hold your anger. I do not trust myself in this, and I refuse this object even as a freely offered gift. You are strong, Denethor, and can still in some ways master yourself. Yet had you taken this thing, it would have broken you. Were it buried under the roots of Mindoluin, still it would consume your mind as the darkness deepens and the worst things approach that soon will be upon us." For an instant, Denethor's eyes flashed as he met Gandalf's gaze, and Pippin again felt the tension between their wills. Now it seemed almost as if their looks were like blades crossing, flickering as they parried. Pippin shivered, fearing some terrible clash, but abruptly Denethor eased, turning cold once more. He gave a slight shrug. If you had," he said. "Such words and what-ifs are empty. It has passed into the shadow, and only time will reveal what fate awaits it and us. That time will not be long. In what remains, let all who oppose the enemy in their own way stand united, and keep hope while they can, and after hope still the courage to die free." He turned to Faramir. "What is your assessment of the garrison at Osgiliath?" "It is not strong," Faramir answered. "I have dispatched the company from Ithilien to reinforce it, as I reported earlier." "Not sufficient, I judge," said Denethor. "It is there the first strike will land? They will require a resolute captain there." "There, and in many other places besides," Faramir said, and sighed heavily. "Ah, for my brother, whom I also loved." He stood. "Have I your leave, father?" Then he staggered slightly, bracing himself against his father's chair. "You are weary, I see," Denethor observed. "You have ridden hard and far, and under an air tainted by evil, so I am told." "Let us not speak of that," Faramir replied. "Then we shall not," said Denethor. "Go now, and take what rest you can. Tomorrow's demands will be harsher." All then took their leave of the city's lord, and went to rest while they were able. Outside lay a starless void of black as Gandalf, with Pippin at his side, carrying a small torch, walked toward their quarters. They did not exchange a word until the door was shut behind them. Only then did Pippin reach for Gandalf's hand. "Tell me," he whispered, Is there any hope left for Frodo? I mean, that's what I care about most. Gandalf rested his hand gently on Pippin's head. There was never a great deal of hope to begin with, he replied softly. Only what some might call a fool's hope. And when I learned they had taken the path towards Cirith Ungol, he stopped abruptly, moving to the window as though his gaze could somehow penetrate the distant eastern darkness. Cirith Ungol, he muttered under his breath. Why that way of all paths? Turning back, his voice grew heavy. Hearing that name tonight, Pippin, my spirit nearly faltered. And yet I believe Faramir's tidings carry a glimmer of hope within them. It is plain now that our enemy has launched his war while Frodo was still at liberty. His eye will be darting here and there, fixed on these battles away from his own borders for many days to come. Still, even from this distance, I sense his rush and his dread. He has moved sooner than he wished. Something has shaken him. For a long moment, Gandalf stood in silence, lost in thought. Perhaps, he murmured finally, a faint, almost ironic smile touching his lips. Perhaps even your mischief played a part, my boy. Let me think, nearly 5 days past he would have learned of Saruman's fall, and that we had seized the Seeing Stone. Yet what of it? We could not wield it to great effect without his knowledge. Unless Aragorn, his hour approaches, beneath his grace, Pippin. He is strong and unyielding, bold enough to trust his own judgment and brave immense peril if needed. It may be that he has used the stone, revealing himself to the enemy, issuing a challenge for this very purpose. Who can say? We will have no answers until the riders of Rohan arrive, if they arrive in time. Dark days lie ahead. For now, let us sleep while we can. But, Pippin began. But what? Gandalf interrupted, though not unkindly. I will allow only one but tonight, Gollum Pippin said. How could they possibly travel with him, even follow his lead? I saw it in Faramir's face. He disliked the path Gollum was showing them as much as you do. What is wrong with that place? I have no answer for you now, Gandalf said wearily. Yet in my heart I always suspected Frodo and Gollum would cross paths before the end. For good or for ill of Cirith Ungol I will say no more tonight. I fear treachery from that wretched being. But so it must be. We should remember, though, that even a traitor may betray his own purpose and unintentionally bring about some good it has been known to happen. Good night, Peregrine Took. The following dawn arrived dull and dim like a brown twilight, and the brief lift in men's spirits brought by Faramir's return sank away once more. No winged shadows were spotted that day, yet now and then a faint, cold cry would drift down from high above the city. Those who heard it froze, gripped by a sudden chill of fear, while those of weaker will shrank back, trembling or weeping. Faramir had already been sent away again. They grant him no respite, some whispered. The steward drives his son too hard. Now he must do the work of two, his own and his brother's, who will never come back. And always, eyes turned northward, voices murmuring the same anxious question. Where are the riders of Rohan? In truth, Faramir had not left by his own desire. The lord of the city presided over his council, and on this day he was not inclined to yield to anyone. The council had been called at first light. There all the captains agreed their strength was too meagre, with the threat growing in the south, to mount any offensive, unless by some chance the Rohirrim arrived in time. Their only course was to hold the walls and wait. Even so, Denethor declared, we should not lightly yield the outer defences, the rammers, built with such labour. The enemy must pay a heavy price to cross the river. He cannot bring a force large enough to assail the city either north at Caer Andros, due to the marshes, or south toward Lebanon, where the river's width would require more boats than he possesses. He will throw his weight at Osgiliath, as he did before, when Boromir refused him passage. That earlier assault was only a test, Faramir replied quietly. Today, we might make the enemy pay tenfold for our losses at the crossing, yet still regret the cost. He can better afford to lose an army than we can a single company. Should he break through in strength, the retreat of our forward troops will be fraught with peril. And what of Caer Andros? Asked the prince. That too must be held if we defend Osgiliath. We must not overlook the threat to our flank. The Rohirrim may come, or they may not. Yet Faramir has warned of a great force gathering ever nearer the Black Gate. More than one host could issue from it, striking for more than one crossing. In war much must be risked, Denethor replied. Caer Andros is garrisoned. We can send no more men so far. But I will not surrender the river and the Pelennor without a fight, not if there remains a captain here with the courage to carry out his lord's command. A heavy silence fell upon the room at last. Faramir spoke. I do not defy your will, sire. Since you have been robbed of Boromir, I will go and do what I can in his place if you order it. I do, said Denethor. Then farewell, Faramir answered. But if I should return, think more kindly of me. That, Denethor said coldly, will depend on the manner of your return. Gandalf was the last to speak with Faramir before he rode east. Do not cast your life away in rashness or bitterness, he urged. You will be needed here for things beyond war. Your father does love you, Faramir, and he will recall that love before the end. Farewell. Thus Lord Faramir departed once more, taking with him what strength could be spared or was willing to follow. Upon the walls, some stared into the gloom toward the ruined city, wondering what transpired there, though nothing could be seen. Others, as was their habit, looked north and counted the long leagues to Théoden in Rohan. Will he come, they murmured. Will he remember our old alliance? He will come, Gandalf assured them, even if he comes too late. But consider, at best, the Red Arrow cannot have reached him more than 2 days ago, and the road from Edoras is long. Night had fallen again before word arrived. A rider came in haste from the fords, reporting that a host had marched from Minas Morgul and was already nearing Osgiliath. It had been joined by regiments from the south, Haradrim, cruel and tall, and we have learned, the messenger added, his voice grim, that the black captain leads them once more. The fear of him runs ahead like a tide across the river. With those dire words, the third day since Pippin's arrival in Minas Tirith drew to a close. Few sought rest, for hope was faint that even Faramir could long hold the crossings. The next day, though the darkness deepened no further, it lay heavier on every heart, and a great dread took hold. Ill tidings came again all too soon. The enemy had forced the passage of the Anduin. Faramir was falling back toward the wall of the Pelennor, rallying his men at the causeway forts, though he was outnumbered 10-1. If he wins back across the Pelennor at all, his foes will be at his heels, said the messenger. They paid dearly for the crossing, yet less than we had hoped. Their plan was long laid. We see now they have secretly built countless floats and barges in East Osgiliath. They swarmed over like insects. But it is the black captain who breaks us. Few will stand firm even at the rumor of his approach. His own men quail before him and would slay themselves at his word. Then I am needed there more than here, said Gandalf, and he rode out at once, his faint glow soon vanishing from sight. All that night Pippin stood alone and sleepless upon the wall, gazing eastward. The dawn bells rang out shortly after, a hollow mockery in the unbroken dark, when far off he saw fires leap to life in the dim expanse where the Pelennor wall stood. Watchmen shouted an alarm, and every man in the city took up arms. Now, again and again, a red flash pierced the gloom, and through the thick air came the slow, dull rumble of explosions. "They have taken the wall," came the desperate cry. "They are blasting holes in the wall. They are coming. Where is Faramir?" Beregond cried out in despair. "Do not tell me he has fallen." The first news came from Gandalf. In the mid-morning, he arrived with a small escort of riders guarding a line of wagons. These carts carried the wounded, all who could be rescued from the shattered forts along the causeway. He went straight to Denethor. The steward of the city was seated in a high room above the hall of the White Tower, Pippin beside him, through the gloom of the windows. To the north, south, and east, his dark gaze swept, as if trying to pierce the shadows of doom encircling him. Most often he looked northward, pausing now and then as though by some forgotten skill he could hear the distant thunder of hooves on the plains. "Has Faramir returned?" he asked. No, Gandalf replied. He still lived when I departed, yet he is determined to remain with the rearguard to keep the retreat across the Pelennor from turning into a panic. He may hold his men together a while longer, but I have doubts. He faces an enemy too powerful, for one I feared has arrived. Not the Dark Lord himself? Pippin burst out, forgetting his place in his fright. Denethor gave a bitter laugh. No, not yet, Master Peregrine. He will not come except to gloat over me when all is won. He uses others as his weapons. All great lords do so, if they are wise, Master Halfling. Why else would I sit here in my tower, thinking and watching and waiting, spending even my own sons, for I can still wield a blade. He rose and threw open his long black cloak. Beneath it, he was clad in mail, a long sword girded at his side, its great hilt sheathed in black and silver. "This is how I have walked, and how I have slept these many years," he said, "lest age make the body soft and fearful. Yet now, under the Lord of Barad-dûr, the most terrible of his captains holds your outer walls," said Gandalf. "Once the king of Angmar, a sorcerer, a ring-wraith, lord of the Nazgûl, a spear of terror in Sauron's hand, a shadow of despair." "Then, Mithrandir, you have met a foe worthy of you," Denethor answered. "As for me, I have long known who commands the hosts from the Dark Tower. Is this all you have come back to say? Or have you withdrawn because you are outmatched?" Pippin shivered, afraid Gandalf would flare into anger, but his fear was misplaced. "It may be so," Gandalf answered quietly, "yet our trial of strength has not yet come. And if old words hold true, not by the hand of man shall he fall, and what doom awaits him remains hidden even from the wise. Be that as it may, the captain of despair does not press the attack himself. He leads from behind, as you yourself noted, driving his slaves before him in a frenzy. No, I came to guard the wounded who can still be healed, for the Ramaz is broken in many places, and soon the host of Morgul will pour through. My chief purpose was to say this. Soon there will be battle upon the fields. A sortie must be prepared. Let it be of mounted men. In them lies our fleeting hope, for in one thing alone is the enemy still lacking. He has few horsemen, and we too have few. The arrival of Rohan would now be most timely, said Denethor. We are more likely to see other arrivals first, Gandalf replied. Fugitives from Caer Andros have already reached us. The island has fallen. Another army has come from the Black Gate, crossing from the northeast. Some have accused you, Mithrandir, of taking pleasure in bearing ill tidings, said Denethor. But to me this is no fresh news. I knew it before last night fell. As for the sortie, I had already considered it. Let us go down. Time wore on. Eventually, the watchers on the walls could see the outlying companies falling back. Small, weary bands, many of them wounded, arrived first in little order. Some were running wildly as if hunted. To the east, the distant fires glimmered, and now it seemed they were creeping across the plain. Homes and barns were ablaze. From many directions, thin streams of crimson flame hurried forward, winding through the deepening dark, all flowing toward the broad road that stretched from the city gate to Osgiliath. The enemy, the men whispered. The defensive line is breached. They are pouring through the gaps, and they carried torches, it seems. Where are our own forces? Evening deepened, and the light grew so faint that even the sharp-eyed watchers on the citadel could see little clearly upon the fields, save for the multiplying fires and the lengthening, quickening lines of flame. At last, less than a mile from the city, a more disciplined mass of men came into view, marching steadily, not running, still holding formation. The watchers held their breath. Faramir must be with them, they said. He commands both man and beast. He might still bring them through. The main retreat was now barely a quarter-mile away. From the gloom behind, a small band of horsemen galloped forth, all that remained of the rear guard. Once more they wheeled to make a stand against the approaching lines of fire. Then, suddenly, a tumult of fierce cries erupted. Enemy horsemen swept in. The lines of fire became rushing torrents, rank upon rank of orcs bearing flames, and wild Sothron warriors with red banners, shouting in harsh voices, surging forward, overtaking the retreat, and with a piercing shriek from the dim sky fell the winged shadows, the Nazgul stooping for the kill. The retreat collapsed into chaos. Men were already breaking away, fleeing wildly in every direction, casting aside their weapons, crying out in terror, falling to the ground. Then a trumpet sounded from the citadel, and Denethor at last released the sortie. Drawn up within the shadow of the gate and beneath the looming walls outside, they had awaited his signal. All the mounted soldiers left in the city. Now they surged forward, formed their lines, quickened to a gallop, and charged with a mighty shout from the walls. An answering shout rose, for leading the charge were the Swan Knights of Dol Amroth with their prince and his blue banner at their head. For Amroth and Gondor, they cried, to Faramir. Like a thunderclap, they struck the enemy on both flanks of the retreat. But one rider outpaced them all, swift as the wind through grass. Shadowfax bore him, shining and unveiled once more, a light springing from his upraised hand. The Nazgul screeched and veered away, for their captain had not yet arrived to face the white fire of his foe. The hosts of Morgul, intent on their prey and caught off guard in their wild rush, shattered, scattering like sparks in a gale. The retreating companies, with a great cheer, turned and struck their pursuers. The hunters became the hunted. The retreat transformed into a fierce counterattack. The field was littered with fallen orcs and men, and a reek arose from discarded torches, sputtering out in swirling smoke. The cavalry pressed onward, but Denethor did not allow them to advance far. Though the enemy was checked and momentarily driven back, great forces were still flowing in from the east. Again the trumpet rang, sounding the retreat. The cavalry of Gondor halted. Behind their protective screen, the outlying companies reformed. Now they came marching back in steady order. They reached the city gate and entered, stepping with pride. And proudly the people of the city watched them and shouted their praise, yet their hearts were heavy. For the companies were grievously diminished. Faramir had lost a third of his men. And where was he? Last of all he came. His men passed through the gate. The mounted knights returned, and at their rear came the banner of Dol Amroth and the prince. And in his arms before him on his horse he bore the body of his kinsman, Faramir, son of Denethor, found upon the ravaged field. "Faramir, Faramir," men cried, weeping in the streets. But he gave no answer, and they carried him away up the winding road to the citadel and to his father. Even as the ringwraiths veered away from the White Rider's charge, a poisoned arrow flew true, and Faramir fell from his saddle as he duelled a Haradrim chieftain. He would have been slain upon the ground had not the knights of Dol Amroth swept in, their lances driving the Southron swordsmen back. Prince Imrahil himself bore Faramir to the White Tower, telling the steward, "Your son has returned, my lord, with great honor," and recounting the battle. Yet Denethor merely rose, gazed upon his son's still face, and spoke no word. He commanded a bed be made in the chamber and all to leave, then climbed alone to the secret room high in the tower's pinnacle. Many below saw a pallid, flickering light in those narrow windows which flared once and died. When Denethor returned, he sat silently beside Faramir, his own countenance ashen and more lifeless than the wounded man's. Thus was the city finally besieged, trapped within a tightening circle of foes. The Rammers was shattered, the Pelennor fields lost. The final word from beyond the walls came from Ingold and his guards, fleeing the north road before the gate was sealed. The same Ingold who, in a more hopeful dawn less than a week past, had admitted Gandalf and Pippin. "There is no word of the Rohirrim," he reported grimly. "Rohan will not come, or if they do, it will be too late. A fresh host has arrived first, crossing the river by way of Andros. They are battalions of orcs from Mordor, and endless companies of a grim new breed of men. Not tall, but broad and bearded like dwarves, wielding great axes. We believe they come from some savage eastern land. They hold the North Road, and many have pushed into Anorion. The Rohirrim cannot reach us." The gate was shut. Through the night, the watchman heard the enemy roaming the darkness, burning fields and trees, cutting down any found outside the walls. At the grim, grey dawn, the sight was worse than the night's fears. The plain was black with marching columns, and sprouting like some vile fungus around the city were vast camps of black and blood-red tents. With a relentless, ant-like industry, orcs dug deep trenches in a wide ring just beyond bowshot. Each trench, once dug, was filled with fire, though none could see how it was lit or fed, whether by craft or sorcery. All day the work continued, unimpeded. Then great wagons rolled up, and behind each trench the enemy swiftly assembled huge engines for hurling stones and missiles. The city had no artillery large enough to reach them or halt the work. At first the defenders scoffed, unafraid of such devices. The main wall of Minas Tirith was enormously high and thick, built in the waning days of Numenor's craft, its outer face as hard, dark, and smooth as the Tower of All Thanks. It seemed invincible to steel or flame, unbreakable save by an earthquake. No, men said, not even the Nameless One himself could enter here while we still draw breath. But others muttered in reply, while we still draw breath? For how long? He wields a weapon that has toppled many strongholds since the world began. Famine. Our roads are cut. A cold dread began to seep into the laughter as they watched the siege lines harden under the smoky sky, a silent testament to the patience of despair. Rohan would not arrive. Yet the siege engines did not aim for the unyielding wall. This was no mere bandit or orc captain directing the assault against the Lord of Mordor's most formidable enemy. A malevolent intelligence guided the attack. Once the massive catapults were positioned, accompanied by shouts and the groaning of ropes and winches, they hurled their projectiles in a high, terrifying arc, soaring over the battlements to crash with heavy thuds inside the city's first circle. Many of these missiles, by some dark craft, erupted into flame as they tumbled downward. A grave danger of fire spread behind the wall, and every available hand was turned to dousing the blazes that erupted in numerous districts. Then, amidst the larger volleys, a different, more dreadful hail began to fall. It clattered into the streets and alleys behind the gate, small round shot that did not burn. But when men rushed to see what these objects were, they cried out in anguish or wept. The enemy was hurling into the city the severed heads of all who had fallen, defending Osgiliath, the Rammas, or the surrounding field. They were a ghastly sight, though some were crushed beyond recognition and others savagely hacked. Many faces remained identifiable, frozen in expressions of agony, and all were marked with the vile sigil of the lidless eye. Desecrated as they were, it happened time and again that a man would glimpse the familiar features of someone he had once known, a soldier who had marched proudly, a farmer who had tilled the earth, or a rider who had come from the green hill valleys for a festival day. Men shook their fists in vain at the merciless foes massed before the gate. The enemy paid no heed to their curses, nor understood the speech of Western men, shrieking instead with harsh, bestial voices like carrion birds. Soon, few in Minas Tirith retained the spirit to stand and defy the hosts of Mordor. For the Dark Lord possessed a weapon swifter than hunger, dread, and despair. The Nazgul returned, and as their master's power swelled, so too did their voices, which spoke only his will and malice, now saturated with a palpable evil and horror. They circled endlessly above the city like vultures awaiting a feast of doomed flesh. Remaining out of sight and range, they were a constant oppressive presence, their piercing cries shredding the air. Each new shriek became more intolerable than the last. Eventually, even the bravest would fling themselves to the ground as the unseen terror passed overhead, or stand frozen, their weapons dropping from limp fingers as a black fog clouded their minds. All thought of battle fled, replaced only by a primal urge to hide, to crawl, and to await death. Through this entire bleak day, Faramir lay upon his bed in a chamber of the White Tower, lost in a desperate fever. He was dying, some whispered, and soon that grim word was on every lip, along the walls and in the streets. His father sat beside him, silent and watchful, having utterly abandoned any concern for the city's defense. Pippin had known dark hours, even in the grasp of the Uruk-hai, but none so bleak as these. His duty was to wait upon the Lord, and wait he did, seemingly forgotten, standing by the door of the shadowed room and wrestling with his own fear. As he watched, it appeared to him that Denethor was aging before his very eyes, as if some vital part of his proud will had shattered and his stern mind had been overthrown. Grief, perhaps, and bitter remorse had done this work. Pippin saw tears upon that once stern and tearless face, a sight more harrowing than any outburst of wrath. "Do not weep, my lord," he stammered. "Perhaps he will recover. Have you spoken with Gandalf? Offer me no comfort from wizards?" Denethor snapped. "The fool's hope has perished. The enemy has discovered it, and now his strength grows. He perceives our very thoughts, and all our actions lead only to ruin. I dispatched my son, unthanked and unblessed, into a pointless peril, and here he lies with poison coursing through him. No, no. Whatever may now transpire in this war, my line ends here. Even the house of the stewards has failed. The final age of men would be ruled by the lowly, the last of the king's line hunted like beasts into the mountains." Outside the chamber, voices clamored for the city's steward. "I will not descend," Denethor declared, his gaze fixed upon his son. "My place is here. He may yet speak before the end draws near. Follow whom you must, even the grey pilgrim whose hope has deserted him. I remain thus." Gandalf assumed the mantle of leadership for Gondor's final stand. Wherever he walked, a fleeting courage stirred in men's hearts, and the memory of winged terrors faded. He moved without rest from the high citadel to the battered gate along the circuit of the walls, and ever at his side was the Prince of Dol Amroth, his armor gleaming. He and his knights carried themselves with the grace of a purer age, and those who saw them murmured, "Perhaps the old legends hold true." There is an elvish strain in that blood, for the people of Nimrodel lived in those lands in forgotten times. Someone might even raise a voice in the deepening gloom, singing a few lines from the Lay of Nimrodel, or other melodies from the lost years of the Anduin Valley. Yet when they passed, the shadows returned tenfold, the warmth fled from men's hearts, and the courage of Gondor turned to dust. So they drifted from a fearful, dim day into the blackness of a hopeless night. Unkept fires roared through the first circle, and the defenders on the outer wall were often trapped, cut off from any retreat. Few loyal souls still held their posts. Most had already fled inward to the second gate. Far behind the fighting, the river had been swiftly spanned, and a fresh tide of enemy strength had flowed across all day. Now, in the deep of night, the final assault began. The front ranks picked their way through the fiery trenches, along twisted, deliberate paths left open for them. They came on recklessly, clustered together well within bowshot of the walls, but there were too few archers left to strike a telling blow, though the firelight offered clear targets for the kind of skilled bowman Gondor was once famed for. Sensing the city's spirit was broken, the hidden enemy commander unveiled his might. From the darkness, the great siege towers, constructed in Osgiliath, began their slow grinding advance. Messengers, their faces streaked with soot and urgency, came once more to the White Tower. Pippin, seeing their distress, admitted them. Denethor slowly turned his head from Faramir's face and regarded them in silence. "The first circle is ablaze, Lord," they said. "What is your command? You are still the steward. Not all heed Mithrandir. Men are deserting the walls, leaving them undefended." "Why?" Denethor's voice was a cold rasp. "Why do these fools run better to burn now than later? For burn we shall return to your bonfire. As for me, I go to my pyre. My pyre. No tomb for Denethor and Faramir. No tomb, no slow preserved sleep of death. We will burn as the heathen kings did before the first ship ever sailed from the west. The west has forsaken us. Go, burn." The messengers offered no bow, no reply. They simply turned and fled. Denethor rose then, letting go of Faramir's fevered hand. "He burns already," he said, with a profound sadness. "The house of his spirit is collapsing." He moved quietly to where Pippin stood. "Farewell, Peregrine, son of Paladin. Your service was brief, and now it concludes. I release you from what little remains. Go, die in whatever manner you choose. Die with whomever you wish, even that friend whose folly delivered you to this end. Summon my servants, then depart. Farewell." "I will not bid you farewell, my lord," said Pippin, going to one knee. Then, with a sudden return of his hobbit nature, he stood and met the old man's eyes squarely. "I will take my leave, sir, for I wish very much to find Gandalf, but he is no fool, and I will not entertain thoughts of dying until the moment he himself abandons all hope. Yet from my oath and my duty to you, I do not seek release while you still draw breath. Should the enemy ever breach the citadel, I intend to stand at your side and prove myself worthy of the honor you have granted me." "Follow your own path, halfling," Denethor replied, his voice hollow. "My own life is already shattered. Summon my attendants." He turned away, his focus returning to Faramir. Pippin hurried to obey, calling for the servants. 6 men of the household answered, strong and noble in bearing, yet they shook with dread at the summons. In a calm, chilling tone, Denethor instructed them to place warm blankets upon Faramir's bed and carry it forth. They lifted the bed carefully, moving with deliberate slowness to avoid disturbing the feverish man. Denethor, leaning heavily on a staff, followed behind them, and Pippin trailed last, his heart heavy. They left the White Tower as if in a funeral procession, stepping into the oppressive night where the low clouds glowed with a sullen, ruddy light. Crossing the vast courtyard in silence, they halted beside the withered tree at Denethor's quiet command. All was still except for the distant murmur of battle from the lower city and the melancholy drip of water from dead branches into a shadowed pool. Passing through the citadel gate, they drew stares of confusion and dread from the sentinel on duty. Turning west, they eventually reached a door set into the rear wall of the 6th Circle, the Closed Door, as it was named, for it remained sealed except in times of burial. Only the lord of the city, or those bearing the token of the tombs, could use that passage. Beyond it lay a winding, descending road that snaked down toward the silent fields beneath the shadow of Mindalluin's cliffs, where the halls of the dead kings and stewards stood eternal. A gatekeeper emerged from a small house beside the path, lantern in hand, his eyes wide with fear. At Denethor's order he unlocked the door. It swung open without a sound, and the party entered, taking the lantern from his trembling grasp. The climbing path was swallowed in darkness, ancient walls and rows of stone balusters looming like specters in the unsteady lantern light. Their footsteps echoed as they descended, down and down, until at last they entered the silent street. Rath Dinan, where pale domes and lifeless statues of forgotten men watched over the emptiness. They carried their burden into the house of the stewards, a wide vaulted chamber where shadows draped the shrouded walls like funeral veils. Rows of marble tables could be dimly seen, each bearing a still form with hands folded in eternal rest. One table, broad and bare, stood near the entrance. Upon Denethor's gesture, they laid Faramir upon it, and then Denethor himself lay down beside his son. A single cover was drawn over them both, and the servants stood with heads bowed as if at a deathbed vigil. Then Denethor spoke, his voice little more than a whisper. "We shall wait here, but do not send for the embalmers. Bring wood that catches quickly, pile it around and beneath us, and drench it in oil. When I give the word, set it alight. Do this and speak to me no more. Farewell." "With your permission, my lord," Pippin stammered. He turned and fled in terror from the tomb. Poor Faramir, he thought desperately. I must find Gandalf. He doesn't need mourning. He needs medicine. But where is Gandalf? Right in the thick of the fighting, most likely with no time to spare for the dying or the mad. At the door, he turned to one of the servants left on guard. "Your lord is not in his right mind," Pippin urged. "Do nothing in haste. Bring no fire here while Faramir still lives. Wait until Gandalf arrives." "And who," the man replied, his voice strained with doubt, "is the true master of Minas Tirith now?" Pippin hesitated only a moment. "It would have to be the Grey Wanderer, then," he said, and without another word he spun and dashed back the way he had come. He flew past the startled door warden, out into the open air, and sprinted toward the citadel's gate. A sentinel called out, and Pippin knew the voice at once. Beregond. "Where are you running, Master Peregrine?" Beregond cried. "To find Mithrandir," Pippin shouted back, barely slowing. "My lord's business is urgent, and I should not delay you," Beregond replied, stepping closer. "But tell me, if you can, what is happening? I came to my post but now, and I heard the lord went to the closed door with men carrying Faramir before him." "Yes," said Pippin, catching his breath. To the street of the silent, Beregond lowered his face, his shoulders slumping. "They told me he was dying. Is he gone, then?" "Not yet," Pippin said urgently. "And even now I believe his death could be stopped. But Beregond, the lord of the city, has broken before his city has. He is in a black despair, and he is dangerous. In rushed words, he described Denethor's wild speech and grim intent. I must find Gandalf immediately. Then you must go down to the fighting, I know. The Lord himself gave me leave. But, Beregond, if it is in your power, do something, anything, to prevent a terrible deed. The Lord does not allow those who wear the black and silver to abandon their posts for any reason, save by his own command," Beregond said, his voice tight. "Then you must choose between your orders and Faramir's life," Pippin insisted. "And as for those orders, I tell you, you are dealing with a man gone mad, not a lord. I have to go. I will come back if I am able." He ran on, descending through the circles of the city. Men fleeing the fires rushed past him. Some, seeing the livery of the tower, turned and yelled, but he paid them no mind. He passed through the second gate, and beyond it the world became a furnace, great flames leaping between the inner walls. Yet a strange, oppressive quiet hung in the air. No clamor of combat, no ring of sword. Then, without warning, came a horrific cry, a massive shuddering impact, and a deep, reverberating boom that shook the stones. A wave of dread nearly drove Pippin to his knees, but he forced himself forward, rounding a corner that opened onto the broad space behind the city gate. He froze. He had found Gandalf. But Pippin shrank back, pressing himself into a patch of shadow, his heart hammering. Since midnight the great assault had not ceased. War drums thundered. To the north and the south, endless ranks of the enemy pushed against the walls. Monstrous beasts like walking houses, the Mumakil of the Harad, lumbered through the fiery lanes, dragging behind them siege towers and terrible engines. Yet their captain cared little for their losses or their deeds. Their purpose was merely to test the defenses and to occupy the men of Gondor in a dozen places. His true strength, his heaviest blow, was reserved for the gate itself. Strong it was, forged of iron and steel, and guarded by towers and bastions of unyielding stone, yet it remained the key, the one vulnerable point in all that lofty, seemingly impenetrable wall. The drums grew louder, fires roared across the field, crawled massive engines, and among them moved a ram of immense size, long as a great tree, swinging on colossal chains, forged long in the dark smithies of Mordor. Its hideous head of black steel was shaped like a ravening wolf, and upon it were laid spells of utter ruin. They called it Grond, in memory of the hammer of the underworld of old. Great beasts strained to draw it, orcs swarmed around it, and behind came mountain trolls to heave it forward. Yet before the gate the defense held desperate and firm. There the knights of Dol Amroth and the sternest of the garrison made their stand. Arrows and darts fell in storms. Siege towers were shattered or burst into sudden towering torches. The ground before the walls on either side of the gate was choked with wreckage and the dead. Yet still the enemy came on, driven as if by a consuming madness, and Grond crawled forward. No fire could take hold upon its housing. Even when the great beasts that hauled it would sometimes go mad, stamping in ruin through the countless orcs that guarded it, their bodies were simply cast aside from its path, and others took their place. Grond crawled inexorably onward. The drums beat wildly. Over the hills of the slain, a terrible shape emerged, a tall, hooded horseman, cloaked in black. He rode forth slowly, trampling the fallen, heedless of any arrow. Halting, he raised a long, pale sword. A great dread fell upon all who saw it. Defender and foe alike, men's hands fell slack, and no bowstring sang. For a moment everything was still, save for the relentless roll of the drums. With a vast rush, Grond was hurled forward by monstrous hands. It struck the gate, it swung. A deep boom rumbled through the city like subterranean thunder, yet the doors of iron and posts of steel held against the blow. Then the black captain rose in his stirrups and cried out in a dreadful voice, uttering in some forgotten tongue words of power and terror meant to shatter both heart and stone. 3 times he cried. 3 times the great ram boomed, and upon the last stroke the gate of Gondor shattered. As if blasted by a ruinous spell, it burst apart in a flash of searing lightning, the doors collapsing inward in riven fragments. In rode the lord of the Nazgul. Against the fires beyond, he loomed as a great black shape, grown into a vast menace of despair. Under the archway no enemy had ever before passed. He rode, and all fled before his face, all save one. There, waiting silent and still in the space before the gate, sat Gandalf upon Shadowfax. Shadowfax alone among the free horses of the earth endured the terror, steadfast as a stone statue in the silent streets. "You cannot enter here," said Gandalf, and the huge shadow halted. "Go back to the abyss prepared for you. Go back! Fall into the nothingness that awaits you and your master. Go!" The Black Rider flung back his hood, revealing a kingly crown set upon no visible head. Red fires shone between it and the vast, dark-mantled shoulders. From an unseen mouth came a laugh of deadly mockery. "Old fool," he said, "old fool, this is my hour. Do you not know death when you see it? Die now and curse in vain." And with that he lifted high his sword, and flames ran down the blade. Gandalf did not move, and in that very moment, away behind in some courtyard of the city, a cock crowed. Shrill and clear he crowed, caring nothing for wizardry or war, heralding only the morning that in the sky far above the shadows of death was coming with the dawn. And as if in answer there came from far away another sound. Horns, horns, horns. They echoed dimly in the dark sides of Mindoluin. Great horns of the north wildly blowing. Rohan had come at last. It was dark, and Merry, rolled in a blanket on the ground, could see nothing. Yet though the night was still and windless, all about him the hidden trees seemed to sigh softly. He lifted his head. Then he heard it again, a sound like faint, distant drums in the wooded hills and mountain valleys. The throbbing would cease abruptly, only to be taken up again somewhere else, now closer, now farther off. He wondered if the watchmen had noticed it. He could not see them, but he knew the companies of the Rohirrim were all around him. In the darkness he could smell the horses and hear their quiet shifts and soft stamping on the pine-needle floor. The host was camped in the pine woods, clustering around Eilenach Beacon, a tall hill rising from the long ridges of the Druadan forest beside the great road in East Anorion. Tired as he was, Merry could not sleep. He had ridden for 4 days straight, and the deepening gloom had slowly pressed upon his heart. He began to question his own eagerness to come, especially when he had been given every polite excuse, even his lord's direct order to remain behind. A sudden, sharp memory flashed of the cozy fire in Meduseld, a stark contrast to this tense, pine-scented darkness, and he felt a pang of foolish longing. What was a hobbit doing in the midst of such dread? The solemn sighing of the trees seemed to mock his small doubts. Merry couldn't shake the worry that King Theoden was aware of his disobedience and was furious about it. Then again, maybe not. There was a clear, unspoken agreement between Dernhelm and Marshal Elfhelm, who led their company of riders. The entire group acted as if Merry were invisible, ignoring his presence and pretending not to hear when he spoke. He felt like nothing more than an extra pack strapped to Dernhelm's saddle, and Dernhelm offered no solace, remaining silent and withdrawn from everyone. The whole situation left Merry feeling insignificant, isolated, and utterly alone. The mood was tense, with the entire host in grave danger. They were now less than a day's ride from the protective walls surrounding Minas Tirith's farmlands. Scouts had ridden ahead, but not all had returned. Those who came racing back brought grim news. The road was heavily guarded by the enemy. A large force was camped just 3 miles west of Amon Din, and an advance company was already on the move, a mere 3 leagues distant. Worse orcs were prowling the wooded hills, flanking the roadway. King Theoden and Eomer were deep in council as the night watches passed. Desperate for conversation, Merry's thoughts turned to Pippin, which only made his anxiety worse. Poor Pippin, trapped inside that immense stone city, probably just as lonely and terrified. For a wild moment, Merry wished he were a full-grown rider of Rohan, able to sound a horn and charge heroically to his friend's rescue. He sat up, listening to the drums that had started again, this time closer. Soon he saw the faint glow of half-shielded lanterns moving between the trees and heard hushed voices. Men nearby began stirring in the darkness. A tall figure emerged from the gloom, tripped right over him, and muttered a curse about the treacherous roots. Merry recognized Marshal Elfhelm's voice. "I'm not a root, sir," Merry said, a touch of sarcasm creeping into his tone. "Nor a piece of luggage. I'm a rather bruised hobbit. The least you could do after trampling me is tell me what's happening." "Anything that can sit so still in this cursed gloom," Elfhelm replied. "But word from my lord is to stand ready. Orders for a quick move could come at any moment." "Is the enemy coming?" Merry asked, his anxiety spiking. "Are those their drums?" I started to think I was imagining them, since nobody else seemed bothered. "No, no," said Elfhelm. "The enemy holds the road, not these hills. What you hear are the Woses, the wild men of the woods. That's how they talk to each other over long distances. They still dwell in Druadan Forest, remnants of an older world, living secretive and few, as wary and wild as the beasts. They don't involve themselves in the wars of Gondor or Rohan, but the spreading darkness and the orcs trouble them deeply. They fear the dark years are returning, which, let's be honest, seems pretty likely at this point. Be thankful they aren't hunting us. They're said to use poisoned arrows and possess unmatched skill in the woods. Yet they've offered their aid to King Theoden. One of their chieftains is being taken to him now. You can see the lanterns yonder. That's all I know. Now I must see to my lord's commands. Bundle up, Master Bag." With that he melted back into the shadows. The talk of wild men and poisoned arrows unsettled Merry, but a heavier, more general dread pressed upon him. The waiting was intolerable. He desperately needed to know what would happen next. He rose and cautiously followed the last bobbing lantern before it vanished into the forest. Soon he reached a small clearing where a tent had been pitched for the king beneath a massive tree. A large, hooded lantern hung from a branch, casting a wan circle of light on the ground below. There sat Theoden and Eomer, and before them on the earth was a strange, squat figure of a man. He was gnarled like ancient stone, with a scanty, moss-like beard straggling across his lumpy chin. He had short legs, thick arms, and a stout, stumpy body, wearing only a girdle of grass. A flicker of recognition passed through Merry, and he suddenly remembered where he'd seen such a being before. It was like the carved Pukul men of Dunharrow. Before Merry stood a figure that seemed to have stepped directly from an ancient carving, a living descendant of the forgotten artisans' models from ages past. A heavy quiet fell as he edged closer, and the wild man began to speak, as if replying to an unasked question. His voice was a low rumble, yet to Merry's astonishment he used the common speech, though haltingly, mixed with rough, unfamiliar words. "No, lord of the horse riders," he grunted. "We do not make war, we hunt. We kill the Gorgoon in the deep woods, for we hate the orc folk. You also hate the Gorgoon. We will give what aid we can. My people have long ears and long eyes. We know every trail. We lived in these lands before the stone houses were raised, before the tall men came from over the water." "Our need is for help in battle," Eomer replied. "How can you and your folk aid us in a fight? "We bring word," said the wild man. "We watch from the high places. We climb the great mountain and look down. The stone city is closed. Fire burns outside its walls. Now it burns within as well. You wish to go there? Then you must be swift. But the Gorgoon and the men from distant lands," he gestured eastward with a gnarled arm, "hold the horse road. They are very many, more than the riders of the mark." "How can you know this?" asked Eomer. The old man's expression remained unreadable, but his tone grew sullen. "Wild men are free, not foolish children," he answered. "I am Gon-Buri-Gon, a great headman. I count many things, stars in the sky, leaves on the trees, men moving in the shadows. You have 20 scores counted 10 times and 5. They have more. A great battle is coming. Who will prevail?" And many more march around the walls of the stone houses. "He speaks with grim truth," said Theoden. "Our own scouts report they have dug trenches and planted stakes across the road. We cannot simply sweep them aside in a sudden charge." "Yet speed is everything to us now," Eomer insisted. "Mundburg is burning. Let Gon-Buri-Gon finish," the wild man interjected. "He knows more than one path. He will lead you by a road where no pits are dug, where no Gorgoon walk, only wild men and forest beasts. Many such ways were made when the Stonehouse folk were powerful. They cut the hills as a hunter cuts flesh. My people thought they must eat stone. They traveled through Druadan to the mountain of Rimmon with great wagons. They travel so no longer. That road is forgotten, but not by us. Over hill and behind hill it still lies, hidden under grass and tree, there behind Rimmon and down to the valley of Din, joining your horse road again at the far end. We will show you this road then. You may kill the Gorgoon and scatter the dark with your bright swords, and the wild men can return to their sleep in the deep woods." Eomer and the king conferred quietly in their own language. Finally, Theoden turned back. "We accept your offer," he declared. "For though we leave an army at our backs, what does it matter? If the stone city falls, we shall have no home to return to. If it stands, then the orc host itself will be trapped. If you prove true, Gon-Buri-Gon, you shall have rich reward and the lasting friendship of the Riddermark. Dead men are poor friends to the living and give no gifts," the wild man said bluntly. "But if you live after the darkness passes, then leave my people alone in the woods. Hunt us no more like animals. Gon-Buri-Gon will not lead you into a trap. He will go himself with the Lord of the Horse Riders. If he leads you astray, you may kill him." "So be it," said Theoden. "How long to bypass the enemy and regain the road?" asked Eomer. "We must move at the pace of foot if you guide us, and I expect the way is narrow." "Wild men are swift on foot," said Gan. "The way is wide enough for 4 horses in the Stonewain Valley there," he pointed south, "but narrow at the start and the finish. A wild man could walk from here to Din between sunrise and midday." "Then we must allow at least 7 hours for the vanguard," calculated Eomer. "But we should plan for 10 hours for the entire host. The unforeseen may delay us, and if our column is stretched too thin, it will take long to reform once we emerge from the hills." "What time is it now?" Theoden asked. "Who can say?" he replied. "Everything is night now." "It is all dark, but it is not all night," Gon said. "We feel the sun when she comes, even when she is hidden. Already she climbs the mountains in the east. The day is opening in the Skyfields." "Then we must leave as soon as possible," said Eomer. "Even so, we cannot hope to reach Gondor in time to help today." Merry did not wait to hear more. He slipped away to prepare for the order to march. This was the final approach before the battle. To him it seemed unlikely many of them would live through it. Yet he thought of Pippin and the fires in Minas Tirith, and he forced his own fear down. The day passed without trouble, with no sign or sound of an enemy lying in wait. The wild men had sent out a line of watchful hunters so that no orc or wandering spy might learn of their movements through the hills. The light grew ever more dim as they neared the besieged city, and the riders passed in long lines like dark shades of men and horses. Each group was led by a wild woodsman, but old Garn himself walked beside the king. Their start had been slower than hoped, for it took much time for the riders, walking and leading their horses, to find paths over the thickly wooded ridges behind their camp and down into the hidden Stonewain Valley. It was late afternoon when those at the front reached wide stretches of grey thicket beyond the east side of Almondine, concealing a great gap in the line of hills running east and west from Nardol to Dean. Long ago, the forgotten wagon road had run down through this gap, back to the main horse road from the city through Honorian. But now, for generations, trees had reclaimed it, and the road had vanished, broken and buried under the leaves of uncounted years. These thickets offered the riders their last hope of cover before they moved into open battle. Beyond them lay the road and the plains of Anduin, while east and south the slopes were bare and rocky, as the twisted hills gathered themselves, climbing bastion upon bastion into the great mass and shoulders of Mindaluin. The leading company halted, and as those behind came up out of the trough of the Stonewain Valley, they spread out and moved to camping places under the grey trees. The king called his captains to council. Eomer sent out scouts to spy on the road. But old Gon shook his head. "No good to send horsemen," he said. "Wild men have already seen all that can be seen in this foul air. They will come soon and speak to me here." The captains gathered, and then, warily out of the trees, crept other gnarled shapes, so like old Gon that Merry could hardly tell them apart. They spoke to Gon in a strange, throaty tongue. After a while, Gon turned to the king. "Wild men say many things," he began. "First, be wary. Still many men in camp beyond Din, an hour's walk that way," he said, waving an arm west toward the black beacon. "But none to see between here and the stone folks' new walls. Many busy there. Walls stand up no longer. The Gorgoon knock them down with earth thunder and with clubs of black iron. They are unwary and do not look about them. They think their friends watch all roads." At that, old Garn made a curious gurgling sound, and it seemed he was laughing. "Good news!" cried Eomer. "Even in this gloom hope gleams again. Our enemy's plans often help us despite him. The cursed darkness itself has been our cloak, and now, lusting to destroy Gondor and throw it down stone from stone, his orcs have removed my greatest fear. The outer wall could have held against us for a long time. Now we can sweep through, if once we win so far." "Once more I thank you, Garn Buri Garn of the woods," said Théoden. "Good fortune go with you for your news and your guidance. Kill Gorgoon, kill orc folk. No other words please wild men," Garn answered. "Drive away bad air and darkness with bright iron. To do these things we have ridden far," said the king, "and we shall attempt them. Yet what we shall accomplish only on the morrow will reveal itself." Garnburi Gun crouched low, pressing his weathered forehead to the soil in a gesture of parting. He rose as if to leave, but then halted, head lifted like a forest creature catching an unfamiliar scent upon the wind. A gleam lit his eyes. "The wind shifts," he called out, and in an instant he and his companions melted into the shadows, never again to be glimpsed by any rider of Rohan. Not long after, from the distant east, the faint beat of drums echoed once more. Yet no heart in the host feared treachery from the wild men, however strange or rough their appearance. "We require no further guidance," declared Elfhelm. "There are riders among us who have journeyed to Mundburg in quieter times. I am one. When we reach the road, it will bend south, and 7 leagues will still lie ahead before we come to the townland's wall. For much of that stretch, grass flanks the road on both sides. Upon that ground, Gondor's messengers were accustomed to making their greatest speed. We can traverse it swiftly and with little noise. Then, since we must brace for grim deeds and summon all our strength," Eomer advised, "I propose we rest now and depart under cover of night, timing our advance to reach the fields at tomorrow's first light, or whenever our lord gives the signal." The king agreed, and the captains withdrew. Soon, however, Elfhelm returned. "The scouts report nothing beyond the grey wood, lord," he said, "save for 2 men, 2 dead men and their dead horses." "Well?" asked Eomer. "What of it?" "This, lord, They were errand riders of Gondor. One may have been Hergon, at least his hand still clutched the red arrow, though his head had been struck from his shoulders. And there is this: by the signs they seemed to be fleeing westward when they fell. As I see it, they returned to find the enemy already upon the outwall, or assaulting it. That would have been 2 nights past, if they took fresh horses from the posts, as is their custom. They could not reach the city and turned back. Alas, said Theoden, then Denethor has heard no tidings of our ride, and will despair of our coming. Need tolerates no delay, yet late is better than never, Eomer replied. And perhaps in this hour an old saying will prove truer than ever it has since men first spoke with their mouths. Night had fallen. Along both sides of the road, the host of Rohan moved in silence. Now the road, skirting the feet of Mindoluin, curved southward. Far ahead, a red glow smoldered beneath the black sky, the great mountain's flanks looming dark against it. They were nearing the Rummas of the Pelennor, but dawn had not yet broken. The king rode amid the leading company, his household men around him. Elfhelm's Eord followed, and now Merry noticed that Dernhelm had left his position and was moving steadily forward through the darkness, until at last he rode just behind the king's guard. A halt came. Merry heard soft voices speaking up ahead. Outriders who had ventured almost to the wall had returned. They approached the king. "There are great fires, lord," said one. "The city is ringed with flame, and the field is thick with foes, but all seem drawn into the assault. From what we could gather, few remain upon the outwall, and they are heedless, consumed with destruction." "Do you recall the wild man's words, Lord?" said another. "I dwell upon the open wold in peaceful days. My name is Vidfara, and to me as well the air carries tidings. Already the wind is turning. A breath comes from the south, a scent of the sea, however faint. The morning will bring new things. Beyond the smoke and reek, dawn will be breaking when you pass the wall. If you speak truly, Widfara, may you live beyond this day into years of blessing," said Theoden. He turned to the men of his household who stood nearby, raising his voice so that many riders of the leading company could hear him clearly. "The hour is upon us, riders of the mark, sons of Eorl, fire and foes lie ahead, with your homes now far behind. Though you battle on foreign soil, the glory you earn here will belong to you forever. You have sworn oaths, now fulfill them all, to your lord, your land, and the bonds of friendship." Spears clashed against shields in response. "Eomer, my son, you will lead the first company," declared Theoden. "It shall ride directly behind the king's banner at the center. Elfhelm, take your men to the right once we pass the wall. Grimbold will lead his toward the left. Let the other companies follow these 3 leaders as opportunity allows. Strike wherever the enemy masses. We can make no further plans, for the state of the field is still unknown to us. Ride forth now and fear no darkness." The vanguard rode off swiftly, for the night remained deep and black, regardless of any change Widfara might have sensed. Merry clung behind Dernhelm, gripping with his left hand while his right fumbled to loosen his sword in its scabbard. He felt bitterly the truth of the old king's earlier question. In such a fight, what would you do, Meriadoc? Just this, he thought miserably: be a burden to a rider, and hope only to keep his seat and avoid being trampled by galloping hooves. It was little more than 3 miles to where the outer walls had stood. They reached the site all too quickly for Merry's comfort. Wild shouts erupted, and there was a brief, sharp clatter of arms. The orcs laboring at the walls were few and taken wholly by surprise. They were swiftly cut down or driven away. Before the ruined north gate of the Rammas, the king halted once more. The first company assembled behind and around him. Dernhelm kept close to the king, though Elfhelm's riders had already veered away to the right. Grimbold's men swung aside and rode toward a great breach farther east. Peering from behind Dernhelm's back, Merry could see, far off, perhaps 10 miles or more, a great conflagration. Between that distant fire and the riders, lines of flame blazed in a vast crescent, the nearest point less than 3 miles away. On the dark plain he could discern little else, and as yet he saw no hint of dawn, nor felt any wind, whether changed or unchanged. Now the host of Rohan advanced silently onto the fields of Gondor, flowing in slow but steady, like the rising tide through cracks in a dike, believed to be secure. Yet the mind and will of the black captain were fixed entirely on the besieged city. No warning had reached him that his designs might be flawed. After a time the king led his men somewhat eastward, aiming to place themselves between the siege fires and the open fields. Still they met no challenge, and still Théoden gave no signal. At last he halted again. The city was nearer now. The air carried a stench of burning and a heavy shadow of death. The horses grew restless, but the king sat motionless upon Snowmane, gazing out at the agony of Minas Tirith, as if struck suddenly by anguish or dread. He seemed to shrink, bowed by age. Merry himself felt a great weight of horror and doubt settle upon him. His heart beat slowly. Time itself seemed to hang in uncertainty. They were too late. To be too late was worse than never coming at all. Perhaps Théoden would falter, bow his old head, turn and slink away to hide in the hills. Then suddenly Merry felt it beyond doubt a change. A wind touched his face. A light glimmered. Far in the south clouds were visible as dim grey shapes rolling and drifting. Morning lay beyond them. But at that same instant came a flash, as if lightning had sprung from the earth beneath the city. For one searing moment it stood dazzling in black and white, its highest tower like a glittering needle. Then, as darkness closed in again, a great boom rolled across the fields. At the sound of the king's voice, his stooped form straightened in an instant. He stood tall and proud once more, rising high in his stirrups to shout with a clarity no ordinary man could ever match. Rise up, riders of Rohan! Let grim deeds awaken, fire and carnage. Spears will be shaken. Shields will be shattered, a day of swords, a crimson day, before the sun climbs the sky. Ride now. Ride for Gondor, seizing a great war horn from his standard-bearer Guthlaf. He blew a blast, so mighty the instrument split apart. At once every horn in the host lifted in answer, their chorus swelling like a tempest across the plains and thunder in the mountains. Ride now, ride to Gondor. Suddenly the king shouted to Snowmane, and the great horse leaped forward. Behind him the royal banner streamed in the wind, a white horse upon a field of green. Yet he raced ahead, even of its flapping cloth. The knights of his household thundered after, but none could overtake him. Éomer rode among them, the white horsetail on his helm flying with his speed, and the leading Éord roared like a wave crashing upon the shore. Yet Théoden could not be caught. He seemed fey, as if the battle rage of his forefathers burned like fresh fire in his veins, borne upon Snowmane like some ancient deity, like Oromi the Great in the wars of the Valar when the world was young. His golden shield was unveiled, and behold, it shone like an image of the sun itself. The very grass seemed to flame into brilliant green around the white feet of his steed. For morning had come, morning and a wind from the sea. Darkness was swept aside. The hosts of Mordor wailed in terror, breaking and fleeing before the hooves of wrath that rode over them. Then all the host of Rohan burst into song, singing even as they fought, for the joy of battle was upon them. The sound of their singing, fair and terrible, rose even to the walls of the city. But it was no common orc chief or brigand who led the assault against Gondor. The darkness had broken too soon, before the hour his master had appointed. Fortune had turned against him for a moment. The world itself seemed to resist, and victory slipped from his grasp just as he reached to seize it. Yet his reach was long. He remained in command, wielding dreadful power, King Ringwraith, Lord of the Nazgul, master of many weapons. Leaving the gate, he vanished. Théoden, King of the Mark, had reached the road running from the gate to the river. He turned toward the city, now less than a mile off, and slowed his pace slightly, scanning for new foes. His knights closed around him, and among them rode Dernhelm. Ahead, nearer the walls, Elfhelm's men were among the siege engines, hewing and slaying, driving their enemies into the fire pits. nearly all the northern half of the Pelennor was overrun. Camps blazed, orcs fled toward the river like panicked herds before hunters, and the Rohirrim rode where they willed. Yet the siege was not broken, nor was the gate yet won. Many foes still stood before it, and on the southern half of the plain other hosts remained undefeated. South of the road lay the main strength of the Haradrim. There their horsemen massed around the standard of their chieftain, who gazed out across the field. In the growing light he saw the king's banner far advanced with only a few men about it. A red wrath filled him. Shouting aloud, he displayed his own standard, a black serpent upon a scarlet field, and drove forward against the white horse and the green with a great press of warriors. The drawing of the Southron scimitars glittered like a field of stars. Theoden saw him then, and would not wait to be attacked. Crying out to Snowmane, he charged headlong to meet him. Great was the crash of their meeting. Yet the white fury of the Northmen burned the hotter, and their knights were more skilled with long spears and bitter resolve. Though their numbers were fewer, they tore through the Southron ranks like a lightning strike through dry timber. King Theoden, son of Thengel, led the charge, his spear splintering as he cast down their captain. His sword flashed free, and he spurred toward the enemy standard, hewing down both the pole and the man who bore it until the black serpent banner fell. What remained of their mounted force then broke, scattering in panic across the field. Yet in the midst of the king's triumph, a shadow fell. The dawn's light was choked from the sky, and a deep gloom enveloped him. Horses shrieked and reared, throwing riders to the earth. "To me! Rally to me!" Theoden shouted. "Rise, riders of the mark! Do not fear this gloom!" But his steed, Snowmane, maddened with fright, reared high and then collapsed with a terrible cry, a black shaft buried in his flank. The king was thrown beneath him. A great shadow descended like a thunderhead, revealing a monstrous winged being larger than any eagle, its skin bare and leathery, with vast wings stretched between skeletal, claw-tipped fingers. It carried a foul odor, a relic perhaps from some ancient forgotten age, a creature whose kind had lurked in cold mountain peaks under a pale moon, surviving past their time to breed this last wicked offspring. Nurtured by the Dark Lord on cruel meats until it dwarfed all flying things, it was given as a mount to his most terrible servant. It dropped from the sky with a rasping shriek, folding its wings to land upon Snowmane's body, its claws digging deep, its long neck bent low. Upon its back sat a massive black-cloaked form wearing a steel crown. Between the crown's rim and the dark robes, nothing was visible but the baleful glint of eyes, the lord of the Nazgul. He had taken to the air as night receded, calling his steed, and now returned to sow ruin, to turn hope into despair and victory into death. In his hand he wielded a great black mace. Yet Theoden was not wholly abandoned. The knights of his household were slain around him or carried off by their frenzied horses. One alone remained, young Dernhelm, steadfast beyond terror, weeping for the lord he loved as a father. Through the charge, Merry had been carried unhurt behind Dernhelm, but when the shadow came, their horse Windfola bolted in terror, throwing them both before racing away. Merry now crawled on hands and knees, stunned and sick with a horror that blinded him. "You are the king's man," his heart insisted. "You swore to stay by him. He was to be a father to you." But his limbs would not obey, trembling uncontrollably. He dared not look. Then, from the darkness clouding his mind, he heard Dernhelm speak. Yet the voice sounded different, echoing some half-remembered tone from the past. "Away, foul spectre, lord of corpses. Let the dead rest in peace." A cold, hollow voice replied, "Do not come between a Nazgul and its prey. If you do, he will not kill you. He will carry you alive to the halls of torment, beyond all darkness, where your flesh will be consumed and your withered mind laid bare before the lidless eye." The clear sound of a sword being drawn followed. "Do as you must. I will stand in your way if I can. Hinder me? You are a fool. No living man can hinder me." Then Merry heard, in all that dreadful hour, the strangest sound of all. It seemed Dernhelm laughed, and the voice rang out bright and sharp as a blade. "But I am no living man. You look upon a woman. I am Eowyn, daughter of Eomund. You stand between me and my lord and king. Leave now, unless you are truly deathless. For whether you are living or some dark undead thing, I will strike you down if you lay a hand upon him." The winged beast shrieked at her, but the ringwraith gave no answer, falling silent, as if gripped by sudden uncertainty. For a moment, sheer astonishment overcame Merry's dread. He opened his eyes, and the blindness left them. A short distance away, the monstrous beast crouched in a pool of shadow, and above it loomed the Lord of the Nazgul, a figure of pure despair. To the left stood the one he had known as Dernhelm. Her helmet of disguise was gone, and her unbound hair, the color of pale gold, fell about her shoulders. Her sea-grey eyes were hard and fierce, yet tears traced lines down her cheeks. Sword in hand, she raised her shield against the terror in her enemy's gaze. This was Eowyn, and she was also Dernhelm. Merry remembered then the face he had seen as they rode from Dunharrow, a face not of hope, but of one seeking death. A wave of pity and awe swept through him, stirring the deep, slow, burning courage of his people. He tightened his fist. She would not die, not like this, so brave and so forsaken. If she must fall, she would not fall alone. The black captain's attention was fixed upon the woman, and he gave no more heed to Merry than to a beetle in the dirt. With a sudden foul gust, the great beast beat its wings and launched itself once more into the air, only to plummet down upon Eowyn with a shriek, lashing out with beak and talon. Yet she did not flinch, a daughter of kings, slender as a blade, fair and terrible. Her own stroke was swift and true. She severed the outstretched neck, and the head fell like a stone. As the massive shape crashed down in ruin, she leaped back, and with its fall the shadow lifted. A new light fell around her, and her hair gleamed in the dawn. From the wreckage rose the Black Rider, towering and full of menace. With a cry of hatred that pierced the ears like poison, he brought down his mace. Her shield shattered, her arm broke, and she fell to her knees. He leaned over her like a storm cloud, eyes glittering, raising his weapon for the kill. But then he too staggered with a shriek of agony, his blow going wide and striking the earth. From behind, Merry's blade had found its mark, shearing through the dark cloak and piercing the sinew behind the mighty knee. "Eowyn! Eowyn!" Merry cried, staggering, summoning her last strength. She thrust her sword between crown and mantle as the great form bent toward her. The blade shattered into glittering fragments. The crown clattered away. Eowyn collapsed upon her defeated foe, yet the cloak and mail lay empty, a shapeless heap upon the ground. A thin, wavering cry rose into the trembling air, fading to a shrill whisper on the wind. A voice without a body, lost and never heard again in that age of the world. And there stood Meriadoc, the hobbit amid the dead, blinking in the daylight like an owl, tears blurring his sight. Through the haze he saw Eowyn's fair head, motionless where she lay, and he saw the face of the king, fallen in his final hour. For Snowmane, in his death throes, had rolled away once more, yet in the end he had been his master's doom. Merry bent and lifted the king's hand to his lips, and behold, Théoden opened his eyes, clear and calm, and spoke with a quiet, labored voice. "Farewell, Master Halfling. My body is broken. I go to my fathers. Even in their mighty company, I shall hold my head high. I slew the black serpent, a grim morning, a glad day, and a golden sunset." Merry could not answer, weeping freely. At last he managed, "Forgive me, Lord, if I disobeyed your command and have done nothing more in your service than to weep at our parting." The old king smiled. "Do not grieve. It is forgiven. A great heart will not be held back. Live now in peace and comfort, and when you are at rest with your pipe, remember me, for I shall never sit with you in the golden hall as I once vowed, nor hear your wisdom of herbs and growing things." He closed his eyes, and Merry knelt beside him, his own heart breaking. After a moment the king spoke once more, his voice growing faint. "Where is Eomer? My sight fails, and I wish to look upon him one last time. He must be king when I am gone. And send word to Eowyn. She begged me not to leave her side, and now I will not see her again, my child in all but blood." "Lord, my lord," Merry tried to say, "she is," but his words were lost in a sudden tumult of horns and war cries. Merry had forgotten the clash of arms, lost in this quiet corner of sorrow, though only a short while had passed since the king fell. Now he saw they were in peril of being overrun as the great battle surged around them. Fresh enemy troops advanced swiftly up the road from the river. From the shadow of the city walls poured the legions of Morgul, and from the southern fields came the foot soldiers of Harad with cavalry ahead of them, while behind loomed the great shapes of the Mumakil bearing war towers on their backs. Yet to the north, the white horse crest of Eomer shone as he rallied the Rohirrim once more into a mighty front, and from the city gates streamed all its remaining defenders, the silver swan of Dol Amroth flying at their head as they drove the foe back from the gate. A fleeting, desperate thought crossed Merry's mind. Where is Gandalf? Why is he not here? Could he not have saved the king and Eowyn? Then Eomer himself rode up in haste, accompanied by the knights of the king's household who had regained their steeds. They stared in awe at the carcass of the winged beast lying nearby, their horses shying away. Eomer dismounted, and as he reached the king's side, grief and horror overcame him. He stood silent. One of the knights took the king's banner from the dead hand of Guthlaf, the standard-bearer, and raised it high. Slowly, Theoden opened his eyes. Seeing the banner, he gestured for it to be given to Eomer. "Hail, King of the Mark," he said. "Ride now to victory. Bid Eowyn farewell," and with that he passed, never knowing that Eowyn lay near him. Those standing around wept, crying out, "Theoden King! Theoden King!" But Eomer said to them, "Do not mourn overlong. Great was he who fell, and fitting was his end. When his burial mound is raised, then let the women weep. Now war demands us." Yet even as he spoke, his own tears fell. "Let his knights remain here," he ordered, "and bear his body with honor from this field, so the battle does not trample him. Yes, and all these others of the king's men who lie here." He looked upon the slain, speaking their names softly. Then suddenly he saw his sister Eowyn as she lay, and he recognized her. He stood frozen, like a man struck through the heart in mid-cry. His face turned ashen, and a cold, wordless fury seized him. A fey recklessness took hold. "Eowyn, Eowyn!" he cried at last. "Eowyn, how did you come here? What madness or evil is this? Death, death, death! May death take us all!" Without another word, without waiting for the men of the city or taking any counsel, he spurred his horse wildly back toward the front lines, sounded his horn, and shouted for the charge. Across the field his clear voice rang out, "Death! Ride, ride to ruin and the world's ending." At that, the entire host began to move. But the Rohirrim sang no more. With one terrible voice they cried, "Death!" and like a great tide gathering speed, their battle swept past their fallen king and roared southward. And still Meriadoc the hobbit stood there, blinking through his tears. No one spoke to him. No one seemed to notice him at all. He wiped his eyes, bent down, and picked up the green shield Eowyn had given him. Slinging it across his back, he felt its weight, a small, stubborn promise in a world gone mad with grief and rage. He searched for the sword he had dropped, his right arm now numb and useless, leaving only his left hand to function. There it lay upon the ground, but the blade was smouldering like a green branch thrust into a flame. As he watched, it twisted, blackened, and crumbled into ash. Thus ended the sword of the Barrow Downs, forged in the ancient days of Westernet. The smith who crafted it long ago in the North Kingdom, when the Dúnedain were young and their greatest enemy was the sorcerer king of Angmar, would have rejoiced to see its final deed. No other weapon, even in stronger hands, could have dealt such a grievous wound to that undead foe, slicing through his spectral flesh and shattering the dark magic that bound his will to his form. The king's men lifted him carefully, using cloaks draped over spear shafts as a makeshift litter to carry him toward the city. Éowyn was gathered up with equal gentleness and borne after him. Yet the king's personal guard could not be moved from that place, for 7 of his knights had fallen, their captain Déowyn among them. They were laid apart from their enemies and the carcass of the fell beast, with spears planted around them in tribute. Later, when the field was quiet, men returned to burn the monster's remains. For Snowmane, they dug a grave and raised a stone, carved in the languages of Gondor and Rohan. Faithful servant, yet master's bane, Lightfoot's foal, swift Snowmane in time. Grass grew thick and green over Snowmane's burial mound, while the earth where the beast was burned remained forever scorched and barren. Merry walked slowly beside the bearers, his heart heavy, no longer aware of the battle around him. He was exhausted, aching, his body trembling as if with a fever. A great rain began to fall from the sea, as though the very sky wept for Théoden and Éowyn, dousing the fires in the city with a curtain of grey tears. Through this mist he saw the vanguard of Gondor's men approaching. Imrahil, prince of Dol Amroth, reined in his horse before them. "What do you carry, men of Rohan?" he called. "King Théoden," they replied. "He has fallen, but Eomer is now king, and he rides in battle yonder, the one with the white crest upon his helm." The prince dismounted and knelt beside the bier, honoring the king and his last glorious charge. Tears fell freely from his eyes. When he rose, his gaze fell upon Éowyn, and he stared in astonishment. "Can this be a woman?" he exclaimed. "Have the women of Rohan ridden to war in our hour of need?" "No," they answered, "only this one. She is the Lady Éowyn, sister of Éomer. We knew nothing of her coming until now, and we grieve for it." The prince, struck by her beauty despite her pallor, bent closer and touched her hand. "Men of Rohan," he cried, "have you no healers? She is wounded, perhaps mortally, yet I believe she still lives." He held the polished vambrace from his arm before her lips, and a faint mist appeared upon it, barely visible. "Speed is essential," he said, and sent a rider racing to the city for aid. Then, bowing low to the fallen, he took his leave, mounted, and rode back to the fray. Now the fighting on the Pelennor fields grew ever more fierce. The clamor of weapons rose high, mingled with the shouts of men, the screams of horses, and the blare of horns and trumpets. Even the great Mumakil bellowed as they were driven into battle. Along the southern walls of the city, the foot soldiers of Gondor pressed hard against the entrenched legions of Morgul. Meanwhile, the cavalry rode east to reinforce Éomer, Húrin, the tall warden of the Keys, the lord of Lossarnac, Hurluin of the Green Hills, and the fair Prince Imrahil with all his knights surrounding him. Their aid reached the Rohirrim not a moment too soon, for fortune had turned against Éomer. His own blazing fury had led him into peril. The initial fury of the Rohirrim charge had shattered the enemy's front lines, driving deep wedges through the Southron ranks, scattering their cavalry and trampling their infantry under hoof. Yet the massive Mumakil stood as impassable fortresses. No horse would approach them, shying away in terror, leaving the great beasts unchallenged. Around these living towers, the Haradrim regrouped. Though outnumbered 3-1 at the start, Éomer's situation grew graver by the minute. Fresh forces now poured onto the Pelennor from Osgiliath, warriors assembled for the plunder of Minas Tirith, who, though leaderless, were hurled into the fight by Gothmog, lieutenant of Morgul. Easterlings with broad axes, Variags from Cand, scarlet-clad Sothrons, and men from far Harad as tall and fearsome as trolls with piercing white eyes, all swarmed the field. Some swept in behind the riders, while others wheeled west to block Gondor's forces from uniting with Rohan. Just as the tide of battle seemed to turn decisively against the defenders, a new cry of alarm rose from the city walls in the mid-morning light. A strong wind blew, driving rain northward as the sun broke through, creating a cruel, clear glare. Watchmen gazing down the long reach of the Anduin from the Harland Bend saw a sight that drained the last vestiges of hope from their heart. Against the river's glitter, a fleet advanced, wind in its black sails, heavy dromons and deep-draught ships powered by countless oars. The corsairs of Umbar became the panicked shout. They are here, so Belphalis is taken, the ether overrun, Lebanon lost. It is the final blow. In the disarray, with no clear command, men ran to sound the alarm bells and blast retreat on trumpets, calling the fighters back to the city wall. But the same wind that sped the black ships carried their desperate cries away. The Rohirrim needed no such warning. Eomer, now less than a mile from the Harlond, was trapped between the press of his initial foes and the new enemies closing at his rear, cutting him off from Imrahil. He looked to the river, and the hope that had sustained him withered. The very wind he had hailed now seemed a curse. Emboldened, the hosts of Mordor redoubled their assault with savage fury. Yet in that moment, Eomer's spirit hardened, his thoughts becoming cold and clear. He sounded the horns to gather every man who could reach his banner, resolved to form a great shield wall and make a final defiant stand, to perform deeds worthy of song on the Pelennor, even if none remained in the west to sing of the last king of the Mark. Riding to a green hillock, he planted his standard, the white horse streaming defiantly. And then, with a laugh that held no mirth, he spoke lines that were both a dirge and a battle cry, his voice ringing out not in sorrow, but in a fierce, almost joyous challenge to the darkness. For the fire of combat was upon him anew. He was unmarked, young, and a king. And as he laughed in the face of despair, he looked again upon the dreaded black ships and raised his sword in defiance. But then a wonder, a great joy overtook him. He cast his blade into the sunlight, singing as he caught it, and all who saw followed his gaze to the river. From the lead ship a great banner unfurled, catching the wind as the vessel turned toward the Harland. Upon it blossomed the white tree of Gondor, yet it was encircled by 7 stars and surmounted by a lofty crown, the ancient symbols of Elendil, unseen for ages beyond reckoning. The stars blazed in the sun, crafted of precious stones by Arwen, Elrond's daughter, while the crown gleamed in the morning light, forged of mithril and gold. So arrived Aragorn, son of Arathorn, called Elessar, the heir of Isildur, emerging from the paths of the dead, and carried as if by a sea-borne wind to the realm of Gondor. The joy of the Rohirrim erupted in roaring laughter and the flash of steel, while the city's awe rang out in trumpet calls and pealing bells. Yet the armies of Mordor were struck with confusion. To them it seemed a mighty sorcery that their own ships now swarmed with enemies. A cold terror gripped them, for they sensed the tide of fortune had turned and their doom was upon them. To the east, the knights of Dol Amroth charged, driving before them trollmen, variogs, and orcs that cringed from the daylight. To the south advanced Eomer, and men fled from his path, caught now between the hammer and the anvil, for warriors were leaping from the ships onto the quays of the Harlond, sweeping northward like a gale. Among them came Legolas, and Gimli swinging his axe, and Halbarad bearing the standard, and Elladan and Elrohir with stars upon their brows, and the stern Dúnedain, rangers of the north, leading a fierce host from Lebanon, Lamedon, and the southern fiefs. But ahead of them all strode Aragorn wielding Andúril, the flame of the west, Narsil reborn and deadly as ever, with the star of Elendil shining on his brow. And so, at last, amid the chaos, Eomer and Aragorn met. They leaned on their swords, regarding one another with weary gladness. "We meet again," said Aragorn, "though all the hosts of Mordor lay between us. Did I not say as much at the Hornburg?" "You did," replied Eomer, "though hope often deceives, and I did not know then you were a man of foresight. Yet help unlooked for is twice blessed, and never has a meeting of friends brought more joy." They clasped hands firmly. "Nor come more timely," Eomer added. "You arrive not a moment too soon, my friend. We have endured much loss and sorrow. Then let us avenge it before we speak of it," Aragorn declared, and together they rode back into the fray. The struggle remained long and brutal, for the Southrons were grim and bold, fighting with the fury of despair, while the Easterlings, hardened by war, asked for and gave no quarter. So across that field, by scorched homesteads and ruined barns, over hillocks and mounds, beneath walls or on open ground, they clashed and rallied until the day faded. Then the sun sank at last behind Mount Mindaluin, setting the sky ablaze so the hills and mountains were stained, as if with blood. Fire glowed upon the river, and the grass of the Pelennor lay red in the dusk. In that hour the great battle of the Pelennor fields was ended. Not one living enemy remained within the Rummers. All were slain save those who fled, only to perish or drown in the river's red foam. Few ever carried word eastward to Morgul or Mordor, and to the land of the Haradrim came only a distant rumour, a tale of the wrath and terror of Gondor. Aragorn, Eomer, and Imrahil rode slowly back toward the city gate, weary beyond any feeling of joy or grief. These three stood unharmed by fortune and their own skill and might, for few had dared to face them in their wrath. But many others lay wounded, maimed, or dead upon the field. Horlong was hewn down by axes as he fought on foot, alone and unhorsed. Dulin of the Black Root and his brother were trampled when they led their archers too close to the great war beasts, trying to shoot the monsters in their eyes. Herluin the Fair would not see the green hills of his homeland again, nor would Grimbold return to Grimslade, or Halbarad, that stern ranger, ever ride back to the north. Many had fallen, named and nameless, leaders and soldiers alike. It was a vast battle whose full toll no story can ever recount. Long after, a poet of Rohan sang of the burial mounds in his lay of the mounds of Mundburg. We heard the horns in the hills ringing, the swords gleaming in the southern realm. Steeds went striding to the Stoningland like a wind at daybreak. War was awakened. There Theoden fell, the mighty Thengling, to his golden halls and green fields, in the north, never returning, high lord of the host. Harding and Guthlaf, Dunher and Deorwine, steadfast Grimbold, Herefara and Herebrand, Horn and Fastred fought and died there in a distant land. In the mounds of Mundburg under earth they lie with their sworn companions, lords of Gondor. Neither Herluin the Fair to the hills by the sea, nor old Forlong to the blossoming valleys, ever to Arnach, to his own country, returned in glory, nor the tall bowmen, Derufin and Duilin, to their shadowed waters, the deep pools of Blackroot under the mountains. Death in the morning and at day's close took high and low alike. Long they sleep now, under grass in Gondor by the great river. Grey now as weeping, shining silver. Red it once rolled, a roaring water, foam stained with blood flared at sunset. Like beacons the mountains burned at evening. Red fell the dew upon the Rummer's Echor. Chapter 7. The Pyre of Denethor. As the shadow at the gate receded, Gandalf remained still. But Pippin got to his feet, as if a crushing burden had been taken from him. He stood listening to the horns, and it seemed the sound would break his heart with its fierce joy. In all the years after, he could never hear a distant horn call without feeling tears spring to his eyes. Yet now his own urgent task suddenly rushed back into his mind, and he ran forward. At that moment Gandalf stirred, spoke to Shadowfax, and made to ride through the gate. "Gandalf! Gandalf!" Pippin shouted, and the great horse halted. "What are you doing here?" Gandalf asked. "Is it not the law in the city that those who wear the black and silver must remain in the citadel unless their lord releases them?" "He has released me," said Pippin. "He sent me away, but I am terrified. Something awful is happening up there. The steward has lost his reason, I believe. I fear he means to kill himself, and to kill Faramir as well." "Can you not do anything?" Gandalf gazed out through the shattered gate. Already on the fields he could hear the rising clamour of combat. He clenched his hand. "I must go," he said. "The Black Rider is loose, and he will yet bring destruction upon us. I have no time." "But Faramir," cried Pippin. "He is not dead, and they will burn him alive if someone does not stop them." "Burn him alive," said Gandalf. "What madness is this? Speak quickly." "Denethor has gone to the Silent Street," said Pippin, "and he has taken Faramir. He says we are all to burn, that he will not wait, and they are to build a pyre and burn him upon it, and Faramir with him. He has sent men for wood and oil," I told Beregond, "but I fear he will not dare abandon his post. He is on guard, and what could he do alone?" So Pippin spilled out his story, reaching up to clutch Gandalf's knee with shaking hands. "Can you not save Faramir?" "Perhaps I can," Gandalf replied. "But if I do, others may die for it, I fear. Yet I must go, since no other aid can reach him now. But grief and ill will follow this deed. Even in the heart of our fortress, the enemy finds a way to wound us. It is his will working here." Then, his decision made, he moved with speed, lifting Pippin and setting him before him on the saddle. He turned Shadowfax with a word. The cobbled streets of Minas Tirith echoed with the sound of their ascent as the clamor of battle swelled at their backs. A new spirit was awakening in the city. Men cast off their despair, snatching up arms and shouting to one another, "The riders of Rohan are here." Officers barked orders, soldiers formed ranks, and many companies were already streaming toward the great gate. They encountered Prince Imrahil, who called out, "Where do you go now, Mithrandir?" "The Rohirrim make their stand on the Pelennor. We must muster every sword we have." "You will need every sword, and then some," Gandalf replied. "Make all speed. I will join the fray when I am able, but a duty to Lord Denethor cannot be delayed. Assume command in the steward's stead." They rode onward. As they climbed higher toward the citadel, a wind rose to meet them, carrying a distant glimmer of dawn, a pale light strengthening in the southern sky. Yet it offered scant comfort, for they knew not what darkness awaited and dreaded they might arrive too late. "The night recedes," Gandalf said, his voice low, "but its shadow still hangs over this city like a shroud." They found the citadel gate unguarded. "Then Beregond has already gone," Pippin said, a flicker of hope in his words. They wheeled and hurried along the road to the closed door. It stood agape, the porter slain before it, his key gone. "The work of our enemy," Gandalf declared bitterly. "Such acts he cherishes, friend set against friend, loyalty shattered by a confused heart." Dismounting, he sent Shadowfax back to the stables. "You and I, old friend, should have been on the battlefield long ago," he murmured. "Other duties hold me here, but come swift if I call." Beyond the door, they descended the steep, winding path. The growing light revealed the tall pillars and carved statues lining the way, passing like silent grey spectres. Abruptly, the quiet was shattered. From below rose cries and the harsh clang of blades, sounds unheard in these sacred spaces since the city's founding. Reaching Rath Dinan at last, they rushed toward the House of the Stewards, its great dome looming in the half-light. "Hold, stop this!" Gandalf cried, leaping onto the stone stair before the entrance. "End this madness!" Denethor's servants stood with swords and torches, but alone on the top step, barring the door with his body, was Beregond of the Guard in his black and silver. 2 men already lay dead by his sword, their blood defiling the hallowed stones. The others hurled curses, naming him outlaw and traitor. Even as Gandalf and Pippin rushed forward, Denethor's voice rang from within the silent house. "Make haste, obey me, strike down this turncoat. Must I do it myself?" At that, the door Beregond held shut was wrenched open, and there stood the lord of the city, terrible and tall, a fiery light in his eyes, a naked sword in his hand. But Gandalf surged up the steps. The men fell back, shielding their eyes, for his arrival was like a white flash, piercing a tomb, and he came in wrath. His hand rose, and in that instant, Denethor's sword was flung from his grip to clatter into the shadows of the house. Denethor staggered back, stunned. "What is the meaning of this, my lord?" the wizard demanded. "The houses of the dead are not for the living. Why do men brawl here among the hallows when war rages at the gate?"
Has our enemy's reach extended even to Rath Dinan? Since when must the steward of Gondor answer to you? Denethor retorted. May I not command my own servants? You may, said Gandalf, his tone shifting from urgency to a cold, piercing scorn. But others will challenge your will when it descends into madness and wickedness. A fine commander you are, hiding among tombs while your city fights for its life. Where is your son, Faramir? He lies within, Denethor answered, his voice hollow.
Burning, already burning. They have kindled a fire in his flesh. Soon all will be consumed. The west has fallen. Everything would be consumed in a great blaze, and all would be finished. Ash, nothing but ash and smoke scattered to the wind. Seeing the madness that had taken hold of him, Gandalf feared some terrible act had already been committed. He pressed forward, with Beregond and Pippin close behind, while Denethor retreated until he stood beside the table within the chamber. There they discovered Faramir, lost in fevered dreams upon the stone slab. Wood was stacked beneath and all around it, every piece soaked in oil, even Faramir's garments and the coverings over him, though no flame had yet been set to the pyre. Then Gandalf unveiled the hidden strength that resided within him, much like the concealed radiance of his power beneath the grey cloak. He sprang onto the piled faggots, lifted the stricken man with ease, and leaped down, carrying him swiftly toward the door. As he did, Faramir murmured and called for his father in his delirium. Denethor shuddered as if waking from a trance. The fire in his eyes dimmed, and he began to weep. "Do not take my son from me," he pleaded. "He calls for me, he calls," Gandalf replied. "But you cannot go to him yet. His path now leads toward healing, at the very edge of death, a healing he may not find. Your part is to go out to the defense of your city, where death may also await you. This truth you know in your heart. He will not wake again," Denethor declared. "Battle is futile. Why should we desire to live longer? Why should we not go to death together? The authority to choose the hour of your death is not granted to you, steward of Gondor," Gandalf answered. "Only the heathen kings, enslaved by the dark power, ever acted so, killing themselves in pride and despair, murdering their own kin to ease their passing." Then, moving through the doorway, Gandalf bore Faramir from that deadly room and laid him upon the bier that had carried him there, now placed within the porch. Denethor followed, trembling, his gaze. "You know, grey fool, your hope is merely ignorance. Go, then, busy yourself with healing, go out and fight. It is vanity. You may triumph on the field for a little while, for a single day. But against the power now rising there can be no victory. Toward this city only the first finger of its hand has yet been stretched. All the east is on the move. Even now the wind that carries your hope deceives you, wafting up the Anduin a fleet with black sails. The west has failed. It is time for all who would not be slaves to depart. Such counsel would make the enemy's victory certain beyond doubt," said Gandalf. "Hope on, then," laughed Denethor. "Do I not know you, Mithrandir? Your hope is to rule in my place, to stand behind every throne, in the north, south, or west. I have read your mind and your designs. Do I not know this halfling was instructed by you to keep silent, that he was brought here to be a spy within my very chamber? And yet in our speech together I have learned the names and purposes of all your companions. So it is. With your left hand you would use me briefly as a shield against Mordor, and with your right you would raise up this Ranger of the North to supplant me. But I say to you, Gandalf Mithrandir, I will not be your tool. I am the steward of the house of Anarion. I will not lower myself to serve as the doddering attendant to some newly risen lord. Even if his lineage were proven to me, he descends only from the line of Isildur. I refuse to bend my knee to such a man, the final remnant of a tattered line long stripped of its rightful rule and honor. "What is it you desire?" Gandalf asked. "If your own will could shape the world." "I wish for the world as it has always been throughout my days," Denethor replied, "and as it was for my forefathers before me, to govern this city in tranquility, and to pass my seat to a son who would be his own man, not a wizard's charge. But if fate denies me this, then I will accept nothing less. Not a life reduced, nor affection divided, nor my dignity lessened." "To my mind," said Gandalf, A steward who honorably yields his duty is not lessened in love or in standing. And at the very least, you will not deny your son his own fate while his life still hangs in the balance." At these words, Denethor's eyes blazed once more. Clutching the stone, he drew a knife and moved toward the bier. But Beregond leaped forward, placing himself before Faramir. "Ah," Denethor cried, "you have already stolen half my son's loyalty. Now you turn my own knights against me, so they might rob me of my son entirely. But in this, at least, you will not thwart my will to command my own end. Come here," he shouted to his servants. "Come, unless you are all faithless." Two of them hurried up the steps to him. Quickly, he seized a torch from one and retreated into the house. Before Gandalf could intervene, Denethor thrust the brand into the kindling, and at once it crackled and roared into a fierce blaze. Then he climbed upon the table, standing there wreathed in fire and smoke, took up the rod of his stewardship that lay at his feet and snapped it across his knee. He cast the pieces into the fire, then bowed and laid himself upon the table, clasping the seeing stone tightly upon his chest. It was later said that ever after, if any man gazed into that stone, unless he possessed a formidable strength of will to direct it elsewhere, he saw only two aged hands withering amid flames. In sorrow and dread, Gandalf turned away and closed the door. For a time he stood silent upon the threshold, lost in thought, while those outside heard the ravenous roar of the fire within. Then Denethor gave one final great cry, and spoke no more, nor was he ever seen again by living eyes. "Thus passes Denethor, son of Ecthelion," Gandalf said. He then turned to Beregond and the Lord's servants, who stood horrified. "And so pass also the days of Gondor as you have known them. For good or for ill they are ended. Terrible acts have been done here, but let all bitterness between you now be set aside, for it was spun by the enemy and serves his design. You were ensnared in a web of conflicting duties you did not weave. But consider, you servants of the Lord, blinded by your obedience, that were it not for Beregond's defiance, Faramir, captain of the White Tower, would now be ash. Carry from this sorrowful place your comrades who have fallen, and we shall bear Faramir, steward of Gondor, to a place where he may rest in peace, or meet his end if that is his fate." Then Gandalf and Beregond lifted the bier and carried it toward the houses of healing, followed by Pippin, his head bowed. The Lord's servants remained, staring like stunned men at the house of death. And just as Gandalf reached the end of the silent street, a tremendous noise erupted. Looking back, they saw the dome of the house split and smoke pour forth. Then, with a rush and a rumble of stone, it collapsed in a whirl of fire, the flames leaping undiminished among the ruins. In terror, the servants fled and followed Gandalf. At last, they returned to the steward's door, where Beregond looked upon the gatekeeper with profound grief. He spoke with deep regret. "I will always mourn this act," he confessed, "but a frantic urgency drove me, and he refused to hear me, choosing instead to draw his blade." Taking the key he had taken from the fallen guard, he shut and locked the heavy door. "This should be delivered to Lord Faramir," he stated. Gandalf replied, "The Prince of Dol Amroth holds command while the Lord is away, but as he is not present, the duty falls to me. I charge you to keep this key and protect it until order is restored in the city." Finally, they entered the upper levels of Minas Tirith, moving through the dawn's light toward the houses of healing. These were beautiful buildings, originally set aside for the gravely ill, but now readied for soldiers wounded or dying in battle. They stood near the citadel gate within the sixth circle, close to the southern wall, surrounded by a garden and a green lawn with trees, a singular, peaceful refuge in the stone city. Here lived the handful of women allowed to remain skilled in healing arts or in aiding the healers. Yet just as Gandalf and the others bore the litter to the main entrance, a tremendous cry rose from the field before the gate. It climbed, sharp and piercing, into the sky before fading on the wind. The sound was so dreadful that everyone froze, but the moment it passed, Their hearts were unexpectedly lifted by a hope they had not felt since the shadow spread from the east. The very light seemed to brighten, and the sun broke through the clouds. But Gandalf's expression remained solemn. Directing Beregond and Pippin to take Faramir inside, he climbed onto the nearby walls. There, like a figure carved from white stone, he stood in the new sunlight and gazed out. With the sight granted to him, he perceived all that had occurred. He watched as Éomer rode forth from the battle's front to stand beside those fallen on the field. He sighed, drew his cloak around him, and descended. Beregond and Pippin found him lost in thought before the door when they emerged. They waited in silence until at last he spoke. "My friends," he said, "and all you people of this city and of the western lands, events of profound sorrow and great glory have transpired. Should we weep or rejoice? Against all hope, the captain of our enemies has been destroyed, and you have heard the echo of his final despair. Yet his passing was not without terrible cost, a cost I might have prevented if not for the madness of Denethor. So far has the reach of our enemy grown. I see now how his will managed to pierce the very heart of the city. For though the stewards believed it a secret known only to them, I long suspected that here in the White Tower at least one of the 7 Palantiri was kept. In his wiser days, Denethor knew better than to use it to confront Sauron directly, understanding his own limits. But that wisdom failed him. I fear that as the danger to his kingdom mounted, he looked into the stone and was ensnared, far too often, I suspect, ever since Boromir left. He was too strong to be wholly enslaved by the Dark Lord's will, yet he saw only what that power allowed him to see. The knowledge he gained doubtless served him at times, but the relentless visions of Mordor's overwhelming might fed the despair in his heart until it consumed his mind. "Now I see what seemed so odd to me," Pippin exclaimed, a shiver running through him at the recollection. "The Lord left the room where Faramir lay, and only when he returned did I first think he seemed changed, aged, and shattered." Beregond nodded. "It was in the very hour Faramir was brought to the tower that many of us saw a strange glow in the highest chamber," he added, the memory casting a shadow over his face. "Yet we have witnessed that glow in the past," Gandalf replied, "and whispers have long circulated through the city that the steward would, at times, grapple in his mind with the enemy." "Then my fears are confirmed," Gandalf said gravely. "In this way the will of Sauron found a path into Minas Tirith, and here I have been detained. Here I must remain a while longer, for other duties will soon fall to me beyond the care of Faramir alone. I must now go down to meet those who approach. I have beheld a sight upon the battlefield that weighs heavily upon my spirit, and greater grief may still unfold. Walk with me, Pippin. But you, Beregond, must go back to the citadel and report these events to the captain of the guard. It will fall to him, I fear, to relieve you of your post, yet advise him that, if he will hear my counsel, you should be sent to the houses of healing. There you shall stand guard and serve your captain, remaining by his side, should he ever wake, if such a hope remains. For it was by your hand he was saved from the flames. Go now. I will return before long." He turned then, and with Pippin descended toward the lower levels of the city. Even as they hurried on, a wind rose, bearing a chill grey rain that quenched the scattered fires, and a great column of smoke billowed up before them. Chapter 8. The houses of healing, a haze of exhaustion and unshed tears, blurred Merry's sight as they neared the shattered gate of Minas Tirith. He paid little attention to the wreckage and the dead strewn everywhere. The air hung thick with smoke, ash, and a sickening smell. Many siege engines had been burned or hurled into the fire pits, and many of the fallen with them. Here and there lay the carcasses of the great beasts from the south, some half consumed by flame, others shattered by hurled stones or pierced through the eye by the bold archers of Morthond. The driving rain had paused, and the sun broke weakly through the clouds, yet the lower city remained shrouded in a smouldering haze. Already, men were working to clear a path through the debris of battle. Now from the gate emerged a solemn procession bearing litters. With care they placed Éowyn upon soft cushions, but the body of the king they draped with a great cloth of gold. Torches were borne around him, their flames pale in the daylight, trembling in the wind. So it was that Théoden and Éowyn entered the city of Gondor. All who saw them uncovered their heads and bowed low as they passed through the ash and fumes of the burned-out perimeter, then onward and upward along the stone-paved streets. To Merry, the climb felt endless, a senseless trek through a loathsome dream that stretched on and on towards some vague conclusion memory could not grasp. One by one, the torchlights ahead flickered and vanished, and he walked in deepening shadow. A grim thought came to him. This is a passage into a tomb. Here we shall remain forever. But then, sharply breaking into his stupor, came a living voice. Merry, thank goodness I've found you. He lifted his head, and the mist before his eyes thinned slightly. It was Pippin. They stood face to face in a narrow alley, empty save for themselves. Merry rubbed his eyes. "Where is the king?" he asked. And Éowyn. Then his legs buckled, and he sat down heavily on a stone step, and began to weep once more. "They have gone up to the citadel," said Pippin. "I believe you must have been walking in your sleep, and took a wrong turn. When we realized you weren't with them, Gandalf sent me to search for you. Poor old Merry. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you, but you're utterly spent, and I won't trouble you with questions. Only tell me, are you hurt? Are you wounded?" "No," Merry answered, then hesitated. "Well, no, I don't think so, but my right arm is useless, Pippin. It has been since I struck him. And my sword, it burned away to nothing, like a dry twig." Pippin's face grew concerned. "Then you'd best come with me, and quickly," he said. "I wish I could carry you. You're in no fit state to walk another step. They never should have let you walk at all, but you must pardon them. So many terrible things have happened here in the city, Merry, that one weary hobbit returning from the fight is easily missed." "Being missed isn't always a bad thing," Merry murmured wearily. A faint, ironic smile touched his lips, a small spark of the old Merry surfacing through the gloom. Perhaps being overlooked had spared him some heavier duty, some more formal grief. For now, all he wanted was the quiet and the chance to rest. Merry's voice was faint, his words broken. "Someone was watching me. No, I can't speak of it. Help me, Pippin. Everything's growing dark, and my arm feels like ice." "Lean on me, Merry," Pippin urged, forcing a cheerful tone despite the fear tightening his chest. "One step at a time. It isn't far now." "Are you planning to bury me?" Merry mumbled, his eyes half closed. "Of course not," Pippin replied, his heart aching. "We're headed to the houses of healing." They left the narrow lane, flanked by high houses, and the outer wall of the fourth circle, joining the main street that wound upward toward the citadel. Progress was painfully slow, with Merry stumbling and murmuring as if lost in a dream. Pippin's hope wavered. "I'll never manage this alone. Isn't there anyone to help? I can't abandon him here." Just then, to his relief, a familiar figure darted up the street behind them. "Bergil, son of Beregond." "Bergil," Pippin called out. "Where are you off to? It's good to see you safe." "Running errands for the healers," Bergil answered. "Barely slowing. I can't stop." "You don't have to," Pippin said quickly. "But please tell them I have an injured hobbit here, a Parian, straight from the battlefield. He can't walk much farther. If Mithrandir is there, he'll want to know." Bergil nodded and sprinted away. Pippin decided to wait. Gently he helped Merry settle onto the sun-warmed stones of the pavement, then sat beside him, cradling his friend's head in his lap. He checked Merry's limbs carefully, his worry deepening when he felt the chilling cold of Merry's right hand. It wasn't long before Gandalf himself arrived, his expression grave. He bent over Merry, softly stroking his brow before lifting him with great care. "He deserved an honored entry into this city," Gandalf murmured. "He has more than justified my faith in him. Had Elrond not agreed to let them come, neither of these hobbits would have journeyed here, and the evils of this day would have been far worse." He sighed, a weary sound. and yet another burden rests on my shoulders, even as the battle still hangs in the balance. Eventually, Faramir, Eowyn, and Meriadoc were each settled into beds within the houses of healing. There they received diligent care, for though much ancient wisdom had faded over the years, the healers of Gondor remained skilled in treating wounds and common illnesses, everything, that is, except the slow creep of age. For that malady they had no remedy. Indeed, the lifespan of the people of Gondor had dwindled nearly to that of ordinary men, and those who lived vigorously beyond a century were rare, save in lineages of purer descent. Yet now their knowledge met its limits. Many patients suffered from a sickness that defied their arts, a sickness they named the Black Shadow, for its source was the terror of the Nazgul. Those afflicted sank gradually into a deepening dream, then into silence and a fatal cold, until life left them. To the healers watching, it seemed the halfling and the Lady of Rohan bore the weight of this shadow most heavily. At times, as the morning wore on, one or the other would murmur in restless sleep, and the attendants listened closely, hoping for some clue to aid their understanding. But as the day advanced, both began to sink deeper into darkness. By afternoon, a grey pallor had settled upon their faces. In contrast, Faramir lay burning with an unyielding fever. Gandalf moved from one bedside to another, his concern evident, listening to every report the watchers could give. The day stretched on, marked by uncertain news from the great battle beyond the walls. Still, Gandalf did not leave. He waited and watched until the sunset stained the sky red, and the fading light through the windows cast a deceptive glow upon the ashen faces of the sick. For a moment, those keeping vigil imagined they saw a flush of returning health in that warm light. But it was only a cruel illusion, a fleeting mockery of hope. Then an elderly woman named Ioreth, the most senior of the attendants in the houses of healing, gazed upon the pale face of Faramir and began to weep, for he was dearly loved by all. She cried out, "Alas, if he should perish! If only the kings had returned to Gondor, as in the tales of old, for the old wisdom tells us, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. Thus the true king would always be known." Gandalf, who stood nearby, replied, "Your words may be long remembered, Ioreth. There is hope in them. Perhaps a king has indeed come back to Gondor. Have the strange reports reaching the city escaped your notice?" "I have been too occupied with my duties to listen to all the commotion," she answered. "My only wish is that those foul invaders do not find their way here to disturb our sick." Gandalf then hurried outside, where the fiery glow in the sky was dying down, and the smoking hills were fading into the dusk as a grey evening settled over the field. As the sun descended, Aragorn, Eomer, and Prince Imrahil approached the city with their officers and knights. Halting before the gate, Aragorn declared, "Look at the sun setting in a blaze of fire. It signals an ending and a downfall for many things, a shift in the world's tide. Yet this city and its realm have long been held in trust by the stewards. I fear that if I enter now without invitation, it may breed doubt and discord, which we cannot afford while this war rages. I will not go in, nor press any claim, until we see whether victory belongs to us or to Mordor. Let my tents be raised upon this field, and here I will wait for the welcome of the city's lord." But Eomer asked, "You have already raised the banner of the kings and shown the heirlooms of Elendil's line. Will you let them be questioned?" "No," said Aragorn, "yet I judge the moment is not right. My thoughts are bent on conflict only with our enemy and his minions." Prince Imrahil then offered, "Your words are wise, lord, if one who is kin to Lord Denethor may advise you. He is proud and strong-willed, but aged. His humour has been dark and strange since his son fell. Still, I would not see you wait like a supplicant at the door." "Not a supplicant," Aragorn answered. "Say rather a captain of the Rangers, who are strangers to cities and houses of stone." He then ordered his banner to be rolled up and removed the star of the North Kingdom, entrusting it to the sons of Elrond. After this, Prince Imrahil and Eomer of Rohan took their leave, passing through the city amid the clamour of the people and climbing to the citadel. They entered the hall of the tower to seek the steward, but found his seat empty. Before the dais lay King Theoden of the Mark upon a bed of state, surrounded by 12 torches and 12 guards, knights of both Rohan and Gondor. The bed's hangings were of green and white, but over the king was spread a great cloth of gold up to his chest, and upon it lay his unsheathed sword, with his shield at his feet. The torchlight gleamed in his white hair like sun on fountain spray, yet his face was fair and youthful, save for a profound peace upon it that youth seldom knows. He seemed but to sleep. After a silent vigil beside the king, Imrahil asked, "Where is the steward, and where is Mithrandir?" One of the guards answered, "The steward of Gondor is in the houses of healing." Then Eomer inquired, a sudden sharp worry threading his voice, "Where is the lady Éowyn, my sister? For she should rest beside the king with equal honor." "Where have they taken her?" Imrahil said. "But the lady Éowyn still lived when they brought her here. Did you not know this?" At these words an unexpected hope leaped in Éomer's heart, and with it a renewed sting of anxiety and dread, so that he spoke no more but turned and strode swiftly from the hall, the prince following. When they emerged, evening had fully come, and countless stars shone in the sky above. Gandalf arrived on foot, accompanied by a figure cloaked in grey, and they met before the entrance to the houses of healing. They greeted the wizard and asked, "We are looking for the steward. He is said to be here. Is he injured? And what of the lady Éowyn?" "She is inside, not dead, but near to it," Gandalf replied. "The Lord Faramir was struck by a poisoned dart, as you may have heard. He is steward now, for Denethor has perished, and his house lies in ashes." Those gathered were stricken with sorrow and amazement at his words. Yet Prince Imrahil said, "Then our victory is stripped of joy, and the price is bitter indeed if both Gondor and Rohan lose their lords in a single day. Éomer now leads the Rohirrim. Who shall govern the city? Should we not send at once for Aragorn?" Then the cloaked man spoke. "He is already here." As he moved into the lantern light by the door, they saw it was Aragorn, wearing the grey cloak of Lurien over his mail, and bearing no emblem but the green stone from Galadriel. "I came because Gandalf asked it of me," he said. "Yet for now I remain only the captain of the Dúnedain. The Lord of Dol Amroth shall hold the city until Faramir wakes. But my counsel is that Gandalf should guide us all in the days ahead, and in our dealings with the enemy." This they accepted. "We should not linger here," Gandalf urged. "The hour is desperate. Let us go in, for it is said that only with Aragorn's coming is there hope for those who lie sick within. Eorith, the wise woman of Gondor, declared it, 'The hands of the king are the hands of a healer, and so shall the rightful king be known.'" Aragorn entered first, the others following. At the door stood 2 guards in the livery of the citadel, one tall, the other hardly taller than a boy. The smaller guard cried out in delight, "Strider, how magnificent! I knew it was you on those black ships, but everyone kept shouting corsairs and wouldn't listen. How did you manage it?" Aragorn laughed and clasped the hobbit's hand. "A glad meeting, but there will be time for tales later." Imrahil said quietly to Éomer, "Is this how we address our kings, though perhaps he will wear his crown under another name?" Overhearing, Aragorn turned. "Indeed, for in the high speech of old I am called Elisar, the Elfstone, and Envinyatar, the Renewer." He touched the green stone upon his breast. "Yet, if my house is ever established, its name shall be Strider. In the high tongue that will not sound so ill, Tel Contar I will be, and all my heirs after me." They moved further into the house, and as they walked toward the chambers where the sick were kept, Gandalf recounted the deeds of Éowyn and Meriadoc. "I have watched long by them," he said. "At first they spoke much in restless dreams before falling into a deadly silence. Some visions of things far away are also granted to me. Aragorn went first to Faramir, then to Éowyn, and lastly to Merry. After studying their faces and their wounds, he sighed heavily. 'Here I must use every gift of power and skill I possess,' he said. I wish Elrond were present. He is the eldest of our kindred and has power far greater than mine." Seeing his sorrow and weariness, Eomer said, "Surely you must rest first, or at least take some food." "No," Aragorn answered. "For these three, and most urgently for Faramir, time is slipping away. We must make haste." He then called for Ioreth and asked, "Does this house keep a store of healing herbs?" "Yes, my lord," she answered, "but not enough, I fear, for all who will need them. Where we might find more, I do not know. Everything is in disorder these terrible days, with fires raging, messengers scarce, and all the roads closed. For days no merchant has come from Lossarnoch to our market. Yet we do what we can with what we have here, my lord, as I'm certain you understand." "I shall be the judge of that," replied Aragorn. "But time is the one thing we lack. Tell me, do you have Athelas?" "I cannot say, lord, not by that name," she answered. "I will ask the herb master. He knows all the old titles. It is called Kingsfoil as well," said Aragorn. "Perhaps you know it by that name, for so the country people call it now." "Oh, that!" exclaimed Ioreth. "Had you named it so from the start, I could have told you. No, we have none, I am certain. Truthfully, I've never heard it held any great power. Why? I've often said to my sisters when we found it in the woods. Kingsfoil, a curious name. If I were a king, I'd want brighter plants in my garden. Still, it gives a sweet scent when crushed, doesn't it? Or perhaps wholesome is the better word." "Wholesome indeed," said Aragorn. "Now, good woman, if you care for Lord Faramir, let your feet match your tongue's speed and fetch me Kingsfoil if a single leaf remains in the city. And if none is found," Gandalf added, "I shall ride to Lossarnoch with Ioreth behind me, and she will guide me to the woods, though not to visit her sisters. Shadowfax will teach her the true meaning of haste." Once Ioreth had hurried off, Aragorn directed the other women to heat water. He took Faramir's hand and placed his other upon the man's fevered brow. Faramir lay still, scarcely breathing. "His strength is almost gone," Aragorn said to Gandalf. "Yet this decline is not from his wound. Look, it heals well. Had a Nazgul's dart struck him, as you feared, he would have died that very night. This was a Southron arrow, I deem. Who drew it out? Was it kept?" "I drew it and tended the wound," Imrahil answered. "But I did not keep the arrow, for we were overwhelmed with duties. It was a common Southron shaft, as I recall. Still, I believed some shadow from above had caused his sickness, for the wound was neither deep nor mortal. How do you explain it?" "Weariness, grief for his father's despair, the injury, and above all the black breath," said Aragorn. "His will is strong, for he had already drawn near to the shadow before riding to defend the walls. The darkness took him slowly, even as he fought to hold his post. If only I had come sooner." Then the herb master entered. "You inquired for Kingsfoil, lord, as the common folk name it," he began, "or Athelas in the higher speech, or to those versed in the lore of Valinor." "I did," Aragorn interrupted, "and I care not if you call it Asea Aranian or Kingsfoil, so long as you have some." "My pardon, lord. I see you are a scholar, not merely a captain. But alas, we do not stock it here in the houses of healing, where only the gravely ill are treated. We know of no virtue in it, save perhaps to freshen the air or lighten a passing gloom. Unless, of course, you credit the old rhymes that women like our good Ioreth still chant without understanding. When the black breath blows, and death's shadow grows, and all lights pass, come Athelas, come Athela, life to the dying in the king's hand lying. It is mere doggerel, I fear, muddled in the memory of old wives. What sense it holds, I leave to your judgment, if it holds any at all, though some elders still brew it for headaches." Then, in the king's name, Gandalf cried, "Find some old man with less learning and more wisdom who keeps it in his home." Aragorn now knelt beside Faramir, his hand resting upon the steward's brow, a silent vigil in the lamplight. The onlookers sensed a profound battle unfolding before them. Aragorn's face turned ashen with exhaustion. He called the name of Faramir repeatedly. Yet each utterance grew fainter, as if the healer were walking a distant, shadowed path, searching for a soul adrift. Then Bergil rushed in, clutching a cloth bundle. "King's foil, sir," the boy announced, his voice trembling. "But it's not fresh. It was picked at least a fortnight past. Can it still serve?" He glanced at the still figure on the bed and began to weep. Aragorn, however, offered a weary smile. "It will serve. The darkest hour has passed. Stay and take heart." Selecting 2 leaves, he cupped them in his palms, breathed upon them, and crushed them gently. Instantly, a vibrant freshness blossomed in the chamber, as if the very air awoke, tingling with a sudden, sparkling life. He cast the leaves into bowls of steaming water brought to him, and a wave of relief washed over all present. The rising fragrance was like the memory of pristine, sun-drenched mornings in a springtime land, a fleeting, perfect recollection of a world unstained. Aragorn rose, visibly renewed, his eyes gentle as he held a bowl beneath Faramir's face. "Well now," exclaimed Irith to a woman beside her, her tone shifting from grave skepticism to wry amusement. "Who'd have thought a common weed could do such a thing? It smells like the roses of Imloth Melui, from my girlhood, fit for a king, indeed. Maybe I should start selling the stuff in the market." Suddenly, Faramir stirred. His eyes opened, meeting Aragorn's gaze, and a light of recognition and devotion kindled within them. He spoke softly. "My lord, you called, I have come. What does the king command?" "Walk no longer in shadows, but awake," said Aragorn. "You are weary. Rest now. Take nourishment, and be ready for my return." "I will, my lord," Faramir replied. "For who would wish to lie idle when the king has come back to us?" "Farewell, then, for a time," said Aragorn. He departed with Gandalf and Prince Imrahil, leaving Beregond and his son in the room, their hearts overflowing with a joy they could scarcely contain. As Pippin followed and closed the door, he overheard Ioreth exclaiming, "The king! Did you all hear that? Just as I said, the hands of a healer." The word spread swiftly from the houses of healing. The king had come, bringing mending in the wake of war, and the news raced through every street of the city. Yet Aragorn's work was not done. He came next to Éowyn and observed, "Here lies a deep wound, a heavy blow. The broken arm has been skillfully set and will mend, if she possesses the strength to endure. It is her shield arm that is injured, but the greater harm has come through the sword arm. There, though unbroken, the life seems quenched." He sighed. Alas, she faced a foe beyond the might of her spirit or body. To raise a weapon against such an enemy demands a core harder than steel, lest the shock alone shatter the wielder. It was a cruel fate that placed her in his path, for she is a noble maiden, the fairest lady of a royal house. And yet, how should I speak of her? When first I saw her and sensed her sorrow, it was as if I beheld a white flower, straight and proud, graceful as a lily, yet forged with a hidden strength, as if shaped by elven craft from metal. Or was it a bitter frost that had turned its sap to ice? So she stood, fair, yet stricken, a bittersweet vision soon to fall. This malady began long before today, did it not, Éomer? "I wonder that you ask me, lord," Éomer answered. "I hold you blameless in this and in all things. Yet I did not perceive that Éowyn, my sister, had been touched by any such coldness until the day she first looked upon you. She bore care and dread which she shared with me during the grim days of Wormtongue and the king's enchantment. She nursed our uncle in mounting fear, her own spirit quietly weathering a private storm she never named. Yet this was not the fate that brought her so low." Gandalf replied, "My friend, you had steeds to ride and battles to fight beneath the open sky. She, though born a woman, possessed a heart and bravery equal to your own. Still, she was bound to serve an aging king she loved as a father, forced to witness his decline into a pitiful, disgraced old age. To her, her role felt more degrading than the very cane he used for support. Do you believe Wormtongue's venom was meant for Theoden's ears alone? Fool! He called the house of Owl a mere thatched shed where outlaws swill ale in the stench, and their children wallow with the hounds upon the floor. Those are Saruman's own words, the master who taught Worm Tongue his craft, though I've no doubt Grima sweetened the phrasing in private. Had it not been for your sister's love and her fierce sense of duty holding her tongue, my lord, you might have heard such bitterness spill from her own lips. Yet who can say what she whispered to the empty darkness in the lonely, aching hours of the night, when her world felt small, and her room a cage meant to trap something wild and free? Eomer fell silent then, gazing at his sister, as if remembering every shared moment of their lives. But Aragorn spoke. I witnessed her sorrow too, Eomer. Few sorrows in this troubled world cut deeper into a man's heart than to see a lady so fair and courageous whose love he cannot return. Grief and pity have been my companions since I left her in despair at Dunharrow and took the road to the paths of the dead. No dread on that dark road haunted me more than the fear of what might become of her. And yet I tell you, she loves you more truly than she ever could me. You she knows and cherishes. In me she loves only a phantom, a dream of glory, of mighty deeds, and of distant lands far from the plains of Rohan. I may have the skill to heal her body, and call her back from the valley of shadows. But what awaits her upon waking, hope or emptiness, or utter despair, I cannot say. And if it is despair, then she will perish, unless a healing I cannot provide reaches her, alas, for her deeds have earned her a place among the most honored queens of legend. Aragorn bent close, studying her face. It was pale as a lily, cold as frost, and set like carved stone. Yet he leaned down, kissed her forehead, and called to her gently, Eowyn, daughter of Eomund, awake. Your foe has departed. She did not move, but her breathing deepened, her chest rising and falling beneath the linen sheet. Once more Aragorn crushed 2 leaves of athelas into a bowl of steaming water. He bathed her brow and her cold, lifeless right arm where it lay upon the coverlet. Then, whether through some ancient power of his lineage or through the force of his words concerning the Lady Eowyn, as the herb's fragrance filled the room, those present felt as if a sharp, clean wind swept through the window. It carried no scent, but was an air utterly fresh and new, as if it had never been breathed by any living creature, as though it came newly made from snow-capped peaks under a starry vault, or from distant silver shores washed by foaming seas. Awake, Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, Aragorn said again. He took her right hand in his, and felt warmth returning to it. Awake. The shadow has fled, and all darkness is washed away. He then placed her hand in Eomer's and stepped back. Call to her, he said, and left the chamber without a sound. Eowyn, Eowyn, Eomer cried through his tears. Then her eyes opened, and she said, Eomer, is this joy real? They told me. You had fallen. No, that was only the dark voices in my dream. How long have I been lost in dreams?
Not long, sister,
Eomer answered.
do not dwell on it now.
I feel a strange weariness, she said. I must rest a little longer. But tell me, how fares the Lord of the Mark? Do not tell me that was a dream, for I know it was not. He is gone, just as he foresaw. He is gone, Eomer replied, but he asked me to give his farewell to Eowyn, whom he loved as a daughter. He rests now with the highest honor in the citadel of Gondor. That is a heavy sorrow, she said. Yet it is a better end than I ever dared to hope for in those dark days when it seemed the honor of our house had fallen lower than a shepherd's hut. And what of the king's esquire, the halfling? Eomer, you must make him a knight of the Mark, for his courage is beyond question. He rests nearby in this house, Gandalf said. I will go to him. Eomer, you should remain here a while, but let us not speak of war or grief until your strength is fully returned. It is a great joy to see you awake again, restored to health and hope, my brave lady. To health, Eowyn answered. Perhaps, at least while there is an empty saddle left by some fallen rider that I might fill, and while there are still deeds to be done, but to hope I cannot say. Gandalf and Pippin entered Merry's chamber and found Aragorn standing by the bed. Poor Merry! Pippin cried, rushing to his side, for his friend seemed paler, a grey shadow on his face, as if years of sorrow weighed upon him. A sudden dread took hold of Pippin that Merry might not recover. "Do not fear," Aragorn said. "I arrived in time and have called him back. He is weary and sorrowful, and he took a hurt much like Lady Eowyn's, daring to strike that deadly foe. But these wounds can be healed, for his spirit is strong and bright. His grief he will carry, but it will not poison his heart. It will grant him wisdom." Then Aragorn placed his hand on Merry's head, gently smoothing the brown curls. He touched his eyelids and spoke his name. As the fragrance of Athelas filled the room, like the scent of sunlit orchards and heather humming with bees, Merry stirred suddenly and said, "I'm hungry." "What time is it?" "Long past supper," Pippin said, "though I'm sure I could fetch you something if they allow it." "They will allow it," Gandalf assured him, "and anything else this rider of Rohan might wish for, provided it can be found in Minas Tirith, where his name is held in high esteem." "Good," said Merry. "Then I'd like supper first, and after that a pipe." His expression then darkened. "No, not a pipe. I don't think I'll smoke again." "Why ever not?" Pippin asked. "Well," Merry answered slowly, "he is gone. It has reminded me of everything. He told me he was sorry he never had the chance to talk herbs with me. It was nearly the last thing he ever said. I'll never be able to smoke without thinking of him, Pippin. And that day he rode up to Isengard, so courteous and kind." "Then smoke and think of him," Aragorn said. "For he was a king of gentle heart, who kept his oaths, and he stepped from the shadows into one last fair morning. Though your service to him was brief, let it be a glad and honorable memory all your days." Merry managed a smile. "Well then, if Strider can furnish what's needed, I will smoke and remember. I had some of Saruman's finest in my pack, but what became of it in the battle, I surely don't know." "Master Meriadoc," Aragorn replied, "if you believe I crossed mountains and traversed Gondor with fire and sword to bring pipe herb to a forgetful soldier who misplaces his belongings, you are mistaken. If your pack is lost, you must send for the herb master of this house. He will inform you he did not know the leaf you seek had any virtue, that common folk call it Westmansweed, the noble name it Galenas, and that it goes by other names in more learned tongues." After reciting a few half-remembered verses he does not understand, he will regretfully say there is none in the house, and leave you to ponder the history of language. And now so must I, for I have not rested in a bed like this since I left Dunharrow, nor have I eaten since before dawn. Merry took his hand and kissed it. "I am terribly sorry," he said. "You should go immediately. Ever since that evening in Bree we have been nothing but a bother to you. Yet it is the manner of my folk to speak lightly in such moments, saying less than we truly feel. We are afraid of saying too much. It leaves us without the proper words when a joke feels out of place." "I understand that perfectly, or I would not answer you in the same fashion," Aragorn replied. "May the Shire remain forever in bloom." He kissed Merry and departed, with Gandalf accompanying him. Pippin stayed behind. "Has there ever been anyone like him?" he exclaimed. "Besides Gandalf, naturally. I believe they must be kin, you dear fool. Your pack is right beside your bed, and you were carrying it when I found you." He noticed it the whole time, of course. "Besides, I have some things of my own. Come now, it's Longbottom Leaf. Pack your pipe while I go and find us some food. Then let's relax for a while. Goodness, we tooks and brandybucks, we aren't made to dwell for long upon the lofty peaks." "True," said Merry. "I cannot, not yet anyway, but at least, Pippin, we can recognize those heights now and pay them respect. I suppose it's best to first love what you are suited to love. You have to begin somewhere and have some roots, and the soil of the Shire runs deep. Yet there are things deeper and higher still. Not a single gardener could tend his plot in what he calls peace without them. Whether he is aware of them or not, I am thankful to know of them even a little. but I don't know why I'm going on like this. Where is that pipe weed? And fetch my pipe from my pack, if it isn't broken." Aragorn and Gandalf then went to the warden of the Houses of Healing. They advised him that Faramir and Éowyn should stay there and continue to receive careful tending for many days. "The Lady Éowyn," said Aragorn, "will soon desire to rise and leave, but she must not be allowed to do so if you can possibly prevent it until at least 10 days have gone by." Regarding Faramir, Gandalf said, "He must be told before long that his father has died. But the complete story of Denethor's madness should not be shared with him until he is fully recovered and has responsibilities to occupy him. Ensure that Beregond and the halfling who were there do not speak to him of these matters yet. And the other halfling, Meriadoc, who is in my charge, what of him?" asked the warden. "It is probable he will be well enough to get up tomorrow for a short time," Aragorn answered. "Permit him to do so if he wishes. He may take a little walk under the watch of his friends. They are a remarkable people," the warden said, nodding thoughtfully. "Exceptionally resilient in spirit, I should say." At the doors of the houses many had already gathered to see Aragorn, and they followed him. When he had finally eaten, men came and begged him to heal their kinsmen or friends who were in peril from injury or wound, or who lay under the black shadow. Aragorn rose and went out, sending for the sons of Elrond, and together they worked long into the night. Word spread through the city. The king has truly returned. They called him Elfstone because of the green gem he wore, and so the name foretold at his birth was chosen for him by his own people. When he could work no more, he wrapped his cloak around himself and slipped out of the city just before dawn, going to his tent to sleep a little. In the morning, the banner of Dol Amroth, a white ship like a swan upon blue water, floated from the tower, and men looked up and wondered if the king's coming had been only a dream. The morning after the day of battle arrived, fair with light clouds and a wind turning to the west. Legolas and Gimli were up early, and they asked permission to go up into the city, for they were eager to see Merry and Pippin. "It is a relief to know they survived," Gimli remarked. "Our journey across Rohan was no small effort on their account, and I would hate to think that effort was for nothing." Side by side, the elf and the dwarf passed through the gates of Minas Tirith, drawing curious glances from the people they passed. Legolas possessed a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly to mortal eyes, and as they walked in the morning light, he sang a clear elven melody. Gimli marched alongside, thoughtfully stroking his beard and taking in the surroundings. "The masonry here shows skill," he observed, studying the walls, though it is uneven in places, and the layout of these streets leaves much to be desired. Once Aragorn claims his throne, I will propose the aid of our finest stonemasons from the mountain. We could transform this into a city worthy of legend." "The people need more living things," Legolas replied. "These stone dwellings feel barren. There's not enough here that grows with joy. Should Aragorn rule, my kin from the wood would gift him with evergreen trees and birdsong that never fades." They were soon received by Prince Imrahil. Legolas studied him a moment, then offered a deep bow, perceiving the ancient elven lineage in his bearing. "Greetings, my lord," said Legolas. "Long have the people of Nimrodel been absent from the woods of Lorien, yet it is clear not all of that fair blood chose to sail from Amroth's haven across the sea." "So our oldest tales tell," answered the prince. "Yet for ages beyond reckoning, none of the fair folk have walked in our lands. I am astonished to see one here now, in this hour of grief and conflict." "What brings you?" "I journeyed as one of the 9 companions with Mithrandir from Imladris," Legolas explained. "This dwarf, my friend, and I came with Lord Aragorn. We have learned our companions, Meriadoc and Peregrine, are in your care, and we wish to see them. You will find them in the Houses of Healing." "I shall take you there myself," Imrahil offered. "Your guidance is gracious, lord," said Legolas, "but a single attendant will suffice. For Aragorn entrusts you with this message. He will not re-enter the city at present, yet the captains must counsel immediately. He asks that you and Eomer of Rohan come to his tents at your earliest convenience. Mithrandir awaits you there." "We shall come," Imrahil agreed, and they parted with mutual respect. "He is a noble lord and a formidable leader of men," Legolas said to Gimli as they walked away. If Gondor still breeds men of such quality in these fading years, its splendor in the height of its power must have been breathtaking. And no doubt the superior stonework is from that earlier, prouder age, Gimli mused, a hint of playful scorn entering his tone. It is the way with the works of men, full of early promise, then struck by a spring frost or a summer blight. They never quite live up to their beginnings. But they seldom fail to leave their seed behind, Legolas countered, his voice shifting from wistful to firm and resolute. That seed may lie dormant in the dust, only to rise again in some unexpected future. The works of men will endure beyond our time, Gimli. And yet, I suspect they amount to little more than forgotten dreams in the final reckoning, the dwarf grumbled. To that, Legolas said softly, even the elves have no answer. A servant of the prince then escorted them to the houses of healing, where they discovered their friends in a sunlit garden. Their reunion was filled with laughter and gladness. For a time they strolled and shared tales, savoring a rare moment of peace high in the windy tiers of the city. As Merry grew tired, they settled on a low wall, the green lawn of the houses at their back. Before them, to the south, the river Anduin sparkled in the sunlight, winding out of view even for Legolas's keen sight into the broad plains and verdant mists of Lebanon and South Ithilien. The others conversed, but Legolas grew quiet, his gaze fixed southward against the sun. Suddenly he saw them white gulls beating their way up the river. "Look," he cried, "sea-birds! They venture far from the coast. They are a marvel to me, and yet they stir a deep disquiet in my heart." I had never heard their call before we reached Pelargir. There, as we rode toward the naval battle, their cries filled the air above me. I halted, the war in Middle-earth forgotten, for their haunting voices spoke only of the sea. The sea, I have yet to lay eyes upon it. Yet a profound longing for the deep waters sleeps within the heart of every one of my people, a dangerous yearning to awaken. I mourn the gulls. I shall find no more rest beneath beech or elm. "You must not say such things," Gimli exclaimed. "Middle-earth holds wonders beyond counting yet to be seen, and mighty labors still to be done. If all the fair folk sail away, it will become a poorer world for those fated to remain behind." "Poor and empty, truly," said Merry. "Do not go to the havens, Legolas. There will always be folk, great and small, and even a handful of sensible dwarves like Gimli here who have need of you. At least, I dearly hope so. Yet I have a feeling the darkest hour of this war is still ahead of us. How I wish it were all finished, and finished for good." "Do not cloud such a morning with gloom," Pippin cried. "The sun is bright, and we are together for a day or two at least. I want to hear your tales. Come now, Gimli. You and Legolas have alluded to your strange travels with Strider a dozen times already, yet you've told me nothing of substance." "The sun may shine here," Gimli said darkly, "but there are memories from that road I have no wish to draw out from the shadows. Had I known what lay ahead, I believe not even friendship would have compelled me to tread the paths of the dead." "The paths of the dead?" Pippin asked. "I heard Aragorn speak of them, and I wondered at his meaning. Will you not tell us?" "Not if I can help it," Gimli grumbled. "On that road I was humbled. Gimli, son of Gloin, who thought himself tougher than any man and hardier beneath stone than any elf. I proved to be neither. I was kept to that grim path solely by the strength of Aragorn's will, and by love for him as well," Legolas added softly, "for all who come to know him learn to love him in their own way, even the stern shield maiden of the riders." "We departed Dunharrow at first light on the day before you arrived, Merry. A great dread lay upon all the people, so that none would watch us leave, save the Lady Éowyn, who now lies wounded in the houses below." That parting was filled with sorrow, and it grieved me to see it. "Ah, my heart was too full of its own fear," Gimli muttered. "No, I will not speak of that journey." He fell into a stubborn silence, but Pippin and Merry were so keen for news that at last Legolas relented. "I will tell you enough to satisfy your curiosity, for I did not feel the horror, and I did not fear the shades of men who seemed to me powerless and frail." He spoke then of the haunted road beneath the mountains, the dark gathering at Erech, and the great ride from that place 90 leagues and 3 to Pelargir on the Anduin. For 4 days and nights, and on into a 5th, we rode from the Black Stone, he said, and see. In the deepening gloom of Mordor's shadow, my own hope kindled, for in that darkness the host of phantoms appeared to grow more solid and more dreadful to behold. Some I saw mounted, some marching, yet all moving with the same relentless speed. They were silent, but a cold light flickered in their eyes. In the highlands of Lamedon they outpaced our horses and swirled about us. They would have streamed past had Aragorn not commanded them to halt. At his word they drew back. Even the ghosts of men heed his will, I thought. Perhaps they will serve his purpose still. We rode through one day of pallid light, and then came the day that knew no dawn, and still we rode on. We crossed the rivers Cyril and Ringlow, and on the 3rd day we came to Linhir, where the Gilrain meets the sea. There the men of Lemedon were holding the fords against fierce warriors from Umbar and Harad who had sailed up the river, but both defenders and attackers abandoned the fight and fled at our approach, shrieking that the king of the dead was among them. Only Angbor, the lord of Lamedon, kept his courage. Aragorn told him to gather his people and follow behind us, if they dared, once the grey host had passed. At Pelargir, the heir of Isildur will have need of you, he told us. So we forded the Gilrain, scattering Mordor's allies before us, and paused briefly to rest. But Aragorn soon rose, his face grave. Minas Tirith is already under siege, he said. I fear it may fall before we can reach it. We mounted once more before the night was gone, riding hard across the plains of Lebanon as fast as our horses could carry us. Legolas fell silent, his gaze drifting southward. Then, softly, he sang, "Silver run the streams from Selus to Erui. In Lebanon's green fields, tall grows the grass there. In the wind from the sea, the white lilies sway, and the golden bells are shaken of Malos and Alpharin. In Lebanon's green fields, in the wind from the sea, in the songs of my people, those fields are evergreen," he said. But to our eyes they were dark then, grey wastes under a starless sky. We rode across that wide land, trampling unheeded through grass and blossom, chasing our foes for a day and a night until we reached the great river at last. There I felt we had drawn near to the sea, for the water stretched wide in the darkness, and countless seabirds cried along its shores. Ah, the wailing of the gulls! Did not the lady warn me to beware of them? Now their cries haunt my memory. I paid them no mind, said Gimli, for then we met battle in earnest. At Pelargir lay the main fleet of Umbar, 50 great ships and smaller vessels beyond number. Many we had pursued reached the havens ahead of us, spreading panic. Some ships had already cast off, trying to flee down river or make the far shore, while many smaller craft were burning. The Haradrim, driven to the brink, turned and fought with the fury of despair. They laughed when they saw us, for they were still a mighty host. But Aragorn halted and cried out in a great voice, "Now come! By the Black Stone I summon you!" And suddenly the shadow host, which had hung back until then, swept forward like a grey tide, washing all before them. I heard faint cries, dim horns, and a murmur like countless far-off voices, an echo of some forgotten battle from the dark years long past. Pale swords were drawn, though whether their blades could still bite, I do not know, for the dead needed no weapon but fear. None could withstand them. They swept over every ship drawn up on shore, then passed across the water to those at anchor. Every mariner was seized with mad terror and leaped overboard, save the slaves chained to the oars. We rowed recklessly among our fleeing foes, driving them like leaves until we reached the shore. Then, to each great ship that remained, Aragorn sent one of the Dúnedain to comfort the captives aboard and bid them cast off fear and take their freedom. Before that grim day ended, not one enemy remained to oppose us. All were drowned or fleeing south on foot, hoping to regain their own lands. How strange and wondrous, I thought, that Mordor's designs could be overthrown by such wraiths of fear and darkness. It was defeated by its own weapons. Strange indeed, said Legolas. In that hour I looked upon Aragorn and considered how great and terrible a lord he might have become had he taken the ring and wielded the full force of his will. No wonder Mordor fears him. Yet his spirit is nobler than Sauron can comprehend, for is he not descended from Lúthien? That line shall never fail, though the years stretch beyond reckoning. Such foresight lies beyond the eyes of dwarves, said Gimli. But mighty indeed was Aragorn that day. Behold, the entire Black Fleet was his. He chose the greatest ship for his own and went aboard. Then he had a great blast of trumpets, taken from the enemy, sounded across the water, and the shadow host withdrew to the shore. They stood in silence, barely visible except for the red gleam in their eyes that reflected the burning ships. Aragorn raised his voice to the dead men, declaring, "Hear the words of Isildur's heir. Your oath is fulfilled. Return now and trouble these lands no more. Depart and find your rest." At that, the king of the dead stepped forward, shattered his spear, and cast it down. He bowed deeply before turning away, and swiftly the entire grey host withdrew, vanishing like a mist scattered by a sudden wind. It felt as though I had awakened from a haunting dream. That night we rested while others worked tirelessly. Many captives were freed, including slaves from Gondor taken in earlier raids. Soon men from Lebanon and the Ether gathered, and Angbor of Lemedon arrived with every horseman he could rally. With the fear of the dead lifted, they came to aid us and to witness the heir of Isildur, for rumors of his name had spread like wildfire in the darkness. Our tale nears its end. Through that evening and night, numerous ships were prepared and manned. By morning, the fleet set sail. It feels long ago now, yet it was only the morning of the day before yesterday, the 6th day since we rode from Dunharrow. Still, Aragorn was driven by a relentless fear that time was slipping away. "It is 40 leagues and 2 from Pelargir to the landings at the Harland," he said. "Yet we must reach the Harland by tomorrow, or all is lost." The oars were now wielded by free men who labored with determination. We moved slowly up the great river, fighting against its current, and without any aiding wind. Progress was hard. My heart would have been heavy, despite our victory at the Havens, if not for Legolas's sudden laughter. "Chin up, Durin's son," he exclaimed, "for often hope is born when all seems lost." He would not say what hope he glimpsed from afar. When night fell, it only deepened the darkness, and our hearts burned with urgency, for in the north we saw a red glow beneath the cloud. Aragorn said grimly, "Minas Tirith is burning." Yet at midnight hope was indeed reborn. Seafaring men from the ether, gazing southward, spoke of a change coming with a fresh wind from the sea. Long before daybreak, the masted ships hoisted their sails, and our speed increased until dawn whitened the foam at our prows. And so, as you know, we arrived in the 3rd hour of morning, with a fair wind and the sun unveiled, unfurling the great standard for battle. It was a great day and a great hour, whatever may follow. "Whatever comes, great deeds are not lessened in worth," said Legolas. "The riding of the paths of the dead was a mighty feat, and it shall remain so, even if none in Gondor are left to sing of it in days to come." "And that may well come to pass," said Gimli, "for the faces of Aragorn and Gandalf are solemn. I wonder much what counsel they are taking in the tents below. Like Merry, I wish our victory meant the war was over. Yet, whatever remains to be done, I hope to play a part, for the honor of the folk of the Lonely Mountain." "And I for the folk of the Great Wood," said Legolas, "and for the love of the Lord of the White Tree." The companions fell silent then, sitting together in that high place, each lost in thought while the captains debated below. After Prince Imrahil parted from Legolas and Gimli, he sent for Éomer. Together they descended from the city to the tents of Aragorn, which had been set up on the field near where King Theoden fell. There they took counsel with Gandalf, Aragorn, and the sons of Elrond. "My lords," Gandalf began, his voice grave, "consider the final warning of the steward of Gondor. You might hold the Pelennor fields for a time, yet against the power now awakened, no lasting triumph exists. I do not ask for his despair, but for your clear-eyed reflection on this truth. The Palantiri do not deal in falsehoods. Not even the Dark Lord of Barad-dûr can force them to lie. He may, through his will, select what visions come to lesser minds, or twist their understanding, yet we cannot deny that when Denethor gazed into the stone and saw the vast hosts of Mordor marshalled against him, growing ever larger, he beheld reality itself. Our strength was barely enough to repel the first great wave. The next will dwarf it. This war, as Denethor saw, offers no conventional hope. No force of arms can secure victory, whether we endure siege upon siege within these walls, or march out only to be swept away before the river. We are left with a grim selection of perils. Cold wisdom would advise you to fortify every remaining stronghold and await the blow, thereby stretching the time before our end a little further. Then you suggest we withdraw to Minas Tirith, or to the coasts of Dol Amroth, or the refuge of Dunharrow, Imrahil countered. To wait like children watching their sandcastles drown beneath the tide. That would hardly be novel advice, Gandalf replied. Have you not done precisely this, and little more, throughout Denethor's rule? Yet no, I stated, it would be prudent. I do not counsel prudence. I said arms cannot win this day. My hope for victory endures, but it lies elsewhere. For now, cutting through every strategy is the ring of power, the very cornerstone of Barad-dûr and the focus of Sauron's desire. He let the weight of that settle in the chamber, the very air seeming to grow still. You all now understand enough of our dire straits, and of his, should he reclaim it. Your courage is meaningless, and his triumph will be swift and absolute, so total its shadow would darken all the ages of this world. But if it is unmade, then he will be cast down. His fall would be so profound that none could imagine his return. He would be stripped of the core strength born with him at his beginning. All he wrought with that power would turn to dust. Forever diminished, he would become a shriveled spirit of pure spite, gnawing its own essence in the dark, incapable of form or growth. Thus a great poison would be cleansed from the earth. A faint, almost weary smile touched Gandalf's lips then, a shift from solemn prophecy to a tone of grim, clear-eyed resolve. Other darknesses may yet arise, for Sauron is but a servant, an emissary of a deeper shadow. Yet our task is not to command every tide of the world, but to do what we can in the time given us, to clear the foulness from the fields we know, so those who follow might have clean soil to sow. What seasons come after are not for us to decree. Now, Sauron is aware of all this, Gandalf continued, his focus sharpening. He knows his lost treasure has been found, though, we hope, not its location. This knowledge fills him with profound doubt, for if we possess it, he knows there are those among us with the strength to potentially use it. Do I guess correctly, Aragorn, that you revealed yourself to him in the Orthanc stone? I did, before I rode from Helm's Deep, Aragorn answered. I judged the moment was right, that the stone had come to me for this very purpose. The ring-bearer had journeyed east from Rhoros for 10 days by then, and I believe the eye of Sauron needed to be drawn away from his own domain. He has faced defiance too rarely since his return to the tower. Though had I known the terrifying speed of his retaliation, I might have hesitated. I was granted only the barest margin to reach your aid. But how does this serve us? Éomer asked, perplexed. You say all is lost if he gains the ring. Why would he not think it futile to attack us if he believes we hold it? He is not certain, Gandalf explained, and he did not amass his dominion by waiting for his foes to feel secure, as we have been tempted to do. His is the aggression of dreadful hope and consuming fear. Mastering such power is not the work of a single day. It is a force meant for one alone, not for many to share. Its wielder will wait for a time of conflict, until one among the great rises to supremacy and subdues all rivals. In that moment of chaos, the ring could serve him, should he act with swiftness. He is ever watchful, seeing and hearing much. His dark servants still roam freely. They cross this very field before dawn, though few among our weary and sleeping ranks sense their passage. He reads the signs. The sword that once took his treasure has been reforged. The tides of fortune are shifting against him, marked by the unexpected failure of his first strike and the fall of his mighty captain. Even as we speak, his uncertainty grows. His gaze is fixed intently upon us, nearly blind to all other movements in the world. We must hold that focus. Our sole hope resides there. Therefore, this is my guidance. The ring is not in our possession. In an act of profound wisdom or desperate folly, it has been sent away to be unmade, to save us from its corruption. Without it, we cannot hope to overthrow his might by force of arms alone. Yet we must, at any cost, divert his eye from the true danger. Victory will not be won on the battlefield for us, but through battle we can purchase the ring-bearer his one fragile opportunity. We must follow the path Aragorn has set. We must provoke Sauron into risking everything. We must lure out his hidden reserves, compelling him to strip his lands of defenders. An immediate march to confront him is necessary. We must become the bait, even if it means his jaws snap shut upon us. He will seize it, driven by hope and voracious greed, for in our boldness he will believe he sees the arrogance of a new ring-lord. He will declare, "So he overextends himself too soon. Let him advance. I will spring a trap from which there is no escape. There I will break him, and all he has seized in his pride will be restored to me forever." We must stride with open eyes into that snare, armed with courage but little hope for our own survival. For it is likely, my lords, that we will meet our end in a terrible battle, far from the lands of the living. We may not live to see a new age, even if the Dark Tower falls, yet I believe this is our duty. And it is a better fate than the certain doom that awaits us here, perishing in idleness, knowing with our final breath that no new dawn will come. A silence settled over the gathering. Finally, Aragorn spoke. "What I have set in motion I will see through. We stand at the precipice where hope and despair are nearly indistinguishable. To hesitate is to fail. Let no one now disregard the counsel of Gandalf, whose long struggle against the enemy reaches its final hour. Without him, all would have been lost long ago. Still, I do not yet demand obedience from any man. Let each choose his own path." Then Elrohir said, "We came from the north for this purpose, and from our father Elrond we brought this same advice. We will not turn back." "For my part," said Éomer, "these deep strategies are beyond my ken, and I have no need of them. This much I know, and it suffices. As my friend Aragorn once came to the aid of me and my people, so I will answer when he calls. I will go. As for me," said Imrahil stated, "I hold Lord Aragorn as my rightful king, whether he claims the title or not. His desire is my command. I, too, will go. Yet I stand temporarily in the steward's place, and my first thought must be for the people of Gondor. We cannot abandon all prudence. We must prepare for every outcome, both good and ill. There remains a chance, however slim, that we may triumph, and while that hope persists, Gondor must be shielded. I would not wish to return victorious, only to find the city in ashes and our lands despoiled. Moreover, we have reports from the Rohirrim of an enemy force, still waiting, unchallenged, upon our northern flank." "That is true," Gandalf replied. "I do not advise leaving the city utterly defenseless. Indeed, the host we lead east need not be vast enough to mount a serious assault on Mordor itself. It need only be strong enough to demand his attention and provoke a fight, and it must move with haste." I turned to the captains and asked what force we could gather and march out with in 2 days at most. They needed to be stout-hearted men, willing to go and fully aware of the danger ahead. Éomer replied that all were weary, Many bore wounds light or heavy, and they had lost too many horses, which was a grave blow. If they had to ride soon, he doubted he could lead even 2,000 and still leave enough to defend the city. Aragorn reminded us we should not count only those who fought on the field. Fresh troops were coming from the southern regions now that the coasts were clear. He had sent 4,000 marching from Pelagia through Lossarnoch 2 days prior, with Angbor the fearless riding ahead. If we departed in 2 more days, they would be near. Furthermore, many had been ordered to follow him up the river in whatever boats they could find. With this wind, they would arrive soon, indeed. Several ships had already reached the Harlond. He estimated we could lead out 7,000 horse and foot and still leave the city better defended than when the assault began. Imrahil noted the gate was destroyed and questioned where the skill to rebuild it might be found. Aragorn said such craft existed in Erebor, in the kingdom of Dain, and if their hopes held, he would in time send Gimli, son of Gloin, to ask for artisans from the mountain. But he added that men were better than gates, for no gate would hold if the men guarding it abandoned their post. Thus ended the council of the lords. They would set out on the second morning from that day with 7,000, if that number could be reached. The greater part would be on foot due to the harsh lands they must cross. Aragorn would bring 2,000 from those he gathered in the south. Imrahil would provide 3,500, and Eomer would lead 500 of the Rohirrim, who were unhorsed but fit for war, plus another 500 of his best mounted riders. An additional company of 500 horse would include the sons of Elrond, the Dúnedain, and the knights of Dol Amroth. In all, 6,000 foot and 1,000 horse. But the main strength of the Rohirrim that remained mounted and ready, about 3,000 under Elfhelm's command, would guard the west road against any enemy in Anorion. Swift riders were sent at once to gather news to the north and east from Osgiliath and the road to Minas Morgul. After calculating their strength and planning their route, Imrahil suddenly laughed. "Surely," he cried, "this is the greatest jest in all Gondor's history, that we should ride with 7,000, scarcely more than the vanguard of its army in days of old, to storm the mountains and the impregnable gate of the Blackland. It is like a child threatening an armored knight with a bow made of string and green willow. If the Dark Lord knows half of what you say, Mithrandir, will he not smile rather than fear, and crush us like a fly with his little finger?" Gandalf replied, "No. He will try to trap the fly and take its sting. And there are names among us worth more than 1,000 armored knights each. He will not smile." "Nor shall we," said Aragorn. "If this is a jest, it is too bitter for laughter. It is the final move in a desperate gamble, and for one side or the other it will end the game." Then he drew Andúril and held it gleaming in the sun. "You shall not be sheathed again until the last battle is fought," he declared. 2 days later, the army of the West was fully assembled on the Pelennor. The great force of orcs and Easterlings had been driven back from Anorion, harried and broken by the riders of Rohan, until they fled in disarray toward Caer Andros. With that danger now gone and fresh reinforcements arriving from the southern fiefs, the defences of Minas Tirith were as strong as they could be made. Scouts brought word that the roads eastward were clear all the way to the crossroads. Everything was prepared for the final, desperate move. Legolas and Gimli would ride once more beside Aragorn and Gandalf, who led the vanguard with the Rangers and the sons of Elrond. To Merry's deep dismay, however, he was ordered to remain behind. "You are not yet healed enough for such a road," Aragorn told him gently. "Do not let shame touch you. If you do nothing else in this war, the honor you have already earned is beyond measure. Pippin will go as the representative of the Shire folk, and you must not begrudge him this chance, for though he has done all that fortune placed before him, he has not yet equaled your own brave deed. But in truth, every one of us now faces the same peril. If our part is to meet a bitter end before the Black Gate, then you too will make a final stand, whether here in the city or wherever the shadow finally overtakes you. Farewell," with a heavy spirit. Merry stood watching the host assemble. Virgil was beside him. equally somber, for his father had been assigned to lead a company of the city's men to war and could not rejoin the guard until his conduct was officially reviewed. In that same company, Pippin was also to march, now a soldier of Gondor. Merry could just make him out not far off, a small, steadfast figure among the tall warriors of the White City. At length, the trumpet sounded and the army began to move. Column by column, company by company, they turned and marched away eastward. Long after the last ranks had vanished from sight down the great road toward the causeway, Merry remained, staring after them. The final glimmer of morning light on spear point and helmet flickered and disappeared, yet he stood with head bowed and heart leaden, feeling utterly alone. Every person he held dear had gone away into the gloom that hung beneath the distant eastern sky, and he held little hope that he would ever look upon any of them again. As if summoned by his despair, the ache in his wounded arm returned sharply. He felt suddenly frail and aged, and even the sunlight seemed pale and thin. He was stirred from his thoughts by Bergil's hand on his shoulder. "Come, Master Halfling," said the boy. "I see your pain has returned. Let me help you back to the houses of healing. But do not be afraid. They will come back. The men of Minas Tirith will not be overcome, and now they ride with the Lord Elfstone, and with Beregond of the Guard as well." Before midday, the army reached Osgiliath there. Every laborer and craftsman who could be spared was hard at work. Some were repairing the enemy's ferries and makeshift bridges, which had been partly wrecked in the retreat. Others gathered supplies and salvaged gear, while still more on the eastern bank of the river were hastily raising defensive barriers. The vanguard moved onward through the ancient ruins of old Gondor, crossed the broad flow of the Anduin, and started up the long, straight road that in brighter times had stretched from the fair Tower of the Sun to the tall Tower of the Moon, now the accursed Minas Morgul, hidden in its dark vale. 5 miles beyond Osgiliath they halted, ending the first day's march. But the mounted scouts pressed ahead, and by evening they had reached the crossroads and the great circle of trees. All was stillness. They had seen no sign of the enemy, heard no cry or call, and no arrow had flown from rock or thicket along the way. Yet with every step forward, the very land seemed to grow more watchful. Tree and stone, blade and leaf, all listened. The heavy darkness had lifted, and far to the west a sunset glow lay upon the vale of Anduin, turning the white mountain peaks to a soft blush in the clear blue air. But over the mountains of shadow, a deep and brooding gloom lingered. Stubborn and cold, Aragorn positioned trumpeters at the 4 roads leading into the circle of trees, where they sounded a mighty blast. The heralds shouted, "The lords of Gondor have returned to reclaim all lands that are rightfully theirs." The grotesque orc head mounted on the stone statue was torn down and shattered. In its place the original king's head was restored, still adorned with a crown of white and golden blossoms. Workers toiled to scrub away the vile graffiti the orcs had scrawled across the stone. During their council, some commanders argued for assaulting Minas Morgul first, proposing its complete ruin if captured. Prince Imrahil suggested the road from there to the high pass might offer an easier path to attack the Dark Lord than his northern gate. Yet Gandalf argued fiercely against this, warning of the valley's inherent malice, which could shatter the minds of men with horror. He also cited Faramir's report, stressing that if the ring-bearer had ventured that way, they must avoid drawing the eye of Mordor toward it. So, when the main army arrived the next day, a strong guard was posted at the crossroads to defend against any force from the Morgul Pass or reinforcements from the south. This guard consisted largely of Ithilien archers, experts at concealing themselves in the surrounding woods and slopes. Gandalf and Aragorn then rode with the advance guard to the mouth of Morgul Vale, gazing upon the sinister city. It stood dark and empty, its orcish inhabitants slain in battle, and the Nazgul now roaming elsewhere. Still, the valley's air was thick with dread and hatred. They destroyed the foul bridge, set fire to the poisoned fields, and withdrew. On the 3rd day from Minas Tirith, the army began its march north. The road from the crossroads to the Black Gate stretched roughly 100 miles, and none could guess what awaited them. They advanced with open caution, mounted scouts ahead and foot soldiers patrolling the flanks, especially to the east, where dark thickets and a broken landscape of rocky gullies and crags lay beneath the grim slopes of the mountains of shadow. The world's weather stayed fair, with a steady western wind, yet it could not dispel the gloom clinging to those peaks. Behind them, great smokes would occasionally rise and drift on the upper air. Periodically, Gandalf would order the trumpets blown, and the heralds would proclaim, "The lords of Gondor are here. Leave this land or surrender." But Imrahil advised, "Do not say the lords of Gondor, say King Elessar. It is true, though he has not yet taken the throne, and the name will give the enemy more pause." From then on, thrice daily, the heralds announced the coming of King Elessar. No answer ever came. Despite the peaceful march, a profound heaviness settled on every heart in the army, from the highest lord to the lowest soldier, a sense of foreboding that deepened with each northern mile. Near the end of the second day's march from the crossroads, they finally encountered resistance. A strong force of orcs and easterlings tried to ambush the lead companies in a deep road cutting through an eastern hill spur, the very place where Faramir had once ambushed the Haradrim. But the captains of the West had been well warned by their scouts, skilled rangers from Henneth Annwn, led by Mablung, and so the would-be ambushers found themselves neatly trapped. A small group of riders swung wide to the west, circling to strike the enemy's flank and rear. They were cut down or scattered eastward into the rocky highlands. Yet this minor triumph brought little comfort to the leaders. It was only a ruse, Aragorn observed. Its true aim, I believe, was to lure us forward with a false impression of the enemy's frailty, not to inflict serious harm. And from that dusk forward, the Nazgûl were a constant shadow over the army's every step. They remained high, invisible to all but Legolas's keen sight, yet their influence was a palpable weight, a deepening gloom that dimmed the very sun. Though the ringwraiths did not yet descend to shriek and strike, their silent, hovering menace was a dread that clung to every heart, unshakable. Thus the grim, seemingly hopeless march wore on. On the fourth day from the crossroads, and the sixth since leaving Minas Tirith, they reached the final edge of lands where anything grew. Before them began the true desolation, a wasteland guarding the approach to the pass of Cirith Gorgor. In the distance they could make out the sickly marshes and the barren desert stretching north and west toward the jagged peaks of the Emyn Muil. The horror of that place was so profound, the despair so thick in the air, that a number of the men broke. They were young riders from the distant westfold of Rohan, or simple farmers from the vales of Losanach. To them, Mordor had been a childhood tale of evil, a dark legend with no place in their ordinary lives. Now they moved as men trapped in a waking nightmare, unable to comprehend this war, or why fate had dragged them to such a terrible brink. They could go no farther, frozen by a terror that robbed them of strength. Aragorn gazed upon them, and in his eyes was compassion, not anger. "Go then," he said, "but keep what honor you can, and do not flee in blind panic. There is a task you might undertake, so you are not left wholly ashamed. Make your way southwest to Caer Andros. If the island is held by the enemy, as I suspect it is, then take it back if you are able. Hold it to your last breath in defense of Gondor and Rohan." Some, shamed by his mercy, found a last reserve of courage and rejoined the march. The others grasped at this new purpose, a tangible, brave deed within their reach, and turned away with a flicker of renewed hope. And so, having already left men at the crossroads, the captains of the West finally came to challenge the Black Gate and the might of Mordor with fewer than 6,000. They crept forward slowly, tensed for an answer to their defiance at any moment, and kept their ranks tight. Sending out scouts or small bands from the main force here was a pointless waste of lives. As dusk fell on the fifth day from the Morgul Vale, they made their final camp, lighting meager fires from whatever dead scrub they could gather. The night hours were spent in anxious watchfulness. Half-seen shapes moved and prowled at the edges of the firelight, and the howls of wolves cut through the air. The wind had fallen utterly still, and the silence felt heavy and watchful. Visibility was poor, for despite a cloudless sky and a waxing moon, foul smokes and vapors rose from the ground, shrouding the pale crescent in Mordor's perpetual haze. A bitter cold set in. With dawn, a wind returned, but now it blew from the north, quickly freshening into a steady breeze. The creatures of the night vanished, and the land lay stark and empty. To the north festered the first of the great reeking pits and mountainous heaps of slag, shattered stone, and poisoned soil, the vile waste of Mordor's industry. To the south, and now terrifyingly close loomed, the immense rampart of Cirith Gorgor, with the Black Gate at its heart, flanked by the two tall, dark towers of the Teeth. In this final approach, the captains had veered from the old eastward road to avoid the perils of the haunted hills, and thus they drew near the Morannon from the northwest, much as Frodo once had. The two colossal iron doors, set within the gate's scowling arch, stood shut fast against them. From the high walls no movement could be detected. A tense, watchful silence hung in the cold grey light of dawn. They had reached the final, desperate point of their seemingly foolish quest, standing exposed and shivering before the impregnable might of the Black Gate. Their army, even with the greatest siege engines, could never hope to storm those towers, not even if the enemy's strength were limited to merely guarding the ramparts. Yet they felt the oppressive weight of countless hidden foes crowding the hills around the Morannon, and they knew the shadowy pass beyond was a warren teeming with vile creatures. Above it all, the Nazgul gathered, circling the towers of the Teeth like carrion birds, a silent testament that every move was observed. Still, the enemy gave no response, with no other path forward. They were bound to see this grim play to its final act. Aragorn arranged the host as best he could upon two great hills of scorched earth and shattered stone, mounds that orcish labor had built over long years. Before them, separating the armies from the land of Mordor, lay a vast stinking mire of bubbling mud and foul pools, a natural moat of decay. When the formations were set, the captains rode toward the gate with a guard of horsemen, accompanied by banner-bearers, heralds, and trumpeters. Gandalf served as the chief herald, with Aragorn, the sons of Elrond, Eomer of Rohan, and Prince Imrahil. Even Legolas, Gimli, and Peregrine were commanded to attend, so that all of Mordor's enemies might bear witness. They advanced within shouting distance of the Morannon, unfurled their standard, and sounded their trumpets. The heralds stepped forward, their voices rising toward the dark battlements. "Come forth," they cried. "Let the Lord of the Black Land show himself. He will face justice for waging wrongful war upon Gondor and stealing its lands. Therefore, the King of Gondor demands he atone for his evils and depart forever. Come forth." A long, hollow silence followed. No cry, no signal came from the gate or the wall. But Sauron's plans were long set, and he took a cruel delight in toying with his prey before the killing blow. Just as the captains prepared to turn back, the silence shattered. A deep, rolling thunder of great drums echoed from the mountains, followed by a harsh braying of horns that shook the very stones and stunned the ears of men. Then, with a resounding clang, the Black Gate swung open. From it emerged an embassy from the dark tower. At its head rode a tall, menacing figure upon a monstrous black steed, if it could be called a horse, for it was massive and grotesque, its face a leering skull mask with flames flickering in its eye sockets and nostrils. The rider was clad entirely in black, with a high black helm, yet this was no ringwraith, but a living man. He was the lieutenant of Barad-dûr, his true name lost even to himself, remembered in no tale. He declared, "I am the mouth of Sauron," it is said. He was a renegade, descended from the Black Númenóreans who settled in Middle-earth during Sauron's earlier reign, seduced by dark knowledge and worshipping him. He had entered the Dark Tower's service at its rebuilding and, through cunning and cruelty surpassing even that of orcs, had risen high in his master's favor, learning terrible sorcery and plumbing the depths of Sauron's mind. Now he rode out, accompanied only by a small guard in black harness and a single banner, black with the red evil eye. Halting a short distance from the captains of the West, he surveyed them with contempt and let out a derisive laugh. "Is there anyone in this rabble with the authority to treat with me?" he asked, his voice dripping with malice. "Or possessing the wit to understand my words? Certainly not you," he mocked, turning his scorn directly upon Aragorn. "A crown requires more than a shard of elvish glass or a ragtag band of followers." The messenger sneered. Any common outlaw in the mountains could muster a crew as convincing. Aragorn offered no reply, but his gaze locked with the emissaries, and for a tense moment the air between them seemed to crackle with unspoken challenge. Though Aragorn never moved a muscle toward his sword, the other man flinched and stepped back as if struck. "I am an ambassador and herald, and under protection," he shouted, "where such protections are honored." Gandalf replied coolly, "It is also customary for ambassadors to moderate their arrogance. No one has threatened you. You are safe here until your message is delivered. But unless your master has acquired some newfound wisdom, you and all who serve him stand in grave danger." "Ah!" the messenger exclaimed. "So you are the voice of this gathering, old greybeard? We have heard tales of you, Gandalf, always scheming and stirring trouble from a safe distance. But this time you have overreached. You will learn what happens to those who spin their foolish webs across the path of Sauron the Great. I carry tokens I was commanded to show you, to you especially, should you be bold enough to face them." He gestured to a guard who approached with a bundle wrapped in dark cloth, unfolding the wrappings. The messenger first held aloft the short sword Sam had carried, then a grey cloak fastened with an elven brooch, and finally the mithril mail Frodo had worn beneath his ragged clothes. A wave of dread washed over the captains. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to halt, their hearts sinking as if all hope had vanished. Pippin, standing behind Prince Imrahil, let out an anguished cry and lunged forward. "Silence!" Gandalf commanded, pushing him back firmly, but the messenger only laughed. "So, you have another of these little pests among you. I cannot fathom what use you find in them, but sending them as spies into Mordor surpasses even your usual folly. Still, I thank the boy, for his reaction proves he recognizes these items. Any denial from you now would be pointless." "I do not intend to deny them," said Gandalf, his voice low. "I know each piece and its history intimately, something you, foul mouth of Sauron, cannot claim despite your mockery. But why present them here? Dwarf-forged armor, an elven cloak, a blade from the fallen West, and a spy from the little rat-hole called the Shire. Yes, we know it well. These are the marks of a conspiracy. Perhaps the one who bore these things was someone you would not mourn losing, or perhaps he was dear to you. If so, think quickly with whatever wisdom remains to you, for Sauron has no love for spies, and what becomes of this one now rests on your choice." No one spoke, but the messenger saw the fear etched on their pale faces, the horror in their eyes, and he laughed once more, pleased with his cruel sport. "Good, very good. He was dear to you, I see. Or perhaps his mission was one you desperately wished to succeed. It has failed. Now he will face long, slow years of torment, crafted by the arts of the Great Tower, with no release unless he is utterly broken and chained. Then he may be sent back to you, so you can witness what your actions have wrought. This will be his fate, unless you agree to my lord's terms." "Name them," Gandalf said steadily, though those near him saw the deep anguish in his expression. He suddenly appeared old and weary, as if finally crushed by defeat. They had little doubt he would yield. "These are the terms," the messenger announced, smiling as he scanned each face. "The rabble of Gondor and its misguided allies will withdraw at once beyond the Anduin, first swearing oaths never again to raise arms against Sauron the Great, openly or in secret. All lands east of the river shall belong to Sauron alone, for all time west of the great river, stretching to the misty mountains and the Gap of Rohan. all lands shall pay tribute to the Dark Land. The people there must lay down their arms, though they may keep a semblance of ruling themselves. Their first duty will be to rebuild the fortress of Isengard, which they so foolishly tore down. That stronghold will belong to the Dark Lord, and there his most trusted captain will reside. Not the failed wizard Saruman, but a far more loyal servant. In the messenger's cold gaze, they understood his meaning. He himself was to be that captain, grasping all that remained of the free peoples under his control. He would become their master, and they his chattel. Yet Gandalf answered, "You ask a king's ransom for the return of a single captive. Should your master be handed what otherwise would cost him countless battles to seize? Or has the defeat upon the fields of Gondor broken his faith in open war, that he now stoops to such petty bargaining? And if we valued this prisoner so dearly, what pledge do we have that Sauron, the Lord of Deceit, will honor any pact? Where is the captive? Bring him forth and hand him over. Then we might weigh these demands." To Gandalf, watching with the focus of a duelist facing a mortal threat, it seemed the messenger faltered for a single heartbeat. But quickly he recovered with a scornful laugh. "Do not trade insolent words with the mouth of Sauron," he shouted. "You seek guarantees. The Dark Lord offers none. If you beg for mercy, you must first obey his command. These are his terms. Accept them or refuse." "These we will accept," Gandalf declared abruptly. He threw back his grey cloak, and a white radiance blazed forth like a blade in that gloom. The vile messenger flinched before his raised hand, and Gandalf stepped forward, snatching from him the tokens, the elven cloak, the coat of mithril, and the sword. "These we take in remembrance of our comrade," he cried. "But as for your conditions, we cast them back at you. Your embassy is ended. Leave now, for death draws near. We did not ride here to waste breath treating with Sauron faithless and cursed, and certainly not with one of his cringing slaves. Away." Then the messenger of Mordor laughed no more. His features contorted with shock and fury, like a wild beast crouched over its kill, suddenly struck across the snout with a burning brand. Rage consumed him, spittle flecked his lips, and guttural, wordless snarls choked in his throat. But as he met the grim stares of the captains and their deadly eyes, fear doused his anger. He let out a sharp cry, whirled around, vaulted onto his black steed, and with his retinue fled wildly back toward the dread gate. Yet even as they raced away, his soldiers sounded their horns in a prearranged signal, and before they had reached the entrance, Sauron's trap was sprung, drums thundered, and signal fires leapt. The huge gates of the Black Gate crashed open. Out poured a vast host, swift as a flood when a dam is shattered. The captains mounted swiftly and rode back to their lines, while from the army of Mordor rose a taunting, jeering roar. Choking dust clouded the air as from nearby an army of Easterlings marched forward. They had waited in the shadows of the Ash Mountains beyond the farther tower. Down from the hills on both sides of the Morannon swarmed countless orcs, a seething tide. The men of the west were caught, and soon, all around the bleak hills where they stood, forces many times their number would encircle them in a vast ocean of foes. Sauron had snatched the offered bait in jaws of iron. Very little time remained for Aragorn to array his battle. Upon one hill he stood with Gandalf, and there, fair yet desperate, was raised the banner of the White Tree and 7 stars. Upon the nearby hill stood the standards of Rohan and Dol Amroth, the White Horse and the Silver Swan. Around each hill a defensive ring was formed, facing outward, bristling with spear and sword, a final island of defiance in the rising dark. At the forefront, facing the dark land of Mordor, where the initial vicious attack would strike, stood the forces of the west. To the left were the sons of Elrond, flanked by the rangers of the north, and to the right was Prince Imrahil, with his knights from Dol Amroth, noble and fair, alongside elite warriors from the Citadel Guard. A cold wind swept across the field, carrying with it the blare of war horns and the deadly hiss of arrows. The sun, climbing in the southern sky, was shrouded by the foul vapors rising from Mordor, glowing through the ominous haze as a dim, angry red, a light that felt less like dawn and more like the final, failing ember of the world. Then, from that deepening gloom, came the Nazgul, their voices piercing the air with promises of death, and in that moment every shred of hope seemed extinguished. Pippin had felt his spirit crushed earlier, when Gandalf refused the Dark Lord's terms, condemning Frodo to the torment of the Tower. Yet he had gathered his courage, and now he stood shoulder to shoulder with Beregond among the foremost ranks of Gondor's defenders. With everything falling into ruin, a grim resignation settled over him. It felt simpler to face a quick end here and be done with the sorrows of his life. "I wish Merry were with me," he murmured aloud, as a flood of thoughts rushed through his mind while watching the enemy tide advance. A strange, almost sarcastic clarity washed over him then. Well, now I get it. Now I understand Denethor's despair a bit better. If Merry and I could perish together, why not? Since death is coming anyway. But he isn't here, so I hope he finds a gentler fate. My task is here. He tightened his grip on his sword, its blade gleaming with the ancient script of Westernesse, the red and gold patterns seeming to dance like trapped flame. This was forged for such a time, he told himself. If I could only strike down that foul messenger with it, I might nearly match old Merry's courage. At the very least, I'll take some of these vile creatures with me before the end. How I long to see clear sunlight and green grass just once more. No sooner had this wish formed than the first wave of the assault hit them. Orcs, slowed by the marshy ground, loosed a thick cloud of arrows. Then, roaring like enraged beasts, a host of hill trolls from Gorgoroth stormed forward. They towered over men, their bodies seemingly armored in a natural mail of horn-like scales, and they swung massive black hammers with terrifying force. Plunging recklessly through the pools, they crashed into the Gondorian line with the fury of a tempest, their blows falling on helm and shield like a blacksmith's hammer on hot iron. Beside Pippin, Beregond was struck senseless and fell. A great troll chief loomed over him, a clawed hand stretching out to seize the fallen man, for these creatures sought to tear the throats from their victims. With a desperate cry, Pippin drove his sword upward. The enchanted blade of the Dunedain pierced the troll's thick hide, sinking deep into its vitals. A gush of black blood followed as the monstrous figure swayed and collapsed like a toppling stone, crushing those underneath. An overwhelming wave of blackness, foul stench, and agonizing pressure engulfed Pippin, and his consciousness began to spiral down into a void. "So it ends, just as I supposed," his fading mind observed, and it felt a flicker of light, almost cheerful relief, as if finally shedding all fear and worry. As his awareness prepared to vanish entirely, it seemed to hear voices calling from a great distance above. "The eagles! The eagles are coming!" For one last fleeting instant, Pippin's thought lingered. "Bilbo," it whispered. But no, that was in his story, ages past. This is my story, and now it's done. Farewell. Then his thought flew away, and his eyes saw no more. Book 6, Chapter 1. The Tower of Cirith Ungol. Sam woke in pain, pushing himself up from the hard ground. For a disoriented moment, he could not recall where he was. Then the full weight of his misery and despair came crashing back upon him. He stood in the profound darkness outside the Orc stronghold's under gate, its heavy metal doors sealed shut. He must have been knocked unconscious when he threw himself against them, though he had no idea how long he had lain there. Earlier, he had been burning with rage and desperation. Now he was shivering, chilled to the bone. He moved close to the doors, pressing his ear against the cold metal. From deep within, he could just make out the faint clamor of orc voices, but soon the sound faded, leaving an unsettling silence. His head throbbed, and strange lights danced before his eyes in the blackness, but he fought to clear his mind and think. One thing was certain: he would not get in through this gate. He could wait for days before it opened, and waiting was not an option. Time was slipping away far too quickly. He no longer questioned what he had to do: rescue his master, or die trying. Dying seems the more likely outcome, and frankly, the easier one, he muttered grimly to himself as he sheathed Sting and turned away from the doors, groping his way back along the tunnel in the dark, not daring to use the elven light. He tried to piece together everything that had happened since he and Frodo left the crossroads. What time was it? Somewhere between one day and the next, he guessed. He had long since lost track of the days. This was a land of shadow, where the world's days seemed erased, and all who entered were erased with them. "I wonder if anyone back home remembers us at all," he whispered, "and what's happening to everyone there?" He gestured vaguely into the air, though in his disorientation he was actually facing south, back toward Shelob's tunnel, not west. Far away in the world outside, it was approaching noon on the 14th of March by Shire reckoning. Even now, Aragorn was commanding the Black Fleet from Pelagia. Merry rode with the Rohirrim through the Stonewain Valley, and in Minas Tirith, flames climbed as Pippin watched a growing madness in Denethor's eyes. Yet, amid all their own struggles and fears, the thoughts of their friends continually turned to Frodo and Sam. They were not forgotten, but they were beyond any reach of help, and no well-wishing could aid Samwise, son of Hamfast. Now he was completely alone. He finally returned to the stone door of the Orc passage, and still unable to find any latch or bolt, clambered over it as before, dropping softly to the ground. Stealthily, he made his way to the opening of Shelob's tunnel, where tattered remnants of her vast web still fluttered in the cold draughts. After the foul darkness behind him, the air felt bittingly cold, yet it sharpened his senses and revived him. He crept out cautiously. An ominous quiet lay over everything. The light was no brighter than a gloomy dusk at the end of a sunless day. Great vapors rising from Mordor streamed westward overhead, a churning mass of cloud and smoke tinged underneath with a dull, angry red glow. Sam looked up toward the Orc Tower, and suddenly, from its narrow windows, lights glared out like small red eyes. He wondered if it was some kind of signal. His fear of the Orcs, pushed aside earlier by fury and resolve, now rushed back. As far as he could tell, only one path lay before him. He had to go on and try to find the tower's main entrance. But his knees felt weak, and he realized he was trembling. Dragging his gaze down from the tower and the peaks of the cleft ahead, he forced his reluctant feet to move. Slowly, listening intently, and peering into the thick shadows among the rocks beside the path, he retraced his steps, past the spot where Frodo had fallen, where Shelob's foul stench still hung in the air, and on upward until he stood once more in the very cleft where he had put on the ring and watched Shagrat's company pass by. There he stopped and sank to the ground. For the moment he could push himself no farther. Sam knew that once he crossed the crest of the pass and truly stepped down into Mordor, there would be no turning back. The decision would be final. Almost without thinking, he slipped the ring onto his finger again. The weight of it pressed upon him instantly, and he felt more keenly than ever the searching malice of the eye, straining to pierce the very shadows it had created for its own protection, shadows that now seemed to cloud its sight with restless doubt. As before, Sam's hearing grew unnaturally sharp, while the world before his eyes turned thin and ghostly. The stone walls of the path looked pale, veiled as if by a dense fog, yet from somewhere ahead he could make out the miserable bubbling of Shelob. Then, harsh and startlingly near, came the unmistakable sounds of shouting and the clang of steel. He leaped up and flattened himself against the rocky wall beside the road. For a moment he was grateful for the ring. Surely another band of orcs was on the march. But almost at once he realized his ears had tricked him. The cries were not approaching. They echoed from the tower itself, whose highest spike now loomed directly above. On the left side of the cleft, a shudder ran through Sam, but he fought to make his limbs move. Some devilry was plainly at work up there, had the orcs' cruelty finally overruled their orders. Were they tormenting Frodo, or worse, hacking him to pieces? He listened intently, and a faint spark of hope flickered in his chest. It couldn't be mistaken, there was fighting inside the tower. Shagrat and Gorbag must have turned on each other. However slim, that hope was enough to stir him. There might still be a chance. His love for Frodo pushed every other fear aside. Forgetting his own peril, he cried out, "I'm coming, Mr. Frodo." He sprinted forward over the climbing path. Immediately, the road veered left and dropped steeply downward. Sam had crossed into Mordor. He pulled off the ring, moved by some deep foreboding of danger, though he told himself he only wanted to see more clearly. Better take a good look at the worst, he muttered. No sense stumbling around blind. The land that met his eyes was hard, cruel, and bitter. Before him, the highest ridge of the Ephel Duath fell away in sheer cliffs into a deep, shadowy trough. On the far side rose another line of hills, lower, but jagged and broken like black fangs against the red glare behind them. The Morgai, the inner fence of that cursed country. Beyond, across a wide darkness speckled with tiny fires, a great burning glow swelled upward. From it rose towering columns of smoke, dusty red at their base and merging into a churning black canopy that roofed the entire land. Sam was staring at Orodruin, the mountain of fire. Every so often, furnaces deep below its ashen cone would surge with heat and spew rivers of molten rock from cracks in its sides. Some streams flowed blazing toward Barad-dûr through carved channels. Others twisted across the stony plain until they cooled into shapes like twisted dragons vomited from the tormented earth. In this hour of violent labor, Sam beheld Mount Doom, and its light cut off from the western climb by the high wall of the Ephel Duath now glared against the bare rock faces, staining them as if drenched in blood. In that ghastly glow Sam stood frozen, for to his left he could now see the tower of Cirith Ungol in its full terrible strength. The horn he had glimpsed from the other side was merely its highest turret. The eastern side of the fortress rose in 3 massive tiers from a ledge on the mountain's face far below. Its back was set against a towering cliff from which it projected in sharp, layered bastions, each smaller than the last, with sheer walls of masterful stonework facing northeast and southeast. Some 200 feet beneath Sam's vantage point, the lowest tier was encircled by a battlemented wall enclosing a tight courtyard. Its gate, positioned on the near southeastern flank, opened onto a wide roadway. This road's outer edge ran along the lip of a sheer drop before curving south to descend into the gloom, merging with the main route from the Morgul Pass. From there it cut through a ragged breach in the Morgai, out into the desolate valley of Gorgoroth and onward toward the distant Dark Tower. The narrow upper path where Sam stood plunged down swiftly by stair and steep track to meet this main road just under the grim walls near the tower gate. Staring at it, a jarring realization struck Sam. This citadel was not built to keep foes out of Mordor, but to trap them within. It was a relic from Gondor's past, an eastern bastion of Ithilion's defenses, constructed in an age when the men of the West kept watch on Sauron's blighted realm after the last alliance. Yet, like the Towers of the Teeth, vigilance here had failed long ago. Treachery had delivered it to the Lord of the Ringwraiths, and for years beyond count it had been a haunt of evil. Since his return, Sauron found it most useful. With few true servants but multitudes of fear-enslaved thralls, its primary function remained preventing any escape from Mordor. Of course, it also served as a final wakeful sentinel against any foolhardy enough to slip past the watch of Morgul and Shelob and try to enter that land in secret. The hopelessness of his own situation crashed over Sam. To sneak down under those walls, bristling with unseen eyes, and past that ever-watchful gate seemed an utter fantasy. Even if by some miracle he did, the patrolled road beyond offered no refuge. Not even the deepest black shadows, untouched by the distant red glow, would hide him for long from the night-seeing orcs. Yet his own path was now far more desperate. His task was not to avoid the gate and flee, but to pass through it utterly alone. His mind turned to the ring, but found no solace there, only a deepening dread. No sooner had the fiery peak of Mount Doom appeared on the horizon than he felt a shift in the weight around his neck. As it drew closer to the ancient furnaces where it was first forged, the ring's power swelled, growing more savage and untamable, answerable only to a will of immense strength. Standing there, though the ring was not on his finger, but hanging from its chain, Sam felt grotesquely magnified, as if clothed in a vast, distorted shadow of himself. A looming, menacing shape halted upon the very ramparts of Mordor. He perceived only two paths forward: to endure the ring's torment, or to seize it and dare to challenge the dark power enthroned across the valley of shadows. The temptation gnawed at his will. Wild visions swarmed his mind. He saw himself as Samwise the Strong, the hero of the age, wielding a sword of flame across the darkened land, with armies rallying to his banner as he marched to topple Barad-dûr. In this grand delusion, the clouds would part, a white sun would shine, and at his command the Vale of Gorgoroth would transform into a blossoming garden, rich with fruit and flower. All this, he felt, could be his if he but claimed the ring. It was in this moment of severe testing that the love for his master anchored him. But just as crucial was the stubborn, unconquered common sense buried deep within his hobbit nature. In his heart of hearts, he knew he was not made to bear such a doom, and that these glittering visions were likely just a cruel trick to ensnare him. The entire notion was almost laughable, a simple gardener from the shift overthrowing the Dark Lord. The absurdity of the ring's promise cut through the grandeur, leaving behind a grim, clear-eyed resolve. He was here for Frodo, not for glory. The simple garden of a free gardener was all he required and deserved, not some vast estate grown into a kingdom, his own hands to labor with, not the hands of others to order about. Besides, all these ideas are just a deception, he told himself. He would notice me and crush my spirit before I could even cry out. He'd notice me right away if I slipped the ring on now, here in Mordor. Well, all I can say is, the situation seems as bleak as a late frost ruining a spring bloom. Just when being unseen would be truly helpful, I can't use the ring, and if I manage to go on, it'll be nothing but a weight and a trouble with every single step. So what's the plan? He harbored no true uncertainty. He understood he must proceed to the gate and delay no further. With a roll of his shoulders, as if to cast off the gloom and banish the spectres, he started a slow descent. Each step made him feel smaller. He hadn't gone far before he was reduced once more to a very tiny and terrified hobbit. Now he was moving beneath the very ramparts of the tower, and the shouts and clamor of battle reached his ears without any aid. At that moment, the din appeared to be rising from the courtyard behind the outer wall. Sam was roughly halfway down the path when, from the dark gateway into the reddish glare, two orcs came running. They did not veer toward him. They were heading for the main road, yet even as they sprinted, they tripped and collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. Sam had witnessed no arrows, but he surmised the orcs had been struck down by others stationed on the battlements or concealed within the gate's shadow. He continued, pressing close to the wall on his left. A single glance upward had shown him that scaling it was hopeless. The stonework rose a sheer 30 feet, without a single fissure or projection, up to overhanging layers like upside-down stairs. The gate was the only path. He inched forward, and as he moved he pondered how many orcs dwelled in the tower with Shagrat, and how many Gorbag commanded, and what they were fighting over, if that was indeed the case. Shagrat's troop had seemed to number about 40, and Gorbag's more than double that, but naturally Shagrat's patrol was only a portion of his full garrison. It was almost certain they were battling over Frodo, and the plunder. For an instant Sam paused, as things abruptly became clear to him, almost as if he had witnessed them firsthand. The mithril shirt, of course Frodo was wearing it, and they would discover it, and from what Sam had overheard, Gorbag would desperately want it. But the direct orders from the Dark Tower were, for the present, Frodo's sole protection, and if those commands were ignored, Frodo could be slain instantly at any moment. "Get moving, you wretched dawdler," Sam shouted inwardly. "This is it." He unsheathed Sting and sprinted toward the open gate. But just as he was about to pass under its great arch, he experienced a jolt as if he had sprinted into a web like Shelob's, yet invisible. He could discern no barrier, but some force too potent for his will to surmount blocked the path. He glanced around, and then within the shadow of the gate he saw the two watchers. They resembled immense figures enthroned. Each possessed 3 conjoined bodies and 3 heads facing outward, inward, and across the gateway. The heads bore vulture-like faces, and upon their massive knees rested claw-like hands. They appeared to be hewn from enormous blocks of stone, motionless, and yet they were sentient. Some terrible spirit of evil vigilance resided within them. They recognized an enemy. Visible or invisible, none could pass unnoticed. They would deny his entry or his exit. Steeling his resolve, Sam pushed forward once more and halted abruptly, reeling as if struck upon his chest and head. Then, acting on a bold impulse, because he could conceive of nothing else to do, answering a sudden idea that came to him, he slowly drew out the phial of Galadriel and raised it aloft. Its white light intensified rapidly, and the shadows beneath the dark arch scattered. The monstrous watchers sat there, cold and still, laid bare in all their ghastly form. For a heartbeat, Sam glimpsed a cold, glittering malice in the obsidian depths of their eyes, a hatred so pure it made his spirit shrink. Yet he felt their oppressive will begin to fray at the edges, dissolving into raw fear. He darted past them, shoving the phial back inside his tunic as he moved. The sensation was immediate and chilling, as if an iron portcullis had slammed shut behind him, their watchfulness snapping back into place with a tangible force. From those twisted faces rose a piercing shriek that rebounded off the sheer stone walls encircling him. High above, as if in mocking reply, a single jarring clang of a bell shattered the silence. "Well, that's done it," Sam muttered to himself. "Might as well have knocked and announced myself. All right then, let's have you. Go on, tell your Captain Shagrat that an elf warrior's come calling, and he hasn't come empty-handed." No reply came. Squaring his shoulders, Sam stepped forward, the blue gleam of sting cold in his grip. The courtyard was drowned in shadow, yet he could make out the grim scene. The flagstones were littered with forms. Right at his boots lay 2 orc archers, crude knives buried between their shoulder blades. Farther on were more shapes, some fallen alone, others locked in final, violent embraces, their deaths captured in the act of stabbing, choking, and biting. The stone was slick with black blood. He noted 2 distinct liveries in the gloom, one bearing the red eye and the other marked by a crescent moon twisted into a leering skull. But he didn't linger to study them. Across the way, the great door at the tower's base stood ajar, spilling a dull red light onto the threshold where a large orc lay dead. Sam vaulted over the corpse and entered, then paused, bewildered. A broad, echoing corridor stretched back from the door into the mountain's heart. It was dimly illuminated by guttering torches in wall sconces, their light fading into a distant gloom. Numerous doors and dark archways gaped on either side, but the passage was deserted, save for a few more sprawled bodies. From the captain's talk he had overheard, Sam knew Frodo, alive or not, was probably held in a high chamber of the turret, but finding the way up could take a full day of searching. Likely at the rear, Sam whispered, "This whole place seems to lean backward. Best follow these torches for now." He started down the passage, but his steps grew slower, more hesitant. Dread was coiling around his heart once more. The only sound was the unnaturally loud tap of his own feet on the stone, which seemed to amplify into a rhythmic, echoing slap, like giant hands applauding his folly. The corpses, the hollow silence, the dank walls that in the torchlight appeared to weep blood. The threat of ambush from every darkened niche, and behind it all, the memory of that malevolent vigilance at the gate. It was nearly more than he could force himself to endure. He would have vastly preferred a straight fight, even against odds, to this suffocating, silent suspense. Gritting his teeth, he forced his thoughts to Frodo, imagining him bound, suffering, or worse, somewhere in this awful fortress. He made himself move forward, He had moved beyond the last pool of torchlight, almost reaching a great arched door at the passage's end, which he guessed was the inner side of the undergate, when a terrible, choking scream tore down from the heights above. He froze. Then he heard it, the frantic, clattering rhythm of feet descending a stone staircase somewhere overhead. His resolve, worn thin by terror, was too slow to check his instinct. His hand moved of its own accord, fumbling at the chain around his neck and seizing the ring. But he did not slip it on, for at that very moment an orc came clattering into view. It burst from a black opening to his right and sprinted toward him. It was barely 20 feet away when it jerked its head up and saw him. Sam could hear its ragged, gasping breath and see the wild glare in its bloodshot eyes. It skidded to an abrupt, horrified halt. What the creature beheld was not a terrified little hobbit struggling to steady his blade. Instead, it perceived a towering, silent form, draped in a mantle of grey shadow, rising ominously against the flickering light. In one hand it gripped a sword whose very gleam was an agony. The other was pressed to its chest, clutching some hidden, dreadful power that promised ruin. The orc froze for an instant. Then, with a piercing shriek of terror, it whirled and fled back the way it had come. No hound ever felt such fierce triumph at seeing its foe run as Sam did in that moment. With a yell, he charged after it. "That's right, the elf fighter is free," he shouted. "Lead on! Show me the path upward, or I'll have your hide." Yet the orc was on familiar ground, swift and strong. Sam was an intruder, worn down by hunger and exhaustion. The staircase spiraled upward, each step a steep and grueling climb. Soon Sam was gasping for air. The orc vanished from view, the only trace of it the fading slap of feet on stone somewhere high above, punctuated now and then by a distant, echoing yell. Gradually, even those sounds faded into the gloom. Sam trudged forward, his determination hardening. He felt sure of his path now, and a flicker of hope returned. He tucked the ring away securely and cinched his belt tighter. "Well now," he muttered to himself, "if they're all that scared of me and my sting, this might just work out. Looks like Shagrat, Gorbag, and their whole nasty crew have done most of the dirty work for me. Aside from that one scared little weasel, I'd wager there's not a soul left breathing in this entire pit." He halted abruptly, as if he'd walked straight into a stone wall. The full weight of his own words crashed down upon him. Not a soul left alive. Then whose had been that awful final scream? "Frodo, master," he cried, his voice breaking, "if they've hurt you, what am I to do? But I'm coming. I'm going right to the top to see what must be done." On he climbed. The darkness was broken only by the occasional guttering torch at a bend or near an opening to the tower's higher reaches. Sam tried counting steps, but lost track after a few hundred. He moved with greater stealth now, for he thought he could hear the murmur of voices still somewhere above. So, more than one rat had survived after all. Just as he felt his lungs would burst and his legs give way, the stair finally ended. He stopped, listening. The voices were close and clear. Sam looked around. He had reached the flat roof of the tower's third and highest level, an open space some 20 yards wide, ringed by a low wall. The stairwell was capped by a small domed structure set in the roof's center, with low doors facing east and west. To the east, Sam saw the vast, dark plain of Mordor stretching below, and the fiery mountain in the far distance. A fresh convulsion shook its depths, and rivers of flame blazed so violently that their red glare lit the tower top even from many miles away. The western view was blocked by the massive bulk of the great turret that rose from the rear of this high court, its horn piercing high above the surrounding hills. A sliver of light showed from a narrow window. Its dark doorway stood open less than 10 yards from Sam, and from within that shadow the voices issued at first. Sam didn't listen. He took a step out the eastern door to survey the scene. Immediately, he saw that the fighting here had been most brutal. The court was littered with dead orcs, a grisly tangle of bodies and severed limbs. The stench of death hung thick in the air. A sharp snarl, followed by a thud and a cry, sent him darting back into the cover of the doorway. An orc voice, harsh, brutal, and chillingly familiar, rose in anger. It was Shagrat, the tower captain. "You refuse to go, is that it? Curse you, Snagger, you squirming worm. If you think I'm too wounded to be obeyed, you are gravely mistaken. Get over here, and I'll pop your eyes from your skull, just as I did to Radbug moments ago. When fresh recruits finally arrive, I'll handle you personally. I'll feed you to Shelob myself." "New troops? They won't get here until you're long dead," Snagger shot back bitterly. "I've already said it twice. Gorbag's crew reached the gate ahead of us, and not one of our own made it out. Lagdoth and Muzgash tried to dash through, but they were cut down by arrows. I watched it happen from a window. They were the last. Then it falls to you to go. My place is here, but I'm wounded. Curse that treacherous rat Gorbag to the black pits." Shagrat's words dissolved into a stream of vile oaths. "I gave worse than I took, but the filth stabbed me before I could finish him. You have to leave, or I'll devour you where you stand. Word must reach Lugburs, or we'll both end up in the pits. Yes, you included. Hiding here won't save you." "I won't set foot on those stairs again," Snagger growled. "Captain or not, back off. Touch that knife and I'll put an arrow through your belly. Once command hears about this disaster, you won't be captain for long. I've fought for the tower against those foul Morgul rats. But look at the mess you two fine captains made, brawling over loot like starved dogs." "Shut your mouth," Shagrat snarled. "I followed my orders. Gorbag began it, trying to steal that fancy shirt. You provoked him, acting so superior, and he was smarter than you anyway. He warned you more than once that the most dangerous spy was still on the loose. But you wouldn't listen. You still won't. Gorbag was right, I tell you. There's a fierce warrior out there, one of those bloodthirsty elves or a filthy Tark. He's coming here. You heard the alarm. He got past the watchers, and that's Tark magic. He's on the stairs. Until he's gone, I'm not going down, not even for a Nazgul." "So that's your final word," Shagrat yelled. "You'll refuse orders, and when he shows up, you'll run and abandon me? No, you won't. I'll fill your gut with red holes first." The smaller orc burst from the turret door, Shagrat charging after him, a hulking figure with arms so long they nearly brushed the ground as he ran hunched over. One arm hung useless and bleeding, the other clutched a large black bundle. In the crimson glow, Sam, pressed behind the stair door, caught a flash of Shagrat's vicious face, torn as if by claws, smeared with gore, drool dripping from exposed fangs, the mouth twisted in an animal's snarl. Sam watched as Shagrat chased Snagger across the roof until the smaller orc yelped, dodged, and darted back into the turret, vanishing inside. Shagrat stopped, panting by the parapet, his left claw weakly opening and closing. He set the bundle down, drew a long red knife with his right claw, and spat on the blade. Leaning over the battlement, he stared down into the distant outer court and shouted twice. But no reply came. Suddenly, as Shagrat bent over the wall with his back turned, Sam saw, to his shock, one of the sprawled forms stirring. It was crawling. A claw reached out and seized the bundle. The figure staggered upright, gripping a broad-headed spear with a shattered haft in its other hand, poised to strike. But at that instant, a hiss of pain or hatred escaped its teeth. Swift as a serpent, Shagrat spun aside and drove his knife deep into his foe's throat. "Got you, Gorbag," he cried. "Still breathing, eh? Let me finish the job." He leaped onto the fallen body, stomping and trampling in a rage, bending down again and again to stab and slash with his knife. Finally satisfied, he threw back his head and let out a choked, triumphant roar. Then he licked his blade, clamped it between his teeth, snatched up the bundle, and loped toward the nearby stair door. Sam had not a moment to spare. He could have tried the other exit, but he would almost certainly have been spotted. There was no way to evade such a monstrous orc for more than a moment, so he did the only sensible thing. With a defiant yell, he charged straight at Shagrat. The ring was not in his grasp, but its presence was a silent threat, a weight that pressed upon the servants of the Dark Lord. In his hand, Sting blazed with a cold, piercing light that struck the orc's eyes like the merciless stars of the elven wilderness, a sight that brought a deep, instinctive dread to all his foul kind. Shagrat, snarling and baring his yellowed teeth, could not both defend himself and keep his grip on the heavy bundle. With a typical orcish sidestep, he dodged, then swung the bundle like a club, smashing it into Sam's face. Sam stumbled backward, and in that instant, Shagrat bolted past him and down the stairway. Cursing under his breath, Sam gave chase, but only for a few steps. The memory of Frodo and the other orc who had retreated into the tower pulled him up short. Here was another terrible decision, and he had no time to weigh it carefully. If Shagrat escaped, he would return with reinforcement. But if Sam followed, the remaining orc might do unspeakable harm above. Besides, he could lose Shagrat in the dark or fall to his blade. His heart heavy, Sam turned and sprinted back up the stairs. Probably wrong again, he muttered to himself, but my job is to reach the top first, no matter what comes after. Far below, Shagrat fled across the courtyard and out the gate, his stolen prize clutched tight. Had Sam seen him go and known the sorrow that escape would cause, his courage might have faltered, but now all his will was fixed on the final part of his quest. He approached the turret door cautiously and slipped inside. Darkness greeted him, but as his eyes adjusted, a faint glow became visible to his right, a narrow, winding stair that curled upward along the curved inner wall. A torch flickered somewhere above. Sam began to climb, his steps soft and deliberate. He reached the sputtering torch, fixed beside a door on his left. Opposite it, a thin window slit gazed westward, one of the red eyes he and Frodo had seen from the tunnel entrance below. Sam hurried past, dread coiling in his stomach, expecting at any moment to feel an orc's hands closing around his neck. The next landing held an east-facing window and another torch over an open doorway leading into a central passage. The stair went no higher. Sam crept into the corridor. Two low doors stood on either side, both shut and locked. Silence hung thick in the air. A dead end, Sam whispered. After all that climbing, this can't be the top. What do I do now? He rushed back down to the lower door and shoved it held fast. Returning upward, sweat beaded on his forehead. Every minute felt precious, yet they slipped away while he stood helpless. He no longer cared about Shagrat or Snagga or any other orc ever spawned. He ached only for his master, for one glimpse of his face, one touch of his hand. Exhausted and feeling utterly beaten, he sank onto a step below the passage floor and buried his head in his hands. The silence was awful, complete. The torch, already dying when he arrived, gave a final sputter and went out. Darkness washed over him like a rising wave. And then, softly, to his own surprise, there, at the hopeless end of his long road, moved by something in his heart he could not name, Sam began to sing, his voice, thin and trembling, echoed in the frigid gloom of the tower, the unmistakable sound of a weary, heartsick hobbit, nothing like the clear call of an elven lord. He hummed half-remembered songs from the Shire, bits of old rhymes from Mr. Bilbo that drifted through his mind like sudden, sweet visions of home. Then, from somewhere deep inside, a new resolve took hold. His voice grew strong and clear, and words of his own rose unbidden to match the simple melody. In western lands beneath the sun, the flowers may rise in spring, the trees may bud, the waters run, the merry finches sing. Or there, maybe, 'tis cloudless night, and swaying beeches bear the elven stars as jewels white amid their branching hair. Though here at journey's end I lie, in darkness buried deep, beyond all towers strong and high, beyond all mountains steep, above all shadows rides the sun, and stars for ever dwell. I will not say the day is done, nor bid the stars farewell. He began the line about the towers once more, then stopped short, Had he just heard a faint reply? Silence followed, but not a complete one. Now he detected footsteps, then the quiet, grating whine of a door hinge from the passage above. Sam pressed himself low, listening. A door thudded shut, and a snarling orc voice cut the air. "Hey, you up there, you little rat! Shut your noise, or I'll come shut it for you. Hear me." No answer came. "Fine," the orc growled. "I'm coming to look you over anyway. Let's see what you're playing at." The hinges complained again. Peering around the corner, Sam saw a flicker of light from an open doorway and the bulky shadow of an orc stepping out, carrying a ladder. In a flash, Sam understood the highest room was reached through a trapdoor in the passage ceiling. The orc snagger shoved the ladder upward, steadied it, and climbed out of sight. Sam heard a bolt slide, then that vile voice once more. "Lie still, or you'll regret it. Your peace won't last long, I promise you. But if you don't want the fun to start right now, keep your mouth shut. Here's something to remember it by." A sound like a whip crack tore through the quiet. At that, a cold rage ignited in Sam's chest, flaring into a sudden white-hot fury. He was on his feet in an instant, flying across the floor and up the ladder like a creature possessed. His head emerged into a large circular room. A red lamp swung from the ceiling. The high window slit to the west was a dark gash in the wall. Something lay crumpled beneath it, and over it loomed a black orc shape, arm raised, whip in hand for another strike. The blow never landed. With a wordless cry, Sam vaulted onto the floor, sting flashing. The orc spun around, but Sam was quicker. His slash severed the whip hand from the arm. Howling in pain and terror, but driven by desperation, the orc lunged headlong. Sam's next swing missed, throwing him off balance. He fell backward, grabbing at the orc as it stumbled over him. Before he could rise, he heard a sharp cry and a heavy thud. In its wild rush, the orc had caught its foot on the ladder top and plunged straight down through the open trapdoor. Sam spared it no further thought. He scrambled to the figure huddled against the wall. It was Frodo. He was naked, lying as if stunned on a pile of foul rags, one arm thrown across his face. An angry red welt from the whip scored his side. "Frodo! Mr. Frodo, my dear!" Sam cried, tears blurring his sight. "It's Sam! I've come!" He gently lifted his master and held him close. Frodo's eyes fluttered open. "Am I still dreaming?" he whispered. "But the other dreams were so terrible." "You're not dreaming, master," said Sam. "It's real. It's me. I'm here. I can scarcely believe it," Frodo said, clinging to him. "There was an orc with a whip, and then it became Sam. So I wasn't dreaming when I heard singing from below and tried to answer. Was that you?" "It was, Mr. Frodo. It was indeed. I had nearly lost all hope," Sam thought, his heart heavy. "I truly believed I would never find you again." "Well, you have found me now, dear Sam," Frodo replied, his voice a soft whisper as he settled back into Sam's steady embrace. He closed his eyes, the look of a child finally comforted after a long night of fear. For a moment, Sam wished they could stay like that forever, wrapped in a simple, quiet peace. But he knew it was not to be. Finding his master was only the first step. Saving him was the true task ahead. He pressed a gentle kiss to Frodo's brow. "Come now, Mr. Frodo. Time to wake up," he said, forcing a brightness into his voice that reminded him of pulling open the curtains on a sunny morning back at Bag End. Frodo let out a weary sigh and pushed himself upright. "Where are we? How did I come to be here?" "No time for the full story until we're somewhere safer, sir," Sam answered. "But you're at the very top of that tower we spotted from way down by the tunnel, before those orcs took you. Can't say for certain how long ago that was. Feels like more than a day, at least." "Only a day?" Frodo murmured. "It seemed like weeks. You must tell me everything when we can. Something struck me, didn't it? I fell into a blackness full of terrible dreams, and waking from them was worse. Orcs were everywhere. I believe they were forcing some vile, burning drink down my throat. My head cleared, but my whole body ached with weariness. They took everything from me. Then two massive brutes came. They questioned me. questioned me until I thought I would lose my mind. They stood over me, gloating, playing with their knives. I will never forget their claws and their eyes. You won't forget if you keep talking of them, Mr. Frodo, Sam said firmly. And if we've no wish to meet them again, we'd best be moving. Can you walk? Yes, I can walk, Frodo said, rising slowly to his feet. I am not wounded, Sam, only terribly tired, and there is a pain right here. He pressed a hand to the back of his neck, just above his left shoulder. As he stood, the lamplight fell on him, and to Sam he seemed almost robed in a scarlet glow, his skin shining. He took 2 paces across the floor. "That does feel better," he said, a faint lift in his voice. "I didn't dare move when I was alone or when a guard came in, not until the shouting and fighting started, the 2 large brutes. I think they quarreled over me and my belongings. I lay here terrified. Then everything fell into a dead silence, and that was somehow worse." "Aye, they quarreled right enough," Sam agreed. "Must have been a couple hundred of the filthy things in this tower. A tall order for Sam Gamgee, you might say, but they've done most of the killing for us, fighting among themselves. A lucky break, though not one I'd care to sing about until we're well away from here. Now, what's our next move? You can't go traipsing about the Black Land wearing nothing but your skin, sir." "They took it all, Sam," Frodo said, his voice breaking. "Everything I carried. Do you understand? Everything." The full weight of the disaster crashed down upon him with his own words, and he sank back to the floor, his head bowed, despair washing over him. "The quest has failed, Sam. Even if we escape this tower, we cannot escape this land. Only the elves can escape. To sail away, far away from Middle-earth, across the great sea, if even that vast water is wide enough to hold back the shadow. No, not everything, Mr. Frodo," Sam said, his voice growing steady. "And it hasn't failed. Not yet. I took it, sir, begging your pardon. I've kept it safe." His hand went to his neck. "It's here on its chain. A terrible weight it is, too." He fumbled for the ring. "But I expect you'll be needing it back now." Now that the moment was upon him, Sam felt a strange reluctance to hand over the burden and place it once more upon his master. "You have it!" Frodo gasped, his eyes wide. "You have it here, Sam! You are a wonder, then." Swift and strange, his tone turned sharp and urgent. "Give it to me!" he cried, springing up, his hand trembling as he held it out. "Give it to me now! You cannot keep it!" "All right, Mr. Frodo," Sam said, taken aback. "Here it is." Slowly he drew the ring out and slipped the chain from over his head. "But you're in Mordor now," before him, his face twisted in a pain so deep it seemed a physical wound, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Oh, Sam," Frodo cried, his voice breaking. "What have I said? What have I done? Please forgive me after everything. It's this terrible thing, this ring. I wish it had never been discovered. But don't worry about me, Sam. This fate is mine alone to bear, that cannot be changed. You must not try to stand in its way." "It's all right, Mr. Frodo," Sam said, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. "I do understand, but I can still be of use, can't I? My job is to get you away from this place. And right now, first you'll need proper clothes and supplies, then some food. The clothing will be simplest. Since we're in Mordor, we'd best look the part. We've little choice in the matter. I'm afraid it'll have to be orc gear for you, sir. And for me as well. If we're to travel together, we should match. Here, start with this." Sam unfastened his own grey cloak and wrapped it around Frodo's shoulders. He then shrugged off his pack, setting it on the floor, and drew Sting from its sheath. The blade showed only the faintest glimmer. "I nearly forgot this, Mr. Frodo," he said. "They didn't take everything. You'd lent me Sting, if you recall, and the lady's gift. I still have them both, but let me keep them a while longer. I need to go and see what can be found. You stay here, move about a little, get your legs working. I won't be long, and I won't go far. Be careful, Sam," Frodo urged, "and hurry. There may yet be orcs hiding here, waiting in the shadows." "I'll have to risk it," Sam replied. He moved to the trap-door and climbed down the ladder. A moment later, his head reappeared. He tossed a long knife onto the floor. "This might come in handy," he said. He's dead, the one who beat you. Seems he broke his neck in his rush. Now, if you can, Mr. Frodo, pull the ladder up. Don't lower it again until you hear the password. I'll call out, Elbereth, you know, like the elves say. No orc would ever speak that name. Frodo sat trembling for a time, terrible fears swirling through his thoughts. Finally, he stood wrapping the elven cloak tightly around himself. To distract his mind, he began to pace, examining every corner of his prison. It wasn't very long, though fear stretched each minute before he heard Sam's soft call from below. Elbereth. Elbereth. Frodo lowered the light ladder. Sam climbed up, breathing heavily, a large bundle balanced on his head. He dropped it with a heavy thud. "Quickly now, Mr. Frodo," he said. "It took some searching to find things small enough for folk like us. We'll have to manage. But we must hurry. I didn't meet anything living, and I saw nothing, but I've got a bad feeling. This place feels watched. I can't rightly explain it. But it's as if one of those foul flying riders is near, up in the darkness where you can't see him." He opened the bundle. Frodo looked at the contents with disgust, but there was no alternative. He had to wear them or go naked. There were long, hairy breeches made from some unclean hide, and a grimy leather tunic. He put them on. Over the tunic went a coat of sturdy ringmail, too short for a full-sized orc, but too long and terribly heavy for Frodo. He fastened a belt around it, from which hung a short sheath holding a broad-bladed sword. Sam had also collected several orc helmets. One of the helmets fit Frodo reasonably well, a black cap with an iron rim and leather-covered hoops, the red eye painted above the beak-like nose guard. That gear from the Morgul orc gorebag stuff was finer and fit better, Sam remarked. But I suppose it wouldn't be wise to march into Mordor sporting his tokens, not after what just happened here. There now, Mr. Frodo. A proper little orc, if I may say so, or you would be, if we could slap a mask over your face, stretch your arms a bit, and bend your legs. This should hide the obvious bits. He draped a large black cloak over Frodo's shoulders. Now you're set. You can grab a shield as we move along. What about you, Sam? Frodo asked. Shouldn't we look the part together? Well, sir, I've been turning it over, said Sam. I can't very well leave my own things behind, and we can't just burn them, and I can't pile orc armor on top of all my clothes, can I? I'll have to make do with covering up. He knelt and neatly folded his elven cloak, which rolled into a surprisingly tight bundle. This he tucked into his pack on the floor. Standing, he slung the pack over his back, settled an orc helm on his head, and threw another dark cloak around himself. There, he said, now we match well enough. And now we'd better get moving. I can't dash the whole way, Sam, Frodo said with a tired smile. I trust you've scouted out any roadside inns, or have you forgotten all about food and drink? Mercy, so I had. Sam whistled low in distress. Bless me, Mr. Frodo. Now you've gone and made me feel starved and parched. I can't recall when a crumb or a sip last crossed my lips. I was so fixed on finding you, it clean slipped my mind. But let me think. Last I checked, I had just enough of that whey bread and what Captain Faramir gave us to keep me upright a couple of weeks in a pinch. But if there's a swallow left in my bottle, that's the end of it. That won't stretch for two, nohow. Don't orcs eat and drink? Or do they just thrive on foul air and poison? They eat and drink, Sam, Frodo replied. The shadow that bred them can only mimic, it cannot truly create new things. I don't believe it gave the orcs life, it only marred and warped them. To live at all, they must live as other living things do. They'll take foul water and rotten meat if nothing better is to be had, but not poison. They fed me, so I'm actually better off than you. There must be food and water somewhere in these tunnels. But there isn't time to go hunting for it, Sam said. Well, things are a little brighter than you imagine, Frodo told him. I had a stroke of luck while you were gone. They didn't take everything after all. I found my food bag in a heap of rags on the floor. They'd gone through it, of course. But I reckon they hated the very look and smell of the lembas even more than Gollum did. It was scattered about, some of it crushed and broken, but I've collected it. It's nearly as much as you have. They took Faramir's provisions, though, and they slit my water bottle open." "Well, then, there's nothing more to discuss," said Sam. "We have enough to begin with, but the water is going to be a sore trouble. Come on, Mr. Frodo, off we go, or a whole lake of the stuff won't do us a bit of good." "Not until you've taken a bite, Sam," Frodo insisted. "I won't stir. Here, have this piece of elven cake, and finish the last drop in your bottle. This whole venture is hopeless enough. No use fretting over tomorrow. It likely won't ever come." Finally they set out. They climbed down the ladder, and then Sam lifted it and placed it in the passage beside the crumpled form of the dead orc. The stairwell was dark, though up on the roof the mountain's glare could still be seen, fading now to a brooding crimson. They collected 2 shields to finish their disguise and moved on. Down the great stairway they trudged, the weight of the land pressing upon them with every step, a silent dread growing where words no longer reached. The high room in the tower where they had reunited had felt almost safe, but now they were back in the open, and a deep dread seemed to seep from the very stones around them. The tower of Cirith Ungol might have been emptied of life, yet it remained a place of profound fear and lingering malice. Finally reaching the door to the outer courtyard, they stopped. Even from a distance, they could feel the hostile presence of the Watchers pressing against them. Dark, silent forms flanking the gate, through which the dull red glow of Mordor faintly seeped. Picking their way through the grotesque corpses of orcs, each step grew heavier, as if the air itself had turned to sludge. Before they could reach the arch, they were forced to a halt. Moving another inch became an agony, draining both will and body. Frodo felt his strength desert him entirely. He slumped to the ground. "I can't go on, Sam," he whispered. "Everything is fading. I don't understand what's happening to me." "I do, sir. It's the gate. There's some wickedness at work here. But I made it through once, and I'll get us out now. It can't be worse than what we've already faced. Here goes." Sam pulled out the file Galadriel had given him, as if to honor his courage and to glorify his sturdy, faithful hand, a hobbit's hand that had already achieved so much. The glass vessel suddenly blazed with a brilliant light. It flooded the shadowed courtyard with a dazzling, steady radiance, not like a flash, but a sustained glow. "Gilthoniel o Elbereth," Sam shouted, without knowing why his mind flashed to the elves back in the Shire and to the song that had once driven off a black rider among the trees. "Aya Elenion, Ankalima." Frodo cried out from behind him. The oppressive will of the Watchers shattered as suddenly as a taut rope snapping. Stumbling forward, Frodo and Sam then broke into a run. They raced through the gate, past the great seated figures with their glittering eyes. A sharp crack sounded. The keystone of the arch gave way, crashing down just behind their heels as the wall above crumbled into ruin. They escaped by a mere instant. A bell tolled mournfully, and from the Watchers rose a high, terrible wail that was answered from somewhere far above in the darkness. Then, out of the black sky, a winged shape dropped like a bolt, tearing through the clouds with a piercing shriek. Sam, acting on pure instinct, shoved the file back inside his tunic. "Run, Mr. Frodo," he yelled. "Not that way. There's a straight drop over the wall. This way. Follow me." They fled down the road from the gate. After 50 paces, a quick turn around a jutting cliff face hid them from the tower's sight. For the moment they had escaped. Pressing themselves against the rock, they gasped for air, their hearts pounding. Perched now on the wall by the ruined gate, the Nazgul let out its chilling cries, and the cliffs echoed with the sound. Stumbling onward in terror, they soon faced a sharp bend eastward that exposed them to the tower's view once more. Darting across the open stretch, they glanced back and saw the great black shape upon the battlement before plunging down between high rock walls into a steep cutting that descended toward the Morgul road. Reaching the crossroads, they found no orcs and no immediate answer to the Nazgul's cry, but they knew the silence was fragile. The hunt would begin at any moment. "This is no good, Sam," Frodo said, his voice strained. "If we were real orcs, We'd be rushing back to the tower, not fleeing from it. The first enemy we meet will see through us immediately. We have to find a way off this road." "But we can't," Sam replied, despair creeping into his tone, "not unless we sprout wings." The eastern side of the Duath fell away in sheer cliffs and precipices into the dark trough separating them from the inner ridge. A short distance beyond the crossroads, after another steep climb, a narrow stone bridge arched over a deep chasm, carrying the road across into the broken slopes and ravines of the Morgai. With a final desperate burst of speed, Frodo and Sam sprinted across the bridge. But they had barely reached the far side when they heard the clamor of pursuit begin behind them. High on the mountain slope behind them, the tower of Cirith Ungol stood out against the gloom, its dark stones holding a faint, sullen light. Without warning, its brutal bell clanged once more before shattering the air with a frantic peal. The blare of horns answered it, and from the far side of the bridge came answering shouts. Trapped in the deep, shadowy trough, cut off from the dying red glare of Mount Doom, Frodo and Sam could see nothing ahead, but the sound was unmistakable, the heavy tramp of iron-shod feet and the sharp, quick clatter of hooves on the stone road. "Now, Sam, over the side," Frodo cried. They scrambled onto the low bridge wall. Thankfully, there was no sheer drop into an abyss here, for the slopes of the Morgai had risen nearly to the road's level, though in the deep dark they couldn't judge the distance down. "Right then, Mr. Frodo," Sam said. "Here's hoping." He let go. Frodo went after him. As they fell, they heard the rush of horsemen charging across the bridge above and the clatter of orc feet racing up from behind. Sam might have laughed aloud if he hadn't been so terrified. Braced for a bone-breaking plunge onto hidden rocks, the hobbits instead landed with a jarring thud and a crunch into the last thing they imagined, a dense patch of thorny bushes. Sam lay still for a moment, quietly sucking at a scratched hand. Only when the sounds of pursuit had faded did he risk a whisper. "Upon my word, Mr. Frodo, I never thought anything grew in this wretched place. But if I had expected anything, it would have been this. These thorns feel a foot long. They've gone right through everything I'm wearing. I wish I'd kept that mail shirt on now." "Orc mail wouldn't stop these," Frodo murmured. "Not even a leather jerkin would be much help." It was a real fight to get free of the thicket. The thorns and briars were tough as iron wire and clutched at them like claws. Their cloaks were torn to ribbons before they finally broke loose. "Down we go now, Sam," Frodo whispered. "Down into the valley, quickly, and then north as soon as we're able, outside this cursed land." Day was returning to the world. Far beyond Mordor's shadows, the sun was climbing over the eastern edge of Middle-earth. But here, everything remained dark as deepest night. The mountains smoldered, its fires dying down. The red glare faded from the cliffs. The east wind that had blown steadily since they left Ithilien now seemed to have died completely. Slowly, painfully, they climbed downward, groping and stumbling among rocks, briars and dead wood in the sightless gloom, down and down until they could go no farther. Finally they halted, sitting side by side with their backs against a large stone. Both were drenched in sweat. "If old Shagrat himself offered me a glass of water right now, I'd shake his hand and call him friend," Sam gasped. "Don't say such things," Frodo said wearily. "It only makes the thirst worse." Then he lay back, dizzy and exhausted, and fell silent for a time. With a great effort, he finally pushed himself up again. To his surprise, he found Sam fast asleep. "Wake up, Sam," he said. "Come on, we have to try to keep moving." Sam scrambled to his feet. "Well, I never," he exclaimed. "Must have dropped right off. It's been an age, Mr. Frodo, since I had a proper sleep. My eyes just shut themselves." Frodo now took the lead, heading north as best he could guess, picking a path among the stones and boulders, littering the floor of the great ravine. But he soon stopped again. "It's no use, Sam," he said. "I can't carry it, this mail shirt, I mean. Not the way I am now. Even my mithril coat felt heavy when I was tired. This is far worse, and what good is it? We won't get through this by fighting. We might still have some fighting to do, Sam countered. There's knives and stray arrows about. That golem isn't dead, for one. I don't fancy the thought of you with nothing but a bit of leather between you and a stab in the dark. Listen, Sam, my dear fellow, Frodo said, his voice thin with exhaustion. I am tired, worn out. I haven't any hope left, but I must go on trying to reach the mountain as long as I can move. The ring is burden enough. This extra weight is finishing me. It has to go. Please don't mistake my words for ingratitude. I can scarcely imagine the grim task you endured, searching through that horror to recover it for me. Let's not dwell on it, Mr. Frodo. I'd carry you every step of the way if I were able. Just let it be. Frodo removed his cloak and stripped off the crude orc mail, casting it aside with a shudder. A deep chill seemed to have settled into his bones. What I wouldn't give for a bit of warmth, he murmured. The cold has gotten into me, or perhaps I'm falling ill. You can have my cloak, sir, Sam offered. He opened his pack and carefully drew out the grey elven cloak. Here, try this. Keep that nasty orc wrap tight about you with the belt over it. This can go on top. It might not pass for orc fashion, but it'll hold the heat far better, and I've a feeling it offers more protection than any armor. It was a gift from the lady herself. Frodo accepted the cloak and fastened it at the throat. Yes, that's better, he said, his voice gaining a little strength. I feel lighter. I can keep moving. Yet this endless dark, it's seeping into my spirit, Sam. Back in that cell, I tried to picture the Brandywine River, the trees of Woody End, the sound of the water rushing by the Hobbiton Mill. But those memories feel faded now, like a dream I can't quite grasp. Listen to you, talking of water now, Mr. Frodo? Sam said, managing a faint smile. If the lady could hear us, I'd tell her, your ladyship, we'd trade every gem for a sip of clean water and a glimpse of honest daylight. But Lorien is a world away from here. He sighed heavily, gesturing vaguely toward the immense wall of the Ifel Duath, a deeper blackness cut against the starless sky. They trudged onward, but Frodo soon halted, a hand pressed to his chest. A black rider is near, he whispered. I can feel its presence. We must not move. They huddled silently beneath a shelf of rock, facing back the way they had come. After a long, tense wait, Frodo let out a slow breath. It's gone, he announced. As they rose, both hobbits stared in astonishment. To the south and left, where the sky was shifting from black to a deep iron grey, the jagged peaks of the mountains began to emerge as solid, menacing shapes. A light was growing behind those peaks, a slow, relentless tide creeping northward. A great conflict was raging in the skies above. The churning clouds and vapors of Mordor were being torn and scattered, driven back by a wind from the living lands beyond. Under the fraying edge of that dismal roof, a thin, washed-out light seeped into the dark country, like the first weak glow of dawn through the filthy window of a dungeon. "Look, Mr. Frodo! Just look!" Sam cried, his voice trembling with sudden excitement. "The wind has turned. Something's happening out there. He's not winning so easily anymore. His shadow is cracking. If only I could see what's causing it." It was the dawn of March the 15th. Over the distant lands of Anduin the sun was climbing, and a wind from the southwest was rising. While they watched, the line of light broadened along the entire mountain range. Then they saw it, a shape speeding from the west. At first, it was merely a speck against the growing glow above the peaks, but it swelled swiftly, shooting like an arrow into the gloom overhead. As it passed, it uttered a long, piercing shriek, the cry of a Nazgul. Yet the sound brought no fear to their hearts now. It was a wail of defeat and despair, a bearer of ill news for the Dark Tower. The Lord of the Ringwraiths had fallen. "What did I say something is happening?" Sam exclaimed, nearly hopping with a fierce, sudden joy. Old Shagrat bragged about the war going well, but Gorbag had his doubts. Seems Gorbag was right to worry. Things are turning, Mr. Frodo. Doesn't that give you a shred of hope? Not really, Sam. No, not much, Frodo answered, the brief spark in his eyes dying away. That battle is beyond the mountains. Our path leads east, into the heart of it all. I am so weary, and the ring, it grows heavier by the hour. I see it now constantly in my mind, a great wheel of fire, spinning and burning. Sam's buoyant mood vanished instantly. He looked at his master with deep concern and gently took his hand. "Come on, Mr. Frodo," Sam urged. "We've got a bit of light now, which is what I was hoping for. It's enough to help us see, though I reckon it makes us easier to spot as well. Let's push on a little further, then we can find a tight spot to lay low and rest. But have a bite to eat first, some of that elvish waybread. It might put some heart back into you." They shared a piece of lembas, chewing slowly with dry mouths, and then continued their weary trek. The dim, greyish twilight was now sufficient to reveal they were deep within a valley carved between the mountains. The land rose gently toward the north, and along its floor ran the rocky bed of a long-dried stream. On the far side of that stony channel, they spotted a worn path winding beneath the shadows of the cliffs to the west. Had they been aware of it sooner, they could have reached it more directly, for this was a side trail that branched from the main Morgul road at the western bridge, descending into the valley by a long staircase hewn from the rock. It was used by patrols and swift messengers traveling to outposts and forts farther north, between Cirith Ungol and the narrows of Isenmoth, the iron jaws of Caresh Angren. Using such a road was risky for the hobbits, but they needed to move quickly. Frodo felt he could no longer bear the exhausting work of clambering over boulders or through the trackless ravines of the Morgai. He also guessed that heading north might be the last direction their pursuers would expect them to take. The road east toward the open plain, or the pass back west, those were the ways that would be searched most thoroughly. Only once they were well north of the tower did he intend to turn and look for a route to carry him eastward, on the final, desperate leg of his quest. So they crossed the dry stream bed and took to the Orc path, marching along it for some time. The cliffs to their left hung overhead, shielding them from view above, but the trail twisted frequently, and at every turn they gripped their sword hilts and advanced with caution. The light did not grow any brighter, for Orodruin was still spewing great plumes of smoke and fume. Driven upward by contrary winds, the vapors mounted until they reached a region beyond the air's movement, spreading into an immeasurable roof, its central pillar rising out of the distant shadows beyond their sight. They had trudged for over an hour when a sound brought them to an abrupt halt. It seemed impossible, yet there was no mistaking it, the trickle of water. From a sharp, narrow cleft in the black cliff to their left, as if split by some gigantic axe, water dripped down. Perhaps the last remnant of some sweet rain gathered over sunlit seas, now ill-fated to fall upon the walls of the black land and wander useless into the dust. Here it emerged from the rock in a thin, falling stream, flowed across the path, then turned south and raced away to vanish among the dead stones. Sam sprang forward. "If I ever see the lady again, I'll tell her," he cried. "First light, and now water." Then he paused. "Let me drink first, Mr. Frodo." "All right, but there's plenty for both of us." "That's not what I meant," said Sam. "I mean, if it's poisoned or if any ill effect comes on quick, well, better it hits me than you, Master. If you take my meaning—" "I do," Frodo replied. "But I think we'll trust our luck together, Sam, or our blessing. Still, be careful if it's very cold." The water was cool, not icy, and it carried an unpleasant taste, both bitter and oily, or so they would have described it back in the Shire. Here, however, it seemed beyond all praise, and beyond any fear or caution. They drank their fill, and Sam refilled his water bottle. Afterward, Frodo felt somewhat revived, and they pressed on for several more miles until the path began to widen, and the first signs of a rough wall appeared along its edge, warning them they were nearing another orc hold. "This is where we turn aside, Sam," said Frodo, "and we must turn east." He sighed, looking at the gloomy ridges across the valley. "I've just about enough strength left to find some hole away up there." The riverbed had fallen far below the path, forcing them to scramble down and pick their way across. To their surprise, they found dark pools there, fed by thin streams seeping from somewhere higher in the valley. This was the dying edge of Mordor, not yet completely dead. Life persisted here, but it was a harsh, bitter, twisted life, fighting for every breath across the valley and the glens of the Morgai. Low and scrubby trees clung to the earth. Coarse grey grass fought with stones, and withered mosses crept over them. Everywhere great tangles of bramble sprawled, writhing across the ground. Some bore long, stabbing thorns. Others had hooked barbs that could tear like blades. The sullen, shriveled leaves of a past season still hung from them, rattling mournfully in the dry air, while their maggot-ridden buds were only just beginning to open. Flies buzzed and stung, dun grey or black, marked like orcs with a red, eye-shaped blotch. Above the thickets, clouds of hungry midges danced in a dizzy reel. "This orc gear is useless," Sam said, waving his arms. "Right now I'd trade it all for an orc's thick hide." Finally, Frodo could go no farther. They had climbed a narrow, shelving ravine, yet the last craggy ridge still seemed a world away. "I must rest now, Sam. I need to sleep if I can," Frodo said, his voice thin. He looked around, but this dismal land offered no shelter, not even a crevice for an animal to crawl into. At last, worn out, they slipped under a curtain of brambles that hung like a ragged mat over a low rock face. There they sat and ate what meager meal they could, saving the precious lembas for darker days ahead. They shared half of what remained from Faramir's provisions in Sam's bag, a little dried fruit and a small strip of cured meat, washing it down with sips of water. They had drunk from the valley pools earlier, but the bitter metallic tang in Mordor's air parched their throats anew. Just thinking of water made even Sam's hopeful spirit quail, knowing the dreadful plain of Gorgoroth still lay beyond the Morgai. "You sleep first, Mr. Frodo," Sam urged. "It's getting dark again. I'd say this day is just about done." Frodo sighed and was asleep almost before Sam finished speaking. Wrestling with his own exhaustion, Sam took his master's hand and sat in silence as deep night fell. To fight off sleep, he eventually crawled from their hiding place and peered out. The land was full of sly noises, creaks and cracks, but no sound of voice or footstep. Far above the western mountains, the night sky was still dim and pale. There, peeping through a rift in the clouds above a dark peak, Sam saw a single white star twinkle. Its beauty struck his heart like a physical blow as he gazed up from that forsaken place, and hope flowed back into him. Clear and cold as a shaft of light, the thought pierced him. In the end, the shadow was only a small and passing thing. Light and high beauty existed forever beyond its grasp. His song in the tower had been defiance, not hope, born of thinking only of himself. Now, for a fleeting moment, his own fate and even his master's ceased to trouble him. He crawled back into the brambles, lay down beside Frodo, and casting all fear aside, fell into a deep and untroubled sleep. They woke together, hand in hand. Sam felt almost refreshed, ready to face another day, but Frodo sighed heavily. His sleep had been fitful, haunted by dreams of fire, and waking brought him no comfort. Yet the rest had not been without a subtle healing power. He felt stronger, more able to bear his burden for the next stage of the journey. They did not know the hour or how long they had slept, but after a morsel of food and another sip of water, they pressed on up the ravine. It ended in a sharp slope of loose scree and sliding stones. Here the last stubborn things gave up their struggle. The tops of the Morgai were bare, jagged and barren as slate, utterly stripped of life. After a long and arduous search, they finally discovered a path they could ascend, clawing their way up the final 100 feet in a desperate scramble. Emerging through a narrow gap between two somber cliffs, they stood at the precipice of Mordor's final barrier. Far below, a sheer drop of nearly 1,500 feet gave way to the inner plain, which faded into a shapeless, murky distance. A wind from the west now swept the sky, lifting the great clouds and driving them eastward. yet only a pallid grey light fell upon the desolate fields of Gorgoroth. Here smokes crept along the ground, pooled in hollows, and foul vapours seeped from cracks in the earth. Still, many miles distant, at least 40, they beheld Mount Doom. Its base was rooted in ashen desolation, its massive cone climbing to a tremendous height, where its smouldering peak was shrouded in cloud. Its fires burned low, the mountain standing in a simmering slumber, as menacing and perilous as a sleeping predator. Behind it loomed an immense shadow, as ominous as a gathering storm, the vales of Barad Dûr raised far off upon a long spur of the ashen mountains descending from the north. The dark power was turned inward, its terrible eye preoccupied with troubling news. A gleaming sword and a resolute, kingly visage held its attention, leaving its vast fortress, with gate after gate and tower upon tower, wrapped in a heavy, brooding silence. Frodo and Sam stared out at the loathsome terrain with a mixture of dread and grim fascination. Between them and the smoking mountain, and all around it to the north and south, the land appeared utterly ruined and lifeless, a scorched and suffocating desert. They found themselves wondering, almost absurdly, how the master of such a wasteland could possibly sustain his legions, yet legions he undeniably possessed. As far as they could see along the edges of the Morgai and stretching southward, there were military encampments, some mere clusters of tents, others arranged with dismal order like small, bleak towns. One of the largest sprawled directly below them. Less than a mile out on the plain, it festered like a gigantic insect hive, its straight, joyless streets lined with huts and long, low, drab buildings. The area teemed with figures moving purposefully. A broad road ran southeast to meet the Morgul road, and along it hurried countless lines of small, dark shapes. "I don't like the look of this one bit," Sam muttered, his usual optimism strained thin. "Seems downright hopeless, if you ask me, except that where you find such a crowd, you must find water and food, and those are men down there, not orcs, unless my eyes are playing tricks." Neither he nor Frodo knew of the vast slave-worked farmlands far to the south, beyond the mountain's fumes by the dark waters of Lake Nurnen, nor of the great roads running east and south to conquered lands, from which soldiers hauled long wagon trains of supplies, plunder, and fresh captives. This northern region held the mines, the forges, and the grim assemblies for a long-planned war. Here the Dark Power moved its armies like pieces on a board, gathering them for a crushing blow. Its initial probes to the west had been checked, and now it drew its forces back, massing them anew. If part of its design was to make the mountain unapproachable, it could hardly have done a more thorough job. "Whatever they're eating and drinking, we can't get to it," Sam continued, practicality warring with despair. "I can't see any safe way down, and even if we did get down, we'd never cross all that open ground, crawling with enemies as it is." "Yet we must try," Frodo replied, his voice quiet but steady. "It is no worse than I imagined. I never truly hoped to cross it. I see no hope of it now. But I must still do what I can. For now, that means avoiding capture for as long as possible. So we keep moving north, I think, to see where the plain grows narrower. I can already guess what that'll be like," said Sam, the words heavy with a weary sarcasm that did little to mask his fear. The very air tasted of ash and defeat, and for a fleeting moment he found himself missing the simple green terror of the old forest, a danger that at least felt alive, not this baked and barren death. Where the pass narrows, the orcs and men will be pressed together like cattle in a chute. "You'll see it for yourself, Mr. Frodo," Sam insisted. "I suppose I will if we ever manage to get that far," Frodo replied, turning away with a weary sigh. They quickly discovered that traveling along the jagged crest of the Morgai, or any of its higher pathless ridges scarred by deep ravines, was impossible. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat down the rocky gully they had climbed and search for a route along the valley floor. The going was treacherous, for they dared not cross over to the worn path on the western side. After about a mile, they spotted the orc hold they had suspected was nearby, a rough wall, and a cluster of stone hovels crouched around the dark mouth of a cave, all huddled in a hollow at the base of the cliff. No movement was visible, yet the hobbits crept past with extreme caution, keeping as much as possible within the thickets of thornbrakes that grew densely along both sides of the ancient watercourse here. They had travelled another 2 or 3 miles, and the orc hold had vanished behind them, when harsh, loud voices cut through the silence. They ducked swiftly behind a gnarled brown bush. The voices grew nearer, and soon 2 orcs came into view. One was small and black-skinned, dressed in ragged brown, with wide, snuffling nostrils and a horn bow, clearly a tracker. The other was a large soldier orc, similar to those from Shagrat's company, marked with the token of the eye. He, too, carried a bow and a short, broad-headed spear. As was typical, they were arguing, using the common speech in their own crude way. The smaller orc halted, not 20 paces from the hobbit's hiding place. "Nar," it snarled, "I'm going back to the hold." It jabbed a finger toward the cluster of huts across the valley. "No point grinding my nose to pulp on these rocks anymore. The trail's gone cold, I tell you. I lost the scent because you made me go your way." It headed up into the hills, not along this valley. "Not much use, are you, you little sniffler?" the big orc retorted. "I say a good pair of eyes beats your snotty nose any day. And what have those fine eyes seen lately?" The tracker sneered. "Gone! You don't even know what we're supposed to be looking for. Whose fault is that?" the soldier shot back. "Not mine. Orders come from higher up. First, they squawk about a great elf in shining armor. Then it's some sort of stunted dwarf man. Then it's a whole pack of rebel Uruk-hai. Maybe it's the whole cursed bunch together." "Ah," spat the tracker. "They've lost their wits. That's the truth of it. And some of the bosses are likely to lose their hides. If the whispers are right, the tower raided, hundreds of your lads finished off, a prisoner escaped. If that's how you fighters perform, no wonder the war news is sour." "Who says the news is sour?" the soldier roared. "And who says it ain't? That's cursed rebel talk, and I'll pin you with my spear if you don't shut your mouth." "Fine, fine," the tracker grumbled. "I'll keep my thoughts to myself. But what's that slinking black sneak got to do with any of it? The greedy one with the flapping hands? Search me, maybe nothing. But he's up to no good sneaking about. I'll bet, curse him. No sooner does he give us the slip than word comes down he's wanted alive, and wanted quick." "Well, I hope they catch him and make him squeal," the tracker growled. He fouled the trail back there, grabbing that old mail shirt he found and splashing all over the place before I could get a clear read. "Probably saved his skin, though," the soldier mused, a grudging respect in his tone. "Why, before I got the alive order, I took a shot at him. Clean as you please, 50 paces right at his back. But he just kept running." "Gone? You missed," the tracker said, with a derisive snort. "First you shoot wild, then you lumber about too slow, and then you whine for the trackers. I've had my fill." He turned and loped away. "You come back here," the soldier shouted after him, "or I'll report you." "Report to who? Not to your precious Shagrat." The soldier lowered his voice to a menacing hiss. "I'll report your name and number to the ringwraiths. One of them commands the tower now." His companion stopped dead, his voice thick with terror and fury. "You stinking, treacherous rat," he screamed. "You can't handle your duties, and you'd sell out your own kin. Go run to your precious shriekers, and I hope they strip the skin from your bones, assuming the enemy hasn't gotten to them first. I hear they finished off the captain, and I pray it's true." The larger orc, spear raised, charged, but the tracker dodged behind a rock, firing an arrow that struck the attacker square in the eye. He fell heavily. The survivor fled across the bleak valley and vanished. For a long moment the hobbits did not dare to breathe. Finally Sam shifted. "Well, that was tidy work," he murmured. "If this charming camaraderie caught on across Mordor, half our problems would be solved." "Quiet, Sam," Frodo whispered back. "Others may be near. That was a closer call than we knew, and the pursuit is fiercer than we imagined. But that is the true nature of this place, Sam. It has poisoned every part of it. tales say orcs always turn on each other when left alone. Don't draw too much hope from it. Their hatred for us runs far deeper and never sleeps. Had those two spotted us, their squabble would have ended the instant we were dead. Another silence stretched between them. Sam broke it with a hushed whisper. "Did you catch what they said about that slinker, Mr. Frodo? I told you he wasn't finished, didn't I?" "Yes, I recall. And I did wonder how you were so certain," Frodo replied. "Well, since we dare not move until full dark, you can tell me the whole story, if you can keep it quiet." "I'll try," said Sam, "but just thinking about that miserable sneak makes my blood boil." There they remained, sheltered by the thorny brush as Mordor's grim twilight bled into a profound, starless blackness. Sam whispered into Frodo's ear, recounting Gollum's betrayal, the terror of Shelob, and his own desperate scrape with the orcs. When he finished, Frodo said nothing, only clasped Sam's hand tightly. After a time he stirred. "I suppose we must go on," he said, a weary sarcasm edging his tone. How wonderfully ironic, all this struggle and sneaking about, just to walk straight into a trap. What a splendid adventure this has turned out to be. He rose. "It's dark, and we cannot use the lady's gift. Keep it safe for me, Sam. I have no place for it now, but my hand, and I'll need both hands in this blindness. But I give Sting to you. I have an orc blade, but I do not think I am meant to strike another blow. Moving by night in that trackless waste was perilous and slow. Stumbling often, the two hobbits inched northward for hours along the valley's eastern rim. A sickly grey light eventually seeped over the western heights, long after dawn had broken in the world beyond, and they sought hiding once more to sleep in turns. During his watches, Sam was preoccupied with thoughts of their dwindling food. When Frodo finally roused and spoke of eating and preparing for the next grueling march, Sam voiced his gnawing worry. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Frodo," he said, "but have you any idea how much farther we have to go?" "No, not a clear one, Sam," Frodo answered. "In Rivendell, before the journey, I saw an old map of Mordor from before the enemy's return. My memory is faint. I recall best a place in the north where spurs from the western and northern mountain ranges almost meet. That must be at least 20 leagues from the bridge by the tower. It might be a good crossing point. But if we reach it, we will be further from the mountain than we are now, 60 miles from it, I should think. I figure we've traveled roughly 12 leagues north from the bridge by now. Even under the best conditions, I doubt I could make it to the mountain within a week. I'm worried, Sam, that this burden will only grow heavier, and I'll slow down even more as we draw closer." Sam let out a weary sigh. "That's exactly what I was afraid of," he admitted. "Look, putting water aside for a moment, we either need to eat less, Mr. Frodo, or pick up the pace, at least while we're still in this valley. One more meal and our provisions are gone, except for the elven waybread." "I'll do my best to move a bit faster, Sam," Frodo replied, taking a deep, steadying breath. "All right, then, let's get moving for another stretch." The last of the daylight hadn't fully faded. They trudged onward, pushing into the deepening night. The hours dragged by in an exhausting, stumbling slog, punctuated by only a few short rests. At the first faint hint of grey light beneath the shadowy canopy, they concealed themselves once more in a dark hollow beneath an overhanging rock. The light strengthened slowly until the landscape became clearer than it had been in days. A powerful wind from the west was now sweeping the stifling fumes of Mordor from the higher air. Before long, the hobbits could discern the lay of the land for miles around. The trough between the mountains and the Morgai had narrowed steadily as it climbed, and the inner ridge was now little more than a shelf on the steep slopes of the Ethel Dueth. Yet to the east it fell away just as sharply into the depths of Gorgoroth. Ahead, the watercourse ended in a chaos of broken rock steps, for a high, barren spur jutted out from the main range, thrusting eastward like a formidable wall. To meet it, a long, protruding arm extended from the grey and mist-shrouded northern range of the Ash Mountains. Between these two ends lay a narrow gap, the Isenmuth, beyond which stretched the deep valley of Udun. In that valley behind the Black Gate were the tunnels and vast armories constructed by the servants of Mordor to defend their land's entrance, and there their Dark Lord was now hastily gathering massive forces to confront the advancing captains of the West. Upon the jutting spurs, forts and watchtowers had been built, their fires burning across the entire gap. An earthen wall had been raised, fronted by a deep trench that could only be crossed by a single bridge. Several miles to the north, high up in the angle where the western spur branched from the main range, stood the old fortress of Durthang, now one of the many orc holds surrounding the valley of Udun. A road, already visible in the growing light, wound down from it, about a mile or two from where the hobbits lay hidden. It turned east and ran along a shelf cut into the side of the spur, descending onto the plain and continuing toward the Isenmuth. To the hobbits peering out, it felt as if all their journey north had been for nothing. The plain to their right was dim and hazy with smoke. They could see no camps or troops moving, yet the entire area was under the watchful eyes of the forts at the Isenmuth. "We've reached a dead end, Sam," Frodo said, a hollow resignation in his voice. "If we go forward, we'll only approach that orc tower. The only path available is that road coming down from it, unless we turn back. We can't scale the slopes to the west, and we certainly can't climb down eastward into that abyss." "Then we must take the road, Mr. Frodo," Sam declared, a stubborn resolve cutting through his own fatigue. "We have to take it and trust to luck, if there's any luck to be found in this wretched place. Wandering aimlessly or trying to go back is as good as surrendering. Our food won't hold out. We've got to make a run for it." "Very well, Sam," Frodo acquiesced, his spirit seeming to drain away with the words. "You lead, as long as you have any hope left. Mine is spent, but I can't run, Sam. I'll just plod along behind you." "Before you start any more plodding, you need sleep and something to eat, Mr. Frodo," Sam insisted, his tone shifting from grim determination to one of gentle, almost motherly command. "Come on now, take what you can get of both." He gave Frodo water and an extra wafer of the waybread, fashioning a pillow from his own cloak for his master's head. Frodo was too exhausted to argue. Sam did not mention that he had just given Frodo the very last drop of their water, nor that his master had eaten both his own share of the food and Sam's as well. As Frodo slept, Sam leaned close, listening to the steady rhythm of his breath and studying his face. Though worn and gaunt in sleep, it held a peace free from fear. "Right then, master," Sam whispered to himself, "I've got to leave you for a spell and hope fortune's with us. We must find water, or we won't make another mile." Moving with a stealth beyond ordinary hobbit skill, Sam slipped from their hiding place. He darted between rocks until he reached the dry riverbed, then followed its upward path north. Before long, he found the ancient stone steps where a spring must have once cascaded down. Everything was parched and still, but Sam wouldn't give up. He knelt, listening intently, and his heart leapt at a faint, trickling sound. Scrambling up a few steps, he discovered a slender thread of dark water seeping from the hillside, collecting in a small, stony pool before disappearing again beneath the barren rock. Sam tasted it, found it good, and drank his fill. After refilling the bottle, he turned to go. At that instant, a dark shape, a shadow among the rocks, darted near the place where Frodo lay hidden. Choking back a shout, Sam leapt down and ran, leaping from stone to stone. It was a wary, slippery thing, hard to see clearly, but Sam had little doubt what it was. He ached to get his hands around its throat. It heard his approach and vanished swiftly. Sam believed he saw one last fleeting look from it, peering back over the rim of the eastern cliff, before it ducked and was gone. "Well, luck held," Sam muttered, "but that was too close for comfort, as if we haven't got orcs by the thousands without that foul sneak sniffing about. I wish someone had put an arrow through him." He returned and sat by Frodo, not waking him, but he didn't dare close his own eyes. Finally, when his eyelids grew unbearably heavy, and he knew he couldn't fight sleep much longer, he gently shook Frodo awake. "I'm afraid that Gollum's about again, Mr. Frodo," he said. "Or if it wasn't him, then he's got a twin." I went to fetch water and spotted him prowling just as I turned back. I don't think it's safe for us both to sleep at once, and begging your pardon, that I can't keep mine open another minute." "Rest, Sam, and take your turn properly," said Frodo, "but I'd still choose Gollum over orcs. At least he won't willingly betray us to them, not unless he's caught himself, but he might fancy a bit of theft and murder on his own account," Sam grumbled. "Keep a sharp watch, Mr. Frodo. There's a full bottle of water here. Drink it down. We can refill it when we move on." With that, Sam fell at once into a deep sleep. The light was fading once more when he awoke. Frodo was sitting propped against the rock behind him, but he too had fallen asleep. The water bottle was empty. There was no sign of Gollum. The dark of Mordor had returned, and the watchfires on the high ridges burned with a fierce red glow as the hobbits set out on the most perilous stretch of their journey. They went first to the little spring, then climbed cautiously until they reached the road, where it curved east toward the Isonmuth, some 20 miles distant. The road was narrow, with no wall or rail along its edge, and as it wound onward, the sheer drop beside it grew ever deeper. The hobbits heard no movement, and after listening a while, they started eastward at a steady walk. After covering about 12 miles, they paused. A short distance back, the road had bent slightly northward, hiding the stretch they had just traveled from view. This would prove a fatal turn. They rested a few minutes, then went on, but they had not gone far when, in the deep stillness of the night, they heard the sound they had secretly dreaded all along, the tramp of marching feet. The flicker of torches was still a distance behind them, but when they glanced back, the glow was rounding the bend less than a mile off, advancing with alarming speed, far too swift for Frodo to outrun along the open road ahead. "I was afraid of this, Sam," Frodo murmured, his voice tight. "We relied on luck, and it's abandoned us. We're cornered." His eyes darted desperately up the imposing cliff face where ancient roadmakers had carved the stone into a sheer barrier towering above them. He rushed to the opposite edge and peered down into a shadowy abyss. "Trapped at last," he whispered, sinking to the ground beneath the rock wall and letting his head fall forward. "Appears that way," Sam replied, his tone grimly practical. "Well, we've little choice but to wait and see what comes." He settled himself beside Frodo in the cliff's deep shadow. They did not wait long. The orcs were moving at a brutal clip, the front ranks carrying torches that burned like angry red eyes in the darkness, swelling swiftly as they drew near. Sam also bowed his head, hoping to conceal his face when the light found them. He propped their shields before their knees to hide their feet. If only they're in a rush and leave a pair of weary soldiers be, he thought desperately. For a moment it seemed they might. The leading orcs loped past, heads low and panting, a band of the smaller breeds being driven unwillingly to their Dark Lord's wars. Their only desire was to finish the march and avoid the lash. Alongside them, 2 hulking, fierce Uruks paced the line, cracking whips and bellowing, file after file tramped by the revealing torchlight, now moving well ahead. Sam held his breath. More than half the column had passed. Then, abruptly, one of the slave drivers spotted the 2 huddled shapes by the roadside. He snapped his whip toward them and roared, "Hey, you, on your feet!" When they didn't respond, he shouted a command, halting the entire company. "Move it, you slugs!" he yelled. "This isn't a time for lounging about." He strode closer, and even in the dimness, he made out the markings on their shields. "Deserting, are you?" he snarled. "Or thinking about it? Your whole unit was supposed to be inside Udun by last night. You know the orders. Up you get and fall in line, or I'll take your numbers and report you." They hauled themselves up, stooping and limping like footsore soldiers, and shuffled toward the back of the column. "Not the rear," the slave driver barked. "3 files up and stay put, or you'll regret it when I come down the line." He sent his long whip cracking over their heads. With another sharp crack and a shout, he set the company moving again at a brisk trot. It was grueling for poor, exhausted Sam, but for Frodo it was pure torment, quickly spiraling into a waking nightmare. He clenched his teeth, fighting to empty his mind, and forced himself onward. The stifling stench of sweating orcs surrounded him, and a raw thirst clawed at his throat. On and on they pressed, and he bent all his will to drawing breath and driving his legs forward, yet he dared not consider to what wretched purpose he laboured and suffered. There was no hope of slipping away unseen. Every so often the orc driver would drop back to jeer at them. "That's it," he laughed, flicking the whip near their legs. "Where there's a whip, there's a will, my slugs. Keep up. I'd give you a proper refresher now, but you'll get all the lash your hides can bear when you report late to camp. It'll do you good. Don't you know there's a war on?" They had covered several miles, the road finally descending a long slope toward the plain, when Frodo's strength began to fail him and his resolve wavered. He staggered, nearly falling. Sam desperately tried to support him, to keep him upright, though he felt his own endurance fraying. At any moment he knew it would end, his master would collapse, all would be revealed, and their bitter struggle would prove futile. "If it comes to it, I'll take that big slave-driving devil with me," Sam thought, a surge of defiant anger cutting through his fatigue. Just as his fingers tightened around his sword hilt, an unforeseen distraction broke the moment. They had emerged onto the bleak plain, the grim entrance to Udun looming ahead. Before the gate at the bridge, the road they travelled met others coming up from the south and from the direction of Barad-dûr. Every path swarmed with movement. The captains of the west were pressing their assault, and the Dark Lord was hurling his legions north to meet them. This torrent of forces collided at the crossroads, a chaotic mass in the darkness beyond the wall's watchfires. Instantly, the air filled with violent shoving and crude shouts as each company fought to be first to the gate and end their march. Drivers shouted and cracked their whips, but scuffles erupted, and blades flashed in the gloom. A company of heavily armored Uruks from Barad-dûr ploughed into a line from Dorthang, throwing the entire press into disarray. Dazed by pain and exhaustion, Sam was jolted alert. Seizing the opportunity, he threw himself flat, pulling Frodo down with him. Orcs stumbled over them, snarling and cursing. On hands and knees, the hobbits crawled away from the tumult, finally tumbling unnoticed over the far edge of the raised road. A high curb, meant to guide troop leaders in pitch darkness, bordered a roadway banked several feet above the open ground. They lay still, breathing hard. It was too dark to look for any real cover, and Sam doubted any existed here. Yet he felt a desperate urge to put more distance between themselves and the highway, to escape the reach of the torchlight. "Come on, Mr. Frodo," he whispered, his voice strained. "Just one more crawl. Then you can rest." With what seemed his final ounce of strength, Frodo pushed himself up and managed another painful 20 yards before the ground vanished beneath him. He pitched forward into a shallow, hidden pit and lay there, utterly still. Sam hurried to him, placing his tattered orc cloak under his master's head and covering them both with the grey elven cloak of Lorien. As he did, his heart ached for that lost fair land and its people, a fleeting hope that this cloth, woven by elven hands, might hold some power to shield them in this desolate, fear-ridden waste. The noise of the troops, the scuffling, the angry cries, faded as the mass moved on through the Isenmut. In the confusion of so many mixed companies, it seemed they had not yet been missed. Sam took a small sip of water, but insisted Frodo drink more. When his master had rallied slightly, Sam gave him a full wafer of their precious whey bread and made him eat it. Then, too weary even for proper fear, they stretched out on the hard ground. Their sleep was fitful and cold, sweat chilled on their skin. The unyielding stones dug into their bodies, and they shivered uncontrollably. From the north, through the black gate of Cirith Gorgor, a thin, whispering breath of cold air crept along the earth. Morning brought a pallid grey light, for the west wind still stirred far above, but down among the stones within the fences of Mordor. The air felt dead, both chill and suffocating. Sam peered out from the hollow. The landscape was a dreary, flat expanse of drab hues. The nearby roads now stood empty, But Sam dreaded the watchful eyes upon the walls of the Isonmuth, little more than a furlong to the north. To the southeast, the mountain stood like a terrible fixed shadow. Smoke poured from its summit, the higher vapors streaming eastward while great, rolling clouds crept down its slopes to smother the land. A few miles to the northeast, the foothills of the Ashen Mountains rose like solemn grey spectres, with the misty northern heights behind them, blending into the gloomy sky. Staring at the ominous geography, Sam tried to judge the distances and plot their hopeless course, a bitter laugh almost escaping him at the absurdity of their task. Here they were, two tiny figures in a vast, enemy-filled desolation, trying to sneak into the very heart of fire and shadow. The sheer, ridiculous scale of it all suddenly felt less like a noble quest and more like a cruel joke. Yet the laugh died in his throat, replaced by a hardened resolve. They had come too far for despair. He would get his master there, or they would both perish in the attempt. He stared at the looming mountain, a dark mass against the sky, and muttered, "That looks every inch of 50 miles from here." The weight of the distance settled on him with Mr. Frodo in his current state. Such a journey could take a week if they were lucky to make a single mile in a day. As he turned the problem over in his mind, a cold, grim realization took root. Hope had always been a stubborn companion in his loyal heart, and until this moment some part of him had quietly planned for their return journey. But now the bitter truth was unavoidable. Their supplies would barely see them to their destination. Once their task was finished, that would be the end, alone, without shelter or food, stranded in the heart of a terrible wasteland. There would be no going back. So this is the duty I signed up for from the beginning, Sam thought with a heavy heart. To help Mr. Frodo take that final step and then perish beside him? Well, if that's the duty, then I'll see it through. But how I would love to see Bywater one more time, and Rosie Cotton with her brothers, and the Gaffer and Marigold and all the rest. A flicker of defiance rose in him. I just can't believe Gandalf would have sent Mr. Frodo on this path if there wasn't a shred of hope for him to ever return. Everything seemed to go sideways after Moria. I wish he hadn't fallen there. He would have known what to do. Yet, just as hope seemed to gutter out within Sam, it transformed into a steely resolve. His honest hobbit features set into a stern, almost grim mask as his will solidified. He felt a strange thrill course through his limbs, as if he were becoming something forged from stone and iron, a creature that despair, exhaustion, and endless barren miles could not defeat. With a renewed sense of purpose, he lowered his gaze to the immediate ground, scrutinizing their next move. As the light improved slightly, he was surprised to see that the plains, which from a distance had appeared as smooth, featureless flats, were in fact a shattered landscape. The entire surface of the Gorgoroth was pitted with enormous holes, as if it had once been soft mud struck by a barrage of massive projectiles. The largest craters were ringed with broken rock, and wide cracks radiated outward in every direction. It was terrain where one could move from one hiding place to the next, unseen by all but the most vigilant eyes, possible at least for someone who still had strength and no need for haste. For the hungry and the worn, with life fading and far still to go, it had a menacing, evil aspect. Turning these observations over, Sam returned to his master. There was no need to wake him. Frodo was lying on his back, eyes open, fixed on the cloudy sky. "Well, Mr. Frodo," Sam said, "I've been scouting and thinking a bit. The roads are clear, and we'd best move while we have the chance. Can you manage it?" "I can manage it," Frodo replied. "I must." They set off once more, creeping from hollow to hollow, darting behind whatever scant cover they could find, but always angling toward the foothills of the northern mountain. As they went, the easternmost road seemed to parallel their path, until it curved away, clinging to the mountain's base, before vanishing into a wall of black shadow in the distance. No man or orc traveled its bleak grey surface now. The Dark Lord had nearly finished moving his forces, and even within his own domain he sought the cloak of night, wary of the world's winds that had turned against him and rumors of bold spies who had slipped through his defenses. The hobbits had covered only a few more weary miles when they stopped. Frodo appeared close to collapse. Sam saw that he could not continue much longer in this manner, crawling, stooping, sometimes picking a slow, uncertain path, other times breaking into a stumbling, hurried run. "I'm taking us back onto the road while the light holds, Mr. Frodo," Sam announced. "We'll trust to luck again. It nearly deserted us last time, but not completely." They pushed on for another few miles at a steady pace, with the promise of a rest to come. Frodo, consumed by the weight he carried and the turmoil within, was in no state to argue or even to fully grasp the immense risk they were taking. He moved almost without hope. They ascended the causeway and began their grim march down that hard, pitiless road which led toward the very heart of the Dark Tower. Fortune, for the moment, remained with them. They encountered no living thing for the rest of that day, and as night descended, they were swallowed by the deep shadows of Mordor. The entire land seemed to hold its breath, tense as before a great storm, for the captains of the West had swept past the crossroads and set the deadly fields of Imlad Morgul ablaze. Thus the desperate journey continued, the ring creeping south, while the banners of kings rode north. For the hobbits, each passing day and every painful mile grew more bitter than the last, their strength waning as the land grew more vile. By day they saw no enemies, but in the night, huddled in some wretched hiding place beside the road, they would hear cries, the tramp of countless feet, or the swift, cruel passing of a ridden steed. Yet all these dangers paled before the oppressive, ever-growing threat that pressed upon them as they went, the dreadful menace of the power that waited, brooding with sleepless malice behind the dark veil shrouding its throne. It drew nearer and nearer, looming ever blacker, like a wall of absolute night advancing at the end of all things. A particularly dreadful nightfall arrived. Just as the captains of the West approached the very edge of the living lands, the two wanderers sank into a moment of utter, blank despair. 4 days had slipped by since their escape from the orcs, yet that time lay behind them like a darkening dream. Throughout this last day, Frodo had not spoken. He walked half-bent, stumbling frequently, as though his eyes could no longer find the path for his feet. Sam knew with a sinking heart that among all their sufferings his master bore the worst, the ever-increasing weight of the ring, a physical burden and a torment to his mind. Sam had watched anxiously as Frodo's left hand would often lift, as if to fend off a blow or shield his eyes from a terrible gaze that sought to peer into them. At other times his right hand would creep to his breast, clutching, only to be slowly withdrawn as his will reasserted a fragile mastery. Now, as the blackness of full night returned, Frodo sat with his head between his knees, his arms hanging limp, his hands lying on the ground and feebly twitching. Sam watched until the darkness covered them both and hid each from the other's sight. He could find no words left to say, and turned instead to his own bleak thoughts. As for himself, though weary and under a deep shadow of fear, Sam found he still had some reserve of strength left. The Lembas possessed a virtue without which they would have laid down to die long before. It did nothing to satisfy hunger's desire. Indeed, Sam's mind was often filled with vivid memories of food, a fierce longing for simple bread and roast meat. But this elvish waybread held a potency that grew the more a traveller relied upon it alone, refusing to mix it with other fare. It fed the will, granting strength to endure and to command muscle and limb beyond ordinary mortal measure. But a new choice now forced itself upon them. They could not follow this road any farther, for it ran eastward into the great shadow. The mountain now towered upon their right, almost due south, and they must turn toward it. Yet between them and their goal stretched a vast, desolate region of fuming, ash-choked land. "Water! Water!" Sam muttered to himself. He had rationed himself strictly, but his mouth was parched, his tongue feeling thick and swollen. Despite all his care, they had very little left, perhaps half a bottle, and days might still lie ahead. They would have run out long ago if they had not dared to follow the Orc Road, for along that grim highway, cisterns had been built at long intervals for troops sent rushing through these waterless wastes. Sam had discovered a small amount of water the day before, left behind and fouled by the orcs, but it had been enough to sustain them in their dire need. That was their last drink. Now, with no hope of finding more, exhaustion finally overcame Sam's vigilance. He drifted into a troubled sleep where dream and reality blurred. He imagined glowing eyes watching him and heard sounds of prowling creatures and anguished cries. Jolting awake, he would find only oppressive darkness. Once, in his waking state, he thought he saw faint, pale lights like eyes in the gloom, but they quickly faded. The night was long and filled with dread. The morning brought little relief, offering only a dim, shadowed light. As they drew nearer to the mountain, the air grew thick and hazy, choked by the veils of shadow emanating from the dark tower where Sauron cloaked himself. Frodo lay motionless on his back. Sam stood over him, hesitating to speak, yet knowing the responsibility to rally his master's strength now fell to him. Finally, he bent down, gently touching Frodo's forehead, and whispered in his ear, "Wake up, master. It's time to move again." Frodo started as if from a sharp alarm, rising swiftly to his feet and gazing southward. But the sight of the mountain and the barren land before them made his spirit falter. "I can't do it, Sam," he confessed. "The weight is too great. It's crushing me." Sam knew his offer was futile and might even cause pain, but his compassion compelled him to speak. "Let me carry it for a while, master. You know I would gladly for as long as I have any strength left." A fierce, wild look flashed in Frodo's eyes. "Stay back! Don't touch me!" he shouted, his hand moving to his sword. "It is mine! Be off!" Then, just as quickly, his tone softened into sorrow. "No, Sam, you must understand this is my burden to bear, and mine alone. It's too late for anyone to help me that way now. I am nearly under its control. I could not give it up, and if you tried to take it, I would lose my mind." Sam gave a slow nod. "I understand, sir, but I've been thinking we might lighten our other loads. We're heading straight for the mountain now. Why carry anything we won't surely need?" Frodo looked again toward the looming peak. "No," he agreed, "we won't need much on this road, and at the end we'll need nothing at all." He seized his orc shield and hurled it aside, then tossed his helmet after it. Stripping off the grey cloak, he unbuckled the heavy belt and let it fall, the sheathed sword clattering to the ground. He ripped the tattered remnants of the black cloak from his shoulders and scattered them. "There, I'll be an orc no longer," he declared. "I'll bear no weapon, fair or foul. Let them take me if they must." Sam followed his lead, discarding his own orc gear. He then emptied his pack, item by item. Each object had grown dear to him, if only for the hardship endured to bring it this far. The hardest to part with was his cooking kit. The thought of abandoning it brought tears to his eyes. "Do you remember that bit of rabbit, Mr. Frodo?" he asked softly. "And our spot under that warm bank in Faramir's lands, the day I saw the olive haunt? It feels a lifetime ago, a memory from another world." "I am afraid I don't remember, Sam," Frodo replied. "I know such things happened, but I cannot see them. No taste of food, no feel of water, no sound of the wind remains, no memory of tree or grass or flower, no image of moon or star is left to me. I am naked in the dark, Sam, with no veil between me and the wheel of fire. I begin to see it even with my waking eyes, and all else fades away." Sam moved to him, and finding no better words, simply kissed his hand. "Then the sooner we're rid of it," he said, his voice thick, "the sooner we can find our rest." He muttered to himself that words wouldn't fix anything as he collected the items they had decided to abandon. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving their belongings exposed in the wild for anyone to find. That wretched creature took the orc shirt, but he won't be getting a sword to go with it. His hands are trouble enough empty, and he certainly won't be laying a finger on my cooking gear. With that, he hauled everything over to one of the numerous deep cracks scarring the landscape and tossed it all in. The clattering echo of his beloved pans, tumbling into the darkness, felt like a funeral bell tolling in his chest. Returning to Frodo, he cut a short length from his elven rope to fashion a belt for his master, cinching the grey cloak tightly around his waist. The remainder he coiled meticulously and returned to his pack. Now he carried only the last crumbs of their waybread, the nearly empty water bottle, Sting at his hip, and tucked in a tunic pocket over his heart, the phial from the Lady Galadriel and the small box she had entrusted to him personally. Finally, they turned toward the mountain and began their march, abandoning any further attempt at stealth, driving their exhausted bodies and faltering resolve toward the single goal of moving forward. In the gloomy, dismal daylight, few creatures in that watchful land would have spotted them unless they were practically on top of them. Among all the Dark Lord's servants, only the ringwraiths might have sensed the danger creeping, small yet unyielding, into the very core of his fortified domain. But the Nazgul and their black wings were occupied elsewhere, gathered far off, haunting the advance of the captains of the West, and the Dark Tower's attention was fixed in that direction. That day, Sam felt his master had discovered some fresh reserve of energy, more than could be accounted for by the slight reduction in his burden. In the early hours they covered more ground and faster than Sam had dared to hope. The terrain was harsh and unwelcoming, yet they pressed on, the mountain looming ever closer. But as the day dragged on and the faint light began, all too quickly, to fade, Frodo hunched over once more, stumbling as if this renewed push had drained his last reserve. At their final stop, he collapsed and whispered, "I need water, Sam," then fell silent. Sam gave him the last mouthful from the bottle. None remained after that. He went without himself, and as the oppressive night of Mordor enveloped them again, his mind tormented him with memories of water, every brook, stream, and spring he'd ever seen, glinting under sunny skies or shaded by green willows, danced and shimmered behind his weary eyes. He could almost feel the cool mud between his toes, wading in the bywater pool with his friends Jolly Cotton, Tom, Nibs, and their sister Rosie. But that was a lifetime ago, he sighed. And a world away the road back, if there even is one, leads right past that mountain. Sleep wouldn't come, and he argued with himself. "All right, let's look at this. We've actually done better than you expected," he insisted with forced cheer. "Started strong, at least. I'd say we covered half the distance before we had to stop. One more day ought to do it." Then he hesitated. "Don't be an idiot, Sam Gamgee," his own voice retorted. "He won't last another day like today, if he can move at all, and you can't keep giving him all the water and most of the food much longer. I can keep going a fair bit further, and I will." To where? To the mountain, obviously. But then what, Sam Gamgee? What happens when you get there? What are you going to do? He won't be in any state to manage on his own. To his alarm, Sam found he had no reply. He truly had no plan. Frodo hadn't shared many details of the task, and Sam only vaguely understood that the ring needed to be cast into fire. "The cracks of doom," he mumbled, the ancient name surfacing in his thoughts. "Well, if the master knows how to find them, I surely don't." "See," the inner voice answered, "it's hopeless," he said, as much himself. "You're the fool, clinging to hope and pushing forward. You could have given up and lain down to rest days ago if you weren't so stubborn. But you'll die just the same, or maybe even worse. You might as well quit now and let it end. You'll never make it to the summit anyway." "I'll get there, even if I leave nothing but my bones behind," Sam declared. "And I'll carry Mr. Frodo up myself, even if it shatters my back and my spirit. So save your breath." In that instant, Sam sensed a shudder through the earth under his feet, and he heard, or perhaps felt, a deep, distant rumble like thunder trapped far below. A brief crimson flare licked beneath the clouds before vanishing. The mountain itself seemed to stir in its uneasy slumber. The final stretch of their trek toward Orodruin had arrived, and it was an agony beyond anything Sam believed he could endure. His body screamed with pain. His throat was so parched he could no longer force down a crumb of food. The gloom persisted. Not just from the mountain smokes, a storm appeared to be gathering, and far to the southeast, faint flickers of lightning pulsed beneath the oppressive sky. Most terrible of all, the air was thick with poisonous vapors. Each breath was a ragged, burning struggle, and waves of dizziness overwhelmed them, causing them to lurch and frequently collapse. Yet their resolve held firm, and they pressed on. The mountain loomed ever closer until, if they managed to lift their leaden heads, it dominated their entire vision, a colossal, terrifying presence of ash, slag, and scorched stone, its sheer-sided peak thrust into the clouds. Before the perpetual twilight faded into true night once more, they had dragged themselves to its very base. With a ragged breath, Frodo collapsed onto the ground. Sam sank down beside him. To his astonishment, he felt weary, yet somehow unburdened, his thoughts clearing. The internal arguments ceased. He knew every plea of despair by heart and refused to hear them. His will was fixed. Only death could break it now. He felt no desire or need for sleep, only a sharp, vigilant readiness. He understood that every danger and hardship was now converging toward a single moment. The coming day would bring their doom, a final, desperate effort, or utter ruin, their last chance. But when would it arrive? The night felt infinite and stagnant, one dead minute piling upon another without marking the passage of an hour, bringing no change. Sam started to fear a second, permanent darkness had begun, and that day would never return. Finally, he fumbled for Frodo's hand. It was cold and trembling. His master was shaking. "I shouldn't have left my blanket behind," Sam muttered. Lying down, he tried to warm and comfort Frodo with his own arms and body. Then sleep claimed him, and the faint light of their quest's final morning found them side by side. The wind, having fallen the previous day as it changed from the west, now rose again from the north. Slowly, the hidden sun's light seeped into the shadows where the hobbits lay. "This is it! The last push!" Sam said, heaving himself upright. He bent over Frodo, rousing him softly. Frodo groaned, summoning a tremendous effort of will. He staggered to his feet, only to fall back to his knees. He lifted his eyes with immense difficulty to the dark slopes of Mount Doom towering above him, and then, a pitiful sight, he began to crawl forward on his hands. Sam looked at him and wept inwardly, though no tears could come to his dry, burning eyes. "I said I'd carry him, even if it broke my back," he whispered to himself, "and I will. Come on, Mr. Frodo," he cried out. "I can't bear the ring for you, but I can carry you and it together. So up you get. Come now, Mr. Frodo dear. Sam will give you a ride. You just point the way, and I'll get us there." As Frodo clung to his back, arms loose around his neck and legs held fast, Sam staggered upright. Then, to his utter amazement, he found the burden was not as heavy as he feared. He had dreaded he would scarcely have the strength to lift his master alone, let alone endure the dreadful, dragging weight of the cursed ring he expected to share. But that weight, for now, was not there. Exhausted from his long ordeal, the knife wound, the venomous sting, the sorrow, fear, and endless wandering, Frodo was now a mere shadow of himself. Yet, whether it was due to his friend's utter weariness or some final gift of strength bestowed upon him, Sam found he could lift Frodo with surprising ease. It felt no harder than carrying a hobbit child on his back during a playful romp across the Shire's green lawns or through its sunlit hayfields. Drawing a deep breath, Sam set out. They had come to the mountain's northern side, a little to the west, where the long grey slopes, though rugged, were not completely vertical. Frodo remained silent, offering no direction, so Sam pressed onward with sheer determination. His only guide was the desperate will to climb as high as possible before his own strength failed him. He labored upward, step by step, weaving back and forth to ease the steep incline. He stumbled often, and toward the end he was reduced to crawling like a snail under a crushing weight. When his will could push him no farther, and his limbs finally buckled, he stopped and gently laid his master down. Frodo opened his eyes and drew a ragged breath. The air here was clearer, above the foul vapors coiling below. "Thank you, Sam," he whispered, his voice cracked and thin. "How much farther must we go?" "I don't know," Sam admitted, "because I don't rightly know where we're going." He turned to look back, then lifted his gaze upward, astonished to see how much ground his last painful effort had gained. The mountain, standing ominous and alone, had always seemed impossibly tall. Now Sam realized it was not as lofty as the high passes of the Eiffel Duath they had crossed before. The tumbled, massive shoulders of its base rose perhaps 3,000 feet above the plain, and above them the central cone reared another half as high again, like a monstrous chimney crowned with a jagged crater. Sam was already more than halfway up the base. The plain of Gorgoroth lay dim and shadow-wrapped far below. As he looked up, a dry shout caught in his parched throat. There, amid the rugged humps and shoulders above, he saw it clearly, a path. It climbed like a rising belt from the west, winding snake-like around the mountain, until it disappeared from view, reaching the foot of the cone on the eastern side. Sam couldn't see the section just above him, hidden by a steep slope, but he guessed that if he could force himself just a little farther, they would meet that road. A flicker of hope reignited in him. They might still conquer this mountain. Why, it might have been put there on purpose, he muttered to himself. If it wasn't there, I'd have to confess I was beaten in the end. Of course, the path was not made for Sam's purpose. He did not know it. But he was looking upon Sauron's road, the grim highway from Barad-dûr to the Sammath Naur, the Chambers of Fire. From the Dark Tower's huge western gate, it spanned a deep abyss on a vast bridge of iron, crossed the plain between two smoking chasms, and then ascended a long, sloping causeway to the mountain's eastern side. From there, it turned and encircled the mountain's wide girth from south to north, climbing at last high into the upper cone, though still far from the summit, to a dark entrance that stared eastward, straight toward the window of the eye in Sauron's shadow-cloaked fortress. Often damaged by the mountain's tumult, it was always repaired and cleared again by the endless labor of countless orcs. Sam drew another deep breath. A path existed, but how to reach it from this steep slope was another matter. First, he had to rest his aching back. He lay flat beside Frodo for a time, neither speaking. Slowly the grim light grew around them. Then, suddenly, a sense of urgency seized Sam, a feeling he did not understand, almost as if he had been called now, or it will be too late. He braced himself and got to his feet. Frodo, too, seemed to have felt that silent summons. He struggled to his knees. "I'll crawl, Sam," he gasped. Step by step, like tiny grey beetles, they inched their way up the slope. They reached a path and discovered it was wide, laid with shattered stone and packed ash. Frodo scrambled onto it, and then, as if pulled by some unseen force, he turned slowly to face the east. In the distance, the gloom of Sauron brooded, but then, torn by a wind from beyond the world, or stirred by some deep unrest from within, the shrouding clouds twisted and for a single heartbeat parted. In that moment, Frodo saw it rising stark and black, darker than the immense shadows surrounding it, the cruel spires and iron crown of the highest tower of Barad-dûr. For only an instant it was visible, but as if from some impossibly high window, a red flame stabbed northward, the flicker of a piercing eye, then the shadows closed again, and the terrible sight was gone. That eye was not fixed on them. It was staring north to where the captains of the West made their stand, and there all its malice was now aimed, as the dark power prepared to strike its final blow. Yet Frodo, at that dreadful glimpse, fell as if struck a mortal wound. His hand fumbled for the chain around his neck. Sam dropped to his knees beside him. Barely audible, he heard Frodo's whisper, "Sam, help me, please, Sam, hold my hand. I can't fight it." Sam took his master's hands, pressed them together palm to palm, kissed them, and then held them gently between his own. A thought flashed into his mind. We've been seen. It's over now, or it will be soon. Well, Sam Gamgee, this is the absolute end. Once more he lifted Frodo, drawing his master's hands down against his own chest while letting Frodo's legs hang limp. Then, bowing his head, he labored onward along the climbing road. The way proved harder than it had first appeared. By chance, the fires that had gushed forth in the great upheavals, when Sam stood upon Cirith Ungol, had mostly streamed down the southern and western slopes, leaving this side of the road clear. Still, in many spots the path had crumbled or was split by wide cracks. After climbing eastward for a while, it bent back sharply upon itself and ran westward for a stretch. There, at the turn, it was carved deep through an outcrop of ancient weathered stone, long ago spewed from the mountain's heart. Gasping under his burden, Sam rounded the bend, and just as he did, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something dropping from the crag, like a small black stone dislodged as he passed. A sudden weight slammed into him, and he crashed forward, scraping the backs of his hands that still clung to his master. Then he understood, for above him as he lay he heard a loathed voice. "Wicked master," it hissed. "Wicked master cheats us, cheats Smeagol Gollum. He mustn't go that way. He mustn't hurt the precious. Give it to Smeagol. Yes, give it to us. Give it to us." With a furious effort, Sam pushed himself up. Instantly he drew his sword, but he could do nothing. Gollum and Frodo were locked in a desperate struggle. Gollum was clawing at his master, trying to reach the chain and the ring. This attack, this attempt to seize his treasure by force, was perhaps the only thing that could have rekindled the dying embers of Frodo's heart and will. He fought back with a sudden ferocious anger that stunned Sam, and Gollum too. Even so, things might have ended very differently if Gollum had been his former self. But whatever dreadful, lonely, hungry, and waterless paths he had walked, driven by a consuming desire and a terrible fear, they had left him broken. He was now a lean, starved, haggard creature, little more than bones and tight-stretched sallow skin. A wild light burned in his eyes, yet his malice no longer matched his old, sinewy strength. Frodo threw him off and rose, trembling. "Down," he gasped, clutching his hand to his breast, where beneath his leather shirt he gripped the ring. "Down, you creeping thing, and out of my path. Your time is done. You cannot turn on me now, nor strike me down." Then, just as it had happened before on the cliffs of the Emyn Muil, Sam's sight shifted. He saw not two beings, but a vision, a hunched, wretched thing, little more than a living shadow, ruined and broken, yet seething with a terrible hunger and fury. And before it stood a figure robed in white, stern and beyond pity, holding at its chest a wheel of blazing flame. From that fire came a voice of absolute command. "Leave, trouble me no more. If you ever lay a hand on me again, you will be thrown into the very fire of doom." The cowering shape shuffled backward, its eyes wide with terror, and yet with a desperate, unquenchable craving. The vision faded, and Sam found himself staring at Frodo, who stood panting heavily, a hand pressed to his chest, with Gollum collapsed at his feet, kneeling with his splayed palms flat on the ground. "Watch out!" Sam shouted. "He's going to leap." He sprang forward, sword raised. "Hurry, master, go! There's no time left. I'll handle this. Go now!" Frodo looked at him as though from a great distance. "Yes, I must go on," he said, his voice hollow. "Goodbye, Sam. This is the final end. On Mount Doom, Doom will find its mark. Farewell." He turned and began to walk away, slow but straight backed up the steepening trail. "Now," Sam said through gritted teeth, "at last I can finish this." He lunged, blade poised to strike, but Gollum did not attack. He flattened himself against the ash and whimpered. "Don't kills us," he wept. "Don't hurts us with nasty, cruel metal. Lets us live, yes, live just a bit longer. We's lost, lost. And when precious goes, we'll die, yes, die into the dust." He clawed feebly at the path with his bony fingers. "Dust," he hissed. Sam's grip on his sword faltered. Anger and the memory of Gollum's betrayals burned in his mind. It would be right to kill this treacherous creature, right and long overdue. It would be the safe choice, too. yet something deeper held him back. He could not bring himself to cut down this broken, miserable thing lying in the ashes. For a short while, Sam too had carried the ring, and now he faintly understood the torment in Gollum's withered mind and body, enslaved, unable ever to find rest. But Sam had no words for such feelings. "Curse you, you foul creature," he burst out. "Get away! Go on! I don't trust you an inch, but go, or I really will hurt you with nasty, cruel steel." Gollum scrambled up onto hands and feet, backing off several paces before twisting around. As Sam made to kick at him, he fled down the path. Sam paid him no further mind. Suddenly he remembered his master. He looked up the slope and saw no sign of him. As quickly as he could, he began to climb the ashen road. Had Sam glanced back, he might have seen Gollum not far below, turning once more. With a wild, mad glare in his eyes, Gollum began to creep swiftly and cautiously after him, a slinking shadow among the rocks. The path wound upward, bending at last eastward, cutting across the face of the mounting cone until it reached a dark opening in the mountainside, the door of the Sammath Naur. Far to the south, the sun pierced the smoke and haze, burning like an ominous, dull red disk. All of Mordor lay around the mountain, like a dead land, silent, shrouded in shadow, waiting for some terrible blow. Sam reached the gaping entrance and peered inside. It was dark, unbearably hot, and a deep rumbling shook the air. "Frodo, master," he called. No answer came. For a moment he stood, heart pounding with dread. Then he rushed in. A shadow followed close behind. At first he could see nothing. In his desperation, he drew out once more the phial of Galadriel, but it lay pale and cold in his trembling hand and cast no light into that suffocating blackness. He had come to the very heart of Sauron's domain, to the forges of his ancient power, greatest in all Middle-earth. Here all other strengths were subdued, trembling. He moved a few hesitant paces into the darkness. Then, in an instant, a crimson flash erupted, soaring upward to strike the cavern's high-shadowed ceiling. Sam realized he stood within a lengthy tunnel carved into the smoking heart of the mountain. Just ahead, the floor and walls were split by a massive crevice, the source of the fiery glow that pulsed and faded rhythmically. From the profound depths came a deep, troubling rumble, like the heartbeat of some colossal laboring machine. The light flared once more, and there, poised on the very brink of the chasm at the crack of doom, was Frodo. Silhouetted black against the hellish glare, he stood rigid and unmoving, as if carved from stone. "Master!" Sam shouted. Frodo stirred then, and his voice rang out clearer and more commanding than Sam had ever heard it, cutting through the mountain's groan and roar. "I have arrived," he declared. "Yet I will not now fulfill the purpose of my journey. I refuse this task. The ring belongs to me." As he slipped the golden band onto his finger, he vanished from Sam's sight. Sam drew a sharp breath, but had no time to cry out. A violent blow struck his back. His legs were swept from under him, and he was thrown hard against the rocky floor, his head cracking against stone as a dark shape leapt over his fallen form. The world swam into blackness. Far away, in the very core of his dominion, the Dark Lord in his tower was shaken to his foundations. The moment Frodo claimed the ring, a tremor of terrible recognition passed through him. In a blaze of agonizing clarity, he saw the full scope of his own catastrophic miscalculation and the designs of his enemies laid bare. His fury ignited like a furnace, but it was choked by a rising tide of black, smothering fear, for he understood his imminent peril. All his intricate schemes, his wars and webs of deceit, were swept from his mind. A shock-wave of dread passed through all his servants. Armies faltered, captains lost their will, for the full, crushing focus of their master was now hurled toward the mountain. Answering that desperate summons, the Nazgul wheeled in the sky with a piercing shriek. Driving themselves faster than the gale, they shot southward in a final, frantic race toward Mount Doom. Sam pushed himself up, dazed, warm blood from a gash on his forehead trickling into his eyes. Blinking it away, He groped forward and witnessed a bizarre and awful struggle. There on the precipice, Gollum writhed and fought as if with an invisible enemy. He staggered wildly, at one moment teetering on the edge, at the next wrenching himself back to fall scrabbling on the ground, only to rise and lunge again. A constant wordless hissing came from him. The mountain's fury awakened, the red light blazed, flooding the cavern with a scorching glare. Suddenly, Sam saw Gollum's gnarled hands fly to his mouth. White teeth flashed and snapped down. Frodo cried out, materializing once more, crumpled on his knees at the chasm's rim. But Gollum, capering in a mad dance, held the ring aloft, a finger still curled within its circle. It blazed as if forged from pure living flame. "Precious, my precious!" he screeched, and in that very moment of gloating triumph, as his eyes were fixed on his prize, he stepped back too far. He wavered, let out a thin shriek, and fell, his final wail of "precious" echoed out of the abyss, and then he was gone. A thunderous roar filled the chamber, a chaos of sound. The fires below surged upward, their flames licking hungrily at the stone roof. The pounding in the earth swelled into a deafening roar, and the very mountain trembled. Sam rushed to Frodo's side, lifting him and carrying him to the doorway. There, on the dark threshold of the Crack of Doom, high above the plains of Mordor, he was struck by such awe and horror that he froze, everything else forgotten, staring as if turned to stone. He glimpsed a whirl of cloud, and within it, fortress walls and towers tall as hills, anchored upon a colossal mountain throne above fathomless chasms, vast courtyards and dungeons, windowless prisons sheer as cliffs, and yawning gates of steel and unbreakable stone, and then it all vanished. Towers collapsed, and mountainsides gave way. Ramparts dissolved and crumbled in a thundering cascade. Enormous pillars of smoke and jets of steam billowed upward until they toppled like a colossal wave, their fiery crests curling and crashing down upon the land. Then, from miles away, came a deep rumble rising to an ear-splitting crash and roar. The ground quaked, the plain buckled and split, and Mount Doom itself staggered. Fire gushed from its shattered crown. The sky exploded with thunder and searing lightning. A torrent of black rain lashed down like whips. And into the storm's heart, with a shriek that tore through all other noise and ripped the clouds apart, the ring-wraiths came, streaking like fiery arrows, only to crackle, wither, and vanish, consumed in the blazing ruin of earth and sky. "Well, Sam Gamgee," said a voice beside him, "I suppose this is it." There stood Frodo, pale and exhausted, yet himself once more. In his eyes was a peace Sam hadn't seen in ages, no trace of strain, madness, or fear. His terrible burden was gone. Here again was the kind master of the quiet days back in the Shire. "Master!" Sam cried, dropping to his knees. Amid all the world's ruin, in that moment he felt nothing but a soaring, boundless joy. The weight was lifted. His master was saved, restored, and free. Then Sam noticed the injured, bleeding hand. "Your poor hand," he said. "And I've got nothing to wrap it with, not even a word of comfort. I'd have given my own whole hand to spare you that. But he's gone now, beyond any calling back, gone for good." "Yes," Frodo replied. "But do you recall Gandalf saying even Gollum might have some part left to play? Without him, Sam, I could never have destroyed the ring. Our quest would have failed even at this final bitter hour. So we must forgive him. The task is done. It's all over now. I'm glad you're here with me, here at the end of all things, Sam."